Mr. Hall Pycroft.
Yes, sir?
Stockbrokers clerk, lately engaged at Coxon and Woodhouse's, about to take up a new post on the staff of Mawson's of Lombard Street.
That is correct.
I have heard some really extraordinary things about your financial ability. My name is Pinner, Arthur Pinner, financial agent. I am here to make you an offer. How would you like to be business manager of the Franco-Midland Hardware Company Limited, with 134 branches in the towns and villages of France, not counting one in Brussels and one in San Remo? We can only offer a beggarly 500 to start with, but you are to have an overriding commission of 1%, and you may take my word for it that this will come to more than your salary.
But that's more than 1,000 a year.
You have my word for it, Mr. Pycroft. And a Pinner's word is better than a banker's draft. May I sit down?
The Stockbroker's Clerk by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatised for radio by Dennis Hawthorne. With Clive Merrison as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson. And featuring Jonathan Taffler as Hall Pycroft, Sean Barrett as Mr. Pinner, with Nigel Carrington as Inspector Gabriel. The Stockbroker's Clerk.
Whoa! Now, you wait there, Pycroft, while I go and talk to Dr. Watson.
But Mr. Holmes, I have to get to Birmingham. My appointment's at 7 o'clock this evening.
I know what time your appointment's set for, Mr. Pycroft, and I know what train you have to catch. We have ample time. I have never missed a train. Wait there, cabby.
Right you are, go. I'm sorry, there's no surgery on a 7.
I have not come to you as a patient, Watson, rather as a quondam colleague. May I come in?
Of course, my dear fellow. It's been such a long time.
Yes, 3 months to the day. The day of your wedding, in fact.
Yeah.
How is Mrs. Watson?
Oh, she's well, very well. But unfortunately, she's away for the weekend, staying with friends in Surrey.
Ah.
Yeah, but do go through.
You've been busy, I take it?
Yes, I have. Do sit down.
Thank you.
To establish oneself in general practice does require constant application.
But I thought this was already an established practice when you bought it.
Oh, indeed it was. Old Dr. Farker, who sold it to me, had at one time a great many patients, but alas, by the time he retired, his list was very much depleted.
Why, sir?
Well, partly his age, of course, but unfortunately he suffered from an affliction. He had some vitus dance.
Ah.
The public goes on the principle that he who would heal others must himself be whole. They take a dim view of the curative powers of a doctor whose own case is beyond the reach of his drugs.
The public looks only at the surface of life.
I'm confident, however, that I can build things up. Though it'll be hard sledding.
Your neighbour is a doctor, I think?
Yes, he bought his practice as I did.
Was that an old established one?
Oh, same as mine, really. Both have been here ever since the houses were built.
You got hold of the better of the two, then?
Oh, I think I did. Yeah, but how do you know?
By the front steps, my boy.
Hmm?
Yours are worn 3 inches deeper than his.
Ah, my dear fellow. How good it is to see you again. My wife will be sorry to have missed you.
This is not a social call, Watson.
Oh?
We're somewhat pressed for time.
Are we?
I trust that the cares of medical practice have not entirely obliterated the interest which you used to take in our little deductive problems.
On the contrary. Only last night I was looking over my old notes and classifying some of our past results.
I trust that you don't consider your collection closed.
Sure, not at all. I would very much like to have more of such experiences.
Yes, today, for example.
Yes, today, if you like.
Yes, as far off as Birmingham.
Certainly, if you wish it.
And your practice.
Oh, I look after my neighbours when he goes. He's always ready to work off the debt.
Nothing could be better.
I'll just write a note for him.
I perceive that you've been unwell lately. Summer colds are always a little trying.
I was confined to the house by a severe chill for 3 days last week. I thought, however, that I'd cast off every trace of it.
Well, so you have. You look remarkably robust.
How then did you know about it?
My dear fellow, you know my methods.
You deduced it, then?
Certainly.
And from what?
From your slippers.
My slippers? How on earth...
Then you You could not have had them for more than a few weeks. The soles are slightly scorched. For a moment I thought that they might have got wet and been burned in the drying, but near the instep there's a small wafer of paper with the shopman's hieroglyphics upon it. Damp would, of course, have removed this. It follows, therefore, that you've been sitting with your feet outstretched to the fire, which a man would hardly do, even in so wet a June as this, if he were in his full health.
Simplicity itself.
I'm afraid that I'd rather give myself away when I explain. Results without explanations are much more impressive. Now, finish your note to your neighbour and we'll be off to Birmingham.
Certainly. What's the case?
You shall hear it all in the train. My client is outside in a four-wheeler. We have time to spare, but not much. All right, cabby. Euston Station.
Right up.
In you get, Watson. Now, let me introduce you. This, Watson, is my client, Mr. Hall Pycroft. Mr. Pycroft, my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
How do you do?
Mr. Pycroft has a tale to tell.
Indeed I have, sir.
It is too good a tale to be interrupted, so I suggest that you do not tell it until we're on board the train.
Mr. Pycroft was a well-built, fresh-complexioned young fellow with a frank, honest face and a slight, crisp yellow moustache. He wore a very shiny top hat and a neat suit of sober black, which made him look what he was, a smart young city man, of the class who have been labelled cockneys, but who give us our crack volunteer regiments, and who turn out more fine athletes and sportsmen than any body of men in these islands. His round, ruddy face was naturally full of cheeriness, but the corners of his mouth were pulled down and gave evidence of distress. He was clearly nervous and worried.
Now, we have a clear run here of 70 minutes. I want you, Mr. Hall Pycroft, to tell my friend your very interesting experience exactly as you've told it to me, or with more detail, if possible. It'll be of use to me to hear the succession of events again.
Very good, sir.
This is a case, Watson, which may prove to have something in it, or may prove to have nothing, but which at least presents those unusual and outre features which are as dear to you as they are to me. Now, Mr. Pycroft, I shall not interrupt you again.
The worst of my story is that I show myself up as such a confounded fool. Of course, it may all work out all right, and I don't see that I could have done otherwise. But if I have lost my crib and get nothing in exchange, I shall feel what a soft Johnny I have been.
Your crib?
My job.
Ah.
I'm a city clerk, and I used to have a billet at Coxon and Woodhouse of Draper's Gardens. But early in the spring, they came a nasty cropper through the Venezuelan loan. You've doubtless heard of that business. It was a huge crash.
Indeed, yes. One of my patients was badly stung.
Well, sir, it more or less wiped out the firm, and all we clerks were turned adrift. 27 of us. I've been with them for 5 years, and old Coxon gave me a ripping good testimonial when the end came. I tried here and tried there, but there were lots of other chaps on the same lay as myself, so it was a perfect frost for some time.
How much were you paid at Coxon's?
£3 a week. I'd saved about 70 of them, but I soon worked my way through that and out at the other end. I was fairly floored at the last. Could hardly find the stamps to answer advertisements or envelopes to stick them to. My boots were worn out padding up and down office stairs, and I seemed just as far from getting a billet as ever.
But you did not give up, you persevered.
I did, yes. I saw there was a vacancy at Mawson & Williams, the great stockbroking firm in Lombard Street. I dare say EC is not much in your line, but I can tell you this is about the richest house in London.
Indeed, I know it well. I've been of assistance to one of the directors in the past in a private capacity.
The advertisement was to be answered by letter only. I sent in my testimonial and application, but without the least hope of getting it. Back came an answer by return saying that if I would appear next Monday, I might take over my new duties at once, provided that my appearance was satisfactory.
Well done, Mr. Pycroft. Congratulations. A clear case of persistence rewarded.
No one knows how these things are worked out, Doctor. Some people say the manager just plunges his hand into the heap and takes the first that comes. Anyway, it was my innings that time, and I don't ever wish to feel better pleased. The screw was £1 a week rise, and the duties just about the same as at Coxon's.
And there was to be no preliminary interview. The job was offered sight unseen?
That is correct. It is not unusual in my line of
Yes,
business.
so far so good. But now, Watson, pay attention.
That very evening, after I'd been promised the appointment, I was sitting up in my digs doing a smoke, when up came my landlady with a card which had Arthur Pinner, financial agent, printed on it.
Financial agent. Did the name Pinner mean anything to you?
I'd never heard of him, but I asked the landlady to show him up, and in he walked.
Describe him.
Middle-aged, middle-sized, Dark hair, dark eyes, black beard, touch of the sheeny about his nose.
Mr. Hall Pycroft, I believe?
Yes, sir?
Lately engaged at Coxon and Woodhouse's?
Yes, sir.
And now on the staff at Mawson's?
Quite so.
Well, I have heard some really extraordinary stories about your financial ability. May I sit down?
Of course.
Thank you. You remember Parker, who used to be Coxon's manager?
Indeed I do.
He can never say enough of your talents.
Oh, well, I'm very pleased to hear that.
You have a good memory.
Pretty fair.
You have kept in touch with the market while you've been out of work?
Yes, I read the stock exchange list every morning.
Now that shows real application. That is the way to prosper. However, you won't mind my testing you, will you?
Not at all.
How are New Zealand consolidated?
104.
And Ayrshires?
105 to 105 and a quarter.
And British Broken Hills?
7 to 7 and 6.
Wonderful. This quite fits in with all that I had heard. My boy, you are much too good to be a clerk at Mawson's.
Well, Mr. Pinner, other people don't seem to think quite so much of me as you seem to do. I had a hard enough fight to get this berth, and I'm very glad to have it.
Pooh, man, you should rise above it. You are not in your true sphere. Now, I'll tell you how it stands with me. What I have to offer is little enough when measured by your ability, but when compared with Mawson's, it is light to dark. Let me see, when do you go to Mawson's?
On Monday.
I think I would risk a little sporting flutter that you don't go there at all.
Not go to Mawson's?
No, sir. By that day you will be business manager of the Franco-Midland Hardware Company Limited, with 134 branches in the towns and villages of France, not counting one in Brussels and one in San Remo.
I have never heard of that company, Mr. Pinner.
Very likely not. It has been kept very quiet. The capital was all privately subscribed, and it is too good a thing to let the public into. You follow me?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Good boy. My brother, Mr. Harry Pinner, is promoter. After allotment, he will join the board as managing director. He knows that I am in the swim down here, and he asked me to pick up a good man cheap. A young, pushing man with plenty of snap about him. Parker spoke of you, and that brought me here tonight. We can only offer you a beggarly 500 to start with.
500 a year?
Only that at the beginning, I'm afraid, but you are to have an overriding commission of 1% on all business done by your agents, and you may take my word for it that this will come to more than your salary.
But that's more than 1,000 a year.
You have my word for it, and a Pinner's word is better than a banker's draft.
Mr. Pinner, I must be frank, sir. I know nothing about hardware.
Tut, my boy, you know about figures.
Yes. Yes, I do. Mr. Pinner, I really don't know what to say. Let me put it this way. Mawson's only gives me 200 a year, but Mawson's is safe. Now, really, I know so little about your company that if...
Smart. You are the very man for us. You are not to be talked over, and quite right, too. Now, I have in my pocket a note for £100. And if you think we can do business, you can just slip it into your pocket as an advance upon your salary.
£100? This is very handsome, sir. When would you want me to take over my duties?
We would want you to be in Birmingham tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Birmingham?
That is where the company offices are at the moment. I have a rail ticket for Birmingham in my pocket also.
Well, sir, I think we are in business, as they say.
Good man. You will not regret this, Mr. Pycroft. Now, I am going to give you a letter which you will take to my brother. You will find him at 126B Corporation Street. The offices, the temporary offices, are at that address. He will have to confirm your engagement, but between ourselves it will be all right.
I hardly know how to express my gratitude.
Don't try, my boy. You have only got your desserts. Before I go, there are one or two things, mere formalities, but they must be observed. You have some writing paper on your table, I see. If you could just pen a few words to my dictation.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Right. I'm ready.
I, Paul Pycroft, am perfectly willing to act as business manager to the Franco-Midland Hardware Company Limited at a salary of £500.
Salary of £500.
Excellent. I'll take that if I may. Thank you. Now, before I bid you good night, there is one other detail. What do you intend to do about Mawson's?
Well, I shall write and resign at once.
That is precisely what I don't want you to do.
I beg your pardon.
I had a row over you with Mawson's manager. I went to ask him about you, and he was very offensive. Accused me of trying to coax you away, that sort of thing. I'm afraid I fairly lost my temper. If you want good men, you should pay them a good price, said I. He would rather have our small price than your big one, said he. I'll lay you a fiver, said I, that when he has my offer, you will never so much as hear from him again. Done, said he. We picked him out of the gutter, and he won't leave us so easily.
Well, I'll be...
Those were his very words.
He's an impudent scoundrel. I've never so much as seen him in my life. Well, why should I consider him in any way? I shall certainly not write if he would rather I didn't.
Good. That's a promise. Maybe I'll split that fiver with you. Well, I am delighted to have got so good a man. Here is your advance of £100 and your rail ticket, and here is the letter from my brother. You and he will get on famously, I think. We are very alike in appearance, except that he's fair and I'm dark. As for personality, well, he's serious and I'm not. Don't forget the address, 126B, Corporation Street, and remember that 1 o'clock tomorrow is your appointment. Give me a hand, sir. You have made a wise decision, Mr. Pycroft. A momentous decision. I will see myself out, thank you. Good night. Good night.
Well, it's clear to me that you've been enjoying what I believe is known as a lucky streak.
Yes, indeed, Dr. Watson. You can imagine how pleased I was at such an extraordinary stroke of good fortune. I sat up half the night hugging myself over it.
And the next morning, Mr. Pycroft, how did you feel the next morning?
I must confess I was uneasy. It all seemed too good to be true somehow. But I had £100 in my pocket, a rail ticket, and an address to go to. Business, gentlemen, is based on trust.
So off you went.
I did. I took an early train, which gave me plenty of time for my appointment. I booked into an hotel in New Street and made my way to the address of the company. 126B was in a passage between two large shops. At the bottom of a large winding staircase were painted the names of the various companies that had offices there. There was no such name as the Franco-Midland Hardware Company Limited. I stood for a moment with my heart in my boots, wondering whether the whole thing was not an elaborate hoax. I was frightened.
Are you Mr. Paul Pycroft?
Oh, yes. Yes, I am.
I was expecting you, but you are a trifle before your time. I am Mr. Harry Pinner.
Pleased to meet you.
I had a note from my brother this morning. He sings your praises very loudly.
I was looking for the offices when you came.
We have not got our name up as yet. We only secured these very temporary premises last week. Come up with me and we'll talk things over.
He was indeed very much like his brother, though fair and clean-shaven. Much the same tone of voice, but decidedly less hearty in his manner. We climbed to the top of the staircase, and there, right under the slates, were a couple of empty, uncarpeted, dusty little rooms. These were the offices.
Come in, Mr. Pycroft.
Ah.
You are alarmed. Doubtless you expected a great office with shining desks and rows of clerks. The noise and bustle of a thriving commercial enterprise.
Well,
Don't be disheartened. We are only at the beginning of our adventure. Rome was not built in a day. We have lots of money at our backs, though we do not as yet cut much of a dash in the office line. But a desk, 2 chairs and a ledger, all one needs to do business with. Pray sit down.
Thank you.
You have a letter for me from my brother?
Yes. Here you are.
Uh-huh. Yes, I see. You seem to have made a vast impression on Arthur, and I know him to be a pretty shrewd judge. He swears by London, of course, and I by Birmingham. But I shall follow his advice this time. You may consider yourself definitely engaged.
Thank you.
You have received an advance on your salary, I believe?
Yes, thank you. A very generous one.
This is a very large undertaking. Doubtless you would like to know what your function will be within the framework of the company.
Oh, I would indeed.
You will eventually manage the great depot in Paris, which will pour a flood of English crockery into the shops of 134 agents in France. You will, of course, receive a commission on the sales.
Your brother did mention that.
Good. The final details will be completed in a week. Meanwhile, you will remain in Birmingham and make yourself useful.
In what way?
This book is a directory of Paris. I want you to take it home with you and to mark off all the hardware sellers with their addresses. It will be of the greatest use for me to have them.
Well, surely there are classified lists.
Not sufficiently detailed for our requirements. Stick at it and let me have the lists by Monday at 12 noon. Good day, Mr. Pycroft.
Oh, yes, sir.
If you continue to show zeal and intelligence, you will find the company a good master. Until Monday.
Until Monday.
A strange introduction to your duties as manager. Copying out entries from a street directory.
Maybe, Dr. Watson. Though I can see some justification for it. Classified lists are often unreliable, but I was still uneasy. It was the look of the offices, the absence of the company name on the wall. These left a bad impression as to the position of my employers.
But you applied yourself to the task.
I did. Indeed, I did. I had their money. I was their employee.
And you finished it by Monday?
Oh, no. Nowhere near. I'd only got as far as H. I went round at 12 as arranged.
Was there any improvement in the state of the offices?
No, none at all. Mr. Pinner told me to come again on Wednesday, but it was still unfinished. So I hammered away at it until yesterday, Friday. Then I brought the full list round.
These meetings with Mr. Harry Pinner, they were always at a fixed time?
Yes, always at midday. Come on Wednesday at 12, come on Friday at 12.
He was always waiting for you?
Yes.
You never had a key to the office?
No.
What happened when you finally brought the list to him?
Well, Mr. Pycroft, you have finished your task?
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid I underestimated the difficulty of all this, but the information will be of very material assistance to me.
Did take some time.
Detail does take time, Mr. Pycroft, but detail is essential to success. Now I want you to make a similar list of the furniture shops. They sell crockery too.
Furniture shops?
Yes, and you can come here tomorrow evening at 7. Tell me how you're getting on.
Tomorrow? Saturday?
Let me take you into my confidence. Things are beginning to move. I shall be receiving a communication from my brother tomorrow, in the afternoon. Then things will begin to happen, and I may need your assistance.
In the meanwhile, I start on the furniture shops.
Detail, Mr. Pycroft. Detail. But don't overwork yourself, my boy. Take the evening off. Go to Day's Music Hall. Enjoy yourself. You can afford it now. Lovely girls, great entertainers. Charles Coburn. 2 lovely black eyes. Oh, what a surprise. Only for telling a man he was wrong. 2 lovely black eyes. First-class stuff, Mr. Pycroft. Enjoy yourself. It's all beginning to happen, my boy. We can change the words, Mr. Pycroft, eh? What about this? 2 lovely bright eyes. Oh, what a surprise. Simply for telling a man he was right. 2 lovely bright eyes. See yourself out.
I was halfway down the stairs, gentlemen, before it struck me.
Pay close attention, Watson.
Right.
Go on.
This Mr. Pinner, when he laughed and sang, I saw that the second tooth upon the left-hand side had been very badly stuffed with gold. When I had spoken with the other Mr. Pinner in London, he had laughed a good deal. I noticed that his teeth were stuffed in this very identical fashion. The glint of gold caught my eye, you see.
Do you see, Watson?
Yes, I'm beginning to.
Well, you expect 2 brothers to be alike, especially if you're told that they are. The figure, the voice even, that's not surprising. But the colour of the hair, the beard, they could be fake, an easy disguise. The gold tooth, though, that was a horse of a different colour.
The two Pinners are one and the same man.
I went back to my hotel, put my head in a basin of water and tried to think it out. Why'd he sent me from London to Birmingham? Why'd he got there before me? And why'd he written a letter from himself to himself?
Those are indeed the questions.
I could find no answer to them. Then suddenly it struck me that what was dark to me might be very light to Sherlock Holmes. I had just time to get up to town by the night train and see you this morning.
You did indeed.
You will keep this appointment with Pinner.
He will, and we shall accompany him.
But how?
Mr. Pycroft will present us as two friends of his who are in want of a billet. What more natural than that he should bring us to the attention of his managing director?
And what are we supposed to be?
I shall be an accountant. You a clerk. We have some time before we arrive. You, Mr. Pycroft, must compose yourself with a view to your appointment. I must think. And you, Watson, must get into your character, as they say in the theatre.
Holmes began biting his nails and staring blankly out of the window. Between the three of us grew that air of tension and expectancy that always precedes the denouement of an inquiry. Presently we pulled into New Street Station exactly on time. How reliable is the London North Western? Being rather early for our assignation, we made our way slowly along Corporation Street, which, since it was a Saturday evening, was relatively quiet and uncrowded.
It's no use being at all before our time. He only comes to see me, apparently. The place is deserted up to the very hour that he names. I've tried calling there at other times. It's always locked.
That is suggestive.
There he is. You see, walking ahead of us in the brown suit.
Let us not get too close to him. We do not want to meet before he's in the office.
We dropped back slightly, still keeping our quarry in sight. We saw him suddenly check and turn his head, looking across the street towards a newsboy who was bawling out the latest edition of the evening paper. All at once, without looking to left or right, he dashed across the street, being almost run over by a cab.
Get out of it!
He bought a paper, and, clutching it in his hand, he recrossed the street and vanished down a small alleyway between two large shops.
Company's offices are down there.
One moment.
What is it?
The paper that he's just bought. It was done on impulse, wouldn't you say? Unexpected. He put his life at risk. Something must have prompted him.
Shall I go and buy a copy?
No, we must not be diverted from our purpose. Lead on, Mr. Pycroft. Onward and upward.
Here we are, then. Ready, gentlemen?
Quite ready.
Yes. Who is that?
It's Pycroft, Mr. Pinner.
Oh, yes, of course. Come in.
You asked me to... You all right, Mr. Pinner? You look...
Who are these gentlemen whom you've brought with you?
This is Mr. Price of Bermondsey, and this is Mr. Harris, who is a local gentleman.
And what is their business here?
They're both gentlemen of experience, but they've been out of a place for some little time, and they hope that you might find an opening for them in the company's employment.
Oh, yes. The company's employment. Very possibly. It might be.
Mr. Pinner, are you ill?
I'm not very well, no. I have no doubt we shall be able to do something for your friends. What is your particular line, Mr. Harris?
I am an accountant.
Oh, yes. We shall want something of that sort. And you, Mr. Price?
A clerk, sir.
Well, I have every hope that the company may accommodate you. I will let you know about it as soon as we come to any conclusion. Now, I beg that you will go. For God's sake, leave me to myself.
I'm sorry you're unwell, Mr. Pinner, but may I remind you that I'm here by appointment to receive some instructions from you?
Oh, certainly. Certainly, I have not forgotten. If you will excuse me, I must just go into the other room for a moment or two. You may wait here, and there is no reason why your friends should not wait with you. I will be entirely at your service in a few minutes, if I might trespass on your patience. Thank you.
Oh, what now? Is he giving us the slip?
Impossible.
Why so?
That door leads only to an inner room.
Yes, there is no exit.
None.
Is it furnished?
Oh, it was empty yesterday.
What on earth can he be doing? Well, there's something which I don't understand in this matter. If ever a man is 3 parts mad with terror, that man's name is Pinner. What do you think, Watson?
Medically speaking, I'd say he was on the edge of a breakdown.
So what brought it on?
He suspects that we're detectives.
That's it.
No, that is not it. He did not turn pale when he saw us. He was pale when we entered the room. Something happened before we came in. Something changed him.
What's that? Why is he knocking at the door?
Dear God! The door's barred! Better break it down. Hurry! Hurry! Now then! 1, 2, 3...
Empty. There's no one in here.
There's another door in the corner.
That's only a cupboard.
Let us see.
Mr. Pinard.
He's hanged himself.
Here. I'll hold him up.
Right.
Take the weight. Now, you unhook him. That's it. Bring him across here and lay him on the floor. Capital.
Is he dead?
Not yet. He used his braces as the rope. The elastic is cut into his neck. I can't untie the knot.
Here's my knife.
Oh, good. There. And there. Oh. Now, let me see. Yes. He's still breathing.
Yeah.
Pulse is faint, but it's there. Open the window. Is there any water in here, Pycroft?
There's a carafe in the other room.
Bring it, will you?
Why did he do it? Why? To hang oneself on impulse.
He's very weak.
Here you are, Doctor.
Ah, good. Now, try and swallow some of this. That's it, that'll do. Now, lie back, lie still. Whew. A near thing. But he'll live. Now, give me a coat, Pycroft. I'll cover him up.
Here you are.
I suppose we ought to call the police in now. And yet I must confess I'd like to give them a complete case when they come.
It's a blessed mystery to me. Whatever he wanted to bring me all the way up here for, and then...
Pooh. All that's clear enough. And it's not just a question of he. There are 2 of them.
But it was established that the 2 Pinners were the one man.
Yes, but not acting alone. I think that's fairly obvious, don't you?
Well, I must confess I'm out of my depth.
Oh, surely, if you consider the events at first, they can only point to one conclusion.
What do you make of them?
Well, the whole thing hinges on 2 points. The first is the making of Pycroft write a declaration by which he entered the services of this preposterous company. Do you not see how very suggestive that is?
No, I'm afraid that I missed the point.
Why did they want him to do it? Not as a business matter. These arrangements are usually verbal, and there's no earthly reason why this should be an exception.
I don't follow.
Don't you see, my young friend, that they were anxious to obtain a specimen of your handwriting and had no other way of doing it?
But why?
Quite so. Why? When we answer that, we have made some progress with our little problem. Why? There can be only one adequate reason. Someone wanted to learn to imitate your writing and had to procure a specimen of it first. And now, if we pass on to the second point, we find that each throws a light upon the other. That point is the request made by Pinner that you should not resign your place, but should leave the manager of Mawson's in full expectation that a Mr. Hall Pycroft, whom we'd never seen, was about to enter the office on Monday morning.
My God! What a blind beetle I have been!
Now you see the point about the handwriting. Suppose that someone turned up in your place who writes a completely different hand from that in which you'd applied for the vacancy. Of course, the game would have been up. But, in the interval, someone learned to imitate you, and his position was therefore secure. I presume that nobody in that office had set eyes upon you.
No, I know no one who works at Mawson's.
Very good. Of course, it was of the utmost importance to prevent you from thinking better of it, and also to prevent you from coming into contact with anyone who might tell you that your double was at work in your place.
So I was packed off to Birmingham.
Precisely. That's why you were given that handsome advance, and why, once you were here, enough work was found for you to do to prevent your going to London, where you might have burst their little game up. And that is why there has to be 2 of them.
Well, yes, I see that, but why should this man pretend to be his own brother?
That also is perfectly clear. One man is to impersonate you at the office, but having hooked you, they needed someone to keep you up here. This man elected to play 2 roles rather than admit a 3rd person to the plot.
Yes, I see now. He was taking a great risk, was he not?
All crime involves great risk, Watson. He changed his appearance and manner as far as he could. The first Mr. Pinner who came to see you...
Mr. Arthur.
Mr. Arthur, dark hair and a black beard. He would not risk disguise. For that meeting, he would be close to you in a well-lit room. But here, in these dingy, ill-lit offices, he could take the chance. The beard shaved off and a fair wig added on. Permit me, Mr. Pinner.
No, don't.
There, gentlemen. The true face of Mr. Harry Pinner.
Well, it fooled me. I had no suspicions in the matter until he sang in love.
And you saw the gold filling.
Good Lord! Well, I've been fooled in this way. What has the other Hall Pycroft been doing at Mawson's? Well, what should we do, Mr. Holmes?
We must wire to Mawson's.
They shut at 12 on Saturdays.
There may be some doorkeeper or attendant.
Yes, they keep a permanent guard there on account of the value of the securities they hold. I remember hearing it talked of in the city.
Very good. We shall wire to him and see if all is well and if a clerk of your name is working there. That is clear enough. And what is not clear is why, at the sight of us, this man should instantly walk out of the room and hang himself.
The paper.
What?
That paper. It's in the paper.
Oh, of course. Oh, idiot that I was. I thought at the time. To be sure, the secret lies there. Where is it?
In the next room. I'll get it.
Sherlock Holmes. I did not recognize you. But then my mind was elsewhere.
Here we are. It's in the stop press. Crime in the city, murder at Mawson & Williams. Gigantic attempted robbery. Capture of the criminal. Oh, that's all. No, there's no report. Murder.
It's time for the police. Mr. Pycroft, if you'd have the kindness to step out and fetch them. The doctor and I will remain on guard.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Right away.
On guard, Mr. Holmes. Do you really think I tried to escape? No. Even if I had the strength, I haven't got the will. It's broken, gentlemen. It's broken.
I would say that you had answered the riddle, Mr. Holmes.
Half the riddle, Inspector Gabriel.
He has made a full confession. The case is closed. You gave us the key, and then it was simplicity itself. There were two villains involved, and there were two brothers.
Good heavens. But I thought that...
The Beddington brothers. You have heard of them, I expect?
Of course, Ned and Jethro Beddington. One a forger and cracksman.
And one a confidence trickster.
The perfect combination.
But we needed the key.
Excuse me, Inspector Gabriel, but what are you talking about?
Two halves of a riddle, Mr. Pycroft. The first half and your involvement in it you already know. The second half...
was enacted earlier this afternoon in Lombard Street, London, EC1. Sergeant Tusson of the City Police observed a man coming down the front steps of Mawson & Williams. He was carrying a carpet bag. The sergeant's suspicions were instantly aroused, but when he tried to interrogate the man, he took flight, and it was only after a chase and a desperate struggle that the sergeant, assisted by Constable Barry, succeeded in arresting him.
What was in the carpet bag?
Nearly £100,000 worth of American railway bonds, and a large amount of scrip in other mines and companies.
This was Jethro Beddington, of course.
Correct.
Murder, the paper said.
Following the apprehension of Beddington, the premises were entered and searched. The body of the guard was found, doubled up and thrust into the largest of the safes. The man's skull had been shattered by a blow from a poker delivered from behind.
A brutal crime.
The Beddingtons are brutal men, Dr. Watson.
And they nearly got away with it. Nothing would have been discovered until Monday. And by that time, they would have been out of the country and away.
And the police would have been after you, Mr. Pycroft. Don't forget, the crime was committed in your name.
Phew. Lucky escape, then.
The city police were puzzled. The Beddingtons always worked together, but they'd only got one of them, and there was no obvious lead to the other. That was the riddle. But thanks to Mr. Holmes...
Thanks, rather, to Mr. Pycroft's keen eye, the riddle is now answered.
And two violent men have been removed from society.
That is true, but human nature is a strange thing, Inspector. This evening we saw that even a villain and a murderer can inspire such affection that his brother turns to suicide when he learns that his life's forfeited. Jethro will hang, and Ned an accessory. Life, at least.
We had no choice to our action.
No, we had no choice. Well, gentlemen, we have time to catch the London train. If we hurry. There are times when the first pipe of the morning's the most welcome, but at other times it's the pipe at the end of a successful day that gives most pleasure.
Pipe of contentment.
Mr. Pycroft's in abstract mood.
Well, gentlemen, I won't deny but that it has been a thrilling and once-in-a-lifetime experience, but I must now look to the future, which, in my case, is somewhat bleak.
Oh, dear. Do you think so?
I'm not so sure of that. Let us look at the facts. Firstly, I take it that you still have most of the £100 advance.
Oh, yes. What shall I do about that?
Well, I very much doubt if the Beddingtons will ask for it back. I should keep it if I were you. Secondly, come Monday morning, Mawson's will be a clerk short. I suggest you station yourself outside the front door before they open, and as soon as they do, seek out the manager and tell him your story.
Well, yes, but to fall for a trick like that, it's hardly a recommendation.
Oh, my belief is that the manager will have enough wit to realise that a man who's been tricked once is unlikely to be tricked again.
Quite so, I agree with that.
As for recommendations, I mentioned earlier today that I'm acquainted with one of the directors of Mawson's. I shall use what influence I have on your behalf, and I have no doubt that Dr. Watson will also back you.
Indeed I will, Mr. Pycroft. Anything I can do.
Gentlemen, I don't know how to thank you.
Don't try. Relight your pipe and entertain us with stories of the city. What was the Venezuelan loan?
In The Stockbroker's Clerk, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Merrison and Dr. Watson by Michael Williams, with Jonathan Taffler as Hall Pycroft, Sean Barrett as Mr. Pinner, and Nigel Carrington as Inspector Gabriel. The violinist was Leonard Friedman. The Stockbroker's Clerk was dramatized for radio by Dennis Hawthorne and directed by Enid Williams.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And as for me, well, I'd like to tell you the easiest way I know to get the reputation of being the perfect host. Next time friends come over for dinner, before you sit down to the table, serve glasses of Petri California Sherry. Petri Sherry is the best beginning a good meal ever had. I say Petri Sherry because Petri Sherry is extraordinary sherry. You can tell by looking at it. Hold it to the light. Notice how clear it is. Notice its beautiful deep amber color. And you can tell Petri Sherry is unusual from just a whiff of its fragrance. And, of course, in the last analysis, you can tell just how fine a wine Petri Sherry is by tasting it. That's the best test of all. And that's where you'll get the most pleasant surprise, because Petri Sherry really tastes wonderful. A flavor right from the heart of the grape. So serve Petri Sherry to your family and your friends, and serve it proudly, because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's expecting us. Let's not keep him waiting.
Come in.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. You'll forgive me if I don't get up, won't you, my boy?
Of course, Doctor. What's the matter, a touch of rheumatism?
No, I've played 18 holes of golf today.
I hope that when I'm your age, Doctor, I can be half as sprightly.
Oh, it's very nice of you, but if you don't mind, we won't discuss the question of my age. So drop your chair, make yourself comfortable, and I'll get on with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure.
Well, from the hint you gave us last week, it sounded like quite a spooky story.
It was, Mr. Bartell, it certainly was. Towards the end of November in the year 1895, a dense yellow fog had settled down over London. For 4 or 5 days, it was impossible from our rooms in Baker Street to see the outline of the houses opposite.
A real London pea souper, huh, Doctor?
Yes, my boy, and it became most depressing. The first day Holmes had spent in cross-indexing his huge book of criminal references. The second and third had been patiently occupied with a subject which he had recently made his hobby, the music of the Middle Ages. But when on the fourth day, on pushing back our chairs after breakfast, we saw the greasy, heavy brown swirl still drifting past us and condensing in oily drops upon the window panes, Sherlock Holmes' impatient and active nature could endure this drab existence no longer. He paced restlessly about our sitting room, chafing against the inaction. After several minutes of these perambulations, he turned to me and spoke.
Anything of interest in the paper, Watson?
There's news of a revolution, a possible war, and of an impending change in the government. Nothing to interest you, though. No crimes of any importance.
The London criminal is certainly a dull and unenterprising fellow these days. Look out of the window, Watson. See how the figures loom up, are dimly seen and then blend once more into the foggy depths. What a day for a thief or a murderer. He could roam London as the tiger does the jungle, unseen until he pounces, and then evident only to his victim.
That's a cheerful thought, I must say. Hello. I wonder who that is.
Probably a visitor for Mrs. Hudson, or perhaps the local plumber has finally condescended to pay some attention to the faulty gas jet in our hallway.
I don't think you're right on either count. I can hear Mrs. Hudson's footsteps on the stairs.
Come in. Come in. Yes, Mrs. Hudson, what is it?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Holmes, but there's a gentleman to see you. Says it's most important, and he asked me to give you this card.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Mortimer Harley, eh? Show him up, please, Mrs. Hudson.
Very good, sir.
Mortimer Harley, and who's he?
I've not had the pleasure of meeting him personally, but I'm quite familiar with his scientific reputation.
Scientific? And what does he specialize?
Oh, I suppose one might refer to him as one of the greatest authorities on all matters connected with the occult.
You mean the fellow dabbles in supernatural stuff and all that sort of thing?
I mean, my dear Watson, that Mortimer Harley is an extremely intelligent man with a thoroughly comprehensive and scholarly knowledge of his field and an intense belief in the existence of the supernatural force. Now, here he is to speak for himself. Oh, come in, Harley. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
You're Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, sir. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Mr. Harley?
How do you do, Doctor?
Won't you sit down, sir?
Thank you. Well, you fellas are probably wondering who I am and what's brought me here.
Well, we're not wondering who you are, Mr. Harley. My friend Holmes was just telling me of your scientific eminence.
I'm flattered that you know of me, Holmes. Just the same, you're wondering why I'm here.
Naturally, sir.
Well, since you know I'm a student of the occult, I'll get right down to my problem. Mr. Holmes, have you ever heard of the Headless Monk of Trevennis Chapel?
Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Harley. An apparition to be counted among our more intangible national treasures, I should say.
I'm sorry to appear stupid, but I have never heard of the Headless Monk of whatever it is, Chapel.
Well, then, let me tell you about it, Doctor.
Yes, I wish you would.
Trevennis Manor in Cornwall was once an abbey. It was expropriated during the reign of Henry VIII, and several of the monks were killed in some of the minor difficulties attendant on such an act. But one of the murdered monks, a certain Brother Hugh, the chapel organist, was persistent. He still haunts the chapel today. He still plays the organ, and since he was beheaded, he always appears headless.
Charming little legend, Mr. Harley, but you don't expect us to believe it's anything but a legend, surely.
Skeptic, eh? How about you, Mr. Holmes?
I'm extremely curious to know why you come to see me, Mr. Harley.
I'll tell you why. I have a rare opportunity to investigate the phenomena. You see, the son of an old friend of mine, a young fellow by the name of Leonard Miles, is secretary to the owner of Trevennis Manor. He asked me to stay there, and I find the invitation irresistible, particularly since the phenomena have curiously increased of late, Mr. Holmes, almost as though some more mortal agency were motivating them.
Oh. Now I see why you've come to me, Mr. Harley.
I knew you would, Holmes. You see, I'm like my good friend and fellow investigator, Carnacki. I believe in being prepared to meet phenomena on either the natural or the supernatural plane. If the phenomena are real, then they fall legitimately in my field.
Whereas if, as I'm sure you suspect, they are being contrived by human forces, then you think that's more in my department, eh, Harley?
Exactly.
Well, what do you say, Holmes? A little trip to Cornwall would be a nice few days. We'd probably escape the fog down there.
Oh, the place is with the weather, Watson.
Huh?
I'm much more concerned with the fog that surrounds the appearances of the Headless Monk of Trevennis Chapel. And Mr. Harley, I accept your invitation with pleasure. There's still time to catch the Cornish Express. We can be at Trevennis Manor before the moon is up.
Hello? Who's this funny-looking fellow coming down the steps towards us?
If I didn't hear the sound of his footsteps, I'd believe it was a psychic manifestation. He certainly looks as if he came from beyond the grave.
Who be ye, gentlemen, and where be ye going?
Well, supposing you tell us who you are first, my good man.
Who be I? I be David Pendragon, sir. That's who I be, stable hand here at the manor. And I ask you gentlemen again where you be going.
We're staying at the manor, and we're just going to take a look at the chapel.
Oh, don't he do that, sir. People that go in there don't often come out the way they go in, sir. Don't he do it, gentlemen?
What are you talking about, my good fellow?
I be talking about the ghoulies and the ghosties and the organ music that comes out of the nowheres.
You've heard it?
Of course I heard it, sir. Just like I seen the poor monk walking around without his head on.
Take us into the chapel, will you? And show us where you saw the figure.
Aye, that I will not, sir. Not for all the gold in Porthcawl will I go back and chance seeing the poor lost soul wandering about without his head on. If you gentlemen know what's good for ye, you'll not go in there either. Mark my words. Don't he go in that chapel.
Extraordinary chap. Seems really frightened of the place.
Yes, but it's more than blind superstition that accounts for his reluctance. Let's go in, shall we?
Well, I suppose it's all right. Great Scott! Listen to that. The organ. The ghost's playing it.
We're extremely fortunate. A psychic manifestation as soon as we enter. Remarkable.
Psychic manifestation. Rubbish. Look who's sitting at the keyboard. It's Holmes. Holmes? What's the matter, Watson? What's the matter? You frightened us to death, didn't he, Harley?
Well, speaking for myself, Doctor, it disappointed me. I thought it was a genuine phenomenon.
What do you think you're doing, Holmes? I thought you were still behind us.
I'm sorry if I frightened you, Watson. I was curious about this organ. I slipped in by the side door ahead of you and tested the instrument. It's in astonishingly good condition for a disused chapel, don't you think, Harley?
Yes, I do, Holmes.
One might reasonably presume that someone tends it with great care. In fact, I would go further and say...
What are you doing in here?
We are guests at the manor house, and we decided to pay a visit to the chapel before we paid our respects to our host.
Oh, my father is your host. I'm Dorothy Brownlee.
How do you do, Dorothy? My name is Holmes, and these gentlemen are Dr. Watson and Mr. Harley.
How do you do, Dr. Watson, Mr. Harley? I heard the organ music, and I was terribly frightened. You've heard of the legend, I suppose.
You mean about the headless monk and the ghostly organ and music, Miss Brownlee?
Yes, Doctor. And it's more than a legend, I assure you. That's why I rushed over here as soon as I heard it. It must have frightened all the servants within hearing distance. Why were you playing the organ?
I was curious to see whether it was in good repair.
Obviously it is, Mr. Holmes. Well, my father and his secretary, Mr. Miles, are expecting you, I know. Let's walk over to the house, shall we? I'm sure you've seen enough of the chapel for tonight. Father, this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir? How do you do? This is my secretary, Leonard Miles.
How do you do, Mr.
How
Miles?
do you, Mr. Brown? Dr. Watson? I'm afraid Mr. Brown is rather angry with me. I hadn't told him that you were an expert on psychic phenomena, Mr. Harley.
Well, I fail to see why the knowledge of that fact should make you angry, Mr. Brownlee.
I don't want you ferreting about into this so-called ghost business. There's been enough trouble in the neighborhood already. It's almost impossible to keep servants. And these Cornish people are incredibly superstitious.
You haven't seen the ghost yourself, Mr. Brownlee?
Oh, of course not. There isn't any ghost, I tell you.
You heard the mysterious organ playing?
No, I haven't. And I don't want to talk about it anymore. Yes, what is it?
David Pendragon's at the door. He's very anxious to see you, sir.
Pendragon? Oh, very well. Tell him to come in.
Yes.
David? What does he want, I wonder?
Pendragon, that's the fellow we met outside the chapel, isn't it?
Yes. Quite a colourful character.
Oh, he's a superstitious old fool, if you ask me. But he is a good groom. Yes, Pendragon, what is it?
Begging your pardon, sir, but there be trouble at the chapel again tonight. I says to myself, David, 'tis your duty to go to the master, I says.
Oh, never mind. What's the trouble?
As the moon was hanging low tonight, sir, I hears the organ a-playing.
But that was Mr. Holmes, my good man.
Aye, that's what he thinks, maybe. But what I says to myself is, what made him play the organ? Then this very night, I saw the Headless monk. With my own eyes, I saw that poor soul with his head off, wandering in the moonlight. I saw that, sir, with my own eyes, I did.
Oh, get out of here, you blithering old fool. And I'm warning you.
If I hear any more nonsense about this ghost, you'll lose your job, you understand? Now come along, be off with you.
Aye, sir, begging your pardon, sir.
Come on, I'll give you chaps a drink.
Mr. Brown seems absolutely rabid on the subject of the ghost, eh?
Yes. Suspiciously so. What about he's trying to hide?
Whatever it is, I don't think you'll be successful. In your profession, Holmes, you know that murder will out. It's true in my profession also. Try to suppress them as you may, gentlemen. Ghosts will out.
Well, Holmes, this place may be haunted, but I swear that I never spent a better night anywhere.
Good morning, Mr. Harley.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
I'm glad to see I'm not the only late riser.
Oh, were you up late, too, sir?
Yes, I was, Doctor. I decided to ignore the veiled threats of Mr. Brownlee, and so I did a little investigating in the chapel. Would you mind passing the teapot?
And what were the results of your investigations, Mr. Harley?
Well, there was no psychic manifestation, you understand, but I'm sure of one thing. That chapel is evil. Evil to the hearts of its stones. And I'll swear that evil does not stem from the hapless monk who was murdered there.
You confirm certain suspicions aroused by my own investigations last night. There is evil here, Mr. Harley, and I think I know its nature. Unless I mistake every sign and reaction, someone has been initiating the local peasantry into the evils of the Black Mass.
Black Mass? Good Lord, what a shocking thought.
My own sensations last night confirm your theory, Holmes. There is a coven here, I swear it, hiding its own obscene practices under cover of the haunting.
Well, that sounds quite feasible. After all, the people are so superstitious that they'd keep as far away as possible from the chapel when they heard the organ playing.
This problem falls into both our fields, Harley. The practice of black magic is a criminal offense.
Perhaps it's just as well the old laws against witchcraft are still in force.
I imagine, Mr. Harley, that you have your own methods of combating such forces as we're up against?
Oh, yes, Holmes, though mine are not connected with the legal aspect of the case.
May I ask what you plan to do, sir?
Well, I have several rather elaborate preparations to make, Doctor. It'll take me most of the day, I'm afraid. However, I shall explain them to you all after dinner tonight.
It's very pleasant to sit here after a good dinner with a superb brandy at one's elbow and listen to the piano being so charmingly played.
You're very kind.
Want to play something more, Miss Brownlee?
I'd love to.
Are you enjoying your stay down here,
Oh,
Mr.
very
Holmes?
much, thank you.
Both Mr. Harley and I have found the local folklore extremely interesting.
I say, you fellows haven't been investigating the haunted chapel business again, have you?
Now, look here, if you have, I shall be very angry. It's abusing my hospitality. I told you distinctly I didn't want any more talk of ghosts.
We are not talking of ghosts, my dear Mr. Brownlee. I have something even more important that I must fight now. It's possibly a little hard to imagine me as a crusader. Me, the stooped little man, beside the four of you, as toweringly tall a quartet of men as I have ever faced. And yet, I am your St. George.
What on earth are you talking about, sir?
I'll tell you in secrecy. This mustn't reach the ears of the peasantry. I refer to myself as St. George because I go to wipe out an evil that lives in your midst, a living, modern dragon.
Please, Mr. Harley, that sounds dreadfully frightening.
And to rid you all of this fiend, I must cleanse the chapel, purify it, exorcise it, remove its residue of psychic evil. That, gentlemen, is my mission tonight.
Dorothy!
She's fainted.
Get some smelling salts, quickly.
I'm afraid you were a little too graphic, Mr. Harley.
I'm sorry if I frightened the young lady, but I'm sure that after tonight she will have no further grounds for fear in Trevennis Manor.
Holmes.
Yes, old chap?
Did you hear anything?
Nothing but the owls and the clock striking midnight.
I'm getting awfully jumpy. What do you suppose Harley's up to?
I can imagine his procedure. Midnight, the crucial hour, I suppose, in his endeavors. I wish him luck. My own plans are not nearly as clear, unfortunately. I sense a guiding force here, but I lack the clues.
There is something, Holmes. Listen.
Great heavens! It's the organ in the chapel.
And Harley's in there alone.
Not alone. Listen to the organ. Appealing forth its madness. Come on, Watson. Something has gone horribly wrong.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. You know, a moment ago I told you how much I thought you'd like Petri California Sherry, but I didn't tell you that Petri Sherry is the all-round, all-American wine. You can not only serve Petri Sherry before dinner, it's good after dinner, too. And, of course, later in the evening when you're listening to the radio with some friends, a glass of Petri Sherry is just the thing. And say, Petri makes two kinds of sherry, the regular and Petri Pale Dry. To make sure you get the one that you like best, do what I do. Don't buy one, buy two. But remember, always buy Petri. Dr. Watson, that was a heck of a place to break off your story.
Then let us continue it as speedily as possible, my boy. As soon as we heard that devilish organ music, Holmes and I rushed out of the house and raced in the moonlight down the path leading to the ruined chapel. By the time we reached the entrance, the organ music had ceased, and the tall, gangling figure of David Pendragon was standing in our path.
You gentlemen be wanting at this time of night.
What are you doing here?
I be here because the gentleman gave me 5 shillings to stand outside here and see that no one disturbed him. That's why I be here. And nobody did come or go. He still be there, he be.
But when you heard that organ music, why the devil didn't you go in?
Organ music? I heard no organ music,
come on,
sir.
Watson.
Great heavens. Look at him.
We're too late, poor devil. A knife through his heart.
It's obvious who did it, that fellow Pendragon. I'll go and grab him before he gets away.
Watson, he's not our man. This murder was planned with devilish cunning.
The curious thing, there's no sign of a struggle at all. Looks he just stood here and allowed himself to be stabbed.
Are these chalk marks with which the body is surrounded? It is known as a pentagram, I believe. He thought it would protect him completely from the supernatural forces.
Poor chap. For once his researches went too far.
Yes, because they touched not on the supernatural, but upon natural evil. And remember, Watson, that only 3 people besides ourselves and David Pendragon knew of this vigil.
Yes, Brownlee, his daughter, and young Miles, the secretary.
Exactly. Go back to the house, will you? And bring them here. Perhaps we can lay a ghost by trapping a murderer.
And that's all I know, Mr. Holmes.
Well, you've not established much so far, Holmes. The 3 of them all swear they were asleep and that they didn't hear the organ.
Yes, then you can't prove otherwise. I think I can prove that one of you was not only awake, but also murdered, Mortimer Harley.
But why should any of us want the poor man dead,
In
Mr.
your
Holmes?
case, young lady, I confess that I find it hard to conceive a motive.
Implying that Mr. Brownlee and I might have one?
Well, Mr. Miles, you must admit that you're responsible for Mr. Harley coming here.
And you, Mr. Brownlee, must admit that you did everything in your power to prevent the dead man from carrying out his investigations. Why? What were you trying to hide?
Nothing. It's just that I wanted to sell the manor house. All this talk about ghosts was giving the place a bad name. And if it had gone on, I'd never have disposed of the property.
Well, speculation can get us nowhere. Let's get down to facts. Is there any other entrance to this chapel besides the 2 doors?
None.
Oh, there was an old smuggler's cave which came out near the organ lot, but Father had it bricked up some years ago.
I had to. The tourists kept crawling in.
Go and examine it, will you, Watson, old chap?
All right, you are, Holmes.
If you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Holmes, it seems obvious who did this murder.
You told us David Pendragon admitted that no one went in or out as he stood guard. He must have done it himself. Oh, the man's half-witted.
And superstitious. He might have killed Mr. Harley because he was attempting to interfere with the ghost.
And then played the organ to celebrate the occasion? I think you overestimate David Pendragon's capabilities, Miss Brownlee. Mr. Miles.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Pendragon is waiting outside. Would you be kind enough to ask him to come here for a moment, please?
Certainly.
What did you find out, Watson?
Well, it's easy to see where it was bricked up, but it's a solid wall now. No one could get in that way.
But if no one came in or out, who else could have killed Harley except Pendragon?
The ghost, or rather the person disguised as a ghost. The dead man expected a psychic manifestation. When he saw the supposed ghost coming towards him, he offered no resistance. He believed that the magical pentagram would protect him. Ah, there you are, David.
Aye, here I be, sir. But I don't know nothing more than what I told thee.
No, don't be frightened, Pendragon. All we want is the truth.
That's what I told thee, sir.
And tell us a little more, will you? When you said no one had entered the chapel tonight, you meant that no mortal man had entered, didn't you?
That I did, sir. But how could I say I'd seen the ghost when Mr. Brownlee here had told me I'd lose my job if I spoke of the ghost again?
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. So you did see the ghost?
That I did, sir. The poor soul walking through the moonlight with no head on his body.
You saw it quite clearly?
Just as clearly as I sees you now, sir.
How tall was he?
He was... Would you mind standing against the wall, sir?
Yes, of course.
He was as tall as... Well, his shoulders come to just where your shoulders come now, sir.
A tall man, then. So we narrow it down to either you, Mr. Brownlee, or you, Mr. Miles.
This is utterly ridiculous.
Of course it is.
On the contrary, gentlemen, the case is solved.
Which one of them was it, Holmes?
Neither. Remember that the ghost is headless. That means that the impostor must have built up fake shoulders covering the head. On either of these men, it would have brought their shoulders to the level of my head.
Great Scott, it was...
Bravo, Mr. Holmes. I didn't think you'd catch me.
Dorothy! No, I don't believe Miss Brownlee, I must warn you that...
Keep back. Don't any of you come near me. As you see, I have a revolver.
Dorothy, for heaven's sake!
Don't speak to me of heaven! You thought I was a sweet little girl, didn't you, Father? You didn't know your dear, demure daughter could murder a man, did you?
Why did you kill Mortimer Harley?
Because he was a meddler. For months I've been practicing black magic here. For months I've been building up the legend of the Headless monk and the organ music. It made me so wonderfully alone, so gloriously free to practice the rites. And then he came here. I let him live that first night because I thought he was a fool. But on the second, when he said he was going to exorcise this chap, to purify it, as he said, he signed his death warrant. If you could have seen his face, if you could only have seen his stupid, startled face, as I plunged the knife into him.
Dorothy!
He bled so beautifully.
Holmes, she's mad as a hatter. What are we going to do?
Brownlee, give me that revolver.
And let you take me to prison or an asylum? No, you'll never catch me.
She's backing up the stairs leading to the organ loft.
Dorothy, come back!
Don't try and follow me.
Look out! The railing's behind you.
And turn my head. Oh, no, Mr. Holmes,
Dorothy! My poor little girl. Mr. Brownlee, the powers of evil are frightening. Your daughter had killed one man and might have killed more. She was insane. Hopelessly insane.
Well, Doctor, that was quite an exciting story. You know, I wish I could play the organ and write music for it. There's nothing like music to really express a thought.
Yes, I can just imagine the kind of music you'd write. Probably catchy little ditties such as, the Petrie family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you drink, remember Petrie wine.
Oh, no, Doctor. Is that the way I affect you? Although on the level, you could probably write beautiful music to describe the way the grapes look on the vine in the sunlight. But what music could tell you about the Petrie family? And how long they've been making fine wine? You know, the Petrie family has been making wine for generations, handing on down from father to son, the knowledge necessary to transform luscious, sun-ripened California grapes into delicious, fragrant wine. And when you see that name Petrie on a bottle of wine, remember, you're not looking at a mere trademark. That name Petrie is the personal assurance of the Petrie family that every drop of wine in that bottle meets their unusually high standards. Petrie wine is always good wine. It's got to be, because Petrie took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure do you have lined up for us next week?
Well, now let me think. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a story that started quietly enough as Holmes and I sat at a London dinner party, and yet, before the evening was over, we found ourselves involved in one of the most shocking scandals that ever rocked London society.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Adventure of the Devil's Foot. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying good night for the...
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, once again, it's Monday night and time for the pleasantest of all doctor's appointments, our weekly visit with that splendid host and incomparable storyteller, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Bell, punctual to the minute, as usual. Draw up a chair and sit down.
Thank you.
That's it.
All ready for tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure, Dr. Watson?
Yes, my boy, I was just going over my notes on the case before you arrived. It was an adventure that started off on a note of gaiety and ended in one of the most bizarre tragedies that we ever encountered. I call it Murder in the Locked Room.
This I've got to hear. But first, men, the good old summertime is here again. And after a day spent at the ballpark, on the golf links, or just loafing under the sun, does your hair look as stiff as straw, dry, matted, and tangled? Then don't make the mistake of plastering your hair down with greasy, sticky goo. Instead, put Kreml Hair Tonic on the job. Kreml is that famous modern hair tonic, such a wonderful, natural-looking hairdressing. Kreml has just enough light oils to keep dry, stringy hair neatly groomed throughout the hottest, most humid summer day. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy. It never leaves any unpleasant odor. Kreml always feels so clean on both hair and scalp. Kreml is able to give you all these advantages because it contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. So, men, make Kreml a daily must this summer for that handsome, clean-cut look from morn till night. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the new Sherlock Holmes story, Murder in the Locked Room?
Well, Mr. Bell, that adventure took place many, many years ago. It began on a grey and murky afternoon in Baker Street. We just finished tea, I remember, and Holmes was busying himself with some chemical experiments. For some time he sat there in silence with his long, thin back curved over a retort in which he was brewing a particularly malodorous product. As I glanced across at him, seated there under the gaslight, his head was sunk upon his breast, and he looked like a strange, lank bird with dull grey plumage and a black topknot. Suddenly, he turned to me and spoke.
So, Watson, you've decided not to invest in South African securities?
Huh? How on earth do you know that, Holmes?
It isn't really difficult. I observe a groove between your left forefinger and thumb.
Groove?
It is enough to tell me that you do not intend to invest your small capital in the goldfields.
I see no connection, groove.
And yet the train of thought is elementary. 1, you had chalk between your thumb and finger when you returned from your club. 2, you put chalk there when you played billiards. 3, you never play billiards except with Marston. 4, you told me about a month ago that Marston had an option on some South African property which would expire in 4 weeks and which he desired you to share with him. 5, your checkbook is locked in my drawer and you have not asked for the key. Number 6 is the logical conclusion. You've decided not to invest your money in this manner.
How absurdly simple.
I knew you'd say that.
I wonder who that is. Were you expecting a client?
No, Watson, but I hope it is one. My practice has been decidedly slack lately. Go and see who it is, will you?
Yes, of course I will. It's all right, Mrs. Hudson. I'll show the gentleman in. This way, sir. Good evening. I'm Dr. Watson.
How do you do? My name is Chudley Stoner.
Oh, come along in, Mr. Stoner.
Thank you. And this must be the great Sherlock Holmes. My name is Holmes. The adjective is your own, Mr. Stoner. Sit down, won't you?
Thanks. I don't imagine you know anything about me, Mr. Holmes.
Nothing beyond the fact that you went to Eton and Oxford, that you have a beautiful and socially prominent wife, and that you contribute to the Strand magazine with some regularity.
I'm disappointed in not receiving one of your famous deductive analyses, Mr. Holmes, but I'm glad that my name is familiar to you.
You contribute to the Strand magazine, sir, too? That's very interesting, Stoner. Perhaps you read some of my humble efforts.
Yes, indeed, Doctor. Very colourful stories they are.
Oh, thanks very much.
If you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Stoner, your own stories, which also deal with the world of crime, seem to me to be even more sensational than Watson's.
Probably because he has the facts to work with, whereas I have to depend on my gift of imagination. But the reason I've come to you tonight, Mr. Holmes, has nothing to do with imagination. I find myself mixed up in a real-life murder that is as puzzling as any problem I've dealt with in fiction.
A murder, Mr. Stoner? I say, really, you
The facts, please.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I'll give them to you as briefly and concisely as possible. I just got back from Paris yesterday. My secretary went with me. He did not return. The French police say he committed suicide. I know that he didn't.
Well, how do you know that, Mr. Stoner?
The boy had everything in the world to live for. No financial worries and a very promising future ahead of him.
Please describe the circumstances under which his body was found.
Well, I'd left him alone in his room. When I came to fetch him, there was no answer to my knock. I tried to look through the keyhole, but the key was in the lock from the inside, and I could see nothing. After some time had elapsed, I got worried. A friend of mine, an inspector of the police, was dining with me that night, and he suggested we should investigate. We broke down the door. My secretary was dead, a bullet in his heart.
Inside a room, locked from the inside, huh? Obviously, the police were right in thinking that it was suicide, Mr. Stoner.
Of course, you examined the room thoroughly for traces of some other method of ingress?
Meticulously. The windows were locked tight.
No sliding panels?
None.
Where was the revolver?
Beside his right hand, one bullet gone.
And you say that the key was in the inside of the door?
Yes, and that's why the police wrote it off as suicide. Mr. Holmes, how would you explain such a situation?
I'd like a few more facts before giving an opinion. You say you examined the room meticulously. Was there no oddity? Nothing out of place? Nothing peculiar in that room?
Nothing that I noticed.
Perhaps a small pellet of wax, say?
Yes, by Jove. I did find a wax pellet. It was lying on the carpet near the door, and I couldn't imagine what he was doing there.
Well, there's your answer. One more question. This French inspector who entered the room with you, what was his personal relationship with your secretary?
Odd that you should ask that. They'd quarreled the night before about some girl at the Folies Bergère.
Then there you have it, Mr. Stoner. The murderer left the room, locked the door from the outside, removed the key, and plugged the keyhole with wax. When the room was broken into, he simply slipped the key into the inside of the lock, thereby dislodging the wax pellet. Obviously, from what you've told me, only the inspector had that opportunity.
Great Scott, a French police inspector, a murderer? Holmes, what are you going to do about this?
Nothing, old chap.
Huh?
Beyond wishing Mr. Stoner good luck with the editor of the Strand magazine.
I don't think I follow you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, come now, Mr. Stoner. It's an intellectual game and, in its way, quite stimulating. But don't think you can hoodwink me so easily.
Holmes, what are you talking about?
My dear Watson, I read the papers carefully.
And what do the papers have to do with this?
I've noticed the presence of you and your lovely wife at so many social functions here in London in the past few days that I'm afraid I can't possibly accept your Paris story. The obvious answer remains, you've come to me with an imaginary problem in order to solve a difficulty in one of your stories.
Mr. Holmes, you're even smarter than I gave you credit for.
But this is disgraceful, sir. Wasting my friend's time like this.
I suppose I should apologize, Mr. Holmes. But here's the way it happened. I came home late last night, a little under the weather. I had the most wonderful idea on earth for a story. I was going to call it The Locked Room. I'm convinced I made some notes on the story last night, but when I wakened this morning, I couldn't find them. All I could remember was the problem, but I had no idea how to solve it, and so I came to you.
I see. It's an excellent idea for a story. Though I have known similar locked room problems, in fact, I don't recall that fiction has exploited their possibilities as yet.
Holmes, why are you so calm? I think it's outrageous to come here and pick your brains for a story.
My dear Watson, how else do you get the material for your own masterpieces?
Oh, it's not very funny.
Should you grudge it to him?
Oh, it's not something at all.
I must say you're being very sporting about it, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, no, Mr. Stoner. I'm being businesslike. May I ask how much you are in the habit of receiving for a story of yours in the Strand magazine?
About 20 guineas. Why?
I am a consulting detective, and I think I've given you a valuable opinion. My fee, if you sell your story, will be 10 guineas. Good night to you, Mr. Stoner.
there you are, Monsieur Stoner.
A remarkable deduction, Andre. Yes, here I am.
I've spent all afternoon searching for those notes on the story. I could not find any trace of them.
And yet I could swear I did some work when I came in last night. You are sure I didn't give you some dictation?
Oh, quite sure, Monsieur Stoner. If you will pardon my saying so, you were a little...
Yes, go on, Andre, say it. The secretary has some rights. I was drunk. That's what you mean, isn't it?
Oh, I meant no offense.
It'd be rather a relief if you did. You're always so infernally polite. Where's my wife?
She's in the library with your brother-in-law, Monsieur Seal.
Very well. I'll need you after dinner, Andre. I'm going to work on the story tonight.
Yes, Monsieur Stoner.
Hello, Chad. I was beginning to worry about you not being back for dinner.
I stopped at the club.
Good evening, Chad.
Hello, Henry. And how is our master of the violin this evening?
Chad, don't make fun of my brother like that.
Yes, Chad, go easy. I can't learn the violin in 2 easy lessons, you know. Violet accompanied me on the piano just now. She says I'm improving.
I don't doubt that you're improving. You couldn't become worse.
Chad, you're intolerable. Henry's our guest.
An unwanted guest as far as I'm concerned. He's been here 2 months. Why doesn't he try and get himself a job instead of mooning around here all day scraping away at his fiddle?
That's the last time you've insulted me, Chad. I'm leaving here in the morning.
I hope I can count on it.
How dare you, Chad? How dare you? If Henry goes in the morning, I shall go with him.
Now, Violet, take it easy.
You've been drinking again, and you're disgusting when you drink. You made an absolute fool of yourself in front of Andre last night.
You're very protective about him. Are you sure those calf eyes he keeps making at you are entirely unreciprocated?
I hate you, Chad. I'm not waiting until the morning. I'm leaving tonight.
Now, wait a minute, Violet. I'm sorry. I don't know what makes me do it. I get a few drinks and I just feel that I've got to hurt you.
Well, you certainly succeed. I used to think it was the so-called artistic temperament that made you this way. Now I realize it's drink.
I'm sorry, Violet, but it's not been too easy for me. Having Henry around all day gets pretty trying, particularly when I'm attempting to work.
But he's planning to move soon anyway. Surely you can tolerate it a little longer. For our sake, Chad. Can't you?
Of course I can, Violet. I'm sorry, dear. I'll try and be a little less boorish, and I'll watch the drinking.
That sounds more like the man I married. And I'll help, too. I'll try and keep Henry out of your way as much as possible, dear.
We can make a go of it, Violet. I know we can. Well, I'm going into the study. I want to jot down some notes on the new story while they're still fresh in my mind.
All right, dear. Dinner will be in about half an hour. I'll call you.
Fine. The Locked Room. Yes, that'll be a good title. It'll be worth giving Sherlock Holmes 10 guineas for the help he gave me. Who is it? Is that you?
I'm flattered that you dropped by to see me, Inspector Lestrade. Not a business visit, I gather.
Bless you now, Mr. Holmes.
You'll have a whiskey and soda, won't you, Lestrade?
Thank you kindly, Dr. Watson. Not too much soda, if you don't mind.
The London criminal is becoming a dull dog these days, Lestrade. My own practice has been remarkably slow in the past few weeks.
Same thing with us at Scotland Yard, Mr. Holmes. But, of course, we don't grumble at that. Now, take me. I've had an easy day today. Just come from investigating a suicide in Church Street, Kensington.
Indeed, another poor devil who couldn't stand the pace of our modern living, I suppose.
I suppose so, Doctor. But you'd have thought this bloke had everything he wanted. He was quite a successful writer, they tell me.
A writer? What was his name?
He wrote for the Strand magazine. Name was Chudley Stoner. Dr. Watson, you dropped that glass.
You say Chudley Stoner committed suicide tonight?
That's right, Mr. Holmes. You know him?
Under what circumstances was he found?
It was a routine case, sir. Locked the door on his study from the inside and then blew his brains out. The windows were locked and there were no secret panels and that kind of stuff. It was suicide, all right.
The arm of coincidence is long indeed, but not as long as that. Has the body been moved?
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. I told him to touch nothing until the police photographers got there. Just to be on the safe side, you understand, sir?
Splendid. Grab your coat and hat, Watson.
Right, your Holmes.
But what's all the excitement, Mr. Holmes? It's just a suicide.
Nonsense, Inspector. I'll stake my whole reputation that Chudley Stoner has been the victim of a murder plot, as cunning and diabolical as any that I've ever encountered.
In just a moment, we'll find out if Sherlock Holmes is correct in deducing that this is murder. Are you one of the many men who find it difficult to keep your hair neatly groomed in summer? Does the burning sun bake and scorch your hair, making it look messy and not the least attractive? Then try Kreml Hair Tonic. Just notice the amazing change in the appearance of your hair. You see, Kreml does lots more than just keep your hair looking handsome. This highly specialized hair tonic gives you your money's worth. It contains a unique combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. And if the sun dries your hair so that it breaks off and falls, Kreml helps condition the hair in that it leaves it feeling so much softer, more pliable when you comb it. At the same time, Kreml removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so cool, refreshed, and alive. Be smart, men. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use Kreml daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, this is really one for the book. A mystery writer comes to Sherlock Holmes with a fictitious murder plot. Holmes solves it for him, then the man goes away and gets murdered in exactly the way he described.
Precisely, Mr. Bell. As provocative a problem as ever we encountered.
I bet you hurried off to the dead man's house at once, didn't you?
As fast as a hansom cab could take us there. As soon as we arrived, we cross-examined the three members of the household. The dead man's wife, Violet, her brother, Henry Seal, and André Leroux, the secretary. All of them told the same story. That they'd heard the shot and hastened to the room from different parts of the house. They said that they looked through the keyhole, found it was blocked, and then the two men broke down the door.
Just the same story as in the dead man's fictional problem, wasn't it? What happened next, Dr. Watson?
Well, before we talked to the three suspects any further, Holmes, Inspector Lestrade, and I walked into the dead man's study to examine the body. I can almost hear Holmes now, as he said...
It's not hard to find a motive. A beautiful wife, a worthless brother who'd been told to get out, an attractive and attentive young French secretary who hated the dead man's cruelty.
Blimey. And I called it just a routine suicide.
You'll notice that no wax pellet is in evidence this time. I'd say that the answer is obvious. The dead man did write some notes on his story last night. The killer found them and realized that he'd been presented with a perfect murder method, never expecting that the dead man would divulge his method to me.
Mr. Holmes, why are you examining the keyhole of the door?
I was looking for a pellet of wax, Inspector. It's missing. Obviously, the murderer had read about that in the dead man's notes and was clever enough to remove it. But let's examine the corpse. Interesting. Most interesting.
Why, Holmes?
Well, surely you can see for yourself, Watson. The bloodstains clearly indicate that the man fell here, some 5 or 6 feet from the desk. And yet, with a dying burst of energy, he crawled towards the desk and clutched it. Undoubtedly, he was trying to give us a dying message.
But how can holding on to a desk give a message, Mr. Holmes? And why should a dying man try to do that anyway?
Remember that the dead man was a writer and a student of criminology. In his last few moments of consciousness, he probably realized I'd be on the track of his murderer.
He gave us more than one clue, Holmes. Look at his body. As he fell for the last time, he upset that bowl of violets. And his wife's name is Violet.
Coincidence, I think, Watson. The flowers were knocked over inadvertently as he fell. But the move to the desk was a deliberate and desperate effort.
Well, if you talk about that, look here, gentlemen. Lying by his right arm. Look, that was knocked off the desk, too.
It's a seal with a monogram on it.
Right, Doctor. And Seal is the name of the dead man's brother-in-law, Henry Seal.
Interesting, but I refuse to believe that a dying man could deliberately knock over such a comprehensive number of incriminating objects as he died.
Then who do you suppose did do it, Holmes?
At this stage of the case, I shall suppose nothing, Watson. We have 3 obvious suspects waiting for us. Let's question them.
I don't know why they want us here. I know nothing
Quiet,
about it.
please. Mr. Holmes wants to ask you some questions.
No, Inspector. I only wish to ask them one question. You, Mrs. Stoner, how did you occupy your time while you were waiting for the police to arrive?
I was so nervous that to try to calm myself, I did some knitting. I do quite a lot of knitting for the Coast Guard men, you know.
I see. And you, Mr. Seal? What were your movements before the police arrived?
I sat in the library, Mr. Holmes, playing solitaire.
And you, Andre?
I went to my room and worked on my account books. I realized that my job here was finished, and I thought I would get my books in order.
I see. That's all for now, thank you.
Come along, Henry.
Lestrade.
Yes, Mr. Elms.
I'd like you to get me those 3 objects spoken of. The knitting, the cards, and the account books.
Right you are, Mr. Elms.
I don't see that you found out much there, Holmes.
Don't you, Watson? I'd have thought my line of reasoning was obvious.
What are you doing? Kneading at that keyhole. You said that this time the pellet of wax had been removed.
True, Watson. But even though the pellet's been removed, I'm quite sure there'll be traces of wax inside the keyhole. And there are. Splendid. I shall remove this lock and take it back to Baker Street. The murderer undoubtedly still had some traces of wax on his fingers. A closer examination of the fragments of wax inside this keyhole and an equally close examination of the knitting, the cards, and the account books should be able to give us the solution to this case.
Well, Holmes, you've been poring over the microscope for nearly an hour. Have you got the answer?
Nearly, but not quite.
But you've examined all 3 of the objects. Surely it's just a question of finding which one of them shows traces of wax.
Oh, no, old chap. Huh? It's not as easy as that. Oddly enough, the knitting, the pack of cards, and the account books all show traces of wax.
Great Scott. But that means that all those people were involved in the murder. It was a concerted plan between the 3 of them.
I think not, Watson.
Huh?
And in 5 more minutes, I'm sure I can prove to you who the murderer is.
Violet, why are you sitting alone here in the library?
Oh, hello, Andre. I'm so upset. They think the Chud was murdered. The inspector's still questioning Henry. I believe they think he did it. Oh, it's awful. Oh,
now, don't worry, darling. Everything is going to be all right.
Please, Andre. With Chud's body hardly cold.
But surely now that he is dead... you always made me believe that if he were dead, we could be together, darling.
I was insane. I thought he was neglecting me. That perhaps there was some other woman. But just before he died, we had a talk. I knew it was going to be all right again.
But me? You mean you were making a fool of me?
I was making a fool of myself, Andre. Please forget it.
Forget it? No, my cold-blooded Englishwoman. I am not some stupid boy you can play with. You cannot throw me aside. I have risked my life for your happiness.
Risked your... Andre! You murdered Chud.
Of course I did. I hated him. And I hated the way he made you unhappy. And the fool gave me the perfect way to do it by telling me about his filthy story. And then forgetting that he had done so.
You devil, get away from me. I'm turning you over to the police.
No, you are not. You are going to join Chud since you love him so much.
Andre, put away that revolver.
Nice shooting, Watson. You got him in the wrist.
Sorry. Mrs. Stoner, are you all right?
Yes, but thank heaven you were both behind those curtains.
I'm sorry that we had to wait until the last minute to disclose our presence. But it's just as well to have witnesses to a murder confession. What do you have to say for yourself, Monsieur Leroux?
Nothing. Send for your policeman and have me taken to prison.
With pleasure. Watson, ask Inspector Lestrade to step in here, will you? Tell him we have a customer for him. A customer for the gallows.
Midnight. It'll be good to get back to Baker Street. It's been an exhausting evening's work.
Yes, Watson. A sordid case. A shabby patchwork of discontent and hatred. Oh, well, we've been instrumental in sending yet another felon to his rightful destiny.
You know, Holmes, there's 1 or 2 points I don't quite understand.
I can't believe it, Watson. What are they?
Well, you said that all 3 objects you examined contained traces of wax.
They did, and at first that confused me. But there are various qualities of wax. For instance, Mrs. Stoner was knitting with a certain waxed wool that is used specifically in knitting for seafaring men. It gives the garments a weatherproof finish.
Never heard of it.
Possibly not, but it's a fact. And, as you know, I specialize in such odd pieces of information.
What about the traces of wax on the cards that Henry Seal used when he was playing solitaire?
Again, I was misled. Until I remembered that Mrs. Stoner told us that her brother had been playing the violin a short while before her husband's death.
Oh, he'd been using rosin.
Precisely.
Oh, yes.
Logically, it had to be the secretary. But the proof came when I made the final analysis of the 3 specimens of wax. That, on the account books, was the only one that exactly matched the traces of wax I found in the keyhole.
Oh, suppose I'm very stupid, Holmes.
Anything else bothering you?
Yeah, just one point. You said that the dying man tried to indicate his murderer by clasping the desk as he died.
Yes, I'm sure he was trying to give us a dying message.
Well, I was fooled by the violets and the seal.
Well, that was a freakish coincidence. But the effort in crawling to the desk was not. That was the true message.
I still don't see it.
Oh, come now, Watson. The secretary was a Frenchman. The French word for desk and for secretary is the same. Secretaire.
I see it now.
Oh, really, Watson?
You know, Holmes, you'll never get your fee for this case.
Indeed. And why?
Stoner's dead. He'll never sell that story to the Strand magazine now.
True, Watson. But I've no doubt that you will. Though perhaps it'll be a slightly different version of it. And you'll probably call it something very melodramatic. Perhaps murder in the locked room.
Ladies, when you want to look your radiant best, you naturally want your hair to appear just as beautiful and lustrous as it can be. So here's a tip from some of the world's most divinely beautiful girls, Powers models. Girls who are famous for their enchantingly lovely silken sheen hair.
We glamour bathe our hair with Kreml shampoo. And I want to state right here and now that no other shampoo leaves the hair more sparkling clean. Really, girls, you'll be amazed how Kreml shampoo reveals all your hair's natural gleaming luster. It leaves hair shimmering with brilliant highlights that last for days.
Kreml shampoo is not a cream shampoo, not a soapless shampoo, not a harsh soap, not a drying detergent. It's entirely different. After a Kreml shampoo, the hair fairly radiates natural glossy highlights. And Kreml shampoo never dries or breaks the hair. In fact, it even has a built-in oil base which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
How right you are, Mr. Bell. Kreml shampoo leaves the hair so much softer, silkier, with a lovely satin smoothness. The hair holds a wave better, too.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter. See how easy it is to have naturally lustrous hair, a vision of shining beauty. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, let me think next week. Next week, I think I shall tell you how Holmes and I returned to Baker Street one afternoon to find our rooms occupied by a beautiful young woman on the verge of hysteria.
Well, that sounds promising. And who was the beautiful young woman?
No, Mr. Bell. Mr. Bell, I've told you before about this. You'll have to wait till next week to find that out. I will say, however, that her story was horrifying enough to make our hair stand on end. I call this adventure Death in the North Sea.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Dancing Men. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of Universal Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about Death in the North Sea. Save for the future the easy, automatic way. Buy U.S. saving bonds through your payroll savings plan or at your bank. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
It's all very intriguing, but I'm not clear yet what you want me to do in this matter, Mr. Mason. Can't you make it more definite?
Perhaps this will make it more definite, Mr. Holmes.
Perhaps it will. Good Lord. A charred fragment of bone. Where did you get it?
There's a central heating furnace in the cellar beneath Lady Beatrice's room. Harvey, he's one of the stable lads, has charge of it. He found the bone when he was raking the cinders this morning. He didn't like the look of it.
Nor do I. What do you make of it, Watson?
It's the upper condyle of a human femur.
Exactly what I thought. These are deep waters, Mr. Mason. And rather murky.
Shoscombe Old Place by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell. With Clive Medicine as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson. And featuring Nicholas Leprevo as John Mason and Donald Pickering as Sir Robert Norberton. Shoscombe Old Place.
Glue.
What did he say?
It's glue, Watson.
Glue?
Yes, unquestionably. Glue. Well, take a look through the microscope.
I really don't understand what you're talking about.
Well, see for yourself. There. Have a look at the scattered objects in the field.
You mean the black lines and the grey bits and the blobby things?
Blobby things? The black lines are threads from a tweed coat. The irregular grey masses are dust. There are epithelial scales on the left.
Epithelial?
Epithelial.
Epithelium. The cell tissue which invests the outer surface of the body and the mucous membranes connected with it.
Or, in plain English, dandruff. And the brown blobs, as you call them, are glue.
I'm happy to take your word for it. Is there actually a point to any of this, Holmes?
It's a very fine demonstration. You recall the St. Pancras case?
The policeman who was shot down outside the buffet on platform 1.
A cap was found beside his body. The man who was accused of the murder has persistently denied that it was his, but he's a picture maker and probably uses glue every day. The man's as good as hanged.
Is this one of your cases, Holmes?
Oh, goodness, no. Merivale of the Yard asked me to look into it. Since I ran down that coiner by the zinc and copper filings and the seam of his cuff, they've come to realize the importance of the microscope. Yes, it's a fascinating aid to detection.
Oh, yes.
What time is it, Watson?
11:15.
Yes, I'm expecting a client, but he's overdue. I believe, Watson, that you know something of racing.
I ought to. I pay for it with about half my war wound pension.
I knew I could rely on you. You shall be my handy guide to the turf.
I don't follow you.
Now, does the name Sir Robert Norberton mean anything to you?
I should say it does. He lives at Shoscombe Old Place.
You've been there?
My summer quarters were down there once.
Summer quarters?
When I was a medical student.
Oh. Tell me about Sir Robert Norberton. What manner of man is he?
He nearly came within your province once.
Within my province? How was that?
There was a most unsavoury type. Sam Brewer.
The moneylender, the one who has premises in Curzon Street?
That's the fellow. It happened on Newmarket Heath. Norberton was already pretty deep in, but he asked for an extension of credit. Brewer refused him point blank, and he wasn't exactly discreet about it either. Norberton saw red and took a horsewhip to him. Brewer was lucky to get away with his life.
What a remarkable character. Does he often indulge himself in that fashion?
He has the name of being a very dangerous man. He's just about the most daredevil rider in England. Second in the Grand National a few years back.
Yes, I remember it. The horse was, what was his name? Patroclus.
That's it.
Yeah.
He's one of those men who's been born out of his time. He should have been a buck in the days of the Regency. A boxer, an athlete, a plunger on the turf, a lover of fair ladies. And, by all accounts, so far down Queer Street that he may never find his way back again.
Capital, Watson. A perfect thumbnail sketch. I really seem to know the man. Now, can you give me some idea of Shoscombe Old Place?
No, I can't tell you about the house. It's supposed to go back centuries. But for the past 20 years, it's been the home of the Shoscombe stud. The training quarters are there, too.
And the head trainer is John Mason.
How do you know that?
There's nothing surprising about my knowing it, Watson. I happen to have received a letter from him. But tell me more about Shoscombe. I seem to have struck a rich vein.
There are the Shoscombe Spaniels, of course. You hear of them at every dog show.
No.
They're the most exclusive breed in England, and the special pride of the lady of Shoscombe Old Place.
Sir Robert Norberton's wife, I presume?
Good Lord, no. Sir Robert has never married. Just as well, I should think, considering his prospects and his reputation. He lives with his widowed sister, Lady Beatrice Folder.
You mean that she lives with him?
No. That's not what I meant at all. The house belonged to her late husband, Sir James Folder. Her brother has no claims on it at all. His sister has only a life interest in the estate, and it reverts to her husband's brother at her death. Meantime, she draws the rents every year.
Ah, and Brother Robert, I suppose, spends said rents.
That's about the size of it. He's a devil of a fellow, and must lead her a most uneasy life. Yet I have heard that she's devoted to him.
And to the Shoscombe Spaniel.
And to the Spaniels, yes. But what is the trouble at Shoscombe?
Well, here I expect is the man who will enlighten us. Mr. John Mason.
The same. Mr. Holmes.
Kindly take a seat, Mr. Mason.
Thank you.
This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Your servant, Doctor.
Mr. Mason.
You received my note, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I received it, but it explained nothing.
It was too delicate a situation to put the details down on paper. Rather too complicated. I could only talk about it face to face.
So here we are, Mr. Mason, at your disposal. Pray proceed.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. First of all, I think that my employer, Sir Robert, has gone mad.
This is Baker Street, not Harley Street.
What makes you say so?
Well, sir, when a man does one queer thing, or two queer things, there may be a meaning to it. But when everything he does comes into that category, then you begin to wonder. I believe Shoscombe Prince and the Derby have turned his brain.
Shoscombe Prince is a colt you're running?
The best in England, Doctor. I should know if anyone does. I've had my eye on him since he first got up on his legs. Now, I'll be plain with you, for I know you're a gentleman of honour, and it won't go beyond this room.
That goes without saying, Mr. Mason.
Thank you, Doctor. Sir Robert has got to win the Derby. He's up to his neck in trouble, and it's his last chance. Everything he could raise or borrow, he's put on Shoscombe Prince. And at fine odds, too. Oh, you can get 40s now, but it was nearer the 100 when he began to back him.
But how is that when you say that the horse is so good?
The public doesn't know how good he is. Sir Robert has been too clever for the touts. He's been taking the Prince's half-brother out for spins round the park. You can't tell them apart. But there are 2 lengths and a furlong between them when it comes to a gallop.
Sir Robert evidently knows what he's about.
He thinks of nothing but the horse and the race. His whole life is on it. He's holding off the money lenders till then. If the Prince fails him, he's finished.
It seems rather a desperate gamble, but perfectly rational. So where does the madness come in?
Why, Mr. Holmes, you only have to look at him. I don't believe that he's had a wink of sleep this past month. He's down at the stable at all hours, day and night. His eyes are wild, staring out of his head. And then there's his conduct towards Lady Beatrice.
What is that?
Sir Robert and his sister always used to be the best of friends, Mr. Holmes. They had the same tastes, and she loved the horses as much as he did. Every day at the same hour, she'd drive down to see them. And above all, she loved the Prince. And he would prick up his ears as soon as he heard the wheels on the gravel, and he'd trot out each morning to her carriage to get his lump of sugar. But that's all over now.
Why?
Well, she suddenly seems to have lost all interest in the horses. For a week now, she has driven past the stables with never so much as a good morning.
You think there's been a quarrel?
I'm certain of it, and a bitter, savage, spiteful quarrel at that. Why else should he give away her pet spaniel that she loved as if it were her child?
He gave it away?
Only a few days ago, Sir Robert gave it to old Josiah Barnes that keeps the Green Dragon.
Where is this inn?
It's 3 miles off at Grendel.
That certainly does seem very strange.
How's Lady Beatrice taken it? Did she seem distressed?
She's scarcely seen about the house at all now. And Sir Robert never goes near her. With her weak heart and her dropsy, she could never go far without him, and he used to spend 2 hours every evening in her room. And well he might, for she's been a rare good friend to him.
And that's all over now.
Yes, Doctor. She's taken it badly. She's brooding and sulking. She's drinking like a fish.
Did she drink before the estrangement?
Well, she was used to take her glass, but now it's often a whole bottle of an evening.
Scarcely advisable in her condition.
Now, you're certain of this?
Stevens, the butler's told me. It's all changed, gentlemen, and there's something damn rotten about it.
Tell me, Mr. Mason, who keeps her ladyship company?
Well, there's her maid, Carrie Evans. She's been with her 5 years and more.
And is no doubt devoted to her mistress.
Well, she's devoted enough, but I won't say to whom.
What on earth do you mean by that?
I can't tell tales out of school, Doctor.
Yes, we quite understand, Mr. Mason. Of course, the situation's clear enough. From Dr. Watson's description of Sir Robert, I can realize that no woman is safe from him. Now, do you think the quarrel between brother and sister may lie there?
Well, it might do, so far as it goes.
So far as it goes?
It doesn't account for Sir Robert going off to the old crypt in the middle of the night. Nor does it help to explain who the man is that he meets there.
Ah. Tell us all about the old crypt.
Well, you'll not get anyone to go there after twilight. It's a godforsaken place and known to be haunted.
The crypt is part of Shoscombe place, I take it?
No, sir. It's about half a mile from the house. It was the old family burial chapel. All the Flanders have been laid to rest there for centuries. It's a ruin now and stands all alone in a park. And under the chapel there's a crypt. Some say it goes back to Saxon times. It's a dark, damp, creepy place, even by daylight.
And no one dares venture there after dark?
There's a story that one of the ancestors of Lady Beatrice's late husband, the Black Folder, walks every night of the dark of a moon.
But this Black Folder holds no terrors for Sir Robert, I take it.
No, Mr. Holmes. It would take more than that to frighten him.
And what of this man he meets there by night?
Well, Stevens, the butler, who first suspected something was up just a few nights ago. He came over to the stables the following morning to tell me about it.
It must have been nearly midnight. It was raining hard, as could scarcely have escaped your notice, Mr. Mason. I saw him go out by the side door beneath the north tower.
Well, that's his own affair, surely. Perhaps he just slipped out to meet some fancy woman.
In the old crypt. Mind you, some people do have very peculiar tastes.
How can you be sure he was going to the old crypt?
Sir Robert keeps a pair of field glasses by the library window. Well, I could follow the course of his lantern along the side of the walled garden and into the park. He must have given some kind of signal, for there was an answering lantern flash from by the ruined chapel.
What the devil can he be doing there?
Well, I can't imagine, Mr. Mason, but I mean to find out. And I want you to help me.
How do you mean?
Come up to the house this evening. We'll have a bite to eat, and I'll keep a wary eye on Sir Robert. If he sets off one of his midnight rambles again, I want you to help me find out what he's up to.
I had no wish to go, Mr. Holmes, but I didn't see how I could well refuse. We hid in the bushes, quaking like two bunny rabbits, and watched Sir Robert meet the man by the ruined chapel.
Did he catch sight of the fellow's face?
Oh, we could see him quite clearly in the moonlight. It was no one I knew. Haggard, yellow face, mean dog, I should say.
And what could they have been doing in the crypt?
As to that, Doctor, Stevens and I took a look round there yesterday morning. Sir Robert had gone up to London for the day.
Hardly a pleasant place, is it, Mr. Mason? I never did care for this kind of thing.
Can't say I want to linger. Oh, nothing seems to have been disturbed.
What about that piece of board in the corner?
Oh, nothing much, I fancy.
Oh, dear, how very nasty.
It's part of a human skull. A few bits of bone.
You informed the police, I suppose?
Well, sir, I thought it would hardly interest them. The bones may well have been 500 years old. They could have just fallen out of one of the ancient coffins. But I'm sure Mr. Palfreyman would never have just stowed them away in a corner like that.
And who is Mr. Palfreyman?
He's one of the vergers at the church, sir. The chapel is his particular responsibility.
I see. Now, you say Sir Robert was away yesterday.
Well,
has he returned?
We expect him back today.
And when was it he gave away his sister's dog?
It was just a week ago today. The creature was howling outside the old well house, and Sir Robert was in one of his tantrums that morning. He caught it up, and I thought he would have killed it. But he gave it to Sandy Bain, the jockey, and told him to take the dog to old Barnes at the Green Dragon, for he never wished to see it again.
Yes, it's all very intriguing. I'm not clear yet what you want me to do in this matter, Mr. Mason. Can't you make it more, more definite?
Perhaps this will make it more definite, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, perhaps it will. Good Lord. A charred fragment of bone. Where did you get it?
There is a central heating furnace in a cellar underneath Lady Beatrice's room. It's been off for some time, but Sir Robert complained of the cold and had it on again. Harvey, he's one of the stable lads, has charge of it. He found the bone when he was raking the cinders this morning. He didn't like the look of it.
Oh, nor do I. What do you make of it, Watson?
It's the upper condyle of a human femur.
Exactly what I thought. Yeah. When does the lad tend to the furnace?
He makes it up every morning, leaves it.
Then anyone could go there during the night.
Well, that's correct.
Can you enter it from outside?
There's one door from the outside. There's another which leads up by a stair to the passage by Lady Beatrice's room.
Yes, these are deep waters, Mr. Mason. Deep and rather murky. Now, you say that Sir Robert was not at home last night?
No, sir.
No. Then whoever was burning bones, it was not he.
That would seem to be the case.
I think we might take a look into this, Watson. Yes, we might perhaps make the Green Dragon our headquarters.
And keep an eye on her ladyship's spaniel.
Is there good fishing in that part of Berkshire?
Well, sir, I've heard there are trout in the mill stream. There's pike in the whole lake.
Oh, well, that's good enough. Well, Watson and I are famous fishermen, are we not, Watson?
Ooh, complete anglers, Holmes.
It might be best if we don't see each other, Mr. Mason. But a note will reach us, and no doubt I could find you if I need to. You should address us in future at the Green Dragon. We should reach there tonight.
Get down, Jason. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I don't know what's come over him.
You got our telegram, I take it.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll put you in the 2 rooms at the back, overlooking the garden. Get down. What's the matter with you? I'll get the boy to take your bags up and your fishing tackle. There's no mistaking what you've come here for, sir.
A famous place for trout, I believe. That's what we've heard.
Well, not exactly here, sir. You'll best try the Verret.
The Verret?
It's about 3 miles out on the north side of the village, sir. You'll be bound to find trout there.
What about the Hall Lake and the chance of a pike?
Oh, that would never do, sir. You might happen to find yourself in the lake before you were through.
How is that, Mr. Barnes?
Well, it's Sir Robert, sir. He's terribly jealous of touts.
Do we look like touts?
Oh, goodness, no, gentlemen. But Sir Robert is mighty suspicious of any stranger who comes within these parts. The Hall Lake's not a quarter of a mile from his training quarters. If he sees you there, he'll be after you, sure as fate. Ain't taking no chances, Sir Robert ain't.
Who is this, Sir Robert?
Sir Robert Norberton. He has a horse entered for the Derby.
And he fancies his chances, I take it.
Oh, yes, sir. We've all of us put our money on the horse, and Sir Robert's backed him with everything he possesses. I suppose you ain't by any chance on the turf yourself, sir?
Good Lord, no. Just 2 weary Londoners with the need to put some good Berkshire air into their foggy lungs.
Well, you're in the right place for that. There's a deal of it lying about. But mind what I've told you about Sir Robert. He's the sort that strikes first and speaks afterwards.
You think we're likely to come across him?
Well, not for a day or so, sir. He's gone up to London. But I don't want no trouble if you two go straying about the park and he finds out that you've been putting up here. Just to keep clear of the park, if you please, gentlemen.
You need not concern yourself about that, Mr. Barnes. We certainly shall.
By the way, that was the most beautiful spaniel that made such a fuss when we arrived. Was it bred locally?
I should say it was. It was Sir Robert himself as gave it to me. That's why I have to keep it on a lead. It would be off back to the Hall in a jiffy if I gave it its head.
Would it indeed?
Well, if you'll forgive me, gentlemen, I mustn't stay here gossiping. Just let me know if there's anything you want. As I say, the Verret up by Alt's End is the place to take a trout or 2.
We'll give it a try, Mr. Barnes. Thanks for your advice.
Well, if there's anything you require, gentlemen, just ring the bell.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. We're getting some cards in our hand, Watson. It's not an easy one to play, but we may see our way in a day or 2. And since Sir Robert's still in London, we might perhaps enter the sacred domain without fear of bodily assault. There are 1 or 2 points on which I'd like reassurance.
You have a theory, Holmes?
No, it's too soon for anything so substantial. But of this, I'm sure. Something happened a week ago which has cut deep into the heart of the Shoscombe household.
And what do you suppose that could be?
Oh, we can only guess at it from its effects. And they seem to be of a curiously mixed character, but that should help us. And it's only the colourless, uneventful case which is hopeless.
I don't quite follow you. What effects do you mean?
Consider the data, Watson. Sir Robert no longer visits his invalid sister. He gives away her favourite dog to the innkeeper. Her dog, Watson. Does that suggest nothing to you?
Nothing but a brother's spite.
Well, it might be so. Or, well, there is an alternative.
What alternative?
Let's continue our review of the situation from the time that the quarrel began.
We don't know that there was a quarrel.
Well, for the sake of argument, let's suppose that there was. The lady keeps to her room, alters her habits, is not seen save when she drives out in her carriage, refuses to stop at the stables to greet her favourite horse, and apparently takes to drink. Yes, that covers the case, does it not?
Save for the business in the crypt.
Well, that's another line of thought. There are two, and I beg you do not entangle them. No. Now, line A, which concerns Lady Beatrice, has a vaguely sinister flavour, has it not?
I can make nothing of it.
Can you not? Well, then, let us take up line B, which concerns Sir Robert. Now, he's determined to win the Derby. He's in the hands of the moneylenders and may, at any moment, be sold up and his racing stable seized by his creditors. He's a daring and desperate man. He derives all his income from his sister. His sister's maid is his willing tool. Huh? So far we seem to be on fairly secure ground, do we not?
But the crypt?
Ah, yes, the crypt. Let us suppose it's merely a scandalous supposition, a hypothesis put forward for argument's sake, that Sir Robert has done away with his sister.
But, my dear Holmes, that is out of the question.
Very possibly, Watson.
Sir Robert is a man of honourable stock.
But you do occasionally find a carrion crow among the eagles. Let's for a moment argue upon this supposition. He couldn't fly the country until he'd realised his fortune, and that fortune could only be realised by winning the Derby with Shoscombe Prince. Therefore, he still has to stand his ground.
But how does he do that?
Well, to begin with, he'd have to dispose of the body of his victim, and he'd also have to find a substitute who would impersonate her. And with a maid as his confidant, that would not be impossible. His sister's body might be conveyed to the crypt, which is a place of evil reputation and seldom visited, and it might be secretly destroyed at night in the furnace, leaving behind it such evidence as we've already seen. Yeah? What do you say to that, Watson?
Well, it is all possible, I suppose, if you grant the original monstrous supposition.
Yeah. I think that there's a small experiment we may try tomorrow. Might throw some light on the matter. Well, first of all, we need some good reason why we cannot go fishing, something that we've forgotten that could rule out the whole day.
We could have forgotten our spoon bait, perhaps.
A spoon bait, capital. And I think that I'll propose to Mr. Josiah Barnes that we take his highly bred black spaniel for a walk in the direction of Shoscombe Old Park. I can't say I care very much for the heraldic griffins on the gate.
Too ostentatious by half.
We may trust the boot boy at the inn. It's by this gate that Lady Beatrice takes her midday drive in her open barouche.
It's nearly 12 now.
The carriage will have to slow down while the gates are opened. When it comes through and before it gathers speed again, I want you, Watson, to stop the coachman with some question or other.
I think that might be arranged. That must be them now. What will you be doing?
Never mind about me. I'll stand behind this holly bush with the dog and see what I can see.
Very well.
Here they are. Lady Beatrice, smothered in shawls, the veil over her face, and a girl who looks no better than she should be by her side, the maid, I presume. The man's coming out to open the gates. Off you go, Watson.
Good day, your ladyship. I say, coachman. I say, can you tell me if Sir Robert is at Shoscombe Old Place?
Gently now, boy, gently. Now then, go. Go, your mistress.
Get the horse away! Get it away! Get it off me! Drive on, man! Drive on! Come here, boy! Come here, come here!
There. Good boy. You thought it was your mistress, didn't you? Turned out to be a stranger, didn't it?
Well, then, are you satisfied?
Dogs don't make mistakes.
But it was a man's voice.
Exactly, Watson. We've added one card to our hand, but it needs careful playing all the same.
So, how should we proceed?
Well, first, we shall take this highly perceptive creature back to the Green Dragon, and then we shall miraculously discover that we brought our bait after all.
But why should we want to do that?
Because I've arranged to meet our good friend Mr. Mason by the mill stream.
No. If you throw your line like that, you'll put the fear of God into every fish for half a mile.
Do I have to remind you that we're not here to fish?
Since we are here, we may as well try to keep up a decent appearance. Cast your line lightly, Holmes, lightly.
Oh, very well.
Lightly, I said.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Ah, Good evening, Mr. Mason.
I got your note, Mr. Holmes. It came as quickly as I could.
Sir Robert returned?
Not yet, but I've received word that he's expected tonight.
Yeah, and there's no time to be lost. Let's get into the crypt without delay. Yeah, will you take us there?
I can't afford to do that, Mr. Holmes. The moment he returns home, he'll want to see me to get the latest news about Shoscombe Prince.
It'll take too long for us to root about the place on our own. Is there someone who knows the crypt well?
Well, there's Mr. Palfreyman, the verger.
But can he be trusted not to tell Sir Robert?
Oh, if you care to make it worth his while, Doctor, his duties here have given him a taste for things spiritual.
Whiskey?
Gin, I believe. But what am I to say your purpose is? Do I tell him who you are?
Inform him that Mr. Podmore and Dr. Gurney from the Society for Psychical Research have come to investigate the legend of the Black Folder and wish to examine his grave. That should give us sufficient cover, I think.
Have a care, gentlemen. The stair is steep, and the treads are worn away.
The place smells vilely.
The dead don't smell sweet. There are 9 centuries of them in this place. But you gentlemen must be accustomed to this kind of thing.
Every place seems to have its own aura. I feel that we're in the presence of some mysterious evil.
Coffins of lead, coffins of stone, coffins of wood, all piled up on top of one another, as if they were so much lumber.
Who can tell what strange causes and effects there may be beyond the veil? Kindly be our guide to this place, Mr. Palfreyman. Who is buried here?
Oh, I only wish I could tell you, Mr. Podmore. I know the recent ones, of course. Those from the 16th century onwards. They're all the wooden coffins stacked over there. The last Lord Calder, Lady Beatrice's husband, is the one on top.
And the coffins of stone?
Oh, some of them are said to go back before the Conquest. But they contain nothing more than dust. Dust and a few scraps of bone.
Quite. And the lead coffins here?
Oh, they're mostly from medieval times.
And what can you tell me about the coffin there? The one that stands beside the stair?
Oh, my God. May the Lord save us.
What's the matter, man?
Well, it's never stood there before. Well, I staked my life on it. But it can't have moved itself. What is happening in this place?
That is precisely what Dr. Gurney and I are here to investigate. Now, Mr. Palfreyman, it would be as well, I think, if you were to leave us.
Oh, if that's what you wish, sir.
The test that we have to carry out will only be hampered by the presence of anyone not accustomed to our methods.
But you will close the vault when you leave?
Rest assured, Mr. Palfreyman.
Then I'll leave you to it, gentlemen.
Thank you for all your help, Mr. Palfreyman.
A pleasure, gentlemen. A pleasure.
Just make certain that he's really going away, Watson. There's a good fellow.
Yes. He's walking off quite briskly. Probably wants to get back to the bottle of gin we gave him.
Now then, it's time to lay the ghosts of Shoscombe Chapel. Let's take a closer look at the coffin by the stairs.
Seemed to give Mr. Palfreyman quite a fright.
It should have done. Look closely, Watson, at the edges of the coffin lid. Someone's cut along the whole line of it. It's only secured by these 2 clamps. That should be an easy matter to open it up. You have the jimmy?
In my pocket. Here.
Yes, now then. Yes, excellent. Now, help me up with the lid.
Good Lord.
Who the devil are you? What do you think you're doing? What the hell are you doing on my property, do you hear me? Who are you?
Sir Robert Norberton, I believe. I have a question to ask you. Who is this within the coffin? What is this body doing here?
How came you to know of this? What business is it of yours?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. Possibly it's familiar to you. In any case, my business is that of every other good citizen to uphold the law. It seems to me that you have much to answer for.
Before God, Mr. Holmes, I swear to you that it is not as it seems. Appearances are against me, I admit, but I could act no otherwise.
I should be happy to think so, but I fear your explanations must be for the police.
Well, if it must be, it must be. Come up to the house with me, and you can judge for yourself how the matter stands.
So, what do you suppose Sir Robert means to do now?
To present us with a justification of his strange conduct, Watson. What else?
Do you believe that he murdered his sister? That was Lady Beatrice in the coffin, I take it.
Oh, most certainly. As for his guilt, I prefer to reserve my judgment till I've heard what he has to say. But mark my words, Sir Robert is a desperate man. He's prepared to take any course that will save him. And I suspect that he would not stop short of murder.
I refuse to be dragged into this. It has nothing to do with me.
If you know what's good for you, you'll do as Sir Robert says.
For God's sake, keep quiet, both of you, until I've had my say.
Who are these people, Sir Robert? And what have they to do with the case?
They are Mr. and Mrs. Norlett. Mrs. Norlett, under a maiden name of Evans, has for some years been my sister's confidential maid.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. Evening.
I've decided that my best, indeed my only course, is to explain the true position to you, Mr. Holmes. And these are the only two people on earth who can substantiate what I say.
I had nothing to do with it. It wasn't my idea.
Will you hold your tongue?
I will take all the responsibility upon myself, Norlett. And you have nothing to fear.
You've left it a bit late to tell me that.
You've gone pretty deeply into my affairs, Mr. Holmes, or I should have not found you where I did. How the devil you came to be there, I cannot imagine.
You obviously know very little of my colleague's reputation, Sir Robert.
I know that you're running a dark horse for the Derby, Sir Robert, and that you've staked everything upon it.
I've staked my life upon it, Mr. Holmes. If I win, all is easy.
And if you lose?
I dare not think of it. I cannot think of it.
We understand all that very well, Sir Robert.
I am dependent upon my sister Lady Beatrice for everything, for the estate, for the horses, for the very clothes on my back. But you must understand that her interest in the estate and in the Falder fortune is for her lifetime only.
For her own lifetime, yes.
It has always been my greatest fear that if my sister were to die, my creditors would be onto the estate like a flock of vultures. Everything would be seized on, my stables, my horses, everything. Well, Mr. Holmes, my sister did die just a week ago.
And you told no one?
What could I do? I was faced with absolute ruin. If I could only stave things off for 3 weeks, everything would be well. My sister's maid's husband, this man here, is an actor.
I told you, I won't be dragged into this.
It came into our heads.
I had nothing whatever to do with it. It wasn't my idea.
It came into my head that he could, for that short period, impersonate my sister. It was but a case of appearing daily in the carriage.
No one else ever saw her, you see, except for me.
What was the cause of your sister's death, Sir Robert?
She died of dropsy, Dr. Watson. She'd been suffering from it for years.
That'll be a matter for the coroner to decide. So what did you do?
The body could not remain here at Shoscombe. On the first night, Norlett and I carried it into the old well house, which is now never used.
He forced me into it. I had no wish to be party to such a thing.
Unfortunately, her pet spaniel refused to leave her side and wailed so piteously that it was essential to get rid of it as quickly as possible.
And so you gave it to the landlord of the Green Dragon?
There seems to be precious little that you two haven't discovered. After I disposed of the dog, we carried the body by night to the old Falder crypt. There was no indignity or irreverence. I do not feel that I have wronged the dead.
Your conduct seems to me to be inexcusable, Sir Robert.
It's easy to preach, Mr. Holmes.
You shovel your poor sister away in a stinking vault without ceremony.
It is still consecrated ground, Doctor, and it seemed no dishonour to give her a temporary resting place in the coffin of one of her husband's ancestors.
May I say something?
Yes, Mrs. Norlett.
I am certain that Lady Beatrice would have borne Sir Robert no ill will for what he has done. She would not have wished to see shame and ruin fall upon him. I know that she would have understood.
Thank you, Carrie.
Continue your story, Sir Robert.
We opened up one of the coffins and removed the contents.
The remains of Ralph de Falder, I believe.
It did not seem to me to matter much who it was. We placed my sister in the coffin, as you discovered. As to the old relics which we had taken out, Norlett and I removed them, and he burned them in the furnace beneath my sister's room.
I was only doing what he told me to, Mr.
And
Holmes.
he promised to pay you handsomely, I have no doubt. But there is one flaw in your narrative, Sir Robert. Your bets on the race, and therefore your hopes for the future, would have held good even if your creditors had seized the estate.
No, Mr. Holmes. The horse itself would be part of the estate. Shoscombe Prince would go along with everything else. And what do my creditors care for my bets? As likely as not, they would not run the horse at all. My chief creditor is, unhappily, my most bitter enemy. A rascally fellow, Sam Brewer.
The man you took a horsewhip to on Newmarket Heath.
The very same, Doctor. Do you suppose that he would try to save me?
Well, Sir Robert, this matter must, of course, be referred to the police. It was my duty to bring the facts to light, and there I must leave it.
But surely, Mr. Holmes, you must understand...
As the morality or decency of your own conduct. It's not for me to express an opinion.
But if news of this should get about before the Derby, I shall be ruined.
Surely, Mr. Holmes, you must see that the least hint of a scandal of this kind would be certain to make Sir Robert's creditors foreclose on him. Nothing can harm Lady Beatrice now. And the poor wretch who was shovelled out of his grave has been dead for 500 years. Can you not hold your hand until after the race?
The law must take its course, Mrs. Norland. But it would give me no satisfaction to see Sir Robert ruined. My report on these strange proceedings will fall on the Commissioner's desk the day after the Derby. But have a care, Sir Robert. I am not unknown to the police. The least word from me may influence the outcome for good or ill.
I've learnt my lesson, Mr. Holmes, and I am very grateful. You have been most understanding.
Then, as it's nearly midnight, I think, Watson, that we'll make our way back to our humble lodging. The outcome rests in the hands of fortune, Sir Robert.
Buy a sprig of lavender, sir.
No, thank you.
It'll bring you good luck, sir. Never fails.
No.
You'll regret it if you don't. Who knows what nasty fate might catch up with you. Go on, sir. Only a penny.
Oh, very well. Here.
Let me pin it to your coat. May fortune smile upon you, sir.
Dr. Watson! Dr. Watson!
Mr. Mason.
Come to see the case through to the end, eh?
Nothing of the kind. I'll have you know, Mr. Mason, that I've attended every derby for the last 10 years.
Aye. Is Mr. Holmes here?
No. It seems he had to attend a highly confidential meeting with the Turkish ambassador. What are you doing out here? Shouldn't you be with Shoscombe Prince?
Oh, there's no need for me to worry, Doctor. Not with Sir Robert around. He won't let him out of his sight for 10 seconds. He's put everything he possesses on that horse, and a good deal that he doesn't.
He must be a very anxious man.
Oh, if he is, he isn't letting it show. He's cool as a cucumber, he is. Ever since you and Mr. Holmes had your little encounter with him in the crypt, he's been a changed man. Courteous, considerate.
He has good reason to be. He was lucky to be let off the hook. Mind you, if that young woman hadn't put in a word for him...
What woman?
Mrs. Norland.
Mrs. Norland? Oh, so that's the game now, is it?
I don't follow you.
Well, I suppose he thinks that by passing her off as that fellow's wife, no one will raise an eyebrow at her staying on at Shoscombe Old Place. She's still playing Carrie Evans. And he's Evans, too, her brother. He's been sponging off her for years.
Oh, a very edifying specimen of humanity.
Right, well, I'd better be getting back to Shoscombe, Prince. Not long to go now.
And Sir Robert's creditors, are they holding off?
Until the race is over. After all, it's in their interest. If the Prince wins, they'll get their money back. So they'll be cheering him on with the rest of us.
Good luck to you all, Mr. Mason.
Thank you, Doctor.
Hey, you look like a man who knows what's what.
I beg your pardon?
Want a tip?
A tip?
Yeah, it's a sure thing.
Look, just run along, will you?
Oh, it's a good sir. Come on, go. Only cost you a guinea.
Kindly leave me alone.
You can't lose. You can stake your Warburton pension on him.
Good Lord. Is that you, Holmes? I thought you were with the Turkish ambassador.
I thought that my time might be better employed down here. I mean, keeping a wary eye on Sir Robert, making sure that he plays the game.
How do you mean?
Well, there are 100 ways in which a man can influence the course of a race if he puts his mind to it. If by any chance Sir Robert does win this race, I want to be certain that he does so fairly and squarely. Hence, my disguise.
It certainly took me in. And what have you found out?
Oh, that Sir Robert is the soul of honour. To test him, I even ventured to put a little temptation in his way myself, and suggested a few subtle ways by which the performance of some of his keenest rivals might be impaired.
And how did he react?
I was lucky to escape the fate he once handed out of Sam Brewer, the Norberton horsewhip.
The race is about to begin.
I must get rid of my little disguise. I'll see you after the race, in the winner's enclosure.
Come on!
Sir Robert. I could have wished for no other outcome. You won as you deserve to win.
I deserve nothing, Mr. Holmes. I was lucky to be able to run the horse at all.
And now at last, you can be free of your creditors.
With £80,000 in my pocket, I shall be able to do better than that. And the first thing I shall do is to erect a suitable memorial to my dear sister.
You'll have to face an inquest before that, Sir Robert. But I trust I'll be able to persuade the police and the coroner to take a lenient view of the matter.
I cannot express my gratitude, Mr. Holmes.
Well, the worst you can expect will probably be a mild censure for delaying to register your sister's decease.
And that's considerably better than I deserve. Goodbye, Mr. Holmes. Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Sir Robert. And congratulations. It was a fine race.
Thank you, Doctor.
Norbert. And now, Watson, I think we can take leave of these joyful scenes and return to the modest tranquility of 221B Baker Street.
Yes, of course. There is one little thing to be cleared up before we leave.
What is that?
I must collect my winnings.
In Shoscombe Old Place, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Merrison and Dr. Watson by Michael Williams, with Nicholas Le Prevot as John Mason and Donald Pickering as Sir Robert Norberton. Paul Freeman was played by Desmond Llewellyn, Josiah Barnes by Jonathan Adams, Stevens by George Parsons, Carey by Susanna Corbett, Norlett by Jonathan Keeble, and the Gypsy by Becky Hindley. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The violinist was Leonard Friedman. Shoscombe Old Place was dramatized for radio by Michael Bakewell and directed by Enid Williams.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, once again, it's time to keep that weekly appointment with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. Draw up your chair and settle down.
Thank you.
That's it.
All ready with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure, Dr. Watson?
Yes, Mr. Bell. And as I was going over my notes on the case, I came across this. I think it might interest you.
Well, what is it? It looks like an ordinary piece of clay.
It is clay, but I assure you it's very far from ordinary. This piece of dried earth enabled Sherlock Holmes to solve one of the most diabolical murders that we ever encountered. I call the case The Singular Affair of the Babbling Butler.
I can hardly wait to hear the story.
I'm sure that you'll wait long enough to have a word with our listeners now, won't you, Mr. Bell?
Yes, Dr. Watson, but it won't take me a moment. In a recent poll, women picked the 10 best-dressed men in America. These men were all men at the top: statesmen, governors, movie stars, producers, and millionaires. And I know you'll be interested in hearing how a recent survey showed that Kreml Hair Tonic is preferred among America's top-flight executives and most successful men. But why shouldn't Kreml be? Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why Kreml gives a man's hair such a natural, well-groomed look, such a handsome, clean-cut appearance. Kreml also keeps hair neatly in place longer, with an attractive, healthy-looking luster. Yet it never leaves hair looking or feeling greasy, sticky, or dirty. After you apply Kreml, you can rub your hand over your hair, and your hair feels so delightfully clean. Notice how no greasy film comes off on your hand or on your hatband. Just use a little Kreml in the morning, and at night your hair looks as neatly groomed as when you combed it in the morning. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the singular affair of the Babbling Butler?
Well, that adventure began on a November evening many years ago. For 4 days, a dense yellow fog had virtually marooned Holmes and me in our Baker Street lodgings. The first day, the great man had spent in cross-indexing his huge book of references. The second and third had been patiently occupied upon a subject which he had recently made his hobby, the music of the Middle Ages. But when on the fourth day we still saw the heavy brown swirl drifting past us and condensing in oily drops upon the window panes, my old friend's active and impatient nature began to assert itself. He started to pace restlessly about our room in a fever of suppressed energy.
Confound this fog.
Oh, do stop pacing up and down, Holmes. No good getting angry with the weather. That's one problem even you can't do anything about.
It isn't the weather, Watson. It's the infernal dullness of the London criminal these days. Come over here to the window.
Oh, what is it, Holmes?
Look out there. See how the figures loom up, are dimly seen, and then blend once more into the fog. What a night for a thief or a murderer, Watson. He could roam London as a tiger does the jungle, unseen until he pounces. It's fortunate for this community that I'm not a criminal.
Yes, it is indeed.
Suppose that I were Brooks or Woodhouse or any of the 50 men who have good reason for taking my life. How long could I survive against my own pursuit? A summons, a bogus appointment, and all would be over.
What a depressing thought.
The only thing that depresses me is inactivity. Why doesn't something happen? Why doesn't someone come to me with a problem?
It sounds as if your prayer's been answered.
I hope so. See who it is, Watson, will you? It'll save Mrs. Hudson a trip.
Yes, of course. It's all right, Mrs. Hudson. Ask the gentleman to come up, please. This way up, sir. You wish to see Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, sir, I do.
Then come along in. My name's Watson, Dr. Watson, and this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Holmes? Dr. Watson. My name is Jenkins. I'm butler to Sir Roderick Martin.
Sir Roderick Martin? Indeed. Sit down, Jenkins.
No, thank you, sir.
Sir Roderick Martin, isn't he the theatrical producer?
Yes, Watson. And he's quite famous in his own circle for his cynicism and a certain mordant wit. Your master needs my services, I presume, Jenkins?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, he does. He's in desperate trouble, and he'd like you to come over to his house at once,
Well,
sir.
what kind of trouble is he in?
Oh, please don't ask any questions, sir. Just come to the house and see for yourselves.
I've long wanted to meet Sir Roderick. I believe it was he who gave currency to that pun. Though he might be more humble, there's no police like Holmes.
That's rather funny. No police like Holmes.
I'm glad it amuses you, Watson.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I implore you to come with. Please, gentlemen, come with me.
Whatever your master's problems may be, I think I would enjoy a discussion with him. Perhaps on the topic of humility. Yes, Jenkins, we'll accompany you at once.
This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, sir.
How do you do, Sir Roderick?
How do you do?
Jenkins. Oh, how very odd. Now, why should Jenkins make such a meteoric exit?
I presume, Sir Roderick, he wished to leave us alone.
Indeed, what a singularly depressing thought.
Well, sir, now that he's gone, you can talk quite freely.
My dear Dr. Watson, I've been in the habit of talking freely ever since I had the pleasure of insulting my nurse at the age of 4. She was a peculiarly revolting female by the name of Pearl. After 44 years, I still can't think of a more inappropriate name for her.
Sir Roderick, your childhood reminiscences are fascinating. But supposing we get down to business.
Very well, Holmes. To what do I owe the, well, for lack of a better word, the pleasure of this visit?
Your butler came to fetch us.
He said that you were in desperate trouble and needed our help.
Jenkins told you that? I can only assume that he stole more than his usual quota of brandy today. I've noticed in the past that alcohol seems to give him the quaintest delusions.
Then you don't wish to consult me professionally?
No, Holmes, I don't, nor do I wish the services of a doctor. Therefore, I suggest you both retire and ask Jenkins for your hats and an explanation. Good evening, gentlemen.
It's one of his stupid jokes, Holmes. The bounder's trying to make a fool of you.
I think not, Watson. It'd be a singularly pointless joke, and far below his standard. No, I believe there's some other game afoot. Though Sir Roderick dismissed us somewhat unceremoniously, I think we may still be reasonably certain of a welcome in the servants' quarters.
You're going to talk to the butler?
Yes, Watson. I'm certain he's neither been drinking nor suffering from delusions. I'm convinced that the man is in mortal terror of his life.
Oh, thank heavens you came to see me, Mr. Holmes.
Well, how could we resist it when Sir Roderick told us that your entire story was a lie?
Oh, you must forgive me, gentlemen. I was desperate with fear, and I had to attract your attention.
But why? You've accomplished your purpose now. You've thoroughly roused my curiosity. But I repeat, why?
Because I'm in terror of my life, sir. Someone's trying to murder me, sir.
What reason have you for saying that, Jenkins?
Last night an attempt was made to kill me.
Oh? Please describe the circumstances.
Well, sir, I was carrying a keg of wine down into the cellar. It slipped from my arms and hit the stairs, and then the stairs collapsed. When I examined them, I found that they'd been sawed almost through.
I assume that you're the only member of the household who ever visits the wine cellar?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That was a deliberate trap to break my neck. Oh, if I'd stepped down, it would have been the end of me. Oh, Mr. Holmes, I'm only a servant. I couldn't pay you much,
Now,
but...
my dear Jenkins, I assure you that Mr. Holmes is as interested in preventing the murder of a servant as he is in saving the life of a prime minister.
Jenkins, have you any idea who might want to kill you?
There's only one person on earth with a motive for killing me, sir, and that's my master.
Sir Roderick Martin. Oh, come, my dear man. You're surely mistaken.
What reason do you have for suspecting him?
Oh, it's this way, Mr. Holmes. A year ago, a certain lady killed herself when Sir Roderick jilted her.
Good gracious.
Well, the affair was all hushed up, and nobody knew Sir Roderick was even involved. But her brother swore to avenge her death. That brother is a very close friend of Sir Roderick's, but has never suspected him.
Complicated situation, eh, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. I take it, Jenkins, you are the only person who knows that your master was guilty?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And if I were dead, his secret would be safe. No, Mr. Holmes, please, what can I do? I know he's planning my death. You've got to save me, sir.
Jenkins, my advice is this. Write a full statement of the circumstances in this case. Sign and seal it and hand it over to me for safekeeping. Inform your master that if anything happens to you, I shall make public the contents of the statement.
That's a very good idea, Holmes.
I'll do that, sir. I'll do that. I'll bring it to you in the morning.
Splendid. Come on, Watson. Oh, by the way, Jenkins, what's the name of your doctor?
Doctor, sir? I never said...
You never said what?
Oh, yeah, doctor, yes, sir. Dr. David Stanley in Wimpole Street.
Dr. David Stanley. I see. Well, good night, Jenkins. We shall expect you in the morning.
But why are we going to see Dr. Stanley?
Firstly, because I want his physician's opinion as to whether Jenkins might be suffering from hysterical delusions.
Well, as a doctor myself, I say that's more than likely. I must say his actions tonight hardly seem the behavior of a sane man.
When a man is badly frightened, Watson, it's sometimes hard to judge his actions by more rational standards. Incidentally, did you notice the way he started when I asked him the name of his doctor? Almost certainly Dr. David Stanley is the vengeful killer.
By George, now that you mention it, I do remember hearing some gossip in Harley Street about Stanley's sister killing herself. But nobody seemed to know the motive.
Here's the house, Watson.
Well, let's hope the doctor's at home.
If he isn't, we haven't come very far out of our way.
Want me to wait for you, Governor?
No, thank you, cabby. Here you are.
Ah, thank you, Governor. Giddy up.
I can hear a piano playing. Someone is at home.
That seems an eminently logical deduction.
There's no need to be funny, Holmes.
Good evening.
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do? I'm Mrs. Stanley.
We wondered if we might have a few words with your husband.
With David? Well, come in, won't you, gentlemen? Mr. Holmes, you're a detective, aren't you?
Yes, Mrs. Stanley.
I hope you haven't come here to talk to David about his sister's death.
Not directly, madam. Though my mission is not unconnected with that tragedy.
Then I can't let you see.
Well, really, Mrs. Stanley, my friend only wishes
No, gentlemen. For the sake of his sanity, I daren't let you talk to him. Ever since his sister died, he's been like a soul tormented. Spends most of his time in there playing those frightening compositions of his on the piano. I can't let him be subjected to any more questioning about his sister. Even I daren't mention her.
Sylvia, I've heard voices. Who are these gentlemen?
It's Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, dear.
How do you do, Dr. Stanley?
I hope we're not intruding, sir.
The great Sherlock Holmes and his friend Dr. Watson intruding? Well, of course not. I'm flattered. Come in, gentlemen.
Please don't say anything about his sister's death.
Don't worry, Mrs. Stanley. We won't.
No, of course not.
Holmes, I believe you're something of a musician. I'd like your opinion of this.
David, dear, they haven't come here to listen to music.
I don't care what they came here for. This is what they're going to hear. Well, how'd you like it?
A strange, savage melody, Dr. Stanley.
Yes, indeed, sir. Rather depressing, if you don't mind my saying so.
No, why shouldn't it be? When it's finished, I call it Threnody for a Dead Sister. That's what you've come to see me about, isn't it, Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Now, David, dear, you mustn't...
Sylvia, I should prefer that you leave us alone.
But, David...
I said alone, Sylvia.
Very well.
Sylvia's a girl who can't face up to facts. But I can. Tell me, Holmes, what have you found out about my sister's death?
Dr. Stanley, I'm afraid you're laboring under misapprehension. I know nothing of your sister. I came here to talk about Jenkins, Sir Roderick Martin's
He
butler.
told us that you were his physician.
Oh, Jenkins, eh? What do you want to know about him?
Has he been ill recently?
Well, a few months ago, he had a bad attack of enteric fever. Why do you ask?
Enteric sometimes leaves bad after effects. Would you say, Doctor, that Jenkins has suffered no lasting damage? Hallucinations, for instance?
No, at the time, he was out of his head for a while, but I'd say he's perfectly sound now.
Thank you, Dr. Stanley. That's all we wanted to know.
You mean to say that you came here simply to find out about the state of Jenkins' sanity?
Just that, sir. Good evening.
Good night, Dr. Stanley.
I think you had something else on your mind before you talked to Sylvia.
Well, Jenkins may be sane, but that man's on the edge of a mental collapse, if I ever saw one.
I quite agree, Watson. Mrs. Stanley seems to have gone upstairs. I think we'll let ourselves out.
Well, Holmes, that was rather a fruitless trip. We didn't learn much there, except that Jenkins is compos mentis.
I disagree, old chap. We learned a great deal more than that. Tomorrow morning I shall lose no time in calling on Sir Roderick again.
That horrible fellow? For heaven's sake, why?
Because he's the focal point in a grim tragedy. Inevitably, either he will kill Jenkins, or Dr. Stanley will kill him.
My dear Holmes, I'm accustomed to facing 2 brown eggs at breakfast, 2 brown eggs lightly boiled, followed by a leisurely perusal of the Times. I see no reason why this day should commence any differently.
Sir Roderick, I've explained to you
You've
that...
explained nothing, including your own presumption, Holmes. I can see no cause for your meddling, even if I understood precisely what you were driving at, which I don't.
Well, surely, Sir Roderick, you must see that my friend is trying to protect you.
Dr. Watson, I once had the acute misfortune to read one of your shockingly florid stories.
What?
I can only assume that your gross imagination has infected your daily life.
Since your own safety seems to be a matter of indifference to you, Sir Roderick, I may point out that I know too much if you plan on being a danger yourself.
Holmes, you're impertinent, a quality which is attractive only in a younger person, and of a different sex. What is even more unpardonable, you're boring. Please leave and take this bumbling veterinary surgeon with you.
It's extremely offensive.
Before I leave, I insist on knowing one thing. Where is your butler, Jenkins? A new man opened the door just now.
Jenkins? Oh, yes. I omitted to tell you. Jenkins has left my service.
You discharged him, I suppose?
Not exactly, though it is my invariable rule to discharge any servant found guilty of a crime.
A crime? And what was Jenkins' crime?
He committed suicide.
In just a moment, we shall hear more about this ironic crime of suicide. But first, men, nice-looking, attractive hair means so much to a man's appearance. And one of the first requisites of handsome, healthy-looking hair is a hygienic scalp. So start at once. Take better care of the hair you've got. Change to Kreml Hair Tonic. No other hair tonic keeps the hair more neatly in place without looking or feeling greasy. But men, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. Its light oils have a fine lubricating effect on a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff. Notice how alive, how invigorated your scalp feels. And men, you like to massage Kreml on your scalp because it's such a clean hair tonic. Never feels greasy or sticky. And if your hair is so dry that it breaks and falls when you comb it, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it makes it feel softer, more pliable, and look as if it had some body to it. So men, for handsome groomed hair and a more hygienic scalp, use Kreml daily. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drugstore. Ask for an application at your barber's. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. That famous modern hair tonic preferred among America's most successful men. Well, Dr. Watson, this story really has me on the edge of my chair. So the butler Jenkins had committed suicide?
Well, that's what Sir Roderick told us, Mr. Bell, although we had great difficulty in persuading him to let us examine the dead man's room. Finally, after Sherlock Holmes had pointed out that if we couldn't handle the case, then Scotland Yard certainly would, we were allowed to visit that room of death. The evidence of suicide was apparent. After a brief examination, Holmes turned to me and said...
What do you make of it, Watson?
Obvious signs of strychnine poisoning, Holmes. And quite clearly, a suicide.
Yes. The other servants told us that they had to break the door down to get in. It was locked and bolted from the inside.
And your examination proved that there was no sign of the lock having been tampered with.
Precisely. And he drank the poison from this glass here by the bed. Yes, I'd say that there's been nothing in this glass but strychnine and water. Hello. What's this on the carpet?
Looks like a piece of clay.
It is. And it bears the imprint of a heel.
From a man's boot. Look at the size.
And observe the color of the clay, Watson. This particular specimen is quite rare. I shall take it back to Baker Street and examine it.
I can't see any logic in this case, Holmes. After all, people terrified of murder don't go committing suicide.
Patience, old fellow. I'm convinced that this is one case where an hour in the laboratory may aid the solution more than all the logic in the world.
Well, Holmes, what do your tests with a microscope tell you?
First of all, that the glass contained nothing but strychnine and water.
And nobody could drink that without knowing it. That proves that it was suicide.
Not necessarily, Watson. I've also tested the clay. In addition to being a very rare clay, it's oddly impregnated with certain acids and chemicals. Exactly as it might be if a doctor picked it up on his heel outside his house and later went into his laboratory.
A doctor? That would explain the poison.
Exactly. Jenkins was under his doctor's care. Supposing the physician prescribed a draught to be taken on retiring, why question its peculiarly bitter taste? Jenkins was a frightened man. Undoubtedly, he bolted and locked his door last night and then, trustingly, drank the fatal poison.
All of which points to Dr. Stanley.
Quite.
But I don't understand it. He had a motive for murdering Sir Roderick, and Sir Roderick had a motive for murdering Jenkins. But all the evidence points to the fact that Dr. Stanley murdered Jenkins. It doesn't make any sense.
But it does, Watson. Precise, accurate, and terrifying sense. We must return to Sir Roderick's house at once. There's not a moment to be lost.
Holmes, you and your friend here are positively pachydermatous. Twice I've told you to mind your own business, and yet you come back for more insults. Am I to assume that you find my personal charm so utterly irresistible?
On the contrary, sir, you can assume that your personal charm utterly escapes us.
Sir Roderick, the only reason we've returned is because I'm convinced you're in grave danger.
As I told you before, Holmes, I'm eminently capable of taking care of myself. In any case, I'm expecting Dr. Stanley, my physician, here in a few minutes.
Sir Roderick, by all you hold sacred...
I hold nothing sacred, Holmes, save human life. By which, of course, I mean my own.
Then, for the sake of your own life, sir, allow us to slip behind that tapestry while your doctor visits you.
Behind the arras, eh? The proper place for rats, if I remember my Hamlet correctly. Oh, that's undoubtedly the doctor now.
Then please let us hide. You won't regret it, I promise you.
Very well, you may hide. Scurry away.
Come on, Watson.
Right, you are, Holmes.
Come in.
Roderick, I had to see you.
Yes, so it would appear. Sylvia, if you have to come making dramatic entrances in my house at an hour that virtually represents the crack of dawn, I do wish you'd take a little more pains with your ensemble.
Roderick,
Your dress is only suitable for tea and crumpets with a vicar's wife at Tooting Beck.
Oh, Roderick, stop trying to be facetious. I came here because I had to talk to you before David got here.
Well, I'm expecting him at any moment.
Yes, I know that. You're his closest friend, Roderick. You've got to do something for him. He's ill. He's mentally unbalanced. All he thinks about and talks about and dreams about is Angela. He's even composed a horrible piece of music that he calls...
Sylvia!
David!
What are you doing here?
Everyone's being extraordinarily melodramatic this morning. It's a pity, David, but you have not caught your wife and me in a compromising situation. Chiefly, I admit, because I find her somewhat colorless.
Roderick, how dare you?
I suggest that you leave us, my dear.
You...
I believe the word you're groping for is beast.
You beast!
Roderick, you put up a convincing caricature of being the inhuman man of the world. But if people only knew how you'd stood by me during the past year...
No, David, this has been a most emotional morning. For heaven's sake, don't you become lachrymose.
I'm not. I'm just saying that if you hadn't stood by me since Angela's death, I don't know what I'd have done.
You'd probably been back on your feet long before this, but you came here this morning in your professional capacity, David.
Yes, I know, Roderick. How are you feeling? I don't like your color.
I don't like my symptoms. I can't sleep. My nerves have been more than usually on edge for the past 3 weeks, David. You promised me some medicine, you know.
I brought it with me. It's in my bag here. You have a glass and some water?
Yes, on the sideboard there.
Good. This will steady you up quite a bit. Now I'll add a little water. So, here you are, Roderick. Drink this.
I wouldn't, Sir Roderick. It won't do much good to the only thing you hold sacred.
Sherlock Holmes. What are you doing here?
Your opening conversation begins to become somewhat monotonous, Dr. Stanley. I'm here because I don't like to see murder committed, even Sir Roderick's.
You mean that Dr. Stanley just tried to poison him?
Certainly. Just as he poisoned the butler, Jenkins.
Mr. Holmes, he has no motive.
I tried to protect Jenkins against Sir Roderick. I was stupid enough not to see the other motive at first.
Riddles are fascinating, Holmes, but not when they become personal. What are you talking about?
It's a simple equation, Sir Roderick. Dr. Stanley attended Jenkins during his bout of enteric. He told us himself that the butler was delirious. It was then that he must have learned Jenkins' secret, that Jenkins was the only human being who knew that Sir Roderick was responsible for Angela's suicide. Logically, he had to die first.
But I still don't see that...
Dr. Stanley does, despite his silence. Jenkins was the only human being who knew that Dr. Stanley had a motive for killing Sir Roderick.
This is very melodramatic, Holmes, but I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Nor have I, except that you seem to be laboring under the delusion that I killed Jenkins.
Of course you did. You had to, before you could kill Sir Roderick. Had Jenkins lived, he would have been suspicious of his master's death. But if he were out of the way, no one would have connected Sir Roderick's close friend and physician with his murder. The cellar stairs attempt failed, but last night's poison did not.
And now he's trying to repeat the pattern. The glass over there contains strychnine and water.
Of course it does.
I assure you, this medicine is perfectly harmless. To prove it, I shall drink it myself.
Stop him, Watson.
Put that down. Put it down, I say. It's too late.
That was meant for you, Roderick. It was too good for you. Considering the way you treated my sister Angela.
He's dead, Holmes.
Yes. And you, Sir Roderick, have escaped a brother's vengeance. I'm almost sorry that I insisted on trying to save your wretched life.
Well, just because you have saved it, don't expect anything as conventional as thanks or remorse. My only regret is that during the past few minutes you've enjoyed an experience granted to very few men on this earth.
And what is that, may I ask?
You have seen me speechless.
In just a moment, Dr. Watson will be back to tell us about next week's story. Ladies, here's some very important beauty advice from some of the world's most divinely beautiful women, Powers models. Girls who are famous for their shining, bright, lustrous hair.
Powers models wash their hair with Kreml shampoo. This amazingly beautifying shampoo has been especially developed to actually glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair so that it fairly radiates natural, dazzling highlights. Kreml shampoo leaves the hair simply abundant with natural glossy luster. And what's more, your hair stays this way for days.
And doesn't Kreml shampoo do a wonderful cleaning job on your scalp? Removes all loose dandruff as well as the dirt.
Yes, and it's wonderful to soften dry, brittle ends. Kreml shampoo leaves your hair so much softer, silkier, with a satin smoothness. Your hair holds a wave better, too.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of glamorizing Kreml shampoo at any drug counter and see how easy it is to glamour bathe your hair to a vision of beauty. How easy it is now to have naturally lustrous, glossy hair. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. And now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, I think I'll tell you about the greatest shock that Sherlock Holmes ever gave me.
Well, that must have been quite a shock, Dr. Watson.
It was, Mr. Bell. I call it The Adventure of the Dying Detective.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Bruce Partington Plans. The music was composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures, Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about the dying detective. ABC, the
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And I know that Dr. Watson will agree with me when I tell you that the best way to begin a good meal is with a glass of Petri California sherry. Before you sit down at the table, pour yourself and your family a glass of Petri sherry. Try it. There are many ways to tell a good wine, by its color, its aroma, and its flavor. On every count, Petri sherry is outstanding. The color of Petri sherry is a clear, deep amber. Perfect. The aroma? Well, Petri sherry is as fragrant as a bunch of dew-covered grapes picked in the early morning. But most important to you and to me is the flavor of Petri Sherry. We want a wine that tastes good. And believe me, you couldn't ask for a more delicious wine than Petri Sherry. And just to make sure you get a wine that's exactly the way you want it, Petri makes two kinds of sherry. The regular and Petri Pale Dry. If you're not sure which you like better, why not try them both? Don't buy one, buy two. Just be sure you always buy Petri. Petri Sherry. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's ready for us. Let's go in and join him. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Quiet with it. I don't want it.
Dogs seem very chipper tonight, Doctor. Have they been getting into any more trouble lately?
No, my boy. It's been a relatively quiet week for them. One meeting with a dead seal, 2 visits to my neighbor's chickens, and a losing battle today with a cross-eyed Siamese cat.
You call that a quiet week, huh?
Oh, it is for them, but never mind about the dogs. Draw up your usual chair and make yourself comfortable. You're just in time to join me in a glass of sherry.
That'd be very nice, Doctor. Oh, I see you have the old dispatch box out again.
Yes, my boy. As the story I'm going to tell you tonight took place in 1887, I thought I'd better refresh my memory on some of the details of the case. It was shortly after my marriage, and as I had bought a practice in the Paddington district, I saw very little of my old friend Sherlock Holmes.
How was doctoring in those early days?
A struggle, my boy, a distinct struggle. Dr. Farquhar, from whom I had bought the practice, had at one time an excellent clientele, but his age, combined with an unfortunate affliction, the ear that resembles St. Vitus's dance, had very much thinned it. I had confidence, however, in my youth and in my energy, and I was convinced that in a very few years the practice would be as flourishing as ever. But, as I said, I saw very little of Holmes in those days.
I guess you were too busy to visit Baker Street, huh, Doctor?
Here you guessed quite correctly, Mr. Bartell, quite correctly. Holmes seldom went anywhere himself save on professional business. You can imagine my surprise, therefore, when one day on coming home from a heavy day's work, I found that Holmes had decided to pay us a visit. My wife persuaded him to stay to dinner, and as the three of us sat at the table, the flickering candlelight dancing strange patterns on the walls, made it quite like old times. Holmes was in an unusually gay mood, and I can remember the twinkle in his eye as he turned to my wife and said,
"You're a brave woman, Mrs. Watson, to feed an unexpected guest on the maiden night out. I'm extremely grateful. Mrs. Hudson's cooking, though excellent of its kind, lacks variety. Your dinner has been quite a treat."
That's a very gracious little speech, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I've never known you to be so observant about food, Holmes.
Perhaps the lack of your company, my dear chap, and the consequent lonely meals have made me conscious of Mrs. Hudson's culinary shortcomings.
I suppose you're taking John out with you tonight on one of your cases.
No, Mrs. Watson. Though I can understand your suspicions, my visit was purely social.
Then let's go into the other room and have a pipe, shall we?
Well, don't you think you'd be more comfortable at the club?
Upon my soul, Mary, I believe you want to get rid of us.
Oh, no, dear, it's not that. It's just that...
your visitor is due at any moment, and you had counted on the house being empty by now.
Why, how on earth did you know that, Mr. Holmes?
Past half hour, you've been glancing at the clock with mounting anxiety. I feel sure that... If it had not been for my unexpected visit, your good husband would already have been walking towards his club.
Yeah, it is my custom to go to the club on Thursdays, but how do you know?
I know your habits, my dear chap, as well, if not better than you do. It's a good thing I'm a bachelor, isn't it, Mrs. Watson?
Yes, indeed. A wife could keep no secrets from you, Mr. Holmes, I'm sure.
Well, Mary dear, who is your visitor, and what is the secret that you've been hiding?
It's innocent enough, John. As Thursdays is the maid's night out, and you've been going to the club, I've been letting Alicia Wentworth meet her young man here, with me as chaperone, of course.
Oh, so that's the mystery.
Well, Watson, young love is on the wing, and I'm sure we're dreadfully in the way. Let's stroll to Baker Street, shall we?
Yes, of course, I'll get my coat. Why didn't you tell me, Mary?
Well, I was afraid you might be angry, John.
Angry, of course, ma'am.
Alicia's such a sweet girl. And Harry Prendergast is a very charming young man. He comes from an excellent family, has a commission in the infantry, and the children are tremendously in love. But her beastly guardian forbids them to meet. So Oh, there she is now.
Well, we can pretend that we were just leaving anyway.
Yes, I'll get my coat.
Hello, Alicia, dear.
Oh, Mrs. Watson, I'm so glad to see you.
Come, dear. Alicia, this is my husband and Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
How do you do?
How do you do, my dear? It's a shame that we have to go now, but my friend and I have some very important business to attend to.
You're Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective, aren't you?
Yes, Miss Whitworth.
Please don't go, Mr. Holmes. Please don't. I need help so badly.
Why, Alicia, what's wrong? You're as white as a ghost.
Let's go into the drawing room, shall we?
What's troubling you, Miss Wentworth?
It's Harry, Captain Prendergast. I don't know exactly what's the matter, but something dreadful has happened to him.
Oh, now sit down here beside me, dear. That's it.
Miss Wentworth, what reason do you have to suppose that Captain Prendergast is in trouble?
I've seen friends of his today. They spoke of him almost as if he were dead, and yet they wouldn't tell me why. And just now I went to his club, and they told me that Captain Prendergast was not a member. But he is a member. He's been a member for years. Oh, what's happened to it? What has happened to it?
There, dear. Mr. Holmes will help you. Now, don't you cry.
Have you been to the police, Miss Wentworth?
No, Doctor. You see, I went to my guardian, but he wouldn't let me go to the police. He said there'd be a scandal. But then he hates Harry.
The Prendergasts are a fine family. Why does your guardian object to him so strongly?
I don't think he would approve of anyone I choose. He doesn't want me to get married.
Oh, sounds like a positive ogre to me. Who is your guardian, my dear?
Colonel Moran. Colonel Sebastian Moran.
Indeed. He's a man who has many entries against him in my ledgers, but a man that I've never met. I have long hoped to cross swords with him directly.
But how could Uncle Sebastian have anything to do with the criminal profession, Mr. Holmes? He's a son of Sir August Moran, and he was once British minister to Persia. Oh, you must be confusing him with someone else.
No, my dear, it's the same man, and furthermore, I'm almost certain that your guardian is the right-hand man of a certain friend of mine whose name also begins with the three letters M-O-R.
Good Lord, Moriarty.
I have no proof. And yet I suspect that Colonel Moran is the second most dangerous man in London.
That's Harry. It must be Harry.
Oh, poor girl. I do hope you can help her, Mr. Holmes.
I shall do my best, Mrs. Watson.
If that is her young man at the door, it's more than likely her problem doesn't exist any longer.
I hope you're right, Watson. Though with Colonel Moran as a guardian, I'm afraid the young lady is destined to have trouble.
Come on, Harry.
Good evening, Mrs. Watson.
I'm so glad to see you, Harry. This is my husband.
How do you do, Doctor?
How do you do, my boy?
And Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
How do you do, Captain Prendergast?
How do you do, sir?
Harry, what's wrong? I can tell by your face that something dreadful has happened.
It has, darling.
Tell Mr. Holmes about it. He's promised to help us.
Well, sir, I'm afraid this is a little outside of your province.
You will find that my friend's province is quite extensive, Captain Prendergast.
I shall be more than happy to do anything I can to help, sir.
That's very nice of you, Mr. Holmes. Well, it's pretty bad. Last night I was accused of cheating at cards at the Tankerville Club.
Oh, dreadful.
Of course, I don't have to tell you that I didn't cheat, but the evidence was dead against me. I'd been winning heavily, and the cards were proved to be marked.
Marked? How?
There were pinpricks on the edges. Pinpricks which indicated the card's value.
How did the pack of cards come into play?
That's the devil of it. I myself broke open a sealed pack given to me by the club porter. And I swear that was the pack that was later found to be marked.
Was everyone searched?
Yes. But they found a new, unopened pack in my pocket.
The obvious implication being that you had substituted the marked cards, of course.
I can see what happened. Somebody deliberately tried to incriminate you by dropping the new pack in your pocket.
Of course, darling. But what I can't understand is how the marked pack was introduced into the game.
Were there any other cards found in the room?
None, Doctor.
The Tankerville, eh? Colonel Moran is a member of the club, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Uncle Sebastian uses it all the time.
He was present at the game last night, Alicia.
Oh, Harry, now we're worse off than ever. If he thinks you cheated at cards, he'll never let us get married.
Now, don't worry, Alicia. I'm sure that Mr. Holmes can find a way out of this.
I'm afraid it'll be too late. I couldn't marry you now, Alicia.
What do you mean, Harry?
But they forced me to resign from the club. That's a bad enough disgrace. But I know there's worse to come. You see, I was expecting my promotion to major any day. Now it'll be a miracle if I'm not cashiered from the regiment. What kind of a life can I offer you?
Harry, you're talking absolute nonsense.
I think, Captain Prendergast, the next step is obvious. We must remove this apparent stain on your character.
But how?
Miss Wentworth can stay here with Mrs. Watson. The doctor and I will drive over in a cab with you to the club and see what can be done.
What kind of a card game were you playing last night, Prendergast?
Stud poker. Ever since the American ambassador introduced it at the club, it's been quite a favorite.
The perfect game for marked cards. It requires no elaborate dexterity in the dealing, simply the knowledge of your opponent's whole card. How many of you were playing?
Half a dozen of us.
You were winning heavily, you say?
Yes, Doctor. Though one of the others, a fellow named David Harkness, was doing well. Now I come to think of it, Harkness almost seemed to know when I was bluffing, as though he could see the marked cards.
Well, perhaps he was the one who marked them.
It's possible. And yet certainly no one could accuse him of tricky dealing.
He was so clumsy with his bandaged finger, eh?
How did you know he had a bandaged finger, Mr. Holmes?
I'll tell you that, Captain Prendergast, when you tell me what's really on your mind. There's a great deal more at stake than a card scandal, isn't there?
Yes, there is. I didn't dare to tell Alicia about it. You see, I'm fighting a duel tomorrow.
A duel? Lord, with whom?
Colonel Moran. What? He insulted me last night. He goaded me beyond a man's patience. He taunted me until I couldn't stand it any longer. And so I challenged him.
And in so doing, gave him the choice of weapons.
Yes, confound it. Of course, he chose revolvers.
Moran is a big game hunter of note. He was reputed to be the best shot in England.
And I'm probably the worst in London. If only I could shoot as well as I can box. I'm regimental champion, you know.
Revolvers? Good heavens, man, revolvers. A duel with Moran is suicide for you.
No, it's not suicide. It's the Tankerville Club. Here, cabby. Keep the change, will you?
Oh, blimey. Thank you, Governor.
Suicide. No, it's not suicide. This is a carefully laid plan for murder. Pray heaven that we're not too late to avert it.
It's Mr. Harkness that you're wanting, sir? Yes, he went to his room half an hour ago. Number 108. Up the main stairs and down the corridor, sir.
Thank you. I want you to follow us in precisely 1 minute and bring a sealed pack of the club's playing cards to Mr. Harkness's room. Do you understand?
Oh, yes, sir. And thank you.
Did you make the arrangement?
Yes, come on. Let's go up to Harkness's room.
Well, 3 members have cut me dead since I came in here. It's the most humiliating experience.
A little patience, Captain Prendergast, and I'm sure your honor will be entirely vindicated.
I wish I knew what you were up to, Holmes.
I'm going to try and restage the drama that was presented in this club last night. The only difference being that my production will have a cast that's a little different. Now, here we are. Now, let me do the talking.
Yes? Did you want something? Prendergast, I don't want you in my rooms. I don't know why they allowed you inside the club.
Let us in, Mr. Harkness, please.
No, I won't. Take your foot out of the door, confound it.
Mr. Harkness, there are 3 of us. I think you'd better let us in.
You're going to let us in, Harkness.
Oh, all right. Come in.
Thank you for your hospitality, sir.
Now perhaps you fellows will tell me what the devil you think you're up to.
With pleasure. As you very well know, Mr. Harkness, this is probably Captain Prendergast's last day on Earth. He has one request to make of you, that you join him in a farewell game of poker with us, to show you bear no grudges.
Oh, it's fantastic. You're all insane.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Harkness, I'm delighted to notice that your sore finger seems to have healed with great rapidity. By an odd coincidence, you'll observe that I seem to have injured mine.
Mr. Holmes, when did you do that?
Oh, in the carriage just now, a mere scratch. Fortunately, I had some first aid materials in my greatcoat.
Come in. Yes, Taylor, what is it?
Begging your pardon, Mr. Harkness, but the gentleman asked me to bring this sealed pack of cards here.
Put them on the table, Taylor.
Very good, sir.
Well, what's the game?
Stud poker, Mr. Harkness. A game with which you're quite familiar, I understand.
And the stakes?
A man's honor. Possibly another man's freedom. Open the pack, Mr. Harkness, and deal us all a hand. I should think this might be a very unusual game.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a few seconds. Time for me to explain that Petri California Sherry is not only an ideal wine to serve before dinner, but it's also the perfect wine for almost any occasion. Petri Sherry is fine after dinner, when you're listening to the radio or just sitting around talking. And, of course, you couldn't ask for a finer party wine than Petri Sherry, especially if your party is at cocktail time. If you don't know what wine to buy, you can't go wrong with Petri Sherry. But be sure it's Petri. Look for the letters P-E-T-R-I. They spell the proudest name in the history of American wine. Well, Dr. Watson, that was quite a game of poker you were settling down to. I have a feeling that Sherlock Holmes had an ace or two up his sleeve, didn't he?
Well, figuratively, he did, Mr. Bartell, though at the time I must confess that, as usual, I was pretty much in the dark. David Harkness opened the new sealed pack of cards, and the four of us played a hand of poker. It was easy to see that our unwilling host was far from happy. His ferrety eyes darted from one to the other of us as he played our cards. He knew that he was the victim of a conspiracy, and so he was watching every move we made. Finally, as that strange game progressed, Captain Prendergast leaned across the table and said,
I think you're bluffing, Harkness. Do you? Well, it'll cost you exactly the limit to find out. How curious are you?
By Joe, I think you are bluffing, Harkness. I'll see you.
He'd be a fool to, Watson, when he has a straight flush.
What do you mean, Holmes?
My dear Harkness, the markings are quite apparent, I assure you, to someone who knows what he's looking for.
Scott, you mean that these cards are marked too?
Examine them for yourself, old chap.
They are marked. They're pinpricked, just like they were last night.
Well, that's impossible. Harkness broke the seals on the new pack just now. We all saw him do it. He couldn't have switched the pack.
And why would I do that, even if I could? I wouldn't try and cheat Mr. Sherlock Holmes, would I?
No, Mr. Harkness. I just wanted you to know that I understood the trick.
What trick, Mr. Holmes?
The same one that was played on you last night, Captain Prendergast. This was a demonstration of how easily a sealed pack of cards may be turned into a marked one by a man with a sore finger.
What on earth's a sore finger got to do with it, Holmes?
Oh, it's very simple, Watson. A pinhead or a thumbtack hidden under the bandage, a tiny pressure against a card one wishes to mark as it comes into one's hand, and after several deals, hey, presto, a marked pack.
Oh, so that's how it was done.
You can't prove it, Holmes. You can't prove a thing. You weren't here last night.
No, unfortunately, I wasn't, Mr. Harkness. Otherwise, I should have had the great pleasure of exposing your trick at the time. As it is, I shall have to rely on a public confession.
You'll never get a confession from me.
Possibly not, but I'm sure that you'll be interested to know that I've made quite an extensive study of card sharping. In fact, I've considered giving a little lecture or demonstration here at the club.
What are you talking about?
This game that we've just played was in the nature of a rehearsal. I should, of course, stress this particular method as being of great local interest. I'm sure most of the gambling members will recall one man who has had unusually bad luck with his fingers.
Holmes, you're trying to ruin me.
Well, you were willing to see Prendergast ruined.
And killed. But a pistol duel with Colonel Moran is almost equivalent to murder.
What do you want me to do?
From the direction of your glance, Mr. Harkness, I'm certain that you keep a loaded revolver in your desk drawer. That's a very poor solution, I assure you. Why not be a man, write a confession and sign it? It'll free Captain Prendergast from any stigma, and it'll help to trap the real culprit, Colonel Sebastian Moran.
Moran? Where does he come into the picture, Holmes?
Mr. Harkness knows, don't you?
And I think I know now. Why don't you tell us, Harkness?
One thing at a time, Prendergast. I owe it to you to write a confession. I'll do that, rather than face a public exposure in the club, but that's as far as I'll go. If you have any ideas about Moran, go and talk to him yourselves. There's a certain honor, you know.
Even among thieves? Thank you for the implication, Mr. Harkness. You have writing materials here?
Yes, I have writing materials, Holmes.
Splendid. Then while you're telling the truth about last night's episode, we'll call on Colonel Sebastian Moran. Have you any idea where we might find him at this time of night?
Yes, I have every idea. You'll find him in the gun room. Thinks he has a duel on his hands tomorrow.
In the gun room, eh? Thank you, Mr. Harkness. We'll go and talk to him. You may expect us back within half an hour.
Who are you fellows? Turn the gas up, can't you?
Colonel Moran, this is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Colonel Moran, I've been wanting to meet you for a very long time.
Sherlock Holmes. I've heard a lot about you.
And I of you, Colonel.
Harry, what are you doing inside the club?
Mr. Holmes brought me back. We've just left David Harkness's room. He's writing a confession that he engineered the swindle last night, that he deliberately tried to involve me.
So, in that case, I suppose I need oil this revolver no longer. Harkness is a cheat. Dear me, how shocking.
Aren't you glad that my name will be cleared in this business?
Of course I am. I'm delighted.
And you'll apologize for the things that you said last night?
Yes, Harry, I'll apologize. But you must realize that this revelation makes no difference to my feelings about your marriage to Alicia.
On my soul, Colonel Moran, it seems to me that one way...
Dr. Watson, I think the name is.
Watson, yes, my name's Watson.
Dr. Watson, I would suggest that the happiness of my ward is a matter that cannot possibly concern you.
Now, look here, sir. I don't want to go...
Will you, old chap?
Oh, sorry, Holmes.
Colonel Moran.
Well,
I think I may be able to change your mind on the question of your ward's marriage.
How very interesting. And what makes you labor under that delusion?
Would you care to have it known at the club that you had deliberately planned Captain Prendergast's murder?
What in thunder are you talking about?
You know, sir, that a revolver duel with you is no duel. It's a cold-blooded killing.
Rubbish. I was challenged. Therefore, I had the choice of weapons. Naturally, I chose the weapon with which I was most familiar.
And you had the choice for a very good reason, Colonel Moran. You forced Prendergast into a duel because it was the only way you could be certain that he'd never marry your ward.
Alicia? What do you know about her?
more than you think, sir. She's at my wife's house this very minute.
She suspects you of jealousy. I think it's far more likely that the financial aspect of guardianship is involved here. A financial accounting is due upon her marriage, isn't it?
That's none of your business.
An accounting is due, Mr. Holmes. Alicia told me that herself.
Exactly, and the accounts were in no state to undergo scrutiny. The answer is obvious. David Harkness, a card sharp, was in need of money. You induced him to practice his cheating last night in order that you could trap Captain Prendergast into a duel.
Harkness, what the devil do you want?
Put that revolver down, you fool.
I don't care about my own disgrace, but you're going to pay for your share in it, Moran.
Drop that revolver, Harkness. Don't you see that you're...
Oh.
Moran, you shot him.
You saw that it was in self-defense, gentlemen. He was waving a loaded revolver at me. It's most unfortunate, but it was in self-defense.
Yes, self-defense that removed the one dangerous witness who could have testified against you. He's dead, Watson, isn't he?
Yeah. Shot right through the heart.
Moran, you're a cold-blooded, murdering devil.
I demand satisfaction for that insult. These gentlemen are my witnesses. I apologize for the misunderstanding last night, but this is a different matter. You've insulted me, Harry.
The duel will take place, Colonel Moran, and Dr. Watson and myself will act as seconds for Captain Prendergast. Let's make the necessary arrangements, shall we?
Miss Watson?
Yes, Alicia, dear?
It's 2:00. What can have happened to them? They left here just after 8.
Well, if you'd been married to John for any length of time, my dear, you wouldn't worry. When your husband goes out with Sherlock Holmes, you're prepared not to see him for a few days.
Mrs. Watson, what are you saying? I haven't got a husband.
Oh, now, Alicia, don't glower at me like that. What did you say the time was?
It's just after 2, and they left here at 8. What can have happened?
Well, I don't know. But Mr. Holmes was with them. So don't worry, my dear. He's frightfully clever. I wouldn't be surprised.
There's the front door now. They're back.
Oh, dear me. Now I'll have to make cocoa.
Harry, darling, what's happened?
Oh, lots of things, darling. I'm a member of the Tankerville Club again. I'll probably become a major, and you'll certainly become Mrs. Prendergast before very long.
Oh, it all sounds wonderful. What have you two been up to, John?
Oh, it's the old story, Mary, dear. Holmes solved the case, and it all ended happily.
Happily? My dear Watson, that's hardly the word to use. Harkness is dead, and Colonel Moran is probably in hospital.
Please, tell me what happened.
Well, your guardian challenged Captain Prendergast to a duel. He overlooked the fact that since he was the challenger, the choice of weapons belonged to his opponent.
And perhaps you can guess what that choice was. Boxing gloves.
We've just come from the gymnasium at the club, Alicia. I'm afraid I really gave him a thrashing.
And a well-deserved one, too. I'm only sorry that I couldn't put him where he belongs, behind prison bars.
Oh, Harry.
He'll be the laughing stock of London.
I'm glad of it.
But that means that he'll never consent to our being married.
I disagree, Miss Wentworth. If we keep his secret, and we've hinted that we might, I'm quite certain that he'll withdraw his objections to the marriage, and somehow he'll make up his deficiencies in his guardianship account.
Probably by borrowing money from Professor Moriarty.
Oh, I think it's all wonderful. But it's well after 2:00 in the morning. Let's go into the kitchen, shall we? I'll make some cocoa.
Cocoa? Spot of whiskey?
Harry, you and Alicia stay here. You probably have some plans to make.
Oh, cocoa's not a very exciting drink.
Oh, shush, John.
Oh, sorry.
As soon as the cocoa's ready, we'll call you.
Well, Doctor, that was some story. You know, I'm glad the age of dueling is over. I'd hate to have someone challenge me to a duel.
What's the matter, Mr. Bartell? Are you afraid of being hurt?
Afraid of being hurt? Of course not. If someone challenges me to a duel, I have the right to choose the weapons, don't I?
Yes, and what weapons would you choose?
Cream puffs at 30 paces. Nobody's going to hurt me.
see that.
Although, come to think of it, instead of cream puffs, I'd rather have a piece of cake.
Oh, why a piece of cake?
Because it tastes so good with a glass of Petri sherry. Any questions?
No questions.
For a while there, I'll bet you thought I'd forgotten all about Petri wine.
Forgotten about it. Not you, Mr. Bartell.
No, not anybody who's ever tasted it. Petri wine is the kind of wine you'll always remember. That's because the Petri family really knows how to make good wine. They've been making wine for generations. Winemaking is their heritage. It's an art that's been handed on down in the Petri family from father to son, from father to son. Every drop of Petri wine is clear, fragrant, and delicious. As delicious as the luscious, sun-ripened California grapes from which it's made. Remember, the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that their wine is the kind of wine you like, for any occasion. You can't miss with Petri wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes story are you planning to tell us next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week? Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you an adventure that took place in the gay Vienna of the 90s. Concerns a strange tragedy that occurred on a ballroom floor and a weird series of murders that were punctuated by the sound of music. I call the story The Waltz of Death.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The 5 Orange Pips. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week. Next week, many communities will change time, and this program will reach some of our listeners at a different hour. Consult your local newspaper or mutual station for the exact time in your area. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the original and immortal stories of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized anew, with Sir Ralph Richardson as Dr. Watson and Sir John Gielgud in the role of Sherlock Holmes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think I may have shown in the course of these narratives of mine that the exploits of my friend Sherlock Holmes ranged from affairs of the humblest order to matters concerning the very highest in the land. Of the latter, there are many which perhaps can never be told for reasons of diplomacy or even scandal. And in those that can, dates and names sometimes must be disguised, even now. Particularly in the unusual adventure which I have called The Second Stage.
Mr. Holmes, sir.
Well, Mrs. Hudson, you seem a little overawed, if I may say so.
Oh, it's the gentleman, sir. The two gentlemen to see you waiting downstairs, sir.
Well, we've seen gentlemen before, Mrs. Hudson.
Yes, our lives would hardly be economically possible without our visiting clients.
But it's... Oh, Mr. Holmes. Oh, Dr. Watson, sir. In Baker Street, my humble house.
Come, Mrs. Hudson. Not the Prince of Wales, surely.
Oh, not far off, sir. It's the Prime Minister, sir. The Prime Minister of England, sir.
Well, my dear Holmes, your dressing gown.
Oh, Dr. Watson.
Oh, here, take this. Give me my jacket, my dear fellow. Yes, show him up, Mrs. Hudson, show him up. You mustn't keep the Prime Minister waiting.
So into our humble sitting room came those two great men. Lord Bellinger, the Premier, and his companion, the Secretary for European Affairs, the Right Honourable Trelawney Hope.
So, gentlemen, I take it I may have the honour to be of some service to you.
You are our only hope, Mr. Holmes. The Prime Minister suggested you at once, the moment I told him of my dreadful loss. It was impossible for us to go to the police.
Dreadful loss, sir, indeed?
Yes, to inform the police would be to inform the public, and that is what we particularly desire to avoid. An important state document is missing, mislaid while in Mr. Hope's possession, and it is of such importance that peace or war may hang upon the issue.
I understand, my lord. Now, I should be obliged if Mr. Hope would kindly tell me the exact circumstances under which this document disappeared.
Of course, sir. But this gentleman, your companion?
Dr. Watson is in my confidence in everything I undertake. Indeed, it is really almost impossible for me to embark upon a case without him. You can rely upon his discretion implicitly.
To the very utmost, gentlemen, I promise it.
Very well, then. It's a letter, Mr. Holmes. I can tell you that it's a letter from...
From a certain foreign potentate, Mr. Holmes. Let us leave it so.
Quite so, for the moment, at least. Well, when was it received, may I ask?
6 days ago. It was so important that I've never even left it in my safe. I've taken it across each evening to my house in Whitehall Terrace and kept it in a locked dispatch box in my bedroom. It was there last night.
You're certain of that?
Quite certain. I opened the box while I was dressing for dinner and saw it there. This morning, it was gone.
The box itself?
No, only the letter. My wife and I are both light sleepers, Mr. Holmes. We're both prepared to swear that no one could have entered the room during the night. And yet the paper's gone. I face ruin. Ruin!
What time do you dine, Mr. Hope?
7:30.
And how long was it before you went to bed?
My wife had gone to a theatre. I waited up for her. It was 11:30 before we retired to our room.
Yes, then for 4 hours the box had lain unguarded.
No one is ever permitted to enter that room, except 2 trusted servants who are beyond suspicion.
Who else knew of the existence of that letter?
No one in the house.
Not your wife?
No, sir. I said nothing to her until I missed the paper this morning.
Is there anyone else, my lord, in England who could possibly know of the existence of this letter?
Only the members of the Cabinet, Mr. Holmes, but all under the pledge of secrecy which attends every Cabinet meeting.
And abroad?
I believe no one save the man who wrote it.
And may I ask his name?
Mr. Holmes, the envelope is a long, thin one of a pale blue color. That is all I think that you need to know.
Well, I'm quite aware that you are 2 of the busiest men in the country, and in my own small way I have a good many calls upon my time. I regret exceedingly that I cannot help you in this matter. Watson, would you kindly ring the bell?
Mr. Holmes, how dare you? I am not a... Very well. We must accept your terms, I suppose. No doubt it is unreasonable of us to expect you to act without our entire confidence.
Thank you, my lord. Pray sit down again, Watson. Now then, gentlemen.
The letter is from a certain foreign potentate who's been ruffled by some recent colonial developments in this country. It was written hurriedly and in anger, on his own responsibility entirely, and his ministers know nothing about it.
You mean His Highness the Crown Prince of...
Mr. Holmes.
Well, very well, sir. Let me write it down on this slip of paper. Am I correct, my lord?
Quite correct. And you see at once the implications. If that document should fall into the hands of any other chancellery in Europe, a breach will be made between this potentate and our country, with fatal consequences.
You must find it, Holmes. Great heavens, you must, sir. My whole future depends upon it.
I shall do my best to help you, Mr. Hope. I can do no more. But if the theft occurred last night before you retired, as it must have done, the paper must at this moment be speeding on its way to the continent as fast as steam can take it. My lord.
Well, Mr. Holmes?
If I may presume to advise you.
Yes, yes.
There's only one course open to you.
What is it, sir?
Prepare for war, my lord.
For?
I shall do what I can, but at least prepare for war. Good day, gentlemen.
They've gone. Well, Holmes.
You behaved most discreetly, my dear fellow. I was so proud of you. Your whole air of detached interest, of silent helpfulness. You know, you've missed your calling, my dear Watson. You ought to have been a diplomat.
It's no laughing matter, Holmes.
You think not?
No, it really is a most serious affair.
Well, alarmingly so. But the situation, though desperately serious, is not quite hopeless, I believe.
What do you intend to do?
There are several foreign agents, big names among the international spy ring. If one of them should be missing, especially if he's disappeared since last night, we shall then have some indication of where the letter may have gone.
Yes. But if none of them is missing...
Then we can take it that the letter hasn't left the country yet. That would be something of a miracle. And in that case...
Well?
I might be able to get it back. After all, I've the whole British Treasury behind me. If it's on the market, I'll buy it back, even if it means another penny on the income tax.
But who are the likely agents?
Only 3 that are big enough. Oberstein, La Rotière, and Eduardo Lucas.
What? Holmes!
My dear fellow, you look so white. What on earth's the matter?
Holmes, heaven knows you've astonished me more than once with some spectacular announcement. Now it's my turn.
Well, Watson?
Eduardo Lucas, Holmes. You said Lucas, I think?
Yes, of course.
Of Godolphin Street?
Exactly.
You won't see Lucas, Holmes.
And why not, pray?
He was murdered in his house last night.
Lucas? You don't mean it.
I was reading about it before our visitors arrived. Eduardo Lucas, the well-known society flaneur and distinguished amateur tenor, murdered most brutally by a knife in the heart.
Watson.
An amazing coincidence, Holmes.
Coincidence, man? Great heavens, you can't really mean it. Eduardo Lucas dead. I tell you, Watson...
Mr. Holmes. Oh, Mr. Holmes.
Well, what's the matter, Mrs. Hudson?
Twice, sir, twice in one day. To think that my humble room...
Well, who on earth? Who is it this time, woman?
The Lady Hilda, sir.
Whom did you say?
The Lady Hilda Trelawney Hope, Mr. Holmes. The wife of the gentleman with Lord Bellinger.
Holmes, your dressing gown.
My jacket, Mrs. Hudson, please.
And a moment later, our modest apartment, already so distinguished that morning, was further honoured by the entrance of the loveliest woman in London, nay, in the world. I'd often heard of the beauty of the youngest daughter of the Duke of Belminster, but no description, no contemplation of a lifeless photograph had prepared me for the subtle, delicate charm and the beautiful modelling of that exquisite head. And I am not, I think, without taste as a judge in such things. Yet that morning the lovely cheek was paled with emotion. The eyes were bright, but with the brightness of fever, of terror.
Mr. Holmes, I beg you, has my husband been here?
Yes, madam, he has.
Oh, I beg you, implore you to say nothing to him of this visit of mine.
Lady Hilda, you place me in a very delicate position.
Mr. Holmes, there was a most deplorable occurrence at our house last night. Oh, you must know. But since it was a political matter, my husband refuses to take me into his complete confidence.
Indeed.
What was that missing paper? What was it?
Madam, that is something I cannot answer. If your husband thinks fit to keep you in the dark, it is hardly for me to tell you. I am pledged to professional secrecy.
Well, tell me at least then. For heaven's sake, is my husband's professional career likely to suffer through the incident?
Yes, I fear so.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, from something that my husband said when he first discovered the loss this morning,
Please go on.
I understand that terrible public consequences might arise from the loss of this document. Perhaps even war.
He said so, Lady Hilda. It is not for me to deny it.
Won't you tell me, Mr. Holmes? I implore you. What was that missing paper? Then I must take up no more of your time. I can't blame you if you feel you can't speak more freely. The matter must have been very grave indeed before you were ever consulted. And I'm sure you won't think the worse of me for wanting to share my husband's anxieties, even against his will. Oh, I can only beg you once again to say nothing of my visit. It would only worry him the more. Good day, gentlemen.
Well, wasn't that extraordinary?
The fair sex, Watson, that is your department, I think. Yes, when you've finished gazing out of the window to get a last glimpse of our elegant charmer, perhaps you'll be kind enough to tell me what you think she came for.
Well, surely her own statement was clear enough, Holmes. Her anxiety was very natural.
Yes, no doubt. Yet you must have observed how very prettily she maneuvered her chair so as to keep her back to the light. She didn't want us to read her expression, Watson.
Well, you said the same about the woman from Margate who came to see us a month ago. It turned out that she was worried because she'd no powder on her nose.
True. The motives of women are certainly inscrutable. It's difficult to build upon such quicksands. Their most important decisions may depend upon a hairpin or a pair of curling tongs. Well, good morning, Watson.
What? What, are you going, Holmes?
Oh, just for a little while. To Godolphin Street, I think. Our friend Lestrade of the Yard is sure to be there by this time. Eduardo Lucas murdered. There lies the solution, Watson. Do you stay on guard here, my dear fellow, and receive any further distinguished visitors who may honor our humble abode whilst I am away. I'll join you for lunch, Watson. Cutlets and green peas, if you could think of that.
All day and the next day, Holmes was in a mood which some might call taciturn and others morose. He ran out and ran in, smoked incessantly, played his violin, sank into reveries, devoured sandwiches at irregular hours, and hardly answered the casual questions I put to him. I felt a sense of impending doom as I watched London from our window going about its busy duties. I reflected that any moment the newsboys would cry havoc and the flower of our youth go marching off to war. As to the murder of Lucas, that remained as much a mystery as the theft of the document. He'd been stabbed to the heart with a curved oriental dagger, a trophy that hung on the wall of his room. It seems that nothing had been stolen, and an examination of his papers disclosed him as a keen student of international politics. That was all. Then, suddenly...
Well, we've solved it, Mr. Holmes.
Really, Lestrade, have you?
Why not, eh? We have our methods, too, you know.
He means the murder, Holmes, only the murder.
Oh, more mysteries, Mr. Holmes. What's in the wind?
Oh, nothing. Watson's just wool-gathering, my dear Lestrade.
Oh, sorry, Holmes.
Don't mention it, my dear fellow. Sit down, won't you, Lestrade? Have a cigar.
Oh, no, sir, I won't, if you'll forgive me. I was going to suggest we went round there to Godolphin Street. There's a little something that might interest you.
Well, what's happened, Lestrade? I think you said just now that you'd solved it.
Well, as near as makes no matter. We'd a telegram from the Paris police, you see. Seems this Lucas fellow's been a bit of a dog in his time. Very handsome kind of chap and so forth. He's been living a double life. It seemed he had a wife in Paris.
Oh, your department again, my dear Watson.
Creole woman, as a matter of fact.
Very hot-blooded Creoles.
Yes, you know what women are like, Dr. Watson.
Well, perhaps.
Well, Lestrade, what's happened?
Well, he'd been going it a bit in London, you know, one way and another. So we reckon she got jealous. According to the Paris fellows, she's gone quite mad since Tuesday. And it was established that she'd been in London on the night of the murder. She was seen near Godolphin Street.
Yes. Yes, it could only have been some kind of coincidence like that. Otherwise, the thing would have been public property by this time.
What is it, Mr. Holmes? Strikes me your mind's hardly on the business. I'd have thought it would have appealed to you.
Oh, nothing, Lestrade, nothing at all. What was it you said just now might interest me over at Lucas's house?
Ah, yes. The one small detail, Mr. Holmes, nothing very important, you know, just a bit freakish. We'd best go round to the house and I'll show you. You too, Doctor, eh? It's rather in your line as well.
Oh, really? Oh, of course.
You know, I might even call it the mystery of the second stain, gentlemen. The murder's solved, but there's still the mystery of the second stain, eh? Come then. Let's round to Godolphin Street. Now then, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, this is the very room, you see, where he was murdered.
Ah, indeed.
Now, look here, you see, the rug, Mr. Holmes. Now, just look at that rug, gentlemen. You see, when there's a crime of this sort, we're very careful to keep things in position. We've had an officer in charge here day and night.
Quite so. I noticed him as we came in.
Now then, we'd a notion to tidy things up a bit today. Now the body's been buried and such, and the whole thing's solved. Well, the rug isn't fastened down, you see, only just laid there. Well, we'd occasion to raise it, and we found the blood stain there. See the blood stain on the rug?
Yes, yes.
Now then, a great deal of blood must have soaked through, eh?
Undoubtedly it must.
And yet you'll be surprised, Doctor, for there isn't a stain on the white woodwork beneath to correspond.
But there must be, Lestrade. It's impossible.
So you'd say. Now look at the underside of the rug. It's as stained as the upper, see? Yet there isn't a mark on the floor.
Watson.
Now, let me give you the explanation, Doctor. There is a second stain, you see. Look, let me move this other edge. Yeah, over here. Now then, there's the stain on the woodwork beneath another part of the rug altogether. What do you make of that, eh?
Oh, come, Holmes, you don't seem to be attending to this. Oh, it's simple enough, surely. The two stains did correspond, but the rug's been turned round. You see, Holmes?
We hardly need Mr. Holmes's famous methods to tell us that, Dr. Watson. Now,
My
then.
dear Lestrade, didn't you say that the constable out there had been in constant charge of this place?
Yes, he has.
Well, then take my advice, Lestrade. Go out and examine him privately. Don't do it here before us. We'll wait in this room. Ask him how he dares to admit strange people and leave them alone in this room. No, don't ask him. Tell him. Take it for granted.
What? By George, if he has, I'll get it out of him. You mean...
I mean, hurry, ma'am, hurry.
Right,
hurry.
sir, I'll do it at once.
Now then, Watson, in heaven's name, get off that rug.
What, Holmes? Well, upon my soul, what do you mean?
The rug. Pull away the rug.
Huh?
Turn it right back.
Huh?
Now, quick, examine the floor underneath it. There must be a cavity here.
Cavity? What do you mean, Holmes?
In the boards, man, the floorboards.
Huh?
Look for a loose one.
Huh?
Ah. Here, I've got it, Watson.
Wait, it's a hole. It's a kind of safe.
Yeah. Ah, but it's empty. I might have known. Get the rug in place again quickly, Watson. Lestrade's coming back. Quick!
Quick! Here we are. That's all right.
Well, you were right, Mr. Holmes. Macpherson has confessed.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm really sorry. I never meant any harm.
I never said you did. What happened?
A young woman, sir, came to the door. Last night it was.
Aha.
Mistook the house, she said. And then we got talking. Well, it's kind of lonesome when you're on duty, you know. And
Well, man, speak up.
so she asked if she could see where the crime was done. I didn't see any harm. She just had a peep and...
And you let her in here, eh?
Well, she said coaxing ways, sir. Then when she saw the blood, you see...
Yes?
She kind of fainted, sir, right down on the rug here.
Did she indeed? And so you went to get some water, I suppose, to bring her round?
Yes, sir, from the kitchen downstairs.
Uh-huh.
And she was all right when I came back, and then she went away. I didn't mean any harm, sir.
Tell me, Macpherson, did you notice anything about the rug when you came back, eh?
The rug? Well, sir, it was a bit kind of rumpled where she fell, so I just straightened it, sort of.
I see. Macpherson, come over here, would you? I want to show you something. Just
Yes.
excuse me a moment, gentlemen. Now, look here, Macpherson. This photograph. Do you recognize it?
Good Lord, yes, sir. How did you know?
Never mind. Come, Watson. Thank you, Constable Macpherson. You've inspired me, man, and perhaps you've saved your country, too.
Eh? Now, look here, Mr. Holmes.
You too, let's trade, of course. My best congratulations. Good day, gentlemen. Congratulations. Good day.
I hurried after him. He was at his most typical, his most excited, as he was at the climax of all his great solutions. I could only marvel, could only share the excitement of the extraordinary man by my side as we were ushered into the great house in Whitehall Terrace and waited for Lady Hilda.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, this is surely most unfair and ungenerous of you. I implored you to keep our business relations a secret.
Unfortunately, Lady Hilda, I had no possible alternative but to visit you in pursuit of my commission from the Prime Minister.
How do you mean?
I know everything, Lady Hilda. I know of your visit to Eduardo Lucas when you gave him that document. I know, too, of your ingenious return to his room last night and the device which you used to get the letter back again from its hiding place under the rug.
You're mad, Mr. Holmes.
No, Lady Hilda. I have no wish to cause you pain or to reproach you for your rash behavior. But the policeman on duty recognized you from a photograph that I showed him.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's true.
Why did you take it, madam? Quickly, the time is short.
Blackmail.
Ah.
A letter I wrote long ago when I was a girl. It was all a misunderstanding, but if it had come into my husband's hands, it would have broken his heart.
Lucas got hold of that somehow.
Yes. I'd no idea he was such a man. He'd always seemed so charming. Then one day, he told me that he had that letter of mine, and that I could only have it back if I took him in exchange a certain document from my husband's dispatch box. That very one you see on the desk there.
Well?
He said it was all quite harmless, a kind of joke. Oh, I was nearly demented with fear. I took an impression of the key, and Lucas had a duplicate made, and I took the paper to his house.
And what happened there, Lady Hilda?
Oh, it was like a horrible dream. As I went in, I saw a woman watching the house. A strange, dark woman. I gave Lucas the paper, and he gave me my letter. Then there was a sound at the door, and Lucas pulled back the rug and pushed the paper into a hiding place there. And then...
And then, madam?
The door burst open, and the woman came in, the one I'd seen outside. She was screaming something about, "At last I found you," with her. Oh, I ran out in a panic, and the last I saw was that she had snatched a dagger down from the wall and was rushing at him like a wildcat. Oh, Mr. Holmes, I can't go on.
You must, Lady Hilda. I suppose you realized next day that the paper was more important than you thought.
Yes. That was why I came to you. I saw ruin facing us, the whole world in arms because of my selfishness. And then I thought that with Lucas dead, the paper would still be in its hiding place. And, well, you know how I went to the house again last night and got it back by a trick.
Somebody's coming, Holmes.
Oh, it's my husband. I know his step. Oh, I can't face him, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes, what shall I do?
You've told your story well, Lady Hilda. Quickly, give me the letter and the key.
Here it is.
Thank you. Watson, pass me the dispatch box. Now, here, down among the other papers. Yes, deep down. Good. Now we're ready for him.
Go quickly, Lady Hilda. The other door there. Compose yourself. All will be well.
Oh, heaven bless you, Mr. Holmes. Heaven bless you both.
Holmes. My dear Holmes, that was splendid.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, they told me you were here. What news have you?
I have good news, sir.
What? Lord Bellinger, you here?
You mean you have the paper, Mr. Holmes?
Not yet, my lord. That is why I am here.
What do you mean?
I'm not convinced, Mr. Hope, that the paper has ever left this house at all.
But it's impossible.
If it had, it would have been made public by this time. No, gentlemen, it's still here, I think.
You have my assurance that it left the box, Mr. Holmes.
I'm not convinced even of that, sir.
Oh, come, this joking is ill-timed. It's unworthy of you.
The box is there, Hope. It's easily enough decided. Mr. Holmes, if you're joking on such an issue...
I never joke, Lord Bellinger, as Dr. Watson will tell you.
This thing absurd. A report from Lord Merrow, a memorandum from Belgrade, a note from Madrid, a report from... Great heavens. My lord.
The blue envelope.
And the letter intact. It's inconceivable. You're a sorcerer, Mr. Holmes. How did you know it was there?
Because I knew it could be nowhere else.
I must tell my wife. Hilda! Hilda, my dear, all's well.
Mr. Holmes. Oh, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, there's more in this than meets the eye, sir. How did it come there? How?
You must allow us, sir, to keep our little diplomatic secrets. Good day to you, my lord. I am always at your service and at the service of my country. Come, Watson.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, based on the original stories of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, have been dramatized anew with original music composed by Sidney Torch. Sir Ralph Richardson played the part of Dr. Watson, and Sir John Gielgud that of Sherlock Holmes. The program was produced by Harry Allen Towers.
Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, it's Monday evening again and time for the weekly visit with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. I'm sure he's expecting us, so let's join him, shall we? Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Bell. Draw up your usual chair and settle down. That's it.
Thanks, Dr. Watson. And now, how about tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Well, I think it'll intrigue you, Mr. Bell, for in it Sherlock Holmes once again crossed swords with his most famous opponent, the man whom Holmes referred to as the Napoleon of crime, the redoubtable Professor Moriarty.
And who came off best on this occasion?
Supposing you let me tell the story from the beginning, my boy, and then you can decide the matter for yourself.
All right, Dr. Watson. But before you get too far into the story tonight, perhaps I might...
Have a word with our listeners? Of course, Mr. Bell. And while you're doing that, I'll get my pipe lighted.
So many men today who use only water to keep their hair in place find that after the water dries, those stubborn hairs and cowlicks get out of place, and their hair never looks neatly groomed or attractive. Yet these men are reluctant to plaster their hair down with a heavy, greasy hairdressing. And who can blame them? That's why I urge you to try Kreml Hair Tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic has just enough light oil to keep hair handsomely groomed all day long, every hair in place. Kreml gives hair a rich, healthy-looking luster, too. Yet it never leaves hair looking or feeling greasy or sticky. This is because Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. After you apply Kreml, just run your hand over your hair. Notice how delightfully clean your hair feels. Notice how no greasy film comes off on your hand or hatband. And how the ladies admire that natural, well-groomed look which Kreml always gives. Yes, Kreml gives your hair a handsome, clean-cut appearance, as if your barber had just combed it. And it helps keep it that way all day long. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the case of the Harley Street murders?
Well, Mr. Bell, that story began on a December evening at the turn of the century. I had occasion to visit a certain doctor that night, I remember. And after an early dinner in Baker Street, I was able to persuade Sherlock Holmes to walk with me on my mission to nearby Harley Street. Holmes was never very keen on indulging in exercise for its own sake, and as we tramped through the frosty streets, his noticeably bad humor made me realize that I might have been wiser to have left him at home amid the material comforts of our flat. Finally, he turned to me.
We should have taken a hansom cab, Watson.
Why, Holmes? It's not more than a 10-minute walk.
A cab would have taken 3. The remaining 7 minutes might have been more profitably employed at home.
Rubbish. A brisk walk after dinner is good for one. It aids the digestion.
My digestion is as uncomplicated as that of a horse.
Mm.
I've never been able to understand the hearty Englishman who believes that a resounding plunge into ice-cold water or running round Hyde Park on a rainy day in an attenuated pair of shorts are the obvious ways of inducing glowing health and a happy digestion. Personally, I think such asinine behavior is merely conducive to double pneumonia.
And why did you come with me?
Because you said you were going to call on Dr. Ingleby.
You're familiar with the name?
Oh, yes.
Then perhaps you'd be rather startled to learn that Dr. Ingleby is a woman.
No, Watson. I was well aware of the fact.
Oh, well, how'd you know?
Because I read an article of hers in the current medical bulletin. It was signed Sarah Ingleby, M.D. I've yet to meet a man with the Christian name of Sarah, therefore I deduce she's a woman.
Amazing deduction. Quite amazing.
But you haven't told me why you're calling on her tonight, Watson.
Well, I knew her slightly at the University of London. Nice woman, though I never can understand why a woman wants to be a doctor. Anyway, I'm on the committee for collecting a present for old Professor Taylor on his retirement. She was one of his pet students, and I'm hoping for a substantial contribution from the lady. Hello.
That was the police whistle.
Yes, and look at the crowd up there ahead.
Come on, Watson.
Come on, now, keep back there. Oh, hello. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson. Evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
What's wrong, Lestrade?
Murder. That's what's wrong, Mr. Holmes.
Murder?
Yeah, come and look what we found at the foot of the basement steps half an hour ago. Out of the way and keep them back, Constable. There you are, gentlemen. Take a look at that.
Great Scott. A well-dressed man and lying in a pool of blood.
Yeah, he was well-dressed all right when we found him. Had a nice shiny knife sticking through the 3rd button of his waistcoat.
Has he been identified?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. He's Dr. Marsden. His consulting room is on the 2nd floor. Must have been stabbed as he came out of the front door and then chucked down this basement.
Was he robbed?
No, sir. His wallet had 3 5-pound notes in it. They weren't touched. Nor was the gold watch and chain he was wearing.
Have you been able to unearth any clue as to motive, Inspector?
Not a blooming one, Doctor. Just been talking with his nurse. From what she says, he didn't have an enemy in the world.
No robbery, no apparent motive, and no clues, eh, Lestrade? Provoking problem. Well, come on, Watson. We must be on our way.
Huh? You mean that you're going to leave?
Well, I thought this would be a case after your own heart, Mr. Holmes. I was hoping you'd give me a bit of help.
No, Lestrade, it's no concern of mine. Let Scotland Yard do its own work for once. Come on, Watson. The doctor we're interested in is alive, and a woman.
I don't think Dr. Ingleby will see you, gentlemen. She didn't tell me she's expecting anyone.
Nevertheless, my good woman, I think if you mention my name, she'll gladly give us a few moments.
Well, you can come in.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
What were the names again, please?
Dr. Watson and Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Who is it, Agnes? It's a Dr. Watson and a Mr. Holmes, ma'am. I told him that you weren't in the habit of receiving...
all right, Agnes. You can leave us.
Yes, ma'am.
But perhaps you remember me, Dr. Ingleby.
Yes, indeed, Dr. Watson. At the university, wasn't it? Oh, do come into the sitting room, won't you? And you, Mr. Holmes?
Thank you.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, isn't it?
Yes, Dr. Ingleby.
I'm flattered to meet so famous a man.
Thank you, madam. And may I say how glad I am to have this opportunity of making your acquaintance.
Thank you.
I read your article in the current medical journal with intense interest. Your invention of a new type of surgical knife that applies a local anesthetic at the same time as it cuts should prove extremely valuable.
I wish the Royal College of Surgeons would agree with you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, you've encountered opposition from them, Dr. Ingleby?
Great opposition. It seems odd that every stride in medical science should be countered by opposition of the very people it would assist. But I'm sure you haven't come here to discuss my new discovery, gentlemen.
Well, as a matter of fact, Dr. Ingleby, I'm on the committee that's raising a fund for a parting present for old Professor Taylor.
Oh.
You were a student of his, and I thought
Oh, yes,
that...
of course. I'd like to contribute, Dr. Watson. How would 10 guineas be?
Oh, that's very generous of you.
Oh, no.
It's Dr. McKenna to see you, Mum.
David, how nice to see you.
Hello, Sarah, my dear.
Oh, let me introduce you. Dr. David McKenna, Mr. Sherlock Holmes,
How do
and
you do?
Dr. Watson.
How are you, Doctor?
Did you hear about the trouble down the street, Sarah?
You mean about Dr. Marsden?
Aye?
Yes. But please don't talk about it, David. It's too awful. Oh, Dr. Watson, I'll just write that check for you now.
Thank you so much.
Dr. McKenna, it's fortunate that I met you here. I was planning to call on you in the next few days.
Surely not in my professional capacity. Your friend here is an excellent doctor.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
No, Dr. McKenna, I was curious to talk to you since I heard that you were the executor of the Galbraith estates. Have you been having any difficulties, may I ask?
Funny you should ask me that. For the past week, I've been absolutely pestered by some confounded mathematics professor who wants to buy the Cornish property. But I'm not going to settle. I'm keeping the place in trust for the heir.
A professor of mathematics, huh? Very interesting. Tell me, Dr. McKenna, have any attempts been made on your life recently?
Well, you're positively psychic, Holmes. On Wednesday, I was nearly run down by a horse van in Welbeck Street. I swear it wasn't an accident.
Mm-hmm.
On Thursday night, I was assaulted by a footpad as I was approaching my house. Fortunately, I'm something of a boxer, and I was able to drive him away.
I see.
And only this morning, as I was walking down Pier Street, a brick came down from the roof of one of the houses and shattered to pieces at my feet.
Good Lord, you've informed the police, of course.
No, I haven't. I can take care of myself.
Then please let me warn you, Dr. McKenna. Watch yourself carefully. Until the estate is settled, receive no private visits from strangers.
Mr. Holmes, may I ask what knowledge you have of my affairs?
I'm afraid that at the moment, sir, I'm not in a position to be any more explicit. However, I repeat my warning with the utmost gravity.
On my soul, you're being very mysterious.
Here's your check, Dr. Watson.
Oh, thank you very much indeed, Dr. Ingleby. That's very, very kind of you.
Watson, I think we should be on our way. Good evening, Dr. Ingleby.
Good night,
Dr.
Mr.
McKenna.
Holmes.
Good night. Good night.
Holmes. Watson.
Holmes, I've never seen you so confoundedly mysterious.
Shh, listen.
Curious chap, that Sherlock Holmes. Fancy his warning me like that.
Oh, it's his profession. He scents murder everywhere, except under his own nose.
Extraordinary remark.
Get your coat, Watson. Let's get back to Baker Street. This is quite a three-pipe problem.
You know, Holmes, I'm suspicious of that woman. She behaved very queerly when the murder was mentioned, and that remark of hers a moment ago was very odd, too.
You're leaping to conclusions, my dear Watson. At the moment, I'm much more interested in the fact that the mysterious mathematics professor in whose path Dr. McKenna stands is undoubtedly our old friend, the professor.
Moriarty?
Quite.
You think that he was connected with that murder tonight, too?
Indirectly, yes, Watson. And I fear that before we unravel this complicated skein of circumstances, several more members of the medical profession are doomed to die.
Extra, get your paper. Get your late-night final. New murders in Harley Street. Extra, late-night final. Another doctor murdered in Harley Street. Evening paper, extra. Fifth doctor slain in Harley Street. Extra, extra, get your paper.
You know, Holmes, it's extraordinary the way these medical murders are baffling the police. I expect Lestrade will be around soon to try and interest you in them again.
But I am interested, Watson.
Oh?
The crimes are wanton, apparently motiveless, yet dexterously executed. A fascinating field for speculation. But I'm even more interested in the probable next move of Professor Moriarty. I know that Dr. McKenna stands in his way. Moriarty, so I've discovered, covets the Cornish portions of the Galbraith estates.
Oh, does he?
He has certain plans connected with the caves there.
Oh, perhaps he does, but I must say that my interests lie here in London. 5 murders in a week. All of the victims are doctors. Quite frankly, I'm beginning to feel a little uneasy myself.
Quite understandable. By the way, didn't the new copy of the bulletin of the Royal College of Surgeons arrive in the post?
Yes, I just skimmed through it here. Wait a minute. There you are.
Thank you. Aha. Just as I thought. Listen to this, Watson. Hand me the new copy of the Bulletin of the Royal College of Surgeons, Carter, will you?
Here it is, Professor Moriarty.
Just as I thought, Carter. I had already concluded that these much publicized medical murders were in all likelihood committed by a half-madman who felt himself persecuted by doctors.
No.
But why these particular doctors, I ask myself. Here is the answer, Carter. The names of all the murdered men are on one committee. Illuminating, Carter, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Professor.
Very illuminating. Illuminating, Watson, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Holmes.
All the murdered men were on one committee. A committee that emphatically rejected as impractical Dr. Sarah Ingleby's invention.
Then it begins to look as if I was right in suspecting her.
Yes, old chap, it seems that your guesswork hit upon the truth. But now we have to work fast. Our first step should be obvious.
To call on Dr. McKenna, I suppose. He's the only member of that medical committee who is still living.
He is undoubtedly in grave danger, but I've warned him to be on his guard. No, Watson, our next step is to strike at the source of this deviltry. We'll call on Dr. Sarah Ingleby at once.
But you can't see the doctor, Mr. Holmes. She went out not 10 minutes ago.
Did she leave alone?
No, sir. A man came to see her. He stayed talking for half an hour and they went out together.
Can you describe the man?
Let me see. He was very tall and thin with an high forehead and deep-set eyes.
Professor Moriarty.
Precisely. Thank you. You've been extremely helpful.
Glad to have been of service, I'm sure, gentlemen.
What do you suppose Moriarty has to do with Dr. Ingleby, Holmes?
I shall suppose nothing, Watson. One of the reasons that Moriarty and I have so often ended in a stalemate is that each of us is eminently capable of reconstructing the processes of the other's mind. Let me think. If I were Moriarty... Great heavens, Watson. We must act at once. Moriarty has just secured the most dangerous weapon of his entire career.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Sherlock Holmes as he endeavors to solve the strange case of the Harley Street murders. Men, if you want to be a success and look successful in life, remember that well-groomed hair adds a great deal to a man's appearance. And one of the first requisites of handsome, healthy-looking hair is a hygienic scalp. So start at once and take better care of the hair you've got. And if you're smart, you'll use Kreml hair tonic. No other hair tonic keeps the hair more neatly in place without looking or feeling greasy. But men, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. Kreml's light oils have a grand lubricating effect on a dry scalp. At the same time, Kreml removes itchy, loose dandruff. Notice how alive, how tingling your scalp feels. And you like to massage Kreml on your scalp because it's such a clean product. It never feels greasy or sticky. And if your hair, like so many men's, is so dry that it breaks off and falls when you comb it, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it makes it feel softer, more pliable, and look as if it had some body to it. So men, for handsomely groomed hair and a more hygienic scalp, use Kreml daily. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drugstore. Ask for an application at your barber's. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. That famous modern hair tonic which is preferred among America's top executives and most successful men. Now, Dr. Watson, you certainly had me on the edge of my chair there. What happened next?
Well, Mr. Bell, supposing I pick up my story at the exact place I left off, and Sherlock Holmes turned to me and said...
Yes, Watson. Moriarty has just secured the most dangerous weapon of his entire career. Come along.
A weapon? Oh, I don't understand, Holmes.
I warned Dr. McKenna to admit no stranger to his house, because I know that Moriarty aims at his death. But the person he is sure to admit is the woman to whom he's so obviously devoted.
Dr. Sarah Ingleby.
Yes, Watson. The pattern begins to become frighteningly clear. And if Moriarty is half the brain I know him to be, I can just imagine how devilishly persuasive he's being at this very moment.
So you see, my dear Dr. Ingleby, that your real enemy is not that committee.
But they banned the use of my new discovery, Professor Moriarty. They ruined my life's work. And so I made them pay with their own lives.
Oh, quite so, my dear. And I sympathize and admire the way you erased them. Masterly, quite masterly. But they were mere tools. It is Dr. McKenna who was behind that committee.
I can't believe that David would have done that. He told me he loved me.
All the more reason why he was jealous of your scientific attainments. He resents women in his field. He told me that himself. He planned to destroy you as a doctor.
He told you that?
That and much more that I couldn't repeat to you, my dear.
Then he must die, too.
Of course, he must.
I can't thank you enough for opening my eyes, Professor. Now I know what I must do.
But you must have steady nerves for so great a task, my dear.
Yes.
I
Yes.
have here some capsules of my own manufacture. I think if you'll take one, you'll find it extremely efficacious.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. And now I shall call on David McKenna.
Dr. McKenna, you must believe me when I tell you that you're in desperate danger.
But, Mr.
Yes, Doctor. That's why we came directly to you after calling on the person that we believe to be the murderer.
And who is that person, may I ask?
I'm afraid I can't answer that question for you at the moment, Dr. McKenna. Not until my strong suspicion is confirmed. I can tell you, however, that a dangerous criminal by the name of Moriarty has a new and perfect weapon in his power.
Weapon?
Yes. A lunatic whose murderous hate could be turned against you.
Well, it all sounds very melodramatic.
Perhaps it does, but you'll be wise to listen to my friend.
I wouldn't be at all surprised if the murderer is approaching your house now.
What?
And it's someone that you would admit unquestioningly, and who would strike you down on the spot. I must implore you to retire, Dr. McKenna.
But what are you and Dr. Watson going to do?
Bait a trap. Here in your sitting room.
Oh. Very well. I suppose I'd be stupid to ignore your warning. But I wish you could be a little more specific. I'll be in my library on the first floor.
What bait are you going to use for the trap, Holmes?
You, old chap.
Huh? Me?
Yes. You're not unlike Dr. McKenna in build, and I'm sure you have little difficulty in imitating his Scotch accent. If you sit at the writing desk here, with your back to the door, so. I'll turn down the gaslight. When Dr. McKenna's visitor arrives, I shall be in hiding behind this curtain.
And in the meanwhile?
We must wait, Watson. And I don't think we shall have to wait very long.
There's the bell now.
Yes. The maid's going to answer the door. I'll slip behind these curtains. Keep up the deception as long as you can, Watson. We want to catch her red-handed. But be careful. Undoubtedly, she's carrying a knife.
Always give me the best jobs, don't you? Come in. All right. Come on. Who's that?
David, is that you?
Hey, sir, that's me. Excuse me, I'll just finish this letter.
You'll never finish it, David.
No, you don't.
You devil!
It's all right, Watson. I've got her out.
Glad to hear it.
What kind of a trap is this?
One that has caught you very neatly, Dr. Ingleby. I'll take that knife, thank you.
Do you admit that you came here to kill Dr. McKenna?
Oh, of course I do. Why did you fools stop me? I'd have killed him just like I killed the others. If you could have seen their stupid faces. A knife so clean and easy. It really was surprisingly easy. I gloried in killing them.
But this last attempt wasn't your own idea, was it?
No, it wasn't. I must say I didn't believe that David was against me, too.
Then what made you change your mind?
Change mind?
Yes. Who suggested the idea to you?
It was Professor...
Confound it, she's fainted just as she was going to give us vital information. That's the trouble with women. They get so highly emotional.
That's not the trouble with this woman, Watson. She didn't faint. She's dead.
Hello, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Good morning, Lestrade.
Good morning, Inspector.
Yeah. I thought you'd be coming around to see us at Scotland Yard before you were through. Going to crow over us, I suppose.
No, Lestrade, I have no intention of crowing. I blame myself for not having solved the case sooner.
Well, the newspapers don't blame you, Holmes. I've never seen such eulogies.
Yes, Doctor. And once again, the Yard gets all the brickbats. Wish you'd come in on the case with me when I first asked you, Mr. Holmes. Well, no good crying over spilt milk. Case is closed. Yeah, with you and Dr. Watson both hearing her confession, all that's left to do is to have a statement drawn up and have you gentlemen sign it. Too bad she went and committed suicide, though.
I still don't understand how she did it while we were holding her arms.
I quite agree, Watson. That's why I came to Scotland Yard.
Oh, you want to see the post-mortem report, don't you, Mr. Holmes? It's here on the desk somewhere. She used cyanide, you know.
Well, that's the fastest-acting poison known.
True, Watson. But I'll swear she didn't swallow anything while we were holding her. That's what puzzles me.
Ah, here's the doctor's report, Mr. Holmes.
Enlightening. Most enlightening.
Well, why'd you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Dr. Ingleby did not commit suicide. She, too, was murdered.
Murdered?
But she died in full view of us. How could she have been murdered?
Look at the post-mortem report. Something else significant besides poison was found.
Good look. It says here that heavy traces of gelatine were found in the stomach.
Precisely. There's the answer.
Gelatine? Well, what does that prove? Merely that the woman had eaten some jellied pudding.
Yes, exactly.
But remember, gelatin is also used to coat capsules.
But that still doesn't explain how she swallowed it before our very eyes.
That's just the point, Watson. She didn't. Remember that they were extensive traces of gelatin. A capsule of extremely thick gelatin would not dissolve for some time. Obviously, Moriarty gave her the capsule. She swallowed it. And before the gelatine had melted and released the deadly poison, she had ample time to commit another murder, had we not prevented her. As ingenious and diabolical a murder as ever I encountered.
Great Scott, Sir Moriarty used her as a tool to kill Dr. McKenna, knowing that she herself would drop dead before she could incriminate him.
Exactly, Watson.
Well, blow me down, Mr. Holmes. Professor Moriarty's outwitted you again.
I wouldn't quite say that, Lestrade. I'd call it another stalemate.
You know, Mr. Holmes, I begin to think you're never going to catch him for us.
I refuse to share your pessimism, Inspector. This has been another stalemate, yes. But you mark my words. Moriarty's reign will not last forever. There will come a day, Lestrade. Yes, there will come a day.
Ladies, when you want to look your radiant best, you naturally want your hair to appear just as beautiful and lustrous as it can be. So here's a tip from some of the world's most divinely beautiful girls, Powers models. Girls who are famous for their enchantingly lovely silken sheen hair.
We glamour bathe our hair with Kreml shampoo. And I want to state right here and now that no other shampoo leaves the hair more sparkling clean. Really, girls, you'll be amazed how Kreml shampoo reveals all your hair's natural gleaming luster. It leaves hair shimmering with brilliant highlights that last for days.
Kreml shampoo is not a cream shampoo, not a soapless shampoo, not a harsh soap, not a drying detergent. After a Kreml shampoo, the hair fairly radiates natural glossy highlights. And Kreml shampoo never dries or breaks the hair. In fact, it even has a built-in oil base which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
How right you are, Mr. Bell. Kreml shampoo leaves the hair so much softer, silkier, with satin smoothness. The hair holds a wave better, too.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter. See how easy it is to have naturally lustrous hair, a vision of shining beauty. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. And now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, I think I'll tell you how Holmes, by a brilliant deductive reasoning, proved that what appeared to be a simple case of accidental drowning was in reality a diabolical murder. I call it The Adventure of the Submerged Baronet.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Final Problem. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of Universal International Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell, speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the submerged baronet. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the original and immortal stories of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized anew, with Sir Ralph Richardson as Dr. Watson and Sir John Gielgud in the role of Sherlock Holmes.
I want to tell you this humble tale of poor Miss Sutherland, of the Duchess of Devonshire hat and the grey feather boa. Holmes solved her problem by sheer deduction, without moving once from Baker Street. So now I ask you to come back with me to those old chambers of ours on an early spring evening long ago, when we sat smoking contentedly together on either side of a cheerful fire. What is it, Holmes? What are you looking at?
A client, if I'm not mistaken, Watson. There, do you see her down there in the street, coming up towards our front door?
What, the young woman with the big hat?
Fidgeting nervously on the pavement. I've seen those symptoms before.
And what does fidgeting on the pavement mean, pray?
Usually an affaire du coeur, Watson. She'd like some advice, no doubt, but she isn't now quite sure that the matter isn't rather too delicate for her to reveal, after all. Ah, but now she plunges like a swimmer leaving the bank.
Oh, my soul, Holmes, you really are impossible. I suppose you can find some further inference from the very ringing of the bell.
Of course. Even there one may discriminate. A bell may be rung in 100 different ways. On this occasion we may take it that there is a love matter, but that somewhat sizable maiden isn't so much angry as perplexed or grieved.
Holmes.
Will you kindly admit her, my dear fellow, and then we can resolve our doubts.
Of course. I'm all eagerness.
Good evening. May I see Mr. Sherlock Holmes, sir?
Yes, certainly. And the name, please?
Miss Mary Sutherland.
Oh, come in, Miss Sutherland. This is Mr. Holmes. I'm his friend and partner. Miss Mary Sutherland Holmes.
Ah, Miss Sutherland, good evening. Do sit down.
Good evening.
Don't you find that with your short sight it's a little trying to do so much typewriting?
Well, I did at first, sir, but I got... Mr. Holmes, you must have heard of me. How did you know that?
It's my business to know things. Otherwise, why should you come to consult me? This gentleman here is Dr. Watson, by the by. You can rely entirely upon his discretion.
Thank you, sir. You see, I came because I'd heard of you, Mr. Holmes. I knew you helped people who were in trouble.
And what trouble are you in, Miss Sutherland?
Oh, sir, I'd give anything if you could solve it for me. I'm not rich, Mr. Holmes, but I've still got 100 or 2 in my own right. I'd give it all to know what's become of Mr. Angel.
We can discuss the financial aspect later, Miss Sutherland. But tell me, why did you come away to consult me in such a very great hurry?
What? You know that too, Mr. Holmes.
No doubt Dr. Watson understands how I know it, eh, Watson?
Oh, Holmes, don't rub it in. Now, I gather it's true, Miss Sutherland?
Yes, sir. I did bang out of the house, rather. Mr. Windybank took it all that easy somehow. Wouldn't go to the police or anything. So I just donned my things and came right away to you, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Windybank, you said?
Yes. He's my father.
Surely your stepfather, Miss Sutherland, since the name's different.
That's right. Seems funny, don't it? Because I call him father, and he's only really 5 years older than I am.
Indeed. And your mother's still alive.
Oh, yes. Of course, I don't mind saying, Mr. Holmes, that I wasn't best pleased when she married again, particularly so soon after Father's death, and a man that was nearly 15 years younger than she was.
You mentioned having a little income of your own.
My Uncle Ned in Auckland left it me. It's in stock or some such, and I can only touch the interest, which is about 100 a year.
A gratifying sum for a single girl, Miss Sutherland.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I really don't feel I need it much, you know. So I'll let Mr. Windybank, that's father, I'll let him draw it for me, and he gives some of it to Mother and keeps the rest. Kind of makes me feel I'm not a drain on them living at home.
Mm-hmm.
I can make my tuppence a sheet from my typewriting, see?
Quite so.
But, Mr. Holmes, I'm so worried. If only you could help me find Mr. Angel.
Well, let's first hear all about his disappearance. What is his full name, may I ask?
Hosmer Angel. I used to think it was such a nice name. You see, I met him at the gasfitter's ball.
Miss Sutherland, may I?
Oh, Mr. Angel. Again? It's the 6th dance you've asked me for, Mr. Angel.
Maybe I might ask you for another one, too, before it's done, Miss Sutherland. Maybe another 2.
There only are another 2, Mr. Angel.
Well, then. Maybe I might even ask to call on you tomorrow, Miss Sutherland.
Oh, Mr. Angel.
Couldn't you call me Hosmer?
Hosmer?
Mary. Lovely floor, Mary.
Lovely, Hosmer.
Lovely band, Mary.
Lovely, Hosmer. I wish it could go on and on forever, Hosmer. Just on and on forever. On and on. And in a kind of way it did, you see, Mr. Holmes. Because I used to meet him for walks in the dark evenings. And we'd talk and talk about the ball and the way he'd taken me for all those dances.
Most interesting, I'm sure. And when your stepfather came back from France?
Well, it had to end then, of course, because Father didn't like young men at the house. But then he went away again, you see.
Ah.
So Hosmer used to come as before.
And did he write to you in the intervals?
Oh, yes. And so did I. I brought his letters with me, Mr. Holmes, sir. There you are. I thought you might manage to find one of your famous clues in them.
Well, I've no doubt I may, Miss Sutherland. Thank you so much. And then?
He asked me to marry him, Mr. Holmes.
Aha.
With your stepfather's consent, of course, Miss Sutherland.
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Windybank would never have given it. After he'd gone to France, Hosmer came to the house one night in dreadful earnest and made me swear with my hands on the testament that I'd always be true to him, whatever happened. He said, could we be married before Father came back from his latest trip? And I said yes. And Mother was all right, too. She was on our side, and so...
Well, Miss Sutherland?
It was all arranged for last Friday. Very quietly at St. Saviour's near King's Cross. Oh, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, now, please, calm yourself, Miss Sutherland. Watson, your handkerchief, perhaps, if you'd be so good.
Yes. There you are, my dear. There.
Thank you, gentlemen. You're very kind. You see, Hosmer came for Mother and me in a hansom, and he put us both into it. Then he got into a four-wheeler because it was the only other cab in the street. And when we got to the church, Mr. Holmes...
The cab was empty.
Mr. Holmes, how did you guess? Oh, it's true, Doctor. He just disappeared.
Good heavens.
And I've never seen him since. I'm so afraid for him.
Seems to me that you've been most shamefully treated, Miss Sutherland.
Oh, no, sir, no. Hosmer was good and kind. Something dreadful's happened to him. I know he'd never forsake me of his own will. You must find him, Mr. Holmes.
Well, I'll do my best, Miss Sutherland. I'll most certainly do my very best. You can let me have a description of Mr. Angel, can't you?
Well, I put an advertisement in the papers the other day. There it is, Mr. Holmes. You'll find it there.
Ah, yes, thank you. Dark whiskers, unusually soft voice.
We'd had the quinsy when he was young, and it left him with a weak throat.
I see. And his address?
I never knew it.
Well, what about the letters you exchanged?
I used to write to the post office in Leadenhall Street, marked to be called for.
Ah, and his letters to you are unheaded, I see. Very well, Miss Sutherland. You've made your statement very well, very clearly, and I shall certainly do all I possibly can for you. You'll leave me your address, won't you, so that I can get in touch with you?
Oh, here it is, in my bag. I wrote it down before I left.
Splendid.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. You've been so kind.
Not at all.
Good
Goodbye.
day, sir. Good day, Dr. Watson.
Good day, my dear. Oh, Holmes, what a sad story. Have you a theory?
No doubt I shall have, Watson. We must think. Will you have a pinch of snuff?
Huh? Oh, thanks. I say, what a magnificent box. Old gold with an amethyst.
Yes. Oh, of course, I forgot to tell you, Watson. It arrived this morning by special messenger while you were out. A little souvenir from the King of Bohemia in return for my assistance in the case of the Irene Adler papers.
Holmes. From the glories of Bohemia to the gas-fitters' ball. From the courts of Europe to poor Mary Sutherland.
Poor Mary Sutherland. Yes, poor indeed, my dear Watson. Once long ago, at the time when we first met, in the Milverton case, I said I think that there were crimes that weren't crimes in any recognized sense.
What, is this one of them? You mean you've solved it, Holmes?
Well, I have a glimmering, at least. A glimmering, my dear fellow. Pass me my violin, will you? It only remains to think for a little, Watson. It only remains to think.
Capital snuff, this capital.
Bless you, my dear fellow.
I had, as it happened, a professional case of my own of some gravity at the time, and I had to spend all that night and all the next day at the bedside of my patient. But I confess that during the long, dark watches, my thoughts went back and back to Miss Sutherland and her problem. For all the preposterous hat and the vacuous face, there'd been something rather touching in the simple faith of that unusual visitor of ours. At last, however, I found myself free with my patient out of danger. I hurried to Baker Street. There was Holmes, half asleep in his armchair and half invisible through the fumes from his pipe. A formidable array of bottles and test tubes told me that he'd spent the day in one of the chemical experiments that was so dear to him. Well, my dear Holmes. Wake up, old fellow. Have you solved it?
Hey, what? Oh, it's you, Watson. What's the matter?
Well, I mean the mystery, Holmes. Miss Sutherland.
Well, oh, sit down, my dear Watson. You seem quite agitated.
Well, it's absurd, I know, but I just can't get that girl out of my mind, poor thing. Such an idiotic problem, somehow.
It was never a problem at all, my dear fellow. You'll find a parallel case in Andover in 77 if you consult my index, and there was something of the same sort at The Hague only last year. The idea is really quite old, you know.
Well, I'll confess it's new to me, at least, whatever it is.
Well, it has one or two unusual features, perhaps, which aren't without interest. Oh, I'm awake now. I'm sorry. Pour yourself some whiskey and soda, my dear Watson, and let me give you a little lesson in observation while we're waiting.
Waiting? For what? For whom?
For someone who may help us to lay our hands on that missing Hosmer angel. The only drawback is that even when we do find him, I'm afraid there isn't any law that can touch the scoundrel.
What puzzles me were his motives. The girl said herself there was no question of money. If he'd even married her first and then deserted her, I'd have understood it better.
You seem to be singularly interested in the technique of matrimonial desertion, my dear Watson.
My dear fellow, I'm only intrigued by the mystery.
Quite so. Yes, you might pour me a whiskey too, will you?
Oh, sorry.
We must take first things first, Watson. We must consider the fair damsel in some detail.
Well, I did try to notice one or two things about her.
Excellent. For example?
Well, one of her gloves was worn through at the right forefinger, for instance. And they'd been good gloves to start with. So I guessed that she was fairly well-to-do in a kind of jolly, easygoing way, a bit careless and so forth. I mean, before she told us about her 100 a year.
Admirable. You progress, Watson. Nothing else about the worn glove?
No, I can't say there was particularly. Oh, but I did see the little dents of the pince-nez marks on either side of her nose. I wasn't quite as surprised as she was when you told her she was short-sighted.
Splendid, my dear fellow. And the typewriting, of course, and the fact that she'd come to see us in a great hurry, you perceived all that naturally.
No, not a bit of it. You had me there, I'm afraid.
Ah, well then let me give you a golden hint, Watson. Always look at a woman's sleeve first. With a man, it's perhaps better to take the knees of his trousers.
Ah, but I did look at her sleeve, a kind of purple plush.
Exactly, and there's hardly a better material for showing traces. The double line a little above the wrist was most beautifully defined, just where the typist presses against the table, of course.
Oh, come, Holmes. There must be dozens of other activities where the same thing happens.
What, for instance?
Well, a sewing machine, say, of the hand type.
Well done. That leaves an exactly similar mark, but only on the left arm, my dear fellow, and on the side of it furthest from the thumb, not right across the broadest part, as it was in this case.
All right, you win. But the hurry she'd come in.
After the sleeve, the boots, Watson.
Well, I did glance at her feet.
Yes, to consider the trim turn of her ankle, no doubt. Whereas I observed that her boots, although very similar, didn't match. And that one was buttoned only in the two lower buttons out of the 5, and the other only at the 1st, 3rd, and 5th, showing plainly
that she dressed quickly, except that it could also illustrate my own point from the gloves. That she was easygoing and careless.
The gloves confirmed the haste, not the carelessness. What you didn't notice, Watson, was that both the glove and the finger through it were slightly stained with violet ink. So she'd written something before leaving home, but after being fully dressed to go out. She'd written in a hurry and dipped her pen too deep, and it must indeed have been on this very morning, or else the mark wouldn't have been so clear.
That was the address she wrote down and gave us from her bag.
Exactly.
Well, I give you best again, Holmes.
Thank you. It was all quite elementary. You know, you're really an excellent fellow, Watson.
Indeed, and why, pray?
Why, to put up with me as you do when I'm so unbearably priggish.
Well, let's get back to the missing bridegroom, Holmes.
The redoubtable Hosmer Angel. Very well, then. And about him, Watson...
Well?
I'm afraid I can tell you practically nothing at all beyond what you can read yourself from the girl's description in the advertisement and from what his own letters imply.
The description's commonplace enough.
It isn't without some points of interest, however. Just read it.
About 5'7". Bushy black side whiskers. Moustache. Tinted glasses. Unusually soft voice. Hardly much there, I'd say.
And the letters to Miss Sutherland?
Singularly trite in sentiment.
Except that he quotes Balzac once. Anything else?
Well, they're typewritten.
Splendid, Watson, which in itself is hardly notable, perhaps, except that...
The signature's typewritten, too. Now, that is strange.
Just so. And here, if I'm not mistaken, is the visitor I was expecting.
Not Hosmer Angel himself, Holmes?
James Windybank, the girl's father, Watson, or rather stepfather. It's always as well to do business with male relatives in cases like this. I wrote to him immediately and had a reply to say that he'd call on us at 6:30 this evening. Will you kindly let him in?
Yes, of course.
Shall I describe him to you, Watson, before he knocks?
But how can you? You've never seen him.
Nevertheless, you will find him tallish, clean-shaven, somewhat loud-voiced, and with a pair of wonderfully penetrating eyes. You'll see, Watson. Here he comes.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Good heavens.
Come in, Mr. Windybank. My colleague here, Dr. Watson, seems a little stunned by your appearance. I really can't think why.
Well, I think it's a bit thick, Mr. Holmes. I really can't apologise, see?
Why, what for, Mr. Windybank? Do sit down, won't you?
Well, that girl of mine, my stepdaughter, troubling you with all this.
On the contrary, it's been no trouble at all.
Well, Mary's very excitable and impulsive, see? She would come to you.
Well, why not? It's what I'm here for.
Well, it's nice to have these family troubles made public, you know. Besides, it's just a useless expense. How could you possibly find this scoundrel, Hosmer Angel?
But I have every reason to believe that I have found him, Mr. Windybank.
What? Well, I'm delighted to hear it.
I thought you would be. Watson, do come and join us. Sit down, my dear fellow. Don't stand staring there now. Let me tell you both a little story.
A story, Holmes?
A fairy story, prefaced by some remarks, perhaps, on the typewriter and its relationship to crime.
Look here, what's all this about?
Now, no two typewriters are quite alike, you know, Mr. Windybank. They are, in fact, as distinctive as handwriting to the expert eye. Now, in these groups of letters I have before me, you'll notice the broken E's and the R that has lost its serif. Interesting, Mr. Windybank?
What's all this fantastic talk? If you can catch this Hosmer Angel, catch him. Let me know when you've done it.
Certainly. Watson, will you lock the door, please?
What? Lock it?
Mr. Windybank, I have caught Hosmer Angel.
Where? How do you mean?
Well, come. This won't do. It really won't. It's only too clear.
Confound you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It isn't actionable.
No, I'm very much afraid that it isn't. But between ourselves, it was about as mean a trick as I ever met in my life.
But I say, Holmes, what's all this about? What do you mean?
I mean, Watson, that my fairy story is about a wicked stepfather who had 100 a year only so long as his wife's daughter stayed with him. He was terrified lest she'd get married someday. So he begins by denying her any form of entertainment where she might possibly meet personable young men. And when he discovers that won't work forever...
He becomes a personable young man himself, upon my soul.
Just so, with the connivance of his wife, who seems to be as mean as he is, he adopts characteristics exactly opposite to his own. A soft voice, tinted glasses to cover his bright eyes, meets her only in the dark.
It was a joke. It was only a joke at first.
Oh, really, was it? To make a fool of that poor, simple girl, win her confidence and her love, make her swear on the testament that she'd always be true to you, and then, when your own continual visits to France became too much trouble, to take her to the very door of the church, Mr. Windybank, and then conveniently disappear by that old trick of stepping into one door of a four-wheeler and out of the other.
By Jove, Holmes.
You sicken me, Windybank. Why, you knew perfectly well she'd never forget that one romance of hers. You knew she was tied to you for at least 10 years to come by the tragedy of Hosmer Angel's disappearance. And all for the sake of £100 a year, you greedy wretch.
All right. It may be so or it may not. But it's you that's breaking the law and not me. As long as you keep that door locked, your ears are open to an action for illegal restraint.
Unlock it, Watson.
Ah.
No, the law can't touch you, Windybank. You're quite right there. But if that poor girl, Mary Sutherland, had a brother or a friend, he ought to lay a horsewhip across your miserable shoulders. By Jove, I've half a mind to...
So have I, Holmes. Confound it. Here's my hunting crop.
No, you can't. Here, leave go of me. Take your eyes off me. I'll have the law on you.
Let him go, Watson. He really isn't worth a charge for assault.
Upon my life, the fellow positively made me ill, Holmes. Of all the scoundrelly tricks.
Just so, my dear fellow. I suspected it from the start, of course. And when I got his letter confirming our appointment tonight...
Typed, of course.
On the very machine that Angel's letters have been written on, to disguise his own handwriting, which she'd have known, of course. What a cowardly trick, Watson?
Oh, but Mary, Holmes, Miss Sutherland, what are you going to say to her?
I've decided, Watson, that this is a case in which I shall have to disappoint my client. What can one tell her? If I gave her the truth, she wouldn't believe it. There's a Persian saying, there is danger for him who taketh the tiger cub, and danger also for whoso snatches a delusion from a woman. We must leave poor Mary with her memory of Hosmer.
And so ended the tragedy of the gas fitter's ball.
Lovely floor, Mary.
Lovely, Hosmer.
Lovely band, Mary.
Lovely, Hosmer. I wish it could go on and on forever, Hosmer. Just on and on forever. On and on.
The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, based on the original stories of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, have been dramatized anew with original music composed by Sidney Torch. Sir Ralph Richardson played the part of Dr. Watson, and Sir John Gielgud that of Sherlock Holmes. The program was produced by Harry Allen Towers.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell about another exciting adventure he shared with that master detective, his old friend Sherlock Holmes. And say, I want to tell you about a little present I've got for you. A present, and it's free. It's a swell recipe calendar printed in full color, and it's good for 2 years, 1945 and 46. But best of all, this calendar not only gives you the dates, it gives you loads of swell recipes and ideas for cooking with Petri wine. Want to know how to make spare ribs that are out of this world? You want to learn a new way to fix liver and onions, a swell way to make soup more delicious than ever. It's a cinch with this calendar handy in your kitchen to tell you how. In fact, this calendar tells you all you ought to know about wine. And remember, it's free. Just write to Petri Wine, Petri, Petri Wine, San Francisco 26, California. Petri Wine, San Francisco 26, California. We'll send you your swell recipe calendar immediately. And now for our weekly visit with the genial Dr. Watson. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Foreman. Come in and settle yourself down.
Thank you. You're looking particularly comfortable tonight, Doctor. Feet up on the sofa and the puppies asleep on your lap.
Yes, my boy. The three of us went for a long walk on the beach this afternoon. And Monty and Winnie had a running battle with the seagulls. In consequence, they've been fast asleep ever since we got home.
Oh, I hope you're not too tired, Doctor. I'm counting on a new Sherlock Holmes story, you know.
No. I'm all ready for you, Mr. Foreman. In fact, I was going through my notes on the case just before you arrived.
Well, last week you told us it concerned a strange society who held their meetings in an underground vault of a furniture warehouse.
Yeah, that's right, my boy. Now, down, Winnie. Get down, Monty. No. The story really began one stormy November night in 1887. I was married at the time and living away from Baker Street. On this night in question, my wife had already gone to bed, and I was nodding in front of the fire over one of Clark Russell's fine sea stories. I'd had a very tiring day, I remember. It was about the hour that a man gives his first yawn and glances at the clock. when suddenly my front doorbell jangled discordantly. Our servant Edna had gone up to bed, so I crossed to the window and opened it. It was very dark, but I could just see the outline of a figure standing on my doorstep. It looked like a woman. Suddenly, a cultivated voice called up to me.
Is the doctor in?
Yes, madam. I'm the doctor.
Then please come at once. It's a matter of life and death. I have a carriage waiting.
Gracious me. All right. I'll be down immediately. I closed the window, scribbled a note to my wife, grabbed my coat and hat and my bag, and a few minutes later I stepped out of the front door and closed it behind me. The carriage was standing at the curb, but I couldn't see any trace of the lady who'd called me. The only person in sight was an old and repulsive-looking beggar woman, dressed in rags and tatters. After a moment of bewilderment, I spoke. My good woman, did you see a lady leave here a moment ago?
No, Doctor, she didn't leave. She's still waiting for you.
Forgive me, madam, but clothes of yours, I thought you were a beggar woman.
There isn't any time to discuss that now. Please get in this carriage.
But where's the driver?
I'm going to drive. Please get in.
Very well. It's only business. Are you sure that you can handle those horses, madam?
Of course I can.
I wish you'd tell me the way you're driving, ma'am.
Please don't ask me any more questions, Doctor. You'll find out soon enough.
Thank heavens we've finally reached our destination. Must have driven halfway across London. Oh, hello. Must be somewhere down near the river. No dwelling places here. Nothing but enormous warehouses. Why have we stopped here, madam?
Well, this is where we're going. Please follow me down these steps.
I wish you'd tell me where you're taking me.
We have a club here in the basement. You'll see for yourself in a moment.
It's a very solid-looking door. How do you propose to get past it?
I'll show you.
Good Lord, it must be a very secret club of yours, madam.
It is, Doctor.
Who knocks?
Number 7.
Give the password.
To the lanterns.
You may enter.
Follow me, Doctor.
Madam, I do wish you'd tell me where you're taking me. This looks like the entrance to an opium den or a thieves' kitchen.
Don't worry, Doctor. You're in no danger. There. Does that look like a thieves' kitchen?
Great Scott, I don't believe my eyes. A luxuriously furnished room. What a strange collection of people. Some look like beggars, others in full evening dress. Amazing.
Number 7. Who is this man?
He's a doctor. I went to fetch him.
I thought I said there were to be no strangers inside.
Now look here, my good man. I've been extremely patient, but my temper's beginning to wear a little thin. Either let me see your patient at once or show me out. My time's valuable and I don't propose to waste it.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Where is Julian?
He's in the back room. And if you know what's good for you, Doctor, whatever you call yourself, you'll forget everything you see in here.
Stop threatening me, sir. I'm not in the least interested in your blasted club. Just take me to the patient.
This is the man we want you to examine, Doctor.
Huh? What happened?
He fell down the stairs leading into the club room.
Well, why'd you move him?
We wanted him to be comfortable.
It's the worst thing in the world you could have done. Never move a person with an injured skull.
Is he going to be all right, Doctor?
No, madam, I'm afraid he isn't. His neck's broken. He's dead.
Huh?
Julian, dead.
You sure of that, Doctor?
Of course I'm sure of it, my good man. I'm afraid you need an undertaker, not a doctor.
We must tell the others. All right, quiet, everybody. Quiet. Quiet. Julian is dead.
Julian dead?
Oh, this is terrible. Who is this man?
He's a doctor.
I'd better get him out of here at once. We don't want any strangers nosing about.
That's right, though. Shouldn't have brought him here anyway.
Now, just a minute. I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, I haven't the slightest desire to stay here one moment longer. If you'll direct me to the door again, madam, I'll try to find a cab myself in this godforsaken district and go home.
Show him out and give him his money.
Follow me, please.
I'm delighted to.
Do you mind if I don't drive you home, Doctor?
Well, no, I should prefer it. My nerves aren't in the best of shape.
You mustn't be angry with me, Doctor, please.
Leaving again, number 7.
No, but this gentleman is. Will you see if you can find a cab for him?
Right.
To whom shall I send in my bill, madam?
Oh, here's a £5 note. That should cover your time and trouble, shouldn't it?
No, it's far too much, madam.
No, Doctor, it's late at night and it hasn't been a very pleasant case for you. Please take it.
Oh, it's very kind of you, very generous indeed. But by the way, how did you happen to come to me in the first place?
I was driving about looking for a doctor and a policeman directed me to your house.
Oh, I see.
I have found a cab for you.
Thank you, my man, thank you.
Oh, Doctor, may I come round in the morning for a death certificate?
Of course. You remember my address?
Yes, but I don't know your name.
Watson. Dr. Watson.
Dr. Watson? Not the Dr. Watson who's associated with Sherlock Holmes.
Right, madam, I'm flattered that you know of me.
Good night, Doctor. And please forget about everything you've seen here tonight.
My soul, what an amazing business. Holmes will be interested to hear about this. And that's the way it was, Holmes. One of the most curious adventures I ever had without you.
Very interesting, Watson. You say this underground cellar was luxuriously furnished.
Yes, and the people there were an amazing mixture. Some were in rags and some in evening dress.
Huh, like the nursery rhyme, eh? Some in rags and some in tags and some in velvet gowns.
Exactly. Give me the feeling that I was taking part in a story out of the Arabian Nights. I must say, though, I was pretty angry at the time. However, after a good night's rest, I feel quite differently this morning. I thought I'd just drop round and tell you all about it.
I'm glad you did, my dear fellow. It would be interesting to see if any repercussions of your strange adventure reach us.
Oh, I doubt it. The woman seemed frightened to death when I mentioned your name.
We shall see. Meanwhile, I'm expecting a client. You're not too busy. Perhaps you can stay.
No, I'd like to very much. Who is it, you know?
This telegram will tell you much more than I can. Arrived an hour ago.
Let's have a look. Be at your lodgings this morning to discuss our problem. Signed AMS. Pretty high-handed message. Be at your lodgings. Oh, please. What do you suppose AMS stands for?
I was just toying with that problem when you arrived.
Could it be the American Medical School?
No, there's no such body. It's the American Medical Association.
Oh, yes.
The imperious tone of the message inclines me to believe that the A stands for amateur.
Very possibly. Amateur Masker Society.
Or the Amateur Murderers. That would be a nice thought, wouldn't it? Is their representative now, no doubt, to save us further guesswork.
Holmes, it looks like the same carriage that I drove in last night. The girl standing on your doorstep, dressed in the height of fashion. Mrs. Hudson's letting her in.
Splendid. It seems that we have not heard the end of your adventure. Go and meet the lady at the top of the stairs, will you, old chap, and save Mrs. Hudson's legs.
Right, you are, Holmes. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson, thank you. All right, come in, madam. Want to come in?
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
At your service, madam. Won't you sit down?
I'm Lady Dorothy Brownlee.
It's your voice. You're the lady who fetched me last night, dressed up as a beggar woman.
Yes, I am, Dr. Watson. Forgive me for being so mysterious at the time.
Doubtless you have come to consult me regarding last night's unfortunate accident at the Amateur Mendicant Society.
How did you know what the initials stood for, Mr. Holmes?
Well, after hearing Dr. Watson's story of last night's happenings, the connotation seemed obvious. Am I right?
Perfectly. Last night, when Dr. Watson told us Julian was dead, we thought it was an accident.
And now you think it is murder, eh? Lady Brownlee, if you expect my help, there must be no more mystery. Just what is this amateur mendicant society?
I'm afraid it'll be a little hard for you to understand our motives. We're a group of people, rather wealthy people, I suppose, who find pleasure in deliberately leading a seamy life disguised as beggars. We use the basement that you were in last night, Doctor, as our headquarters. We keep our beggars clothed there and change out of them before we go home.
Oh, what a fantastic idea.
What a futile, worthless way of spending your leisure time, Lady Brownlee.
I suppose it must seem so, Mr. Holmes. But we're curious to learn how the other half lives. And of course, there's a certain thrill in rubbing shoulders with the police. At least we do some good.
Indeed. I should be interested to learn how.
All the money we make as beggars we give to charity.
Oh, do you really? And you feel that this gesture on your part absolves you from any responsibility to the real beggars whose livelihood you're impairing?
I hadn't thought of it just like that.
No.
Then I suppose you won't want to help us.
Oh, that's quite another matter, madam. As a professional detective, I cannot afford to be a moralist. Yes, I will investigate this case for you, though I warn you my fee will be an extremely high one.
Money isn't important, Mr. Holmes, as long as we can solve Julian's death without bringing the police into the case.
Lady Brownlee, who is the dead man? The man you refer to as Julian?
Julian Trevor, the poet. He was the one who started our society.
Yes, I think I've read some of his work. Decadent. Distinctly decadent.
Well, what makes you think that he was murdered, Lady Brownlee?
Well, after you left last night, Dr. Watson, there was a terrible scene. You remember Sidney Holt?
Oh, was he the big fellow who was so unpleasant to him?
Yes, that's the one.
Oh, do I remember him?
He said that he saw Lord Cecil deliberately trip Julian as he came to the head of the staircase.
Oh, Lord Cecil being...
Lord Cecil Dyrenforth, son of the Earl of Mersham.
Oh, yes.
There was a bitter argument. Cecil accused Sidney of doing the same thing. Then they had a dreadful fight. It ended up with Cecil threatening to go to the police. But that's when we decided to send a telegram to you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, yes, I see. So the proof of murder depends on such flimsy evidence as to whether the dead man fell or, well, should we say, was pushed?
What it seems like.
Mr. Holmes, even though you don't approve, please help us, won't you?
Yes, Lady Brownlee, I will.
Then you come back with me now to our headquarters?
I shall join you within the hour. In the meantime, my old friend Dr. Watson can go with you.
But Holmes, what can I do without you?
You know my methods, old chap. Act accordingly.
Oh, very well, Mr. Holmes. But you promise you'll be there.
I promise you that I will be there, madam.
Thank you so much, Mr. Holmes. We'll be expecting you. Come on, Doctor.
Well, I'll just get my hat and coat. Holmes, what are you up to?
Go with her and ask no more questions. I shall join you within the hour.
Holmes, there's a glint in your eye. I don't think you believe the story.
Of course I don't, Watson.
Well, then what?
Then go with her, old fellow, and keep your wits about you. The game's afoot.
The story of the Amateur Mendicant Society will continue in just a few seconds. Time I'd like to use to remind you that you're really missing something until you try having wine with your dinner. And I mean a Petri wine. Let's say a Petri California Burgundy or a Petri California Sauterne. Both wines are just made to make good food taste better. If you like a red wine, try Petri Burgundy. Try it with hamburger, with stew, with any meat or meat dish. And if you like a delicious white wine, a wine that'll make chicken taste better than ever, try a well-chilled Petri Sauterne. With food, nothing can take the place of a good Petri wine. And now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. The Amateur Mendicant Society, a group of wealthy eccentrics who pose as beggars, have come to Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson with a problem. One of their members has apparently been murdered, and the famous pair have been asked to investigate the killing. As we rejoin our story, Dr. Watson, still awaiting the arrival of the great detective, is cross-questioning three of the members at the headquarters of this unusual society.
I'm afraid that I don't find your stories very convincing.
Oh, don't you now? Well, then suppose you stop asking questions until Sherlock Holmes gets here. He's the man we've engaged to settle this business, not you. We're paying for his services, not those of his assistant.
Mr. Holmes asked me to conduct this preliminary investigation, my good man. I'm perfectly familiar with his methods. So keep a civil tongue in your head if you want us to continue with this case.
Well, I'm not answering any more questions till he gets here.
Insufferable fellow. Lord Cecil, you say that you saw Holt deliberately trip the dead man as he came down the stairs last night.
Yes, I did.
Well, where were you standing, sir?
At the head of the staircase. Holt was beside me, and as Julian came by, he deliberately...
Excuse me, number 11. Excuse me.
What is it?
There is a strange man just come in. He is dressed as you when you work, but I do not remember to have seen him here before. He speaks very rough.
Did he give the correct signal?
Yes, and the password.
He must be a new member.
I suppose we better see him. Bring him in. Oh, bad time for him to come here, confound it.
This way, please.
Tommy, what a nice place you got here. Yeah, quite a nice place. Certainly do yourselves proud, don't you?
Who are you, and how did you get in here?
I'll give you a signal and the password just like Julian told me to.
Are you a friend of Julian?
Of course I am. He's coming to meet him here today.
Who are you, really?
Are we all friends here?
Yes, you can talk freely.
And permit me to introduce myself. I am Don Luis Jose Fernando de las Torres at your service.
Why? Why do you want to join us?
When Julian tell me about it, it tickled my, my funny bone. It is a so charming idea to see others of mendicancy.
I suppose he's all right.
Of course I'm all right. Now, where is Julian, please? He will vouch for me.
He's in the other room. He had an accident.
An accident? Not a bad one, I hope?
A very bad one. Dr. Watson, you better take him in there and break the news to him.
Very well. Follow me, sir.
This is terrible. Please, tell me what happened, Doctor.
I'm afraid you must prepare yourself for a shock, sir. Your friend is dead. His neck was broken last night in some brawl.
Yes, except that I do believe it was an accident, Watson.
Holmes!
Quiet.
But not quietly enough, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Come on, come back to the others and let all take a look at you. Come on, get moving, both of you. This isn't a pop gun in my hands.
Sorry, Holmes, I gave the whole thing away.
That's all right, old chap.
Oh, Cecil, Dorothy, yes. Come here. I want you to take a look at the great Sherlock Holmes. Walked into our trap just like any stupid policeman. I know why you had to dress up to do it, though, Mr. Holmes. We were waiting for you here anyway, you know.
Oh, I was well aware of that, Mr. Holt. You see, I knew I was walking into a trap.
How did you know that, Mr. Holmes?
Lady Brownlee, the story you brought to us today was so obviously a false one. Just as there is no amateur mendicant society.
Who are they, Holmes?
Go ahead, Mr. Holmes. Tell him. Let's see how much you really do know.
Yes, go ahead.
Why should I tell you what you already know?
Go on, talk if you know what's good for you.
Oh, you're so persuasive, aren't you, Mr. Holt? Very well. Undoubtedly, Julian Trevor's death last night was an accident. You fetched a doctor, Lady Brownlee, a very natural move, and later discovered that the doctor in question was the old friend of Sherlock Holmes. You were all afraid that I would become interested in your unusual society, and so you invented that very thin story about the accident being a murder. You wanted to lure me here so that I could be disposed of, and you could all continue your nefarious works without hindrance.
Well, now aren't we clever? What is our nefarious work, may I ask?
Your password gave me a clue to the lanterns, the cry of the French revolutionists. They strung the aristocrats up on the lampposts. Then again, the combination of various costumes and a luxurious establishment in a low-class area posed another question. What political belief provides a common meeting ground for misguided aristocrats and dangerous commoners?
And how did you answer that question?
Oh, very simple, my dear sir. One word. Nihilism. Its doctrine of assassination and overthrow of government would find every chance of being put into practice by all of you at the forthcoming Jubilee celebrations to be held here in London. And also would account for your beggar's clothes. A beggar would have greater freedom of movement in a crowd than an ordinary person.
You're a clever man, Mr. Holmes. Too bad you'll have to die. I'll get the rope.
What are you going to do with him?
Do? Give him a first-hand taste of nihilism, of course. He can't live. They know too much.
You can't possibly do this, you know. The police will track us here.
By the time the police get here, you and your friend Holmes will be blown to kingdom come. Oh, right. Hands together, Mr. Holmes. That's it.
Ah! Oh, mind that bandaged wrist of mine, will you? It's confoundedly sore.
Oh, isn't that a shame now? Is this any better? Ooh. Tie up the doctor, Cecil, while I bind Holmes's legs.
With pleasure.
I can't go through with this.
What do you mean, Dorothy? You can't go through it.
I just can't stand by and see two innocent men murdered.
Don't be a fool, Dorothy. We can't let them live. They know too much.
I don't care. If you go on with this, I'm going out for the police.
You fool. Tie her up as well, Cecil.
Leave me alone.
Sit down there beside him. Go on.
You're a devil.
Oh, shut up. Now, Mr. Holmes, I'm going to fetch a little invention. A little invention I'm sure you'll be interested in.
Mr. Holmes, it's a pity you and your friend didn't learn to mind your own business.
I'm afraid it's too late to teach an old dog new tricks.
It's too late now, at any rate. Quite comfortable, Dr. Watson?
Don't you speak to me, sir. You're a filthy traitor to your country.
Rubbish.
Here we are. Example of Mikhail Petrov's mechanical genius. This bomb will blow the entire building sky high, and the three of you with it. Now, I wind the time clock so, and we'll set the fuse to go off in 5 minutes. It'll give us plenty of time to get away. So.
Come on, Sidney, let's get out of here.
Right. Charming picture. Three of you bound hand and foot sitting beside each other on the sofa. Well, ta-da, Dorothy. Think of our cause during the 5 minutes. And as for you, Mr. Holmes, and your friend, good riddance to bad rubbish.
Well, Holmes, this looks like the end.
Afraid so, old chap.
I blame myself. If I hadn't been so infernally noisy when I recognized you, we wouldn't be in this mess.
Wasn't your fault, old fellow. I think they suspected me anyway.
Well, I must say, it seemed to me that you told them a great deal more than was necessary about your suspicions. Surely you could have pretended ignorance.
Oh, I suppose I could have done.
I can't die yet. I'm not ready to
Courage,
die.
Lady Brownlee, courage. And by the way, was I right in assuming that your associates are nihilists?
Of course they are. They're planning to assassinate the Prime Minister during the Jubilee celebration.
Prime Minister, great heavens, Holmes, we've got to get free.
Assuming some miracle happened, we did get free and your former associates were arraigned in court. Would you testify against them?
Oh, of course I would. But what chance is there of that? That clock! That devilish clock! Why doesn't it stop ticking?
If it bothers you that much, Lady Brownlee, I'll stop it for you.
Holmes, your hands are free.
Of course they are, my dear fellow. The bandaged wrist I mentioned just now concealed a razor-edged blade. I cut through the ropes almost before our friends had left the room.
Then why did you keep us in suspense, Mr. Holmes?
I wanted to be quite sure that you'd testify in the forthcoming trial, madam. There we are. That renders the bomb harmless. Aha! And that means that the police have sprung the trap that I set for your associates, Lady Brownlee. It's lucky for you that you had a change of heart and prevented you from leaving us.
Oh, Mr. Holmes, how can I ever thank you?
Holmes, you had the place surrounded with police when you came in here.
Of course I did, my dear fellow. Here, let me undo your ropes.
No wonder you were so calm. No wonder you told them so much. You wanted them to show their hands.
Precisely, old fellow. And they obliged me most satisfactorily. They attempted our triple murder. They are self-confessed anarchists. And with the evidence of Lady Brownlee, I'm sure that we can put them where they all belong. Considering it barely noon, I think you'll agree, Watson, that is a very comprehensive morning's work.
Doctor, tell the truth. Were you scared waiting for that time bomb to go off?
Scared, my boy? I was so scared that to this day I can't stand being in the same room with a loud ticking clock. Each tick of the clock seems to speak to me. Seems to say, tick-tock, this is the end. Tick-tock, this is the end. Does the clock ever speak to you like that?
Well, yes, Doctor. How did you know?
Well, what's the clock say to you?
Tick-tock. Petri took time to bring you good wine. Petri took time to bring you good wine.
Gracious me, Mr. Foreman.
Well, you listen to your clock and I'll listen to mine. Gosh, Doctor, can I help it if I like to hear about Petri wine? After all, that Petri family really knows how to make good wine. And it's no wonder. They've been making wine ever since they started the Petri business generations ago, way back in the 1800s. And because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, well, they've been able to hand on down from father to son, the skill and experience of each preceding generation. So naturally, when it comes to turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine, well, you just can't beat the Petri family, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And say, don't forget to take time to send for your Petri recipe calendar. It's free. Just write to Petri Wine, Petri, Petri Wine, San Francisco 26, California. San Francisco 26, California. This offer is intended to apply only in those states and other localities where its acceptance is permissible by law and regulation. And now, Dr. Watson, what adventure are you planning to tell us next week?
Well, next week, Mr. Foreman, I'm going to tell you a story of old Vienna. The Vienna of sparkling lights, beautiful women, and lilting music. And of an extraordinary murder that takes place to the accompaniment of a Mozart sonata.
Boy, that sounds like a thriller. I'll see you for sure next week.
Just a minute. Before I go, Mr. Foreman, I want to urge every registered nurse listening in to get all the facts about the Army Nurse Corps. The Army needs you, nurses, needs you desperately. They'll make you an officer at once and give you every chance to further your post-war careers. So if you're a registered nurse under 45, call at your local Red Cross chapter and get all the details, or wire collect to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington, D.C. And if you can't qualify for the Nurses Corps, see if you can't get into essential civilian nursing so that you can release a nurse who does qualify. But do something about it first thing tomorrow, won't you?
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The 5 Orange Pips. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Meanwhile, don't forget to take advantage of our offer of a free recipe calendar.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember...
Petri wine.
This is Bill Foreman saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. And now for that pleasant moment when we pay our weekly visit to Sherlock Holmes' celebrated friend, the eminent Dr. John H. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. Come in and sit down.
I thought you might have forgotten your date, Dr. Watson, when I saw that your door was closed.
Not at all, my dear fellow. Rather the opposite. I'm afraid I neglected to keep an eye on the time. I was so deeply engrossed in searching through my files.
With satisfactory results, I trust?
Well, I hope you will find them so. You may remember after I told you the story of the lion's mane the week before last, that you asked if Holmes had any other adventures in his beekeeping days.
I do indeed, Dr. Watson.
Well, I've been running through my notes concerning the remarkable affair of the pointless robbery, and I think you will find it thrilling enough to keep you on the edge of your chair.
I'm sure we all will, Dr. Watson. But first, men, I'm sure you'll be interested to hear why Kreml Hair Tonic is preferred among America's most prosperous and successful men. Kreml keeps hair handsomely groomed from morning until night, just the way you combed it in the morning. Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This wonderful, natural-looking hairdressing has just enough light oil to keep hair perfectly groomed with an attractive, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy or sticky. Kreml always looks and feels so clean on both hair and scalp. Be sure to try it, men. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. And now, Dr. Watson, what's the story of the pointless robbery?
Well, it all began, Mr. Bell, on a delightful summer morning in August 1913. I was spending the first day of a week's holiday visiting Holmes at the small farm on the South Downs to which he'd retired and where he was devoting himself to nothing more serious than the raising of bees. I must say, Holmes, that the quality of breakfast here convinces me that I've discovered the real reason for your devotion to rustic life.
A very sound deduction, Watson.
And there's much to be said for the peaceful atmosphere of the countryside after the noisy hubbub of London.
A peace which I fear may be only too transient, Watson. I suggest that you omit reading the morning paper during your stay.
Oh, that talk of war in Europe, you mean? Nonsense, Holmes. In this year of our Lord, 1913, no civilized nation would dream of resorting to the outmoded fallacies of armed force.
I trust you're right, Watson. I trust you're right. But,
I say, Holmes, you've got a visitor. Somebody's coming up the path.
It's Mr. Kenmore, the rector of our local church. Another donation is indicated, no doubt. It would take the national budget to keep the church's ancient organ in good repair. Be a good fellow, Watson, and open the door while I refill the teapot.
That you are, Holmes. Good morning, Mr. Holmes.
Good morning, Mr. Kenmore. This is my good friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Doctor?
A cup of tea?
No, thank you. No tea. And I must apologize for this unwarranted intrusion at such an early hour.
Some pressing matter in connection with the church?
No, Mr. Holmes. The cause of my visit is a most mysterious and disturbing occurrence which took place at my residence last night.
Oh, really? Suppose you give me the facts.
No doubt it will seem a minor matter to you, but I feel considerable agitation over it. Briefly, at some time last night, the rectory was broken into by thieves who ransacked the entire house, with the exception of the rooms in which my daughter Alice and I were sleeping.
Gracious me.
And what was stolen?
Nothing. Nothing whatever.
Was the thief frightened off?
No, Mr. Holmes. We knew nothing of it until Alice came downstairs this morning to prepare my breakfast. She found the house in a state of the utmost confusion, obvious signs of forcible entry, and not a single thing missing.
Odd. Very odd.
I hesitate to ask you, Mr. Holmes, to concern yourself with such a trifle, but you know our worthy constable, Tom Wilson.
Yes, an excellent man when it comes to unlighted bicycle lamps, but beyond that... come, Watson, let's accompany Mr. Kenmore to the rectory and see what we can discover.
Mr. Holmes, as Father told you, absolutely nothing seems to be missing.
Not that the possessions of a country rector are of such great value.
Nevertheless, that silver service on the sideboard would undoubtedly attract any thief's eye.
A family inheritance, Mr. Holmes. One of my few valuables.
I see that you've got quite a large library, Mr. Kenmore. Any books of great value there?
Not at all, Dr. Watson.
Sound suggestion, though, Watson.
Oh,
this French window, which gives onto the garden, seems to be where the thief made his entry.
Quite. A circle of glass cut out of one of the panes. Then a gloved hand reaching in to turn the key.
A gloved hand, Mr. Holmes?
Undoubtedly, my dear. The blurred impressions are quite characteristic.
And now that you've seen everything, Mr. Holmes, what do you make of it?
It presents a most interesting problem, Mr. Kenmore. The disorder of the rooms would indicate a search for some definite object, even though you assure me that you know of nothing of value in your possession. We must wait for developments. I think you and your daughter should most certainly be on your guard against the thief's return.
You really think there is...
Mr. Kenmore, my friend is apt to see criminals behind every bush, the natural result of a lifelong career.
Perhaps, Watson, perhaps. Well, we must be getting along.
I wonder, Mr. Holmes, if you and Dr. Watson would do me a great favor before you go.
Of course, if it's in our power.
Well,
what is it?
Would you think me too bold if I asked you to let me take a snapshot of you both?
Oh, really, Alice? I gave Alice a camera for her birthday last week, Mr. Holmes, and ever since then she's been making life miserable for everyone.
I'm sure you could find two handsomer subjects, my dear. But Watson and I will be glad to have you immortalize our pictures.
Yes, of course, naturally.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I brought my camera down from my room, hoping you'd say yes.
Well, I'm very sorry. I was just wearing this old Norfolk jacket.
If you stand here, right beside the front door.
Just a moment. The wind's blowing my hair about a bit. There we are.
All right. Just look this way. Fine. Thank you so much.
I hope you'll spare me a print or two if they turn out, my dear.
I'll be very glad to. As a matter of fact, that was the last picture in the roll. Now I can take it down to the village and have Mr. Dilworthy, the chemist, develop it for me.
I say, we're passing by the chemist's shop. Can't I drop it off for you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson. That's very kind. Here it is.
And thank you again, Mr. Holmes, for your kindness in troubling yourself with my problem.
Not at all. And remember, Mr. Kenmore, be on your guard against a return visit. Looks to me as though you're falling asleep over your book, Watson.
What's it? Well, I must admit, Holmes, that the combination of country air and that excellent dinner had a very soporific effect on me.
Oh, don't apologize. We country dwellers keep early hours.
Certainly different from the old days in Baker Street. I'm surprised that you don't miss the excitement of the chase, Holmes.
Professor Moriarty was the spice who kept the daily routine from becoming monotonous. But apparently he, too, seems to be in retirement.
Oh, have you any news of him, Holmes?
The last I heard, Scotland Yard had him fairly definitely located in South America.
South America, eh?
Which would indicate to anyone knowing the professor as well as I do that he may be anywhere on the face of the globe with the exception of South America.
Well, old fella, I'm going upstairs to sleep.
What the devil's that?
The church bell. Come on, Watson. There must be something wrong at the rectory.
And I thought the quickest way of raising the alarm, Mr. Holmes, was to sound the church bell.
Very wise. Tell me, Mr. Kenmore, what was the first thing you heard?
A sharp cry from my daughter awakened me, followed by a thud. I rushed into her room and found her.
Well, she'll be all right, don't you worry, Mr. Kenmore. I've had to take several stitches, but she'll have a slight concussion for the next few days. But there's no cause for alarm.
Oh, thank heaven, Doctor. When I rushed in and saw her lying on the floor...
Her assailant had fled by the time you entered?
The open window showed only too clearly the miscreant's path.
Well, you keep her in bed for a few days, give her a light diet, and she'll be right as rain.
Oh, that face. The window.
Well, she's semi-conscious, poor girl, to be quite expected after such a blow.
No, don't touch me. Please. It's there. There on the shelf. No.
The sleeping draught that I gave her will take effect soon.
I blame myself, Mr. Holmes, for not having paid more attention to your warning. But
That's of no importance now, Mr. Kenmore.
What's that?
Someone at the door. Pardon me. Wilson, high time you got here. You received my message?
Oh, take your message as has brought me here, Mr. Kenmore.
Worthy Constable Watson.
There's been worse things happening in the village.
What is it, Wilson?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Holmes. Oh, there's fair devil's work afoot tonight.
Oh, come, my man. What's up?
Well, it's Mr. Dilworthy, the chemist.
Well, what about him?
In his rooms where he lives, back of his shop. Dead. Lying there on the floor with his head crushed in something savage.
Dilworthy? How horrible. Some prowling thief.
No. Oh, no, sir. With the cash box sitting there in plain sight. With £4 and some odd shillings plain to see and not a penny touched.
Dilworthy. Wait a moment. The ransacking of this house, the attack on Miss Alice, and now this. There's only one common denominator which applies to all three.
I don't understand, Mr. Holmes.
That film from Alice's camera, Watson. After we left here this morning and went to the village, you left it at Dilworthy's?
Of course, it's got a... Oh, as a matter of fact, Holmes, I'm afraid I forgot all about it. Here's the roll in my pocket. I must apologize to Miss Alice.
Not a bit of it, Watson.
What do you mean, not a bit of it, Watson?
I'm convinced that roll of film holds the solution of the mysterious events of the past 24 hours. And due to your convenient lapse of memory, we are in possession of the prize.
But what prize are we in possession of?
That, Watson, remains to be seen. Come, we just have time to catch the late train for London. A visit to Scotland Yard's laboratory will reveal the precious secret which that film is evidently concealing.
In just a moment, we'll find out what that precious secret is. Men, when you buy a hair tonic, why not buy one that does lots more than just keep hair looking handsome? Why not get your money's worth and buy Kreml hair tonic? No other hair tonic keeps the hair more neatly groomed and attractive looking. In addition, Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so clean, refreshed, and alive. No wonder Kreml is preferred among America's most successful men. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use this highly specialized hair tonic daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml. Kreml hair tonic. And now, Dr. Watson, what did you discover on that precious roll of film which had already caused the death of one person and a murderous assault upon another?
Well, as soon as we reached Scotland Yard's laboratory, Holmes wasted no time in getting permission to develop the photographs.
Just hand me that second tray, will you, Watson? The one this side of the red lamp.
There you are.
There. That does it. Look, Watson. The images are starting to appear.
Oh, I'll take your word for it. That red lamp gives about as much light as a glowworm.
Sorry, but that's all we can use until we finish the development. Look, Watson. They're coming much more strongly now.
Yes, I see. That seems to be a picture of the rector. Doesn't look to me as though that were worth committing murder for.
There are 12 pictures on the roll, Watson. This next one seems to be a somewhat out-of-focus picture of the directory.
That third one, sharper. Evidently a croquet match. You're quite sure that we haven't gone tearing off on a wild goose chase, Holmes?
Impossible, Watson. All the evidence indicates that this film must have been the objective.
Ah, Now, that looks more interesting. 2 girls on the beach in bathing suits. I say, Holmes.
What?
That girl on the left's got a fine figure, eh?
Undoubtedly. But the composition is not improved by those other people in the middle background. I think that... Watson, hand me that lens. The large magnifier there.
I thought you were displaying a cavalier lack of interest in such a shapely young lady. Well, I trust it's repaying your intense study.
Look, Watson. Look here. Examine it closely through the lens.
Well, a daring bathing suit, I must say. Has no sleeves.
Not the girl, you idiot.
What? The girl?
The 2 men in the background. Take a good look at that one on the right.
Oh, there's certainly something familiar about him. Holmes, it can't be.
But it is, Watson. Beyond any shadow of doubt. Professor Moriarty himself. And no nearer to South America than the beaches of England.
But I don't see why Moriarty should have been so anxious to secure this film. After all, Holmes, there's nothing particularly damning in a photograph of 2 men seated on a beach.
When one of them is the world's most notorious criminal, and when he's quite ready to commit murder to regain the film. Watson, ask the inspector to call us a car.
Where are we going?
You and I and this precious film are paying a visit to Sir Edward at the Foreign Office at once.
Your deduction was absolutely sound, Holmes.
You recognize Moriarty's companion, then, Sir Edward?
Beyond any question. He goes by many names, but our files would indicate that the real one is von Schäling, probably the cleverest among the senior members of the Imperial German Secret Service.
Good heavens, a spy.
Yes, precisely, Dr. Watson.
I should imagine, Sir Edward, that his dealings with Moriarty must be of great importance, since they required him to come to England in person.
I'm quite sure of it.
But the peaceful surroundings of the South Downs and the quiet beaches, what would a spy be doing there?
With Portsmouth, England's greatest naval base only a few miles away, and the present situation in Europe, Professor Moriarty does not concern himself with trifles.
Under the circumstances, I have no hesitation in telling you 2 gentlemen that the first trials of our new battle cruisers have been taking place off Portsmouth these last few days.
Great Scott.
Yes, Doctor. In what we thought was the utmost secrecy.
There's still a ray of hope, Sir Edward. Moriarty would not have gone to such lengths to suppress this photograph had his transactions with von Schäling been completed.
Do you mean, Holmes, that there may still be time to forestall him?
Dr. Watson and I will do whatever is in our power, Sir Edward.
Judging from the sudden change in your expression after your silence this past hour, you've evidently had an inspiration.
We must bait a trap, Watson. And that film must be our bait. Professor Moriarty must be in a fury at his bungling subordinates, who have twice failed to recover it. If I know the professor, he'll make the next attempt himself.
Well, you can't take an advertisement in the newspaper, Holmes, to lure Moriarty into a trap.
If Alice and her father will cooperate, I have a method that is better than any advertisement.
Oh? What's that?
Evidently, Watson, you're not acquainted with the post office and the postmistress of the average village, to which Falworth is no exception. She fills the function of a town crier with the utmost efficiency. She will be our advertisement.
Good morning, Mr. Kenmore. And how are you this fine morning? And how is poor Miss Alice coming along?
Very well indeed, thank you, Mrs. Roberts.
Ah, that's a blessing. And what can I do for you today?
A shilling's worth of penny stamps, please.
I do hope the young lady will be up and about again soon. We miss her cheery face.
You know, Mrs. Roberts, there was an odd thing about that robbery at the rectory.
What was that?
All the intruder took was Alice's camera.
Fancy that.
After he struck her down. Not a very valuable bit of loot.
No, indeed.
Alice is glad she happened to remove the film that very afternoon. It's still on the library desk.
Is it really now?
I must remember to have it developed.
Well, it's a mercy that nothing worse happened. Oh, I almost forgot. Here's your stamps, Mr. Kenmore.
And I think I can assure you, Mr. Holmes, knowing our worthy postmistress as I do, that the misinformation I gave her has by now been widely disseminated.
Excellent, Mr. Kenmore. And I appreciate what you and Alice have been willing to risk on behalf of your country.
At least the falsehood I told was in a worthy cause.
I only wish Dr. Watson would let me get out of bed and come downstairs into the library with you when you take up your vigil tonight. I'd like to see that those horrible men get their just deserts.
Really, my dear, you sound almost bloodthirsty.
Well, I can't say that I blame Miss Alice for that. If someone had given me a crack on the head, I'd look forward to their downfall.
Mr. Kenmore, I would have felt happier if you and Alice were not in the house. But with my knowledge of Moriarty, I fear that he may have the place under observation, and the departure of you and your daughter might make him suspicious.
Is that why you and Dr. Watson are wearing those filthy farmer's clothes, Mr. Holmes?
Precisely, my dear. 8 o'clock. Time we were beginning our vigil. Mr. Kenmore, you will remain on guard with Alice here in her room. No matter what happens in the library, this is your post of duty.
Very well, Mr. Holmes.
You have your service revolver, Watson?
Certainly.
Come then. We must be concealed and in readiness for our visitor at whatever hour he may arrive.
Only 2 o'clock. I'm so cramped from standing behind these curtains that I thought it must be the morning.
What price the peaceful countryside now, Watson?
Well, I must say that... What is it?
A faint sound on the gravel path. It might be a nocturnal animal or... No. There it is again. Footsteps. Is your gun ready, Watson?
Ready, Holmes.
He'll probably come through the French windows. It's the most inviting entrance. On your guard. Cutting out a pane of glass. Don't move. We've got you covered. The light switch, Watson, with your left hand. There. Well, Professor Moriarty, we meet again.
If it isn't Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Keep that gun on him, Watson, while I see if he's carrying a weapon.
And render myself liable to a long prison sentence. My dear Holmes, your retirement to pastoral pursuits must have impaired your reasoning powers.
It's all right, Watson. He's unarmed. You can lower your hands now, Professor. But I'd strongly advise against making any sudden move.
I wish he would, the dirty traitor.
I'm inclined to agree with your sentiments, Watson. Moriarty, for once I intend to take the law into my own hands. I can forgive a criminal, or a forger, or a thief, or even a murderer. But a traitor is something else.
I don't understand what you're driving at.
Certain backward Balkan countries, Moriarty, have an extremely convenient system of disposing of unwanted prisoners. They are invariably shot while attempting to escape.
You wouldn't dare. You who have always stood on the side of the law.
Have you ever known me to break my word? I assure you, Moriarty, that unless you consent to turn over von Schailing to us, together with any information you have for him, you will be dead by the time I count 10. And I promise you that Watson won't hesitate either.
Yeah, you bet I won't, Holmes.
Take your choice, Moriarty. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, Holmes. You win. This time.
A wise decision. Where were you to meet von Schailing? And what were you to deliver to him?
At midnight tomorrow, on a beach 6 miles south of here. He has a rendezvous there with a submarine that is to take him back to Germany. And the figures on the new cruisers are hidden at my lodgings in Portsmouth.
We'll keep that appointment with von Schailing tomorrow night. And to make sure that you have no chance for further treachery, you'll remain with us until he's in our hands. This is the spot, Professor Moriarty?
500 yards south of the abandoned dock, yes.
Very well. Watson and I will remain here behind these bushes. You, Professor, will walk out alone onto the sands. I intend to take no chances of scaring off our quarry.
I haven't much choice in the matter.
Just a moment.
Yes?
Remember that we have you in plain sight, that the moonlight is strong, and that the slightest sign of treachery will be the signal for your well-deserved execution.
I won't forget, Mr. Holmes.
I hate to think of his going scot-free, Holmes.
You cannot hate it more than I do, Watson.
But letting him go free is a cheap price to pay for the scotching of his plans and the capture of von Schäling. Here comes a car. This must be von Schäling. No one else would be on this deserted road at this hour of night.
Oh, the car's stopping.
And there's only one man in it. He's getting out. It is von Schäling.
Ah, Herr Professor. I knew I could depend on you.
Right, Watson.
Put up your hands, you.
The devil...
Look out, Watson! Quick work, Watson.
Oh, curse you, Moriarty. You have betrayed me.
Precisely, Herr von Schäling. But why should the fact that a traitor will engage in a double betrayal surprise you?
He'll be all right, Holmes. Barring a nasty flesh wound in his leg.
Well, Mr. Holmes, you have the papers and the spy. I've kept my part of the bargain. Now you keep yours.
Don't worry, Moriarty, I shall. But you can count yourself lucky that the stakes for which we were playing were far more value than your traitorous life. I promise you that next time we meet, you will pay your long overdue reckoning.
I shall look forward to it. Au revoir. Till our next meeting.
What infernal cheek. I hate to see him go free.
No more than I do, Watson. Well, at least we've had the best of the bargain. Now let's load our prisoner into the car.
And who are you, anyway? The devil?
Oh, hardly so eminent a personage, von Schäling. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
So, I might have guessed. Oh.
He's fainted. Oh, just as well, perhaps. Here, Holmes, we'll put him in the back seat of the car. Well, we've got the spy, and that finishes that.
I wonder. There's an east wind coming, Watson.
East wind? Oh, I don't think so, Holmes. It's particularly warm.
Good old Watson. You're the one fixed point in a changing age. There's an east wind coming all the same. Such a wind has never blew on England yet. It will be cold and bitter, and a good many of us may wither before its blast. But it's God's own wind nonetheless, and a cleaner, better, stronger land will lie in the sunshine when the storm has cleared. Start the car up, Watson. It's time we were on our way.
And now may I introduce one of the outstanding authorities on feminine beauty. He is John Robert Powers, who has received hundreds of thousands of requests from girls all over the country. Girls wishing to join his exclusive Powers Girls. And now, especially transcribed, Mr. John Robert Powers.
Good evening, friends. I'm very happy tonight to bring along one of my very attractive Powers girls, Miss Pat Fordyce. And maybe we can coax Pat to tell us what she considers one of the most important requirements of a Powers girl. How about it, Pat?
Well, I think one of the most important requisites is lovely, shining, bright hair. Hair that reflects natural, glossy luster and highlights.
I certainly agree, Pat.
And I heartily agree with you about using Kreml shampoo.
Yes, Pat, I advise all my Powers girls to use Kreml shampoo. In my opinion, no other shampoo leaves the hair more radiant with such natural gloss and highlights. Why, I've interviewed hundreds of girls with beautiful faces, but with such dull, lifeless-looking hair. Then after using Kreml shampoo, what a difference. Their hair emerges a vision of shining beauty.
I love its rich, velvety oil base, too.
A very good point, Pat, because this oil base actually helps hair from becoming dry or brittle.
Kreml shampoo also whips up a wonderful, luxurious, active foam, even in the hardest water.
Yes, Pat, to glamour bathe the hair, you simply can't beat Kreml shampoo. And I sincerely recommend it to every girl who is discouraged about the way her hair looks. To every girl who wants her hair to look its shining best.
Thank you, Mr. Powers, and also your very, very beautiful Powers girls, Miss Pat Fordyce. And now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, I think I shall tell you a weird story about the strange experience of Mr. John Scott Eccles, wherein Holmes solves the murder of a certain Aloysius, or as you say, Aloysius, Garcia, and finds a kitchen full of voodoo fetishes. I call the story The Adventure of Wisteria Lodge.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, His Last Bow. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to listen next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of Wisteria Lodge. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Sherlock Holmes will be back again next week here on Radio 5. That'll be at the same time of 9:30.
The unopened casebook of Sherlock Holmes, 6 extraordinary adventures written by John Taylor, with Simon Callow as Sherlock Holmes and Nicky Henson as Dr. John Watson. The 6th adventure, The Battersea Worm.
Long before I knew Sherlock Holmes, Caspar Holland and I were fellow students at medical school. I had heard that he had since set up a practice in London, but we had rather lost touch. So I was more than surprised to receive one day a letter inviting me to the house in Battersea he shared with his father, Angel Holland, the retired climber. The trip, the letter told me, would cost me 5 days of my time, but would be a rewarding one. And if I wished to find out more, I must make my way there immediately. I thought this most audacious of Holland, but before I could write a letter telling him so, curiosity got the better of me. I packed a bag, summoned a cab, and went to Battersea without delay.
Watson, my dear chap, what a joy to see you again. Was it a good journey? Isn't it a fine old house? Oh, here, let me take your hat. I expect you'd like some tea. Forgive me. As you see, I haven't changed. Still talk too much. It's good of you to come, old man. Oh, I see you've spotted the contraption.
What on earth is it? Appears to go to the very top of the house.
Of this tower, yes. You might describe it as a monument to Elisha Graves Otis.
Holland, what are you talking about?
It's a passenger elevating machine. For short, say, elevator or passenger lift. Otis is the chap who invented them. They're very fashionable in the United States of America.
Good Lord. But no steps.
And for a very sound reason. At least my poor father thinks it's sound. Come, we'll have tea in the library. There I shall explain everything. Still like muffins, Watson?
I dare say you're thinking back to the day when I ate 11 at one sitting. But thank you, yes. Your father isn't joining us?
He never comes down, I'm afraid.
Comes down?
From his room up in that tower. He's been there for more than 2 years.
But why?
Fear, Watson. If you can believe that of a man who has been a hero, who has scaled the world's most awesome peaks. Yes, he is the prisoner of fear. 2 years ago, he asked me to move back here to live with him. He charged me with the task of running the house and its 3 servants. And from that time, he has never been out of his room, and hardly anyone but I has ever been in it. Moreover, when he heard about this American liftman, Otis, he put out an advertisement for competent engineers to install such an elevator here at Barrowfields. You see the point of it, I dare say.
Well, so that nobody can sneak up unseen, I imagine. But why does he fear for his life?
Well, I dare say he will tell you all in his own good time. If, that is, you take up the offer.
What offer?
I have had no holiday for 2 years. You'll remember I like to climb myself in a small way. But Father wouldn't let me leave him. Well, finally, I pleaded for a few days away, promising to find another medical man, someone he knew, to take over in my absence. When he heard that I had you in mind, he agreed. What do you say, Watson? Will you do it?
Well, now that I'm here, I see no reason why not. I always liked your father immensely. It will be good to see him again.
Capital. I shall go off to my rocks, comfortable in the knowledge that the old gentleman is safe in your hands. Now, come and say hello to him.
We'll be going up in that, lift?
Well, I'm afraid it's unavoidable. It is the only way up and the only way down. But you'll love it, Watson, I'm certain. Here we are, John. Surely the world's most extravagant invention. Within 50 years, nobody anywhere will have to lift a leg to walk up a staircase. And here is Mr. Cuthbert.
Good day to you, Dr. Holland.
Mr. Cuthbert, this is Dr. Watson. He'll be looking after things while I'm away.
Pleased to meet you, Doctor.
Indeed.
You'll see quite a bit of Mr. Cuthbert, Watson. He comes in 2 or 3 times a week to maintain the machinery on the elevator.
I'm most impressed with it.
The tallest passenger elevator in the country, Doctor.
Really?
82 feet from the bottom of the shaft to the top and safer than a baby's perambulator. What's more, I check it every other day to make sure it stays safe.
And how is it operated? I see no switches.
Only from the inside, Doctor.
Huh?
Father's way of ensuring that no one can get up into the tower without his knowledge. I brought the elevator down this morning, and until I return, he can be certain he is alone. When Mr. Cuthbert has finished here, I shall take you up. I won't be another minute, Dr. Holland. Then I'll just need to check the head of the shaft up there. Meanwhile, John, I'll show you the speaking tube. Blow down here, and my father hears a whistle up in the tower, provided he is awake and willing to reply.
Yes?
Father, it's me. Watson has arrived from London.
Excellent. Bring him up at once.
Oh, and Mr. Cuthbert needs to check the top of the elevator shaft.
Very well.
You must always let him know if anybody is going up or coming down with you. All finished here, Dr. Holland. Then, shall we get in?
Certainly.
Perhaps you'll show Dr. Watson how to drive it, Mr. Cuthbert. Not much to it, really, Doctor. The engine's already pumping away. All we need to do is throw that handle that engages the cage with the gears. All yours, Doctor.
What? Just...
That's it.
Good Lord. Mr. Cuthbert, this is a miracle.
Not bad, Doctor, is it? It's Watson, Father.
John Watson, do you remember me?
Don't be ridiculous, man. Of course I remember you. I'm not senile yet, you know. Now, tell me what you think of my ivory tower.
It is very pleasant. Entirely circular room. Wonderful view. Like being up in a balloon.
It is my home, but it is also my fortress.
Indeed it would. I imagine, be difficult to climb this tower from the outside.
It is quite proof against that, my boy. You could take my word. You see the ledge that runs around the tower just beneath the windows? It is an overhang impossible to negotiate from beneath. And besides, the brickwork is glazed and greased.
I can see why you feel secure here.
So long as nothing unauthorized comes up in that lift, I'm safe enough. And if I'm a prisoner in my own home, well, what of it? I'm fond of the place. Now then, Casper, you'll be off this evening.
Directly after supper, Father.
Well, I shall miss you. But in your absence, there are no hands I'd rather be in than young Watson's here. Thank you again for coming, John. I'll see you rewarded for it.
My pleasure, sir.
Oh, that'll be Cuthbert, the lift man.
Well, open the door, would you, Casper?
Sorry to disturb you, gentlemen. I'm finished for today, but I'll need to come back tomorrow with a spare top wheel for the governor cable. Ought to be sooner rather than later. I was wondering, is tomorrow convenient? Well, you must ask Dr. Watson. As from this evening, he is in charge.
Oh, tomorrow will be quite convenient.
Excellent. And now, Father, I shall escort Mr. Cuthbert and John back into the house. I shall see you before I leave.
If you don't, I shall never speak to you again.
At about 5 that afternoon, my friend Caspar Holland went to catch a late train to Elder's Edge in Berkshire to begin his holiday. Having checked on the old man, I retired early to bed with a perplexing question on my mind. First thing next morning, I made acquaintance with the 3 servants. Mrs. Callender, the cook, was most welcoming to me, and even Jethro, the odd job boy, was amiable in his insolence. Only Mrs. Fowler, the housekeeper, took an instant dislike to me. By about 11 in the morning, I'd made a decision. I had Mrs. Callender make some coffee, entered the lift, and ascended to Angel Holland's round room in the sky. I'd made up my mind to ask him directly about his reasons for locking himself away.
The coffee is not at all bad, is it, John?
Excellent.
She's a good sort, Mrs. Callender. Oh, she prepares a very acceptable venison steak, which, incidentally, is not so unlike moose. I don't suppose you've tried moose?
No.
No, I had some once while climbing in Canada.
You've had some remarkable adventures. Caspar told me many stories when we were sharing rooms. But I never understood why you gave up climbing, or why you chose to shut yourself away here.
Caspar hasn't explained.
He said you preferred strangers not to know.
Ah, God bless the boy, I did say that. Never thought he'd respect the secret, though. Well, John, you shall hear everything. I hope it won't make you think too badly of me. It's not a pleasant tale, that's for sure. There were 4 of us, climbing in Scotland near Cairn Toul. MacAndrew and Thorne had accompanied me on many expeditions. Brave men of good sense. Not so Jack Laslett. Oh, a clever enough climber, but intolerably self-opinionated and ambitious. All the way to the top there were disputes and arguments. Laslett against the rest of us, always wanting his own way. Then, as we began to descend, so did the weather. You know how fast it can change on the slopes. Visibility became dreadful.
Suddenly, it seemed as if our path down the mountain had been obliterated.
Thorn! Your best guess! That pass! The crow-shaped rock. I seem to remember it.
Nonsense! It's that way! Along the ravine!
Look, Andrew!
Thorn's right! The Crow Rock!
Then into the main valley!
No!
What say you, Angel? The Crow Rock! That's it, then! 3 for the Crow Rock!
Idiot! Go that way and you'll be lost forever!
We've voted, lads!
Aye! Voted for death!
Where are you going?
This way! The right way!
Lazlet, you won't make it!
I'll make it! It's you who won't make it!
Come back!
The hell I will! Damn you, Thorn! And the rest of you!
What a terrible night we had on that mountain, John. We thought we were dead men, to be sure, and I know not by what good fortune we found our way to the foot of the peak. But, broken as we were, we at least got home. Jack Lazlet did not. They found him later the next day, frozen to death in a crevasse. But the worst of it...
Yes, Mr. Holland?
The worst of it was that Lazlet's route down the mountain had been the correct one. We might, had we followed him, all have been saved.
Good Lord.
It was a few months later that the letters began to arrive. Venomous, hateful letters to each of us from poor Lazlet's widow, now left alone with a 10-year-old son. The worm of vengeance... These were her very words to me. The worm of vengeance will find you, Angel Holland, wherever you run. Well, after that, all went quiet, and we thought that the madness had passed. Then 2 years ago, MacAndrew died, apparently of a fall in his library. I was suspicious at the time, but 6 months later, when they found Thorn hanging from a tree in his garden, I knew the Revenger had returned, for there was a man who would never take his own life. And it was clear now that this dreadful woman would not stop until she had added me to her list of victims.
You never tried to talk to her?
Oh, she was long gone. I thought it wiser anyway to barricade myself against potential attacks. I have survived these 2 years, and I hope to go on a good deal longer. And now, John, I'm hungry. And judging by the time, luncheon should be ready.
I'll go down and collect it at once, Mr. Holland. Mrs. Fowler, is the luncheon tray not here?
Well, sir, I certainly can't see it, so unless it's gone invisible.
There's no need to take that turn. I whistled down to you half an hour past. It can't take that long to get some food onto a plate.
I'm not cook nor kitchen maid, sir. You whistle to me, I shout to the kitchen, and they do what they do in their own sweet time. Young Dr. Holland understands the problem.
Dr. Holland, unfortunately, is not here.
No, sir, and frankly, sir, I shall be more than a mite relieved when he gets back.
So will I. Meanwhile, I'll thank you to give me a little less of your insolence.
Crab's here.
What did you say, Mrs. Fowler?
I said your crab's here, sir. Your lunch.
Ah.
Here's Jethro with it now.
Here we are, Dr. Watson, sir. Dressed crab, nice and hot. Some buttered toast, cold ham and pickle, fresh bread, soup, decanter of wine under the cover, and watch the vibrations, sir.
Thank you, Jethro.
Open the elevator door for you, sir.
Thank you.
Tea at 4 suit you and Mr. Holland, sir?
Perfectly, thank you.
Pleasure, sir. Close it, sir?
If you please.
Bon appetit to you, sir.
Heavens above. I'm not sure which is more tiresome, her insolence or his sarcastic deference. I shall not be unhappy when the time comes to return to Baker Street. Except that one has to say the food here is a trifle more interesting. Here we are, Mr. Holland. A tantalizing collation. Some crab and cold meat and a good bottle of white... Good heaven! Mr. Holland! What on earth? Mr. Holland? It's me, Watson. Mr. Holland! He's dead. Dear God, he's dead. He's dead! As soon as I had come to my senses, I had a telegraph message sent to Caspar Holland and another to Sherlock Holmes, urging them to come to Battersea directly. At my bidding, Jethro called the police, and they arrived soon afterwards in the person of Inspector String, a contentious fellow who, having examined the scene of Angel Holland's death, ordered us all to gather in the drawing room. At this point, to my great relief, Holmes arrived. I can hardly tell you, dear fellow, what a thrill it gave me to see you come through that door. It's a dreadful business, and I feel responsible. I was asked here for the sole purpose of preventing this very tragedy.
I'm certain you did what you could, Watson. But tell me who all these people are. Inspector String I have met before.
Oh, those three are the servants. Mrs. Callender, the cook, Mrs. Fowler, the housekeeper, Jethro, the odd jobber.
Mm-hmm. And that fellow with the canvas bag I met on the way in?
Oh, that's Cuthbert. He had to come back today to finish a job on the passenger lift. Have you seen one before?
I know little about them from my reading, and will be intrigued to see one working. But it looks as if the inspector is ready for us.
Murder, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we are dealing with here. You will know by now that Mr. Angel Holland was found dead today in his room in the tower, and I have no doubt his life was taken by another. I shall want to talk to each of you individually during the course of this afternoon and afterwards altogether. I am informed Dr. Holland has been called back from his holiday, and I would be grateful if someone would inform me as soon as he arrived.
Oh, I'll do that, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Fowler. Dr. Watson, I should like to speak to you first.
Very well.
I'd be grateful if you would remain here. The rest of you, for now, may go.
Excuse me, Dr. Watson.
Mr. Cuthbert?
What do you think? Should I finish that job on the governor wheel, or is it all pointless now?
Well, I dare say it will have to be done at some time, especially as it's a matter of safety, but you had better wait until I can accompany you there.
Right you are, Doctor.
String will not require to see me, Watson, so I shall look round the house. Later, I'll ask you to show me this room in a tower.
The arrogance of that fellow String, Holmes, is intolerable. And I do not like the way he raises his right eyebrow at my answers to his questions.
Well, one has to admire his will, though. I had the devil's own job persuading him to let me come and inspect the scene of the crime. This is the room?
Indeed. And there he is.
Lying just as you found him.
I have moved nothing, except that I thought it proper to clear up the luncheon tray which I dropped upon finding him. There was wine and crab everywhere.
So, let us run over it all again. You and Angel Holland were alone in this room all morning. You went down in the passenger elevator to collect the luncheon, leaving Mr. Holland here alone. You waited by the elevator with Mrs. Fowler until Jethro brought the lunch from the kitchen, then you came directly up again. When you opened the door, you found that window smashed and Angel Holland lying there, dead.
Yes, that is it exactly. As for the broken window, I believe String thinks it may be just a trick.
Yet there is no other way anyone could get into these tower rooms without using the elevating machine.
None. And Holmes, I was not out of this room for more than 5 minutes.
Cause of death? As it appears?
Yes, strangulation, I'm fairly sure.
And how executed?
It looks very much as if something were wrapped around his throat and tightened.
My thoughts precisely.
Well, he couldn't have done it himself.
Out of the question.
And yet no one else had the remotest opportunity.
Except one man, Watson.
Who?
Yourself.
That, I fear, is how String sees it.
Well, let us go and look around the grounds and inspect the exterior of the tower. Who knows? We may find something the inspector has overlooked. Not a pretty piece of architecture, is it?
I'm told that it is known locally as Angel's Folly, or worse, Madman's Tower. He called it his fortress, yet it was not, as it turns out, impregnable.
No, and yet look at it. The walls are sheer, the stonework is rounded, and has a glazed surface. What's the matter, Watson?
I was just thinking that Caspar Holland, like his father, is a mountaineer. It is a dreadful thought, but you don't think he might have ascended the tower himself?
Put your mind at rest. Even a first-rate climber would need to secure the rope with pegs. There's not a mark in that surface. And even if someone got as far as the ledge below the window, he would never get beyond it. No. That is not how it was done.
Then how?
Dr. Watson, sir.
Oh, we're being beckoned to the kitchen door. Who's that?
It's Mrs. Callender. You remember the cook.
Oh, yes, God. Well, let's go and see what she wants.
Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes, I'll not keep you long. It's just that whatever that pompous policeman might think, or how Mrs. Fowler implied with her nods and winks, I know for sure it wasn't Dr. Watson who's killed Mr. Holland.
Thank you.
Well, tell us what you know, Mrs. Callender, and rest assured we will make good use of it.
Well, then, sit down, sir, please.
Oh, thank you.
Now, it was this morning. I prepared luncheon for Mr. Holland and the doctor here. Jethro had helped me, and Mrs. Fowler was by the lift machine waiting. Well, I know Dr. Watson here must have already been in the lift because Mrs. Fowler shouted to us, he's on his way down. Send it through, meaning the food tray. And it was just at that moment when I went out into the garden and saw it.
Saw what, Mrs. Callender?
You see, what made me go was I'd forgotten to put a sprig of mint on the soup in the way Mr. Holland preferred it. I went out to the herb garden where you and Dr. Watson were standing just now when something caught my eye and I happened to look up at the tower. Something was there at the very top, above the window, moving at great speed onto the roof.
A man?
No, Doctor, nothing human. At first, it looked like the tail of a huge cat, but it was too thick for that. And it wasn't until an hour ago that it come to me. What I'd seen was some sort of serpent. A black serpent or a gigantic worm. Now, I don't understand how, gentlemen, but it must be connected with Mr. Holland's death, for it was up there the very moment he died.
Thank you, Mrs. Callan. I'm quite sure it was connected. Well, we'd better let you get on now.
Well, I suppose so, sir. It's to be a large do tonight.
A large do?
Haven't you heard? The inspector wishes us all to meet over dinner, servants included, and young Mr. Holland if he's back, for he means to expose the murderer there and then.
Expose? Oh, melodrama. Cheap undergraduate theatricals.
Well, let's go ahead with the charade, Watson. It might serve our purpose. Besides, perhaps the inspector will turn out to be right, and there will be an arrest tonight.
I don't see how you can arrest a snake, Mr. Holmes.
Would not be the first time, Mrs. Callender.
Oh, well, sir, I dare say you know best. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must check the oven.
A serpent? What do you make of that, Watson?
Well, if we were looking for a worm of vengeance, we might have found one. And if the snake were the sort that kills by squeezing, I suppose it might account for Angel Holland's death. But unless the snake can be trained to ascend a sheer wall, break a window, and pounce upon an innocent victim, I think we should abandon snakes entirely.
Not completely. For the time being, Watson, let us not abandon the tale.
At about 7, Caspar Holland, who had received my message, arrived at the house. He took the news of his father's death bravely and refused to let me take any blame upon myself. His first notion was to put a stop to Inspector String's evening banquet, which he thought a colossal impertinence, until Holmes persuaded him that positive use could be made of this bizarre supper. At 7:30, the inspector and his constable, the 3 servants, Cuthbert the liftman, Holmes and I sat down to our soup course.
Well, Watson, here we are. And it seems as if our Inspector String has got his dinner party very well organised. See, even my best cutlery is out.
Patience, Holland, dear fellow. Holmes, I think, has something up his sleeve.
Oh, nothing spectacular, Watson. But if Inspector String wishes to give us a display of his brilliance, it would be a pity to miss the entertainment.
I dare say, Mr. Holmes. But I wish he'd not had the effrontery to bring the best wine up out of our cellar.
Will you be saying grace, Inspector?
And you, sir, remind me, are,
Arthur Cuthbert, Inspector. Engineer. I service the passenger elevator.
Are you aware, Mr. Cuthbert, of the seriousness of this business?
Yes, of course.
Then please drink your soup while I proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, in a case such as this, the facts represent the mere surface appearance of the business.
Fascinating, Inspector. And what of the rest?
What is deduced from the facts is what distinguishes a professional, Mr. Holmes, from, well, an amateur. So, let us take ourselves back to this morning. There are 2 men in the tower, Mr. Angel Holland himself and Dr. Watson. At about 12:30, Dr. Watson goes down in the lift to collect the luncheon tray. When he returns 5 minutes later, the professor is dead from strangulation. Well, what could be simpler? Dr. Watson is obviously the murderer.
Inspector!
Didn't I say it was so?
Ah, well, Mrs. Fowler, it was not so. That is what I meant about appearances. Is it the case, Dr. Watson, that you dropped the tray of food upon discovering the professor's body?
Why, yes, I did.
I was sure you had, for I found a fragment of crab against the skirting board. Since it did not smell, I knew it must be fairly fresh. Yet, Doctor, if you had dropped the tray as a trick to make us believe the discovery of the body had surprised you, would you have bothered to clear up afterwards? No, you would have left it for all to see.
I say, this fellow's not bad.
But if Dr. Watson did not kill Mr. Holland, how was it done? Well, no one could have got into that tower who was not a first-rate climber. Like Mr. Holland's son, Dr. Caspar Holland.
What?
You thought you'd worked out the perfect plan, didn't you, Dr. Holland? You invite Dr. Watson to take over as your father's bodyguard. Then, when everyone thinks we're at the top of some mountain, you sneak back to the house, scale the tower, strangle your father, and disappear back to your fake holiday.
This is an outrage.
No one but a first-rate climber could have ascended that tower, Dr. Holland, and none but you could have benefited from the death of your father, since everything was left to you. Only you could not wait.
Watson, let me
Holland, old chap, easy now.
Inspector, Dr. Holland is not guilty of murder.
He must tell that to the jury, Mr. Holmes. Pierce, arrest the man.
No, stop that man.
Oh, sir.
The one with the sack. Thank you, Mrs. Callender.
What the devil do you think you're doing? I've been here all day and I've a family waiting for me. Tell this hippopotamus of a woman to let me up. Ow!
Constable, you had better release Dr. Holland. Cuthbert, here is your man.
Mr. Holmes, I prefer you didn't interfere.
Hear me out, Inspector. You began your exposition frightfully well. The business of the dropped luncheon tray was a fine piece of deduction.
I'm glad you found it,
However,
sir.
in your haste for a solution, you became impatient with the details. Dr. Holland did not climb the tower. No one could have done. Not without help. And Dr. Watson here provided that help.
I knew it.
But he did not know he was providing it, Mrs. Fowler. And it was not to Dr. Holland. Yesterday, when Cuthbert here went to do his repair work at the top of the elevator, he attached a rope to the lift cage, letting down the other end of the rope from the roof over the side of the tower. His one risk was that someone might see the rope before his plan was carried out. But at that stage, nobody did. This morning, Cuthbert sneaked into the grounds and attached himself to the end of that dangling rope. As the lift descended, of course, the rope was pulled up, hauling Cuthbert up the side of the building. What you saw from the kitchen garden, Mrs. Callender, was no black serpent, but the end of that rope as it was whisked over the parapet. Having broken through the window and strangled Mr. Holland, Cuthbert went back through the hole in the window onto the roof, took his grip again on the rope, and waited until the lift came up again, with Dr. Watson and the lunch inside. As it rose, it lowered Cuthbert to the ground. Of course, he still had a task left. To unhitch that rope from the top of the lift cage, which is why he arranged to be here today.
Nonsense. I came here today for one reason, to fit a spare part.
And yet, Mr. Cuthbert, when you arrived earlier, that large canvas bag of yours was all but empty, whereas now it is so bulky you can barely carry it. May we see the contents?
You may not.
Open it, Cuthbert.
If you say so, Inspector. Oh.
Yes. 90 foot of rope makes quite a heavy bundle.
Well, Inspector, who is right? Mr. Holmes or yourself?
You are right, Mr. Holmes. I jumped to conclusions. One should never do that. Clap the bracelets on him, Constable.
Oh, and the man's name, I think you will find, is not Cuthbert, but Lazlitt. Remember, Watson, how you told me when Lazlitt died on that mountain he left a widow and a 10-year-old son? Well, this is the son. It was he, not the mother, who finally got his revenge. It took him 20 years. Judging by the look on his face, it's not half as sweet as he had hoped.
After I'd helped Holland to lay out his father's body, Holmes and I sadly took our leave. I suspect only the servants took any comfort that evening, finishing off the meal which Mrs. Callender had been persuaded to prepare, and the several bottles of vintage wine which Inspector String, in a moment of glorious confidence, had ordered up from the cellar.
In The Battersea Worm, you heard Simon Callow as Sherlock Holmes and Nicky Henson as Dr. Watson. Caspar Holland was played by John Fleming, Angel Holland by Keith Drinkle, and Cuthbert by John Webb, with Gilly Mears as Mrs. Callender, Kate Binchy as Mrs. Fowler, Jonathan Taffler as Inspector String, and David Holt as Jethro. Other parts are played by members of the cast. The unopened casebook of Sherlock Holmes was written by John Taylor and directed by Peter Hutchings.
That was the last of our Sherlock Holmes stories, but if you'd like to reacquaint yourself with all 6 of these extraordinary adventures, you'll be interested to know that the unopened casebook of Sherlock Holmes by John Taylor is available in book form, published by BBC Books. And next week here on Radio 5, at the same time, we're starting a new story called Goldfish the Movie.
What would you pay to see an Englishman's legs? In Japan. These legs belong to Gary Lineker, and it could mean a free trip to Nagoya as just one of Radio 5's priceless prizes. For your sporting chance to win, join Danny Baker's Morning Edition from Monday at 6:30. It's the greatest ever giveaway from Radio 5.
£10 News and Sport with Ricky Salmon and Hepburn Harrison Graham. An agreement aimed at freeing Russia from its constitutional paralysis has been reached between President Yeltsin and his chief political rival, Ruslan Hasbulatov. Mr. Yeltsin has told the Congress of People's Deputies, which is sitting in emergency session for a 3rd day, that he's prepared to drop his plan to go to the people next month in a national referendum. But he said this would depend on Congress agreeing a deal worked out with Mr. Hasbulatov to hold early presidential and parliamentary elections. At home, the government's coming under pressure again from Conservative MPs over pit closures. Members of the Conservative Coal Group in the Commons want fresh assurances over the fate of 12 pits, given a reprieve under the White Paper last week. It follows remarks by British coal executives that some of the pits could close within a year if new markets are not found. The chairman of the 30-strong group, Winston...
I tell you, Percy, it's more than flesh and blood can stand. I won't put up with it one more day, and that's that.
Now, take it easy, old girl. You're letting yourself get upset all for nothing.
Nothing? Is it nothing when me nerves is in shreds, listening to them footsteps overhead, day after day?
It's only the new lodger walking about upstairs.
I know who it is, don't I? But what's he doing it for? Tell me that. Backwards and forwards all day long, like a caged animal. That man's up to something, Percy. I know he is. And you've got to put a stop to it.
You're being a bit hard on the poor chap, Mabel. Well, he's quiet enough now, ain't he? Not a sound out of him.
Oh, yes. He's gone to bed now. It's always the same this time of night. But he's on the go all day, when you're out at work. And it's driving me balmy.
Be reasonable. There's no law against a chap walking about, is there? It's not as if he's doing you any harm.
Shh. Do you hear that? He's off again.
Well, maybe he is, but it's no
Go
reason...
up and tell him he's got to stop, Percy. Show him who's master in this house and say you won't stand for it no more. Well, what are you waiting for?
Well, I just can't... There now. He's gone back to bed. I can't very well tell him to stop when he's stopped already, can I?
Oh, I might have known you'd wriggle out of it. All right. If you're not going to do nothing, I know someone as will.
What do you mean? Who?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes. That's who. First thing tomorrow morning, I'm going straight to Baker Street.
The Red Circle by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatised for radio by Peter Ling. With Clive Merrison as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson. And featuring Joan Sims as Mrs. Warren and Ronald Herdman as Inspector Gregson. The Red Circle.
You must try to understand, Mrs.
Warren, sir. Same as the street. It's easy to remember.
Ah, yes. Quite a coincidence, Mrs. Warren. You actually reside in Warren Street, do you?
Oh, no, sir. We live in Great Orme Street, near the British Museum. But we're not far from Warren Street.
Quite. Mrs. Warren, you must appreciate that Mr. Holmes is a very busy man. All right, my dear chap, leave this to me.
In all honesty, my dear lady, I cannot see that you have any real cause for uneasiness.
That's right, and since Mr. Holmes has a great many calls upon his time...
I hope you'll forgive me. I do have a certain amount of work on hand. Watson, would you be kind enough to...
Yes, of course. Allow me, Mrs. Warren, this way.
That's easy enough to say, Mr. Holmes, but if I didn't have no cause for uneasiness, I wouldn't be here now, would I? I'm worried sick, and that's the truth. And I keep remembering our Mr. Hobbs.
Mr. Hobbs?
Mr. Fairdale Hobbs. He lodged with us last year. You helped him out when he had his bit of trouble with the law.
Fairdale Hobbs, the purloined paperweight. Ah, the bank clerk. It's quite a simple matter, as I recall.
Oh, simple to you, perhaps. But he never stopped talking about it. About your kindness, Mr. Holmes, and the way you saved him from jail. He said you brought light into his darkness.
Yes, I'm sure. Thank you, Mrs. Warren.
So when I was suffering terrible doubt and darkness myself, I thought of you, sir. And I know you could help me if you would.
Yes. Well, perhaps you'd care to take a seat, madam.
Oh, thank you.
Let us consider this matter a little further. You don't object to tobacco, I hope?
Oh, I'm used to it, sir. Mr. Warren smokes a pipe, just like you.
I see. Now, where are the matches? Matches? Oh, here you go. Now, as I understand it, you're uneasy because your new lodger remains in his rooms all day, and you never see him.
I dare say if Mr. Holmes were your lodger, you wouldn't see him for weeks on end sometimes.
Oh, begging your pardon, sir. This is different. It frightens me, Mr. Holmes. I can't sleep at night for lying awake thinking about it. It's all right for Mr. Warren. He's out at work all day. But I'm alone in the house with that man, and I want to know what he's up to. What's he done? What's he hiding for? I tell you, it's driving me off my head with worry.
Now, try to relax, dear lady. Just sit back in the chair. No, right back. Huh? Now rest your head upon that cushion. And let us consider the situation calmly and peacefully. Now, take your time. Try to remember everything you can about this man. Even the smallest detail may be essential. Huh? Good. Now, to begin at the beginning. He arrived when?
10 days ago, sir. And he paid me a fortnight's board and lodging in advance.
Those are the usual terms, I take it.
Yes, sir. The usual terms is 50 bob a week, all in. He's got the small sitting room and bedroom on the first floor, self-contained, as you might say, right above my kitchen. More's the pity.
Oh, I'd say that seems very reasonable. 50 shillings a week.
Yes, sir. Only he says to me, I'll pay you £5 a week, he says, if I can have it on my own terms.
£5? What did he mean by his own terms?
He was to have a key of the house. Well, that's fair enough. Our lodgers generally do. And he was to be left entirely to himself, never to be disturbed, not on any account.
Well, there's nothing so very extraordinary in that, surely.
Well, not within reason, no, sir. But this is beyond any kind of reason. He's been there now for 10 days, and neither me nor Mr. Warren has set eyes on him. And except for the very first night, he's never once gone out of the house.
Ah, he left the house that night, did he?
Yes, sir, and come back very late after we'd gone to bed. He told me when he took the rooms that he'd probably be late, and asked me not to bolt the front door. It was after midnight when I heard him come in.
What about his meals? I presume he must eat occasionally.
Well, that's something else he was very firm about. Meal times he always rings his bell, then I have to leave the tray on a chair outside his door. He rings again when he's finished, and I take it down the same way. If he wants anything else, he prints it on a scrap of paper and leaves it on the tray.
How do you mean, he prints it?
Well, he prints it in big letters, not joined up writing. Just the word for whatever he wants. Look, I brought some with me to show you. Soap, do you see? Here's one. Match. This one he left for me the first morning. Daily Gazette. I leave it with his breakfast every day.
This is certainly a little unusual. Seclusion, I can understand. Why print? Why not write? Printing is a slow, clumsy process. What does it suggest to you, Watson?
Perhaps he wants to conceal his handwriting.
Yes, that's fairly obvious, but why? What may it matter to him that his landlady should not see his handwriting, and why such laconic messages?
I can't imagine.
Well, it opens up a pleasing field for speculation. You notice that the words are written with a coloured pencil, violet-tinted, and the edge of the paper has been torn on one side after the message was written, so the S of soap is partly missing. And that suggests caution, don't you think?
Caution? I'd call it carelessness.
No. The paper's been torn quite deliberately. There's probably some mark. Yes, a fingerprint, perhaps, which might have given a clue to the writer's identity.
Not to me. I don't know that much about fingerprints.
No. Tell me, Mrs. Warren, you described your lodger as of medium height, dark and bearded. What age would you put him at?
Youngish, sir. Not above 30.
There's nothing more you can tell me about him?
Let me see. He's well-dressed, quite the gentleman, and he spoke very good English for a foreigner.
Oh, he's a foreigner? He never mentioned that. Where's he come from, do you know?
Oh, he didn't say, and I didn't like to pry. Abroad, I should think. Yes, abroad, definitely.
Yes, and he never gave you his name?
No, sir.
Has he received any letters since he arrived? Any callers?
No, sir. None.
Yes, but I still don't understand. Surely you must see him when you go to his room to make the bed and so on.
No, sir. He looks after himself. He was very strict about that.
Good Lord. Certainly remarkable. Now, what about his luggage?
He brought one big Gladstone bag with him. Nothing else.
Whoever he is, the gentleman has not gone out of his way to be helpful. Does he ever send anything down from his room apart from crockery and messages? Does he leave nothing else on the tray?
Oh, bits of rubbish sometimes. The Gazette after he's done with it. Oh, this was on his tray one morning. I didn't know if it might be important.
Just a crumpled scrap of paper.
Turn it over, Watson.
A red circle. Does that mean anything?
Yes, it might. What else do you have in that envelope, Mrs. Warren?
Oh, I hope you don't mind. It's only 2 burnt matches and a cigarette end. I brought them with me because Mr. Hobbs said as you could read a lot out of little things.
Yes, thank you. But not in this instance, I fear. The matches have been used to light cigarettes. That's clear from the shortness of the burnt ends. It takes half a match, at least, to light a pipe or a cigar. But there's something rather remarkable about this cigarette. You did say the gentleman had a beard and a moustache.
Yes, sir.
Ah, very odd. Now, I should say this cigarette could only have been smoked by a clean-shaven man. The stub is very short. And look here, Watson. Even your modest moustache would have been singed by it.
He might smoke through a cigarette holder.
No, I think not. The end's been matted by the lips. I suppose there couldn't be 2 people in your first-floor rooms?
Oh, no, sir. As it is, he eats so little, I wonder at it. Just pecks at his food, he does.
Well, it is an interesting puzzle. Well, I fear we must wait until you can give us a little more information. In the meantime, I don't think you've much to worry about. You've been well paid, and though your lodger is certainly eccentric, he's not giving you any trouble. If he chooses to lie low, well, it's nobody's business but his own.
Oh, sir, you mean to say you won't do nothing?
I have no fear. I have taken up this matter, and I won't lose sight of it. Return immediately if anything fresh occurs. If you need me, I shall be at your service.
Oh, thank you, sir. And you too, sir.
Oh, don't mention it. Allow me to see you out.
Well, Watson?
I took her to the corner and she caught a bus to Bloomsbury. We talked a little more, but nothing new emerged.
So, have you reached any conclusions about this intriguing riddle? Any theories?
Well, there's certainly some points of interest. I must say it all strikes me as pretty trivial.
Yes, possibly. We may be dealing with an individual who has a reclusive personality and an obsessive character. On the other hand, the truth may lie deeper.
I say, Holmes, had it occurred to you that the lodger at Great Orme Street may not be the same man Mrs. Warren met originally?
My dear chap, you take the words out of my mouth. How did you reach that conclusion?
I suppose it was a cigarette end, really. Chap with a beard couldn't have smoked it.
Quite so. And any other reason, apart from that?
Well, he went out immediately after he'd taken the room and came back very late that night when nobody was about. Someone else could have taken his place.
Yes. And don't overlook the fact that the man who paid the rent in advance spoke English well, whereas the one who printed those little notes used the words match when it should have been matches.
Oh, yes. There is that, of course.
Yes, I imagine the word was taken from a dictionary, which would give the noun in the singular, not the plural. The terseness of the notes might conceal the lack of fluency in English.
Yes, but having said all that, what's the point of it? Why should one man book the room and another one move in?
Yes, well, therein lies our problem. But we have one obvious line of investigation. While you were escorting Mrs. Warren, I was studying the personal column in today's Daily Gazette. Luckily, we need only concern ourselves with one particular newspaper.
Personal column?
It's an exhaustive catalogue of groans, cries, and grievances, an invaluable hunting ground for students of human nature. Now, we know the gentleman in question is alone, without callers or correspondence. How else is he to receive messages from the outside world? Now, cast your eye over these cris de coeur, Watson, and tell me if anything strikes you.
A lady with a black feather boa at Prince's Skating Club.
I think we might pass over that one.
Surely Jimmy will not break his mother's heart.
Touching but irrelevant.
If the lady who fainted on the Brixton omnibus...
No. This one, look here. High red house with white stone facing, 3rd floor, 2nd window left, tonight, G. Huh? Well, Watson, what do you suppose that means?
To me, nothing whatever.
But it might mean a great deal to Mrs. Warren's lodger. She told us that the gentleman moved in 10 days ago. Now, be so good as to ask Mrs. Hudson where she keeps the newspaper she uses for lighting the fires, and try to retrieve as many gazettes as you can for the past fortnight.
Well, what do you expect to find?
We're on the trail of the elusive G, my dear fellow. The hunt is up.
Mabel? Is that you?
Percy? Where are you?
In here. In the kitchen.
Whatever are you doing out at this time of day? They haven't gone and give you the push, have they? Oh, Percy. Oh, my Lord, what's happened? Where did you get that bruise on your forehead? You're covered in mud.
I've been kidnapped, Mabel. That's what I've been.
Kidnapped? Whatever do you mean? When?
First thing after breakfast. Soon as I left the house. I hadn't gone 10 paces down the road when 2 men come up behind me and threw a coat over me head.
Oh.
Then they bundled me into a cab standing at the curb.
Outside the house? Why didn't you call out or something?
I had this coat over me face. Half choking me, it was.
Oh, Percy, whatever next?
Well, next thing I knew, the driver whipped up the horse and we set off. Must have been going for an hour or more. Well, after a bit, I heard them muttering something. I couldn't make out the words, and all of a sudden they threw open the door and chucked me out. That's how I got this bruise.
Oh, what a wicked thing. You could have been killed.
Yeah, well, when I picked myself up, I found I was at Hampstead Heath. And I had to make my own way home. Well, I'm not going into work today, Mabel. You must write and tell them I'm too shook up.
Yes, all right, but why should anyone do such a thing?
How the hell should I know?
Language, Percy.
Well, I can tell you this much. It's got something to do with that perisher upstairs. I'd take me oath on it.
What makes you say that?
We've lived in this house 15 years and nothing like this ever happened before. Not till he moved in. I tell you, Mabel, he's got to go.
Now then, my dear fellow, how many copies of the Gazette have you perused?
16.
16? Well done. How many traces of our mysterious correspondent did you find?
1. Here. Signed G. Did you come across any?
I was rather luckier. I bagged 2. However, let us put them in chronological order. Yes. Yes, as you can see, this is the first one.
Be patient. We'll find some means of communication. Meanwhile, this column G.
Yes, and that appeared 2 days after Mrs. Warren's lodger arrived, and then 3 days later...
I'm making successful arrangements. Be patient, and the clouds will pass. G.
Yes, nothing for a week after that. But then comes something rather more definite.
Yes, the path is clearing. We'll try to signal message. Remember agreed code. You will hear very soon. G.
And this morning, the description of a high red house with white stone facings, 3rd floor, 2nd window left, tonight. Yes, believe me, Watson, something is about to happen.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
Something has happened. Come in, Mrs. Warren. We were just talking of you.
Oh, I'm sorry to trouble you twice in one day, but you did say if anything else occurred.
You have news for us.
Won't you take a seat, madam? You're quite out of breath. A glass of water, perhaps.
Oh, no, thank you, sir. I've done nothing but traipse backwards and forwards all day. But me and Mr. Warren, we're not standing for no more of it. This is a police matter now, Mr. Holmes.
Why? What's happened?
Out he goes. Bag and baggage. I'd have gone straight up and told him so, only I thought it was only right to ask you first. But I'm at the end of my patience, and that's a fact. When he comes to knocking my old man about...
Knocking your husband about?
As good as. Used him very roughly, they did.
They? Who?
That's what we'd like to know. Mr. Warren went off to work first thing, like he does every day. And the minute he left the house, 2 villains come up behind and kidnapped him.
Good heavens.
Threw a coat over his head and flung him into a cab, they did. They drove him all the way to Hampstead and chucked him out near the Vale of Health. He's lucky to be alive.
Did he see which way the cab went? Could he identify it?
Oh, he was that shook up, he never thought to look. He just took a bus home, and he was there when I got back.
Did he observe the appearance of the men or hear their conversation?
He never saw nothing, nor heard nothing. Clean dazed he was, just as if he'd been lifted up and dropped again by magic. There was 2 men in it, he knows that much. 3 counting the driver.
But why do you connect this attack with your lodger?
Well, stands to reason, don't it? But we'll have him out of the house before the day's over, believe you me.
Now, do nothing rash, Mrs. Warren. It's clear that there's some danger threatening your lodger. His enemies were lying in wait at your door and ambushed your husband in error. On discovering their mistake, they let him go. Yes, what else they might have done, I can only conjecture.
Well, that's all very well. But what are we to do, Mr. Holmes?
You know, I've a great fancy to see this lodger of yours, Mrs. Warren.
Well, I don't see how, unless you break his door down. After I leave his tray, I hear him unlock it as I go downstairs.
He takes the tray in. Could we not conceal ourselves nearby and watch him do so?
Let me think. There's a vacant room across the landing. I could fix up a looking-glass, perhaps. And if you gentlemen was to stay behind the door...
Yes, excellent. At what time does he take his evening meal?
About 7, as a rule.
Oh, very well. Dr. Watson and I will be at Great Orme Street at 1:45. Meanwhile, I rely on you to make the arrangements. Let's hope the gentleman hasn't requested an early supper this evening. Shall I ring the bell? Yes, but with finesse. I don't wish to disturb the entire household. It seems a very respectable neighbourhood. Hardly the place one would expect to find this kind of thuggery. Of course, a street like this provides excellent cover. Tall residential buildings. Oh, hello. What now? Building across the road. No, further along. Can't you see? Huh? Nothing but a block of mansion flats, red brick. Exactly, a high red house with white stone facings. That is the signal station. Shh. Someone's coming.
Sorry to keep you waiting, gentlemen. I was just getting supper ready. Please come in.
Watson, be so good as to remove your boots, if you please. My boots? Do as I do and leave them here by the hall stand. Quarry is obviously on his guard. We must not alarm him.
I'll take you upstairs, then I'll come down and wait till he rings for his supper. It shouldn't be long now.
An excellent hiding place, giving us a good view of the door across the landing. I only wish the landlady had provided a larger mirror. It's difficult to see in such a small... One moment. Yes, I thought so. By the smell of boiled cabbage and bacon, this will be Mrs. Warren with a tray.
Your supper, sir?
I set down the tray. She's going downstairs. Yes, but look here. Oh, wait, I could... I'll just close this door. Well, Watson, what do you make of that? Not a great deal. You were in the way. But I gather the lodger is a lady. A very beautiful one. Long, slim hands, the face of a Madonna, and a look of horror when she suspected she was being watched. She saw you? I think not. There's a glimmer from the street lamp. She probably saw some faint movement which alarmed her. As I suspected, there's been a substitution of lodgers. But why? Well, consider this. A couple were seeking refuge from some terrible danger. The man, who had some essential work to carry out, wished to leave the woman in complete safety. He solved the problem so effectively that her presence was not even known to the landlady. The printed messages were in order to conceal her delicate feminine handwriting, and the man cannot now communicate with her except through the personal column of the Gazette. But what's behind it all? Some sort of elopement? A runaway romance? Oh, this is no love escapade. I fear it has a far more sinister aspect. The further we go in this investigation, the more curious and complex it becomes. Surely, Holmes, if it's some private matter, why should you pursue it any further? Oh, indeed. Oh, this is art for art's sake, my dear chap. But when you were in practice, did you never make any diagnosis without thought of reward? Sometimes. For my education. Yes, well, education never ends, Watson. Life is an endless series of lessons, and this is an instructive case. Yes, there's neither money in it nor credit. Yet it's a case one would like to tidy up. Perhaps if we were to return to Baker Street and discuss... No, not yet. I remember this morning's message in the Gazette. The building over the road. Let me see. The third floor, second window on the left. That apartment is in darkness. There seem to be no curtains at the window. Yes, it's evidently an empty flat to which our man has access. But he can't... Holmes, look. Do you see that glimmer of light? Someone has lit a candle. Yes, and now he shields the flame with his hand. We must watch and wait. Now, I fancy he stands there staring across at this house. No doubt he wishes to be sure that she is on the lookout, too. Yes, he removes his hand briefly, one flash of light, and he shields it again. Yes, that must be the code he referred to. A quick pencil and paper. 1. What's it mean? Oh, there it is again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Make a note of this, Watson. 7, 8, and keep counting. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Mabel?
Oh, what is it now?
What do you think's going on up there?
I don't know what to think, and that's a fact. But it's gone very quiet.
Quiet as the grave.
Oh, don't say such things. At least he's stopped walking about. That's some comfort.
Ask me, he's biding his time. And what about them other two in the box room?
They're biding their time too. You know what I wish?
No? What?
I wish we hadn't never started taking in lodgers. I wish we'd never come to Bloomsbury at all. I wish we'd stayed at home with me mum and dad at Tooting Beck. They don't have goings-on like this in Tooting Beck.
A most primitive form of code. 1 flash for A, 2 for B, 3 for C, and so on. Now, read it all out, Watson. And tell me what you have.
A-T-T-E-N-T-A. Repeated 3 times.
At 10, tar. It doesn't make sense. Yes, unless T.A. are someone's initials?
It could mean at 10, thank you, abbreviated to save time.
No, I should have guessed from the dark beauty of that face. The word's Italian. Attenta, the Italian for beware.
Look out. He's beginning again. 1, 2, 3. Good Lord. Total darkness. He's put out the candle.
Yes, and the message has been cut short.
By some intruder, perhaps?
I think you're right. There's something devilish in this, Watson. We must go to that empty flat ourselves and see what we can find.
There's still no light in that apartment. No sign of life.
Can you see anyone upstairs in Mrs. Warren's house, at the lodger's window, perhaps?
It has a net curtain, but yes, I can see the outline of a woman. She's standing there as we did, watching the building opposite.
And in that doorway, someone else is watching us. Yeah, you see him by the light of the street lamp. Let's cross over.
Why, Mr. Holmes.
Inspector Gregson. This is a night of surprises.
Well, I'm Dr. Watson.
Journeys end in lovers' meetings, to coin a phrase. What brings you here, Inspector?
The same reason that brings you, I dare say. Though how you got onto it, I can't imagine.
Our different threads from the same tangled skein. The doctor and I have been across the road, reading the signals.
Signals? What signals?
From the 3rd floor window here, until the message was suddenly interrupted. That's why we came over, to see what's going on.
However, since the case is in your good hands, Inspector, there's no point in our attempting to interfere, so we'll bid you a very good night.
No, wait a bit. Don't run away, gentlemen. I'll say this much, Mr. Holmes. I was never on a case yet that I didn't feel the better for having you on my side. And there's no hurry. These flats only have the one exit, so we have him safely bottled up.
And who is he?
You mean to say you don't know? Well, we can score one over you for once, Mr. Holmes. See the cabman waiting at the corner? Well, I'll get him over and introduce you. He can explain better than I can.
A cab driver?
That's right, Doctor. Except that he ain't a cab driver. Let me introduce you to Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. This is Mr. Leverton of Pinkerton's American Detective Agency.
The hero of the Long Island Cave mystery. I'm delighted to make your acquaintance.
It's good of you to say so, Mr. Holmes. The honor's all mine. But I'm on the greatest trail of my life at present. If I can just lay my hands on Giorgiano...
Giorgiano? Of the Red Circle?
So his fame has spread this far, is it? Yet we know a good deal about him in the States, Mr. Holmes. He's at back of 50 unsolved murders. Yet he's so smart, we can't pin them on him. I trailed him here from New York, trying to find an excuse to lay my hand on his collar. But Inspector Gregson and I have run him to ground. He won't slip by us this time.
Yes. Has no one come out of the building since you've been here?
Just one man, but Giorgiano's built like a mountain. I'll take my oath it wasn't him.
According to Mr. Holmes and the doctor, he was up there sending signals from the window. And he broke off suddenly.
Hell's teeth. He's on to us.
What makes you say that?
Here he is, holed up in London, sending messages to an accomplice. We know there are several of his gang over in London. He must have caught sight of us down here in the street. Now what do we do?
I suggest we go up and investigate.
We've got no warrant for his arrest.
He's in unoccupied premises under suspicious circumstances. That's good enough for me.
Okay. Let's go. We're on the 3rd floor. But which door?
Oh, this is the flat on the left-hand side.
Bring your lantern over here, Inspector. Yeah, I thought as much. The door's ajar. He could be anywhere in the building by now. Yeah, maybe we should split up.
Not yet. First, let's make sure this flat's empty.
Oh, this place is deserted. No furniture, no carpet.
Direct your lantern onto the floor, Gregson. Yes, thank you. I've got a trail of bloodstains leading to the front room. Follow me.
By George! Will you look at that? Black Georgiano himself. Someone got to him ahead of us.
Oh, and on the windowsill, someone's left half a candle and a box of matches.
Well, what the dickens are you doing, Holmes?
The man's dead, with a knife in his throat. Yes, so I observed. A veritable giant of a man. It must have been a formidable blow. And no doubt he tried to defend himself. You notice the dagger lying close to his hand.
So this is the man you were after?
Yeah, what?
You say a man emerged from the building while you stood guard below. Did you observe him closely?
Of course.
Was he a man of about 30, dark, middle-sized, with a black beard?
Yes, it was.
You didn't recognize him?
No, I never saw him before in my life. Why?
Yes, possibly he didn't have a beard when he lived in New York. Yes, no matter. I've given you his description, and you now have an excellent outline of his footprint in that pool of blood. That red circle.
You mentioned the red circle before. What does it mean?
It's the name of a secret society in Naples, allied to the old Carbonari, an infernal brotherhood of crime and corruption which extends from Italy to London and to America. Isn't that so, Mr. Leverton?
Right. The oaths and secrets of the red circle are terrible. Yet once a man gets into the power of the brotherhood, there's no escape. And this Black Georgiano, what sort of a man was he? Black-hearted. His hands red with the blood of his victims. In Italy, he earned the name of Death. He had to leave Naples in a hurry to avoid arrest. When he reached New York, he set up a new chapter of the organization. Thank God that Death has caught up with him at last.
That's all very well, but who killed him?
I can't tell you his name, but you have his description, his footprint. That should be enough for you, surely.
It's not much to go on, Mr. Holmes, among all the millions in London.
No, perhaps not. That's why I thought it might be best to summon this lady to assist you. Please come in, Senora.
What the...
You have killed him. My husband, you have killed him.
I think not. Look again, Senora.
Oh, Dio mio, it is Georgiano. Oh, Signor, this is wonderful. The most wonderful. But I do not understand. You are police, is it not so? You have killed Georgiano. But where is Gennaro? Where is my husband?
I must ask you to identify yourself, madam. You are...
I know this lady. She is Mrs. Amelia Luca, the wife of Gennaro Luca, Italian immigrants living in New York.
But where is Gennaro? He called me this moment from the window, and I ran here with all
speed. It was
speed.
I who called you, Senora, using the flame of that candle.
You? Well, how could you call?
Well, the code was not difficult. I knew I only had to send the word Vieni, and you would surely come.
How do you know these things? Oh, that evil man, Georgiano. How did he... Oh, now I see it. My Gennaro, my beautiful Gennaro, who has guarded me and kept me safe. Oh, thank God. It was he who killed this monster.
Excuse me, madam. I'm still not quite clear what's been going on, but I must ask you to accompany me to Scotland Yard.
Now, one moment, Gregson. I fancy this lady may be as anxious to give us information as you are to hear it. Now, you understand, Senora, that your husband may be arrested and tried for the death of the man who lies before us. But if you believe he acted from the highest possible motives, you cannot serve him better than by telling us the whole story.
Oh, now Georgiano is dead. We fear nothing. Oh, Signor Leverton, you must tell them. Georgiano was a devil. No judge in the world will punish my husband for having killed him.
I'll do all I can.
Then I suggest that we leave this apartment as we found it. Put a man on guard, Inspector, and let's escort this lady to her own room and hear what she has to tell us.
Well, madam?
I was born in Posillipo, near Naples. Gennaro was in my father's employment, and we fell in love. He had no money and no prospects, nothing but his strength, his goodness and his beauty. And my father forbade the match, so we eloped. We were married in Bari. I sold my jewels and we purchased tickets to sail to New York.
How long ago was this?
4 years. At first, fortune smiled upon us. Gennaro was able to do some service to a wealthy businessman, Mr. Castle. He saved him from an attack by some ruffians in a place they call the Bowery. You know it?
I know it only too well. Clifford Castle is the senior partner of Castle and Zambra, the chief fruit importers in New York City. Out of gratitude, Castle took Gennaro Luca under his wing.
He was very good. He gave my husband work in his office and soon made him head of his department. We were able to take a little house in Brooklyn. Our future was full of promise.
Until the day your husband ran into Giuseppe Giorgiano.
He was like a black cloud, shutting out the sun. And he soon covered the whole sky.
Signora, don't distress yourself. Please continue, Mr. Leverton.
Well, like I said, we were already keeping tabs on the man. The Italian police had made contact and warned us about him. After that, we had him tailed wherever he went, and one of the places he went was the Lucas house in Brooklyn.
He used to come and visit us. I could not understand why my Gennaro, who was so good, could befriend such an evil man. I asked him many times, but he would not discuss it. Until one evening, soon after he had come home from the office, the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, Signor Leverton walked in.
Mrs. Luca?
Yes?
Is your husband home?
Why, yes, he is. But
I want a word with him. Ah, there you are, Mr. Luca.
Who are you, huh? What do you want?
The name's Leverton, from Pinkerton's detective agency. I'm making inquiries in connection with a fellow countryman of yours, Giuseppe Giorgiano.
I know nothing about him.
Oh, but Gennaro.
I do not know the man.
I hate to have to disagree with you, sir, but you were seen with him in a bar on Bleecker Street not more than an hour ago. I need to know what business you discussed with him.
I do not understand.
Emilia, please. When I say I don't know him, I mean I hardly know him. He comes from my home district in Italy, and he likes to talk about old times. That is all. I do not do any business with him.
Is that so? And what can you tell me about the Red Circle, Mr. Luca?
I can tell you nothing. I know nothing of the Red Circle or about this man. I've done nothing wrong. Now stop asking me questions and get out of my house.
When Mr. Leverton had gone, I begged Gennaro to tell me the truth. I put my arms about him because I saw he was afraid, a deep secret fear. And at last, he told me everything.
We know Giorgiano was one of the Red Circle leaders. I suppose your husband is a member of the Brotherhood?
Oh, not anymore. At home in Naples, in his young days when he was wild and rebellious, he had joined the organization. But he soon realized he had made a terrible mistake. When we fled to America, he thought he had cast it off forever. Then he met Giorgiano again, who began to blackmail him and tried to involve him in criminal activities. Gennaro showed me a paper he had thrust into his hand that very day, with a red circle upon it. It was an order to attend a meeting. If he disobeyed, he would be killed.
You should have told me. We could have protected him.
Oh, there was no protection against such a man. And if anything happened to Gennaro, I would have been left alone, penniless in a foreign land. Worse still, more than once, Giorgiano had tried to force his attentions upon me. He made no secret of the fact that he found me attractive. Oh, without Gennaro, I would become a helpless victim. We both knew that.
So, your husband obeyed the command.
He attended the meeting?
He did. That night he was very late in returning. I feared for his life. When he came home, it was almost midnight. But he was not alone.
Come in, sir. You know my wife.
Mr. Carson.
Of course. A very great pleasure, ma'am.
Oh, how do you do? Forgive me. I am in my dressing gown. I was not expecting...
Neither was I. But your husband was most insistent when he telephoned and asked me to meet him here.
Oh.
Now then, my friend. What's all this about, huh?
Sit down, please. Both of you. Mr. Castle, I believe you have recently met an Italian by the name of Giuseppe Giorgiano.
That man, I knew it. If it is bad news, I knew that he would be involved in it.
Well, I've met him, yes. But I'm sorry to hear he's an acquaintance of yours. He came to my home a few weeks back and tried to blackmail me.
Oh, no.
It seems he's the ringleader of some gang. He goes around threatening successful businessmen with violence unless they pay him money. Protection money, he calls it.
Yes, this I knew already. But you did not agree.
I most certainly did not. I said if I heard any more of this nonsense, I would go directly to the police.
It is a great pity you did not do so.
Huh?
Tonight, the Red Circle held a meeting. I was forced to attend it. They resolved to make an example of you, sir, as a warning to future victims. It was agreed that you and your home should be blown up by dynamite.
Oh, Dio mio, you must go to the police at once.
Wait. There is more to tell. We drew lots as to who should carry out the deed. And I saw Giorgiano smile at me as I dipped my hand into the bag. Somehow, he had fixed it. Drew out my slip of paper. I saw. Well, here it is.
The red circle.
It was a clever plan. If I obeyed, you, my benefactor, would be a dead man, and I would be wanted for murder and hounded by the police. If I refused, the Brotherhood would kill me at once. To save my life, I had to pretend to go along with it.
Dear God. What are we to do?
There is only one way. Tomorrow, you must go to the police and tell them all you know. It is all the evidence they need to arrest Giorgiano.
But what about you?
By this time tomorrow, Emilia and I will be on our way to London and safety.
But the plan misfired, and Giorgiano slipped through our fingers. He managed to escape and followed you to England, intent on revenge.
And the rest of the story we already know. Signor Luca made arrangements for his wife to live here, secretly and safely, but he could only communicate with her through the newspaper until tonight.
And now I ask you, gentlemen, do we have anything to fear from the law? Would any law on earth condemn my husband for what he has done?
That is up to the law to decide, madam, not me. But I'm sure Mr. Holmes will use his influence on your husband's behalf. It wouldn't be the first time.
I don't know what your British judges will have to say, but in New York, I guess Gennaro Luca will have a pretty general vote of thanks.
I think we may indeed take an optimistic viewpoint. We all saw that Giorgiano was armed with a dagger. It's clear enough that your husband killed him in self-defense. No, I don't think you've much to fear, madam.
Oh, thank you, Signor.
What I still don't understand, Mr. Holmes, is how on earth you got yourself mixed up in all this.
Education, Gregson, education. Still seeking knowledge at the old university. Well, Watson, we must be on our way. We have another appointment this evening. I fear we're already late.
Another appointment? Do we?
Certainly. Do you think you could waylay a hansom, my dear fellow?
This other appointment you referred to. I don't recollect anything about it.
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't I tell you? Yes, we have another call upon our time, I fear. At an address somewhere in Covent Garden.
Really? What's it all about?
A mysterious murder, Watson. A crime of jealous passion and revenge. An Italian stabbed to death.
Another one?
I have the necessary documents here in my pocket. Perhaps you'd care to take charge of them.
Here's a ticket.
The Opera House, my dear chap. Rigoletto. With a bit of luck, we should be in time for the second act.
In The Red Circle, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Merrison and Dr. Watson by Michael Williams, with Joan Sims as Mrs. Warren and Ronald Herdman as Inspector Gregson. Mr. Warren was played by James Taylor, Emilia Luca by Una Beeson, Gennaro Luca by Lyndon Gregory, James Leverton by Dominic Letts, and Cyrus Castle by Philip Anthony. The violinist was Leonard Friedman. The Red Circle was dramatized for radio by Peter Ling and directed by Enid Williams.
Capital, my dear Watson. Let us return to our humble abode.
221B Baker Street, please, cabby.
From London, we present Shoscombe Old Place by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, adapted for radio by Michael Hardwick, with Carlton Hobbs as Sherlock Holmes and Norman Shelley as Dr. Watson.
You know something of racing, don't you, Watson?
I ought to. I pay for it with about half my wound pension.
Then I'll make you my handy guide to the turf. Does the name Sir Robert Norberton recall anything?
I should say so. He lives at Shoscombe Old Place. My summer quarters were down there at one time. But you know, Norberton nearly came within your province once.
Oh? How was that?
It was when he horsewhipped Sam Brewer, the Curzon Street moneylender on Newmarket Heath. Nearly killed him.
He sounds interesting. Does he often indulge in that way?
He has the name of being a dangerous man. One of those fellows who overshot that true generation. He should have been a Regency buck. A great eye for the ladies, boxer, athlete, and about the most daredevil rider in the country. Came second in the Grand National a few years back.
Oh.
They say that what he's lost on the turf has got him so far down Queer Street that he may never find his way back again.
Capital, Watson. An admirable thumbnail sketch. Now, can you give me some idea of Shoscombe Old Place?
Well, only that it's in the middle of Shoscombe Park in Berkshire. The Shoscombe Stud and training quarters are there.
And the head trainer is John Mason.
Huh?
You needn't look so surprised, my dear Watson. He was due here some minutes ago. But do let us have some more about Shoscombe. I seem to have struck a rich vein.
Well, the Shoscombe Spaniels. You hear of them at every dog show. They're the special pride of the lady of Shoscombe Old Place.
Sir Robert Norberton's wife?
No. He's never married. Huh? Just as well, I think, considering his prospect. He lives with his widowed sister, Lady Beatrice Falder. Matter of fact, the place belonged to her late husband. Norberton has no claim on it at all. When she dies, it reverts to her husband's brother.
So she only has a life interest in it?
That's right. She draws the rents and Norberton spends them. Still, I've heard that she's devoted to him. But what's amiss at Shoscombe, Holmes?
Ah, that's just what I want to know. And here, I expect, is the man who can tell us.
John Mason, sir.
Ah, Mr. Mason. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
You had my note, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, but it explained nothing.
Oh, it was too delicate a thing to put the details on paper. And too complicated.
Well, here we are, at your disposal. Oh, do sit down.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, first of all, Mr. Holmes, I think my employer, Sir Robert Norberton, has gone mad.
This is Baker Street, Mr. Mason, not Harley Street. But why do you say that?
Well, sir, when a man does one odd thing or two odd things, there may be a meaning to it. But when everything he does is odd, then you begin to wonder. I reckon Shoscombe Prince and the Derby have turned his brain between them.
Shoscombe Prince is a colt Sir Robert has entered.
Oh, he's the best in England, and I should know if anyone does. But I'll be plain with you gentlemen now, because I know this won't go beyond the room. Sir Robert has got to win this Derby. He's up to his neck. It's his last chance. Everything he can raise or borrow is on that horse, and at fine odds, too.
Yes, but how's that, Mr. Mason, with a horse as good as that?
Well, the public don't know how good he is, Dr. Watson. Sir Robert's too clever for the touts. He has the Prince's half bell right for spins. You can't tell them apart. But there are 2 lengths and a furlong between them when it comes to a gallop. No, sir. His whole life is on the Prince. If he fails him, he's done.
It seems rather a desperate gamble. But where does the madness come in?
Well, first of all, you've only got to look at him. His eyes are wild. He's down at the stables at all hours. And there's the way he behaves to Lady Beatrice.
Oh? In what way?
Well, they've always been the best of friends. She loves the horses as much as he does. Why, Shoscombe Prince, when he heard her coming, he trot out to the carriage for his lump of sugar every time. But that's all over now.
Why?
Well, she seems to have lost all interest. For a week now, she's just driven past the stables without so much as a good morning.
You think there's been a quarrel?
Oh, a bitter quarrel, if you ask me, sir. Why else would he give away her pet spaniel?
Her spaniel?
Oh, she loved it as if it were a child. But he gave it away a few days ago to old Barnes, what keeps the Green Dragon down at Crendel.
Strange indeed.
Of course, what with her weak heart and dropsy, she couldn't get about with Sir Robert, but he used to spend a couple of hours with her in her room every evening. That's all over, too. He never goes near her. She takes it to heart, sir. It's all changed, Mr. Holmes. Everything's changed. And something going on. Mark my words.
There's something more, then?
Oh, that there is, sir. Night after night, the master sneaks off down to the crypt at the old church.
Church?
Oh, it's an old ruined chapel in the park.
Oh, I see.
A dark, damp place it is, too. Bad enough by day. There's not many in our parts would think of going there by night.
Haunted, no doubt.
You may smile, Mr. Holmes. It's had a bad name amongst us for generations. Anyway, there he goes every night, wet or fine.
You interest me more and more, Mr. Mason. But how do you know all this?
Well, it was my head lad Stevens noticed him sneaking off first of all and told me. It's none of our business, perhaps you'll say. But we went after him. We waited behind a bush and saw him go inside the crypt. This is jumpy work, all right, Fred. It'll be a bad job for us if he spots us.
He's no respecter of persons when he gets started.
Still, I mean to see this out.
Oh, you can't see much from here.
Think we can go inside and take a look?
Oh, not in your life. He'd hear us for sure.
Oh, there's not much we can do then, except follow him home again.
Well, you never know. He might be carrying something to give us some idea.
Hey, watch out. He's coming out now.
Yeah, we'll keep down then. He'll come past these bushes.
Yeah, you're right. Well, his hands were empty, so where does that get us?
I don't know. We could take a look inside now he's gone.
Inside? Oh, I don't know, John.
Come on, man, come on. The master can go in there. I reckon we can.
Well,
We'll not rest easy till we get to the bottom of this. Wait out here for me if you like.
No, I'll come. Well, there's no one here.
No one or nothing.
Oh, then that's that. We can be getting back.
Hey, what's that over there?
Huh? Where?
Here. Oh, that's funny.
It's bones. Bones and a skull.
Oh, it is too. You been down here before, Fred?
Once or twice. In daylight, though.
I was here some time back when Master sent Higgins to see those gypsies weren't camping out in the place. And these weren't here then.
Are you sure?
Certain.
John, maybe it's... You don't reckon...
No, they're old bones, these. Might be hundreds of years old. Where they come from? Why should anyone drag them out and leave them lying around like this?
Yeah.
This beats me, Fred. It beats me. And beat both of us it did, Mr. Holmes.
You left the bones where they were?
Aye, lying in a corner with a bit of old board over them. And now, Mr. Holmes, take a look at this.
Huh? A piece of the bones?
No, sir, not them. This was a day or two later. There's a heating furnace under Lady Beatrice's room. It had been off for some time, but Sir Robert started complaining about the cold, so it started up again. And the other morning, when one of the boys was raking out the cinders, he found this bone. You can see it's been burnt.
What do you make of this, Watson?
Well, it's human, all right. The upper condyle of a human femur.
Exactly. Mr. Mason, could anyone who wanted to visit the furnace?
Aye, sir. There's a door from outside, and there's another to a stair from a passage where Lady Beatrice's room is.
Was Sir Robert at home on the night before the boy found this bone?
No, sir, he wasn't. He'd gone off to London.
Then whoever was burning bones, it was not he.
That's true, sir.
Well, these are deep waters indeed. Deep and rather dirty. Have you anything more to tell me?
No, sir. I think, sir, that's about all of it.
A few questions, then. When did Sir Robert give away his sister's dog?
Just a week ago today, sir. It was howling outside the old well house, and Sir Robert was in one of his tantrums that day. He caught it up. I thought he would have killed it. But he gave it to one of the jockeys and said to take it to old Barnes of the Green Dragon. He said he never wanted to see it again.
Thank you. Now, who keeps Lady Beatrice Folder company most of the time?
Well, there's her maid, Carrie. She's been with her about 5 years.
And is no doubt devoted to her mistress?
Well, she's devoted enough, but I'd rather not say who to.
Uh-huh.
Well, I can't tell tales of that sort, sir.
I quite understand. From Dr. Watson's description of Sir Robert, I can realize that no woman is safe from him. Don't you think the quarrel between brother and sister may lie there?
Well, the scandal's been pretty clear for a long time.
Yes, but she may not have seen it before. However, this scarcely accounts for charred bones and these mysterious visits to the crypt. Is there good fishing in that part of Berkshire?
Fishing, sir?
Fishing, Mr. Mason.
Well, there are trout in the mill stream and pike in the All Lake.
That's good enough. Watson and I are famous fishermen. Are we not, Watson? Precisely. In fact, you may address us in future at the Green Dragon, I think you said it was called, Mr. Mason. We should reach it tonight. I need hardly say that we'd better not be seen with you down there. But a note will reach us if you want us. Yes, thank you, Mr. Barnes. My friend and I are very comfortable indeed. Very comfortable. But tell me, what do you think about the Hall Lake and the chance of a fight tomorrow?
The Hall? Oh, no. No, that wouldn't do at all, sir.
Why, how's that?
Well, you might chance to find yourselves in the lake before you were done.
Quite follow you.
Well, it's Sir Robert Norberton, sir. He's terrible jealous at doubts.
Touts?
Oh, I beg pardon, sir, but if you two strangers were as near his training quarters as that, he'd be after you sure as fate. He ain't taking no chances, Sir Robert ain't.
I think I did hear that he has a horse entered for the Derby.
Ah, and a good colt it is and all. He's carrying all their money, and Sir Robert's too. Oh, but, by the way, gentlemen, begging your pardon, that is, I suppose you ain't on the turf yourselves?
Oh, no, indeed. Just two weary Londoners who badly need some good Berkshire air.
Well, you're in the right place for that. There's a good deal of it lying about. But mind what I said about it. Strikes first and speaks after.
Oh, we certainly shall, Mr. Barnes.
Well, thank you, gentlemen.
Oh, Mr. Barnes, I wanted to ask you, what breed is that beautiful spaniel I saw in the passage just now?
Why, sir, that's the real Shoscombe breed. There ain't a better in England than that.
Really? I'm quite a dog fancier myself. If it's a fair question, what price would a dog like that cost?
Oh, more than I could pay, sir. It was Sir Robert himself who gave me this one. That's why you saw he was tied up. He'd be off back to hall in a jiffy if I give him his head. Well, now, you'll excuse me, gentlemen. Yeah.
Well, Watson, we're getting some cards in our hands, and we may see our way in a day or two.
Will Norberton be back from London soon?
Possibly. I think we might do well to enter the sacred domain tomorrow night, in fact. It'll reduce the risk of bodily assault with him still away, and there are one or two points I should like reassurance on.
Have you any theory, Holmes?
Only this. Something happened a week or two ago which has cut deep into the life of the Shoscombe household. Now, what was it? We can only guess at it from its effects. And they seem to be of a curiously mixed character. But that should surely help us. It's only the colourless, uneventful case which is hopeless.
True enough, I suppose.
Let us consider our data. The brother no longer visits the beloved invalid sister. He gives away her favourite dog. Her dog, Watson. Does that suggest nothing to you?
Nothing but the brother's spite?
Well, it might be so. Or, well, there is an alternative. But to continue our review of the situation from the time that the quarrel began, the lady keeps her room, alters her habits, is not seen save when she drives out with her maid, and refuses to stop at the stables even to greet her favourite horse. That covers the case, does it not?
Save for the business in the crypt.
Ah, yes, the crypt. Let us suppose it's merely a scandalous supposition, a hypothesis put forward for argument's sake, but let us suppose that Sir Robert Norberton has done away with his sister.
My dear Holmes, it's out of the question.
Very possibly, Watson, very possibly. He's a man of honourable stock, but you do occasionally find a carrion crow among the eagles. Let us argue upon this supposition for a moment.
Very well.
He's utterly in debt and may at any moment be sold up and his racing stable seized by his creditors. Now, he's a daring and desperate man. He derives his income from his sister. His sister's maid is his willing tool. So far, we seem to be on fairly safe ground, do we not?
Granted.
But he could not fly the country until he had realized his fortune, and that fortune could only be realized by bringing off his win with Shoscombe Prince. Therefore, if he had disposed of his sister, he would still have to stand his ground. He would have to get rid of her body in some way. With the maid as his confidant, that would not be impossible. The body might be conveyed to the crypt, which is so seldom visited, and it might later be secretly destroyed at night in the furnace, leaving behind it such evidence as we have seen. What say you to that, Watson?
Well, it's all possible if you grant the original supposition, but that's monstrous.
I think there's a small experiment which we might try tomorrow. It may throw some light on the matter. In the meantime, if we intend to keep up our characters, I suggest we call for a glass of wine and hold some high converse upon eels and dace and that sort of thing.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Barnes.
Well, I should have thought you'd have been away here fishing long before this.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Barnes, my friend here rather foolishly forgot to pack our spoon bait for Jack. And as we gather there's none to be had hereabouts, we'll just have to forget about the fish.
If it was only an excuse to get away from London, really, we shan't miss it.
Well, perhaps you'll think of taking a walk instead. Some very nice walking in these parts there is.
As a matter of fact, that's just what we're off to do now. I was wondering to my friend whether you mightn't be persuaded to let us take that dog of yours along with us.
Well, I don't see why not at all, gentlemen. If you can be bothered with him, I reckon he'll be glad of the exercise. I don't seem to get 10 minutes to call me own these days.
It'll be a pleasure. I think we need the exercise as much as the dog does.
This is the place, I imagine.
Yeah, those are the gates, Holmes.
The entrance to Shoscombe Old Place. I learned that the old lady's carriage comes through here almost precisely every midday as she starts out for her drive.
It's nearly midday now. You hoping for a glimpse of her?
More than that. The carriage has to slow down while the gates are being opened for it. Now, when it comes through and before it gathers speed again, I want you to stop the coachman with some question.
Yes, and you?
I shall stand behind this holly bush and see what I can see. And I think I shall also accidentally loose my hold of this good dog's lead. But quickly, Watson. I can see the carriage in the driveway now. Now, you know what to do.
All right, Holmes.
Right now, mate. I say, pardon me.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell me, is Sir Robert Norberton at home today?
No, sir, he ain't back from London yet.
Oh, I see.
Hey, back with you. Hey, where to get my whip?
Going on. Going on.
Hey, come on, lady. You up there.
Come here, boy. Come here. You're too valuable to lose. Well, Watson, that's done it.
Certainly caused enough excitement. Well, what did you see? There just seem to be two of them in now. The maid, perhaps, and the old lady, and yet...
Yes, Watson.
Well, the dog...
Exactly. He recognized his mistress's carriage, but found a stranger inside it. Dogs don't make mistakes. But did you notice anything else?
Well, I did think that voice, the one that called him to drive on, sounded remarkably like a man.
And we've added one more card to our hand, but it needs careful playing all the same. I think we'll arrange for another rendezvous this evening with our friend Mr. John Mason. And what better place than the crypt?
I can't stay very long, Mr. Holmes. Robert is expected back any minute.
Oh, very well, Mr. Mason. But before you go, could you show us the bones you spoke of?
Aye, they're in this corner.
Oh.
You be showing your lantern, Dr. Watson.
Was here, you say?
Aye, sir. Well, that's queer. They're gone.
As I expected.
I don't understand, sir.
I fancy the ashes of them might even now be found in that furnace you told us about.
Why in the world would anyone want to burn the bones of a man who's been dead maybe hundreds of years?
That's what we're here to find out. It may mean a long search, and we need not detain you. I fancy we shall get our solution before morning, though.
Very good, sir. I'll be off if you don't mind. I don't want Master to find me missing.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. You'll hear from me soon enough. Now, Watson, let us have a closer look at some of these tombs.
What do you hope to find, Holmes? I said, what do you hope to find?
What have we here?
A coffin on its end. Made of lead from the look of it.
Then, unless I'm very much mistaken, recently tampered with. Just let me get my lens to it. Yes, as I thought.
And someone's tried to open it?
And succeeded, I should say. I think we shall now do the same with the assistance of my trusty Jimmy.
Always prepared, Holmes.
One never knows. Now, just a pull, Watson, if you please, and we have it. Now then.
This is no ancient corpse, Holmes. This is...
Listen. Someone's coming.
And who the devil may you be? You hear me? What are you doing on my property?
I also have a question to ask you, Sir Robert Norberton.
Who are you, I say? Out with it, or by heaven...
My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes?
Possibly it is familiar to you, but in any case, my business is that of every other good citizen, to uphold the law. It seems to me that you have much to answer for, Sir Robert.
Oh, it does it?
For instance, whose body is this? And what is it doing here?
Very well, Mr. Holmes. Everything can be explained, I assure you. Everything's all right.
I'm pleased to hear it.
Appearances are against me, I'll admit. But I could act no otherwise.
I should like to think so.
Oh, come up to the house, please, and you can judge for yourself how things stand. You have gone pretty deeply into my affairs, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, or I should not have found you where I did. So you'll know in all probability that I'm running a dark horse for the Derby, and that everything depends on my success. If I win, all is easy. If I lose, well, I dare not think of that.
I understand the position.
I am dependent upon my sister, Lady Beatrice, for everything.
But if I'm not mistaken, her interest in the estate is for her life only.
You know that too, then. Well, it is so. For my own part, I'm deeply in the hands of the moneylenders. I've always known that if my sister were to die, my creditors would be onto my estate like a flock of vultures. Everything would be seized, my stables, my horses, everything. Well, Mr. Holmes, my sister did die a week ago.
And you told no one?
No, Dr. Watson, I told no one. How could I? If one word had got out, absolute ruin would have descended upon me within a matter of hours. I know these moneylenders and their methods only too well.
I see.
If I could only stave things off until the Derby, all would be well.
If your horse wins?
Well, if he doesn't...
In any case, surely your bets on the race and your expectations from it would hold good, even if your creditors did seize your estate.
The horse will be part of my estate. And my chief creditor happens to be the same rascally fellow, Sam Brewer, whom I once was compelled to horsewhip on Newmarket Heath. Do you suppose he would try to save me? Oh, Dr. Watson. If he got possession of the horse, he'd simply withdraw him from the race. My bets would be void and my ruin would be complete.
Sir Robert, what did your sister die?
Dropsy. It has plagued her for years.
Has a doctor certified to that effect?
No.
Then surely it is for a coroner to decide, not you.
I catch your meaning, Mr. Holmes. But I assure you, any doctor would certify that her end had been in no doubt for months now.
But it occurred just too soon for you. Well, what did you do?
You rang, sir?
Ah, yes, Carrie. Come in. Come in, Nollet.
Sir.
Mr. Holmes, this is my late sister's maid, Carrie. Mrs. Nollet, I should say.
How do you do?
And this is her husband, Nollet.
How do?
These are the two people upon earth who can substantiate what I say.
Very well.
Well, as I told you, it occurred to me that if I could only stave things off until after the Derby, all would be well. But obviously, the body couldn't remain in the house, even though there was no need for anyone to enter her room but the maid. So on the first night, Nollet and I carried it out to the old well house.
I disclaim all responsibility.
As I might expect. However, the responsibility is not yours at all, as it happens.
You concealed the body in the well house?
Yes. Then there was a complication over my sister's spaniel. It used to follow her everywhere. Turned up at the well house door and stood there, yapping continuously. Wouldn't go away.
So you got rid of it to the landlord of the Green Dragon?
Yes. Even so, I felt that some more secure place was needed for her body, and Nollet and I carried it by night to the crypt. There was no indignity or irreverence, Mr. Holmes. I do not feel I've wronged the dead.
Ah.
Well, I can picture your thoughts. Perhaps you would have felt differently in my position. One cannot see all one's hopes and plans shattered at the last moment and make no effort to save them. It seemed to me that it would be no unworthy resting place if we put her for some time in one of the coffins of her late husband's ancestors. They lie in what is still consecrated ground. Nollet and
I disclaim...
All right. We opened the coffin, removed the contents, and placed my sister inside, as you have seen her. As to the old relics, they were burnt in the central furnace at night. Seemed better than to leave them lying there for intruders to disturb.
After that, it was but a case of arranging for someone to ride daily in your late sister's carriage, wearing her clothes and keeping up the appearance that she was still alive and well.
Just so.
Now, let me see. Who could that have been? Mr. Nollet, I imagine you disclaim all responsibility in this as well.
I'd like to know what you think...
Charlie.
That will do, Nollet. You're quite right, Mr. Holmes. He impersonated my sister and rode each day beside his wife here.
Deceiving everyone except an unhappy dog who wondered where his mistress had got to.
And you, it seems.
It is my business not to be deceived. It was my duty to bring the facts to light, and there I must leave it. As to the morality or decency of your own conduct, it is not for me to express any opinion. Oh, there you are, Watson. I thought I heard you go out a few minutes ago.
I did, buy a newspaper.
But our papers will be delivered before long, won't they?
I know, Holmes, but I wanted one before.
Really, Watson, you've been uncommonly excited all afternoon. Yes, and now you're looking as smug as a well-filled cat. Pray let me into your secret.
You know what today is, Holmes?
Huh? Today? Christmas? Easter, St. Swithin's? I see nothing remarkable about it.
It's Derby Day. The Derby was run this afternoon.
Oh, really? Is that all?
I should hesitate to bore you with the particulars. The Derby was won by a horse named Shoscombe Prince, of which you have doubtless heard. He carried with him the blessing of my month's wound pension, that is all.
The name is familiar. My dear Watson, do come and give me the benefit of your opinion upon this specimen.
What?
Really, if it were not for the microscope, I do not believe we should achieve half the results we managed to.
That was Shoscombe Old Place, a Sherlock Holmes story adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle by Michael Hardwick, with Carlton Hobbs as Holmes, Norman Shelley as Dr. Watson, Frederick Treves as John Mason, and Godfrey Kenton as Sir Robert Norberton. Production by Frederick Bradnam for the BBC.
Look around you, my young friend. A library is a perfect reflection of the ideal world. Every single volume in my care has its allotted place in the great scheme of things. Move one, even by an infinitesimal degree, and you diminish its value. Shh. It is the relationship between facts which gives them their meaning. However well concealed, the truth is always there, to be detected. At least, that is my view, and I should like to think that you agree with me, Mr. Holmes?
The Saviour of Cripplegate Square by Bert Coules, with Clive Merrison as Sherlock Holmes and Andrew Sachs as Dr. John Watson, and featuring Tom Baker as Collington Smith, Siobhan Redmond as Mrs. Emily Guttridge, David Holt as Tobias Guttridge, and Jasmine Hyde as Jenny Snell. The Saviour of Cripplegate Square.
What a filthy night. God only knows what's going on under cover of that.
Crime, you mean?
Yeah, of course. Oh, damn weather.
Well, not much, I'd wager. How's the old war wound?
Oh, making its presence felt. What do you mean, not much?
Well, it's fog. That's the criminal's friend. A night like this, most self-respecting villains are safely tucked up with a drink and a good smoke.
Both of which they probably stole from some honest, hard-working citizen.
Yes, no doubt.
Brandy?
Thank you, yes. You don't mind?
No, of course not. Take my mind off my damn shoulder.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
No, don't stop.
Not too depressing for a cold winter's night.
I wouldn't have called it depressing. Plaintive, yes.
Plaintive? Yeah, very word. A dying man lies alone.
helplessly waiting for the woman he loved. For her sake, he's turned his back on everything. His friends, his country, his hopes for the future. And now he waits for her. And she does not appear.
What's it from?
Tristan and Isolde. A hymn to love and death.
Oh. He had a pretty bleak view of love, your Wagner.
It's a bleak emotion.
Oh, come on.
Well, the Elizabethans had the right idea. To them, love was a disease. If you caught it, you were doomed.
I'll stick to my definition, thank you. Here.
Love is a positive force for good. Love brings out the best in man.
Well, I think so.
You should have met Tobias and Emily Guttridge.
Who the devil were they?
The Guttridges of Cripplegate Square. Yes, they caught the disease.
You mean they were in love?
Goes somewhat further than that.
One of your cases?
Just before you and I met.
Is it, a good story?
Come on, Watson, if you want to hear it, say so.
Of course I want to hear it.
A dark tale for a dark night. Very well, Doctor. Keep the brandy to hand, light up a cigar, and let me shatter your illusions about love.
The Annals of Crime, Police Review 1880, Criminals and Their Characteristics, a Survey of Delinquent Behavior. Your books, Mr. Holmes?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I don't believe I've ever mentioned Collington Smith.
Never.
Nathaniel Collington Smith. He worked in the library at the British Museum. When I came down from the university, I spent a good deal of time there reading up on various subjects.
Like the history of crime?
Well, it's an essential study for a detective. If they put in a book collection down to Scotland Yard, their success rate would soar.
Only if you persuaded them to read the books.
Smith could have persuaded them. He had that rare combination. He not only possessed knowledge, he was able to infuse others with the thirst for it.
If I might make a small comment.
Of course.
Criminals and their characteristics. It is perhaps a trifle unsound.
You've read it?
Oh, dear, no. Librarians don't read books, Mr. Holmes. They simply know about them.
Unsound?
Well, that's a general opinion. Sloppily argued from some highly dubious data.
Well, then please take it back.
Why?
I've no wish to clutter my mind with useless information.
My dear sir, your mind may not have elastic walls, but it does at least possess both an entrance and an exit. Read the book. Decide for yourself what to retain. One can learn from the unsound as well as the sound, you know. Surely they taught you that up at the university.
Mr. Smith, anyone foolish enough to have voiced that sentiment would have been rapidly removed from the building and confined as a lunatic.
Really? Fascinating. What a good job I never went there.
He was a remarkable man.
He sounds it.
I learned a good deal in that reading room. And by no means all of it from the books.
This is the finest place in the capital to study one's fellow man. In the course of a single morning here, you can observe more characteristics than in a week outside. Only the other day, I noticed that... I heard nothing.
I'm sure. Yes, listen.
That's a woman crying.
I thought I was right. Probably one of the cleaning staff. I'm sorry, you were saying?
Mr. Holmes, you disappoint me.
In what way?
I believe it's emanating from that storeroom. Come with me. My dear child, what are you doing in here?
Sorry, sir, it won't happen again, sir. I'll get back to work.
You'll do nothing of the sort.
Sir?
Sugar?
Sir?
Do you take sugar?
Oh, No, sir, no, thank you.
Very well. Mr. Holmes, kindly pass over that plate of biscuits, will you?
Oh, yes, of course. Here. I should be going.
No, I think perhaps you should stay.
Very well.
Excellent. Now, I am Nathaniel Collington Smith, and this gentleman is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and you are...
Jenny, sir. Jenny Snell.
Drink your tea, Miss Snell.
I shouldn't be in here. If Miss McCarthy finds out...
Oh, you may safely leave Miss McCarthy to me. Drink your tea, then Mr. Holmes will pour you some more, and you can tell us what's wrong.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
That was typical of the man. She wasn't a servant to him. Just a soul in distress.
What was the matter with the girl? Obviously it was nothing trivial.
How do you know that?
Well, if it were, you'd hardly be telling me about it, would you? When do we get to the gutterages of Cripplegate Square?
Patience, Doctor. Let the tale unfold at its own pace.
That's better. Now, Miss Snell, what is it that so upset you?
I can't tell you.
Is it something to do with your other job?
How did you know about that?
I've observed you once or twice arriving here in the evenings as I was leaving. You always come wearing some sort of uniform. Obviously, you have other employment during the day.
I'm a nursemaid. Well, not really a nursemaid, just sort of a cleaner, really, like here. During the day, I work at Guttridge's private orphanage in Clerkenwell. Have you heard of it?
No.
Mrs. Guttridge, she's the owner. She takes in babies.
Orphans, presumably?
No, sir, not orphans, though most of them might as well be.
Within what?
Unwanted children, Mr. Holmes.
Unwanted? Well, for what reason?
There are many. Caste space, social stigma, general encumbrance.
Good God.
Something else they didn't teach you up at the university?
Yes.
Anyway, the women bring their babies to Mrs. Guttridge, and she takes them in.
So she's a philanthropist?
Sir?
I think you'll find that money changes hands.
Baby farming. You're talking about baby farming.
The concept was totally new to me then. It was quite a shock.
It's a shocking practice.
No, I mean it was a shock realizing how little I actually knew of life. A valuable lesson.
Yeah, I'm sure it must have been. So, this girl Jenny worked for a baby farmer?
Yes.
The women pay so much a week, or sometimes they just make one donation.
And what happens to the children?
Mrs. Guttridge looks after them until they're older. Then she finds people to take them.
I see. And something's happened to upset this arrangement?
Yes, sir.
Something connected with Mrs. Guttridge?
No, sir, not her.
Oh.
It's her husband. Oh, he's a nasty piece of work, sir, though I shouldn't say so.
Get out of here, girl. You've no business in here.
Please, sir. Mrs. Guttridge sent me to fetch some iodine, sir.
Iodine?
Yes, sir.
Oh, very well. You fetched this yourself, you understand. I was not here.
Very good, sir. Thank you, sir.
Tell her otherwise, and I'll see you're dismissed. Now go.
Where did this conversation take place?
In one of the storerooms, sir, where the medicines and things are kept.
Interesting.
Go on with your story, Jenny. I mean, surely you're not so upset just because someone told you off.
If I was, I'd always be crying, sir. No, it's more than that.
Give us the facts.
Well, I'm not sure if I can. Not real facts, like.
Without the facts, how can we help you?
Well...
There's more to life than cold facts, Mr. Holmes. Jenny, suppose you tell us this in your own way.
Yes, sir. Well, there's something wrong in that house. Something very wrong. If it was just Mrs. Guttridge, everything would be so different.
But it's her husband who causes you this alarm.
He hates them, sir. The poor little babies, he hates them.
For the love of God, can't you shut them up?
Some of them are sick, sir.
Again?
Mistress says they'll be over it soon.
Why she has to devote her life to this, I cannot tell.
She says they need her, sir. They need her.
She was a rare woman. Most of them are only interested in the money. The babies come a very poor second.
You speak from experience?
Oh, indirectly. These people are supposed to be registered. Local doctors carry out regular checks. Oh, the stories I've heard. Oh.
Well, perhaps this one will be different.
I hope it is.
There. That's good. Oh, that's nice. He'll have nothing to moan about now, will he? The old misery. Feeling better now, are you? Are you? Oh, no. No. Oh, please, no.
How many of them were dead?
3. The 3 who've been sick. And, sir, this was the day after I saw Mr. Guttridge messing about with the medicines. The very next day. As God's in his heaven, sirs, I think he killed them.
It wouldn't be the first time, I'm afraid. Did the Guttridges have the babies insured?
As usual, you cut straight to the heart of the matter. Yes, they did.
Oh, was there a doctor's report?
Mrs. Guttridge did everything by the letter of the law. The doctor was sent for straight away.
And?
No obvious cause of death.
It may not have been the most rigorous examination. Those East End practices are desperately overworked.
Some of the doctors there are not above taking money to turn a blind eye.
That is a disgusting suggestion.
Which you know full well to be true. Every barrel has its rotten apples, Watson. It will always be so.
Oh, yes, I'm afraid you're right. I take it you investigated this Guttridge man, then? Was it your first murder case?
Actually, I was reluctant to get involved. You must go to the police.
The police? I can't. Don't you know what happens to servants who criticise their masters, sir? I'll be out on my ear and no character. Then what would happen to me?
You have your job here?
4 hours' work at 5p a night. Could you live on that?
No, he couldn't. I understand your problem, my dear.
There's something else, sir. Something I haven't said.
And what is that?
She's afraid that Guttridge knows of her suspicion.
That's it, sir. He knows I saw him doing it, whatever it was, with the medicines.
When was this?
5 days ago.
Have you been into work there since?
Every day. I'd get the elbow otherwise.
You are a very brave young woman.
Brave? Not me, sir. I've been terrified, I can tell you straight.
Has Mr. Guttridge said anything to you or done anything suspicious?
No. But I've kept away from him best I could.
Very sensible of you. My young friend here will look into the matter.
Oh, sir.
Smith?
I'm ever so grateful, sir. I had to tell someone. I'm glad it was you.
Another fine night.
Why did you say that to the girl?
Oh, my dear Mr. Holmes, surely you found her story interesting.
Well, of course. The girl is observant, intelligent. Their suspicions are probably correct.
And she appears to have great faith in your ability to help her, which I share.
Oh, thank you. The fact remains, I don't see what on earth I can do.
You can stir yourself out from behind your books and look into the real world for a change. What sort of a detective turns his back on a possible murder case?
I can hardly march up to this woman's establishment and tell her I'm investigating 3 suspicious deaths.
Of course you can't. But there are other ways. Put that brain of yours to use.
Good evening, sir. What's your pleasure?
Whiskey, please. And one for yourself.
Oh, thank you, sir. Pleasure to encounter a real gent for a change. There. Best in the house.
Thank you.
Now, sir, what tickles your fancy? Big, skinny, right for the plucking? What are you after?
What I'm after is information.
What sort of information?
Do you know a man called Guttridge? It was a mistake, of course. She shut her mouth and didn't open it again.
Oh, they're very suspicious of strangers in those parts, especially ones from up west.
So I discovered. It was a stupid miscalculation.
Don't berate yourself. The basic idea was perfectly sound.
If you want the local gossip, go to the local pub. Just don't go dressed for the opera.
Well, I trust you didn't give up the quest quite that easily.
No, of course not. I waited until it was full dark and went round to the house itself. The area wasn't pleasant. Guttridge's private orphanage was a rambling old building set back from the street.
It must have been quite a place in its day.
Didn't you feel even more conspicuous there than in the pub?
Oddly enough, no, I didn't. Evening wear is ideally suited to hiding in undergrowth. Every burglar should invest in a set of tails.
Easy now. Easy. She'll be safe and well cared for. And you can come and visit her whenever you want. I told you that.
I don't think I could bear it. I really don't.
I understand. But if you change your mind, there's always a welcome for you here.
You were so kind. Without you, I'd have had to...
No. There's no sense dwelling on might have beens. You'll be all right going home.
It's not far. I'll be quite safe. Oh.
There, child. It's mended. Everything's all right now.
It was immensely frustrating. I could see in the front door, but I couldn't learn anything of use. There was no sign of Mr. Gutteridge at all. If I'm going to see this thing through, I need to get inside.
And how exactly do you propose to do that?
I don't know yet.
If I might make a small suggestion.
Well, please do.
This could be an ideal opportunity to put some of that expensive university experience to good use.
Applied chemistry?
That wasn't what I had in mind, no. Try to think in something other than straight lines.
So that's where you got it from?
Watson, you're interrupting my flow. Got what from?
That infuriating expression. How many times have you told me to stop thinking in straight lines?
Very good advice.
Well, did it work?
Actually, yes, it did.
Oh, shit.
I'm sorry, mate. Miles away.
Yeah, the best place for you.
All right. Keep your shirt on. Some people, eh?
Are you really saying...
Watson.
No, sorry, but this is fascinating. You're saying that was the very first time you ever used a disguise?
Exactly so. Thinking sideways, you see. What did I do at university, apart from study? I acted.
You've never told me that.
You never asked me. May I continue?
No more interruptions, I promise. What did you find when you got to the orphanage?
What I expected to find. My primary suspect.
Yes?
I want to see Mrs. Gutteridge.
What makes you think she's here?
Oh, look, mate, don't mess me about. This is Gutteridge's private orphanage, right? Where else is she going to be?
Who are you?
I'm someone who wants to see the proprietor. Look, please.
Who is it, Toby?
There's someone for you.
Then why didn't you send Jenny to find me? Good afternoon.
Mrs. Gutteridge, I was told... Look...
It's a chilly day. We'll be more comfortable inside. Now, Mr...
Hawkins, Mum. Albert Hawkins.
Now, Mr. Hawkins, you drink your tea, and I'll tell you why you've come to me.
Mum?
There.
Oh, thanks. What do you mean, Mum? You'll tell me?
My dear Mr. Hawkins, people only come here for one reason. The details vary, but the basic facts are always the same. Now, let me see. You're in work, yes?
Yes, market supervisor.
Decent enough pay, but not enough to feed one more mouth. Am I right?
Oh, we've got 5 already. Look, no offence and all, but if there was any other way, I wouldn't be here.
You're not alone, Mr. Hawkins. Oh, no, you're definitely not alone. At least you didn't do something drastic.
I'd have nothing to do with that, no more would my else. I've seen what those butchers do.
And so have I, I'm sorry to say. We shan't mention it again. Does your wife know you're here?
Oh, yes.
Good. Well, we do have space at the moment. Would you like to see round the house?
Well, I wouldn't mind. Put my mind at rest, like.
Of course. Drink up your tea, and I'll give you a tour. You've made a good choice, Mr. Hawkins. I never take in more babies than I can cope with, unlike some, I'm sorry to say.
Oh, we have heard stories, my else and me.
And some of them are undoubtedly true, I'm afraid.
What happens if they get sick?
I can care for most common illnesses myself, and of course we're registered with a local doctor.
Oh, good, that's good. And they do look all right, like. Look at them, sleeping so peaceful. Happy in that. So,
I suppose all I need to know now... Well...
I think there's still some cherry cake downstairs. We can discuss the practicalities over some more tea. Come along.
The practicalities turned out to be threepence a day or a single payment of £5.
Good Lord.
Yes, it was certainly more than the going rate. I checked, but it was a superior establishment.
How many working-class women could afford £5?
Well, when you consider the alternatives...
I'm afraid the alternatives are the only way for most people in that position. Something's going to have to be done, you know, sooner or later.
I agree, but we're straying somewhat from the story.
Oh, yes, sorry. Did you manage to see that medicine storeroom?
It would have been too out of character, I'm afraid. But I did at least succeed in getting another look at the alleged child killer. He was summoned to show me out. Your wife's a wonderful woman, Mr. Guttridge.
So I'm constantly being told.
Oh, you must be proud of her.
There are perhaps nobler ways to make a living.
Well, I can't think of any. She's a real godsend, she is.
Do you say so?
I do, sir. God bless her. And you too.
Good day to you, Mr. Hawkins.
Good day. There's a definite undercurrent of... Oh, I'm not sure. Hate, possibly? Weariness, distaste? I'm not prepared to brand him as a murderer on the strength of it.
I'm pleased to hear it.
I have to know what's in that medicine store.
And how do you propose to find out?
No, I've thought of two separate ways. Neither of them is ideal. One is positively illegal.
And the other?
No! I can't!
Jenny!
I suppose he catches me.
I'll make sure he's out of the way.
But I wouldn't know what to look for.
I'll give you a list.
A list? Oh, sir. What good's a list to me?
You can't read.
Nor write. No, sir, I can't.
Thank God for it. Holmes, what the devil were you thinking of?
Collington Smith used exactly those words.
Good for him. To put that child into danger...
I had a perfectly foolproof diversion worked out.
Oh, did you?
As I said, it was a long time ago. I wouldn't do it now.
No, unless there was no other way.
The point is academic. I'll fall back on my second plan of attack.
The illegal one.
Quite.
I know exactly what it was.
Of course you do.
Mr. Holmes, I cannot condone such blatant criminal activity. Unless, of course, it yielded the desired result.
Arsenic. He's been concentrating pure arsenic and storing it in unmarked bottles in a locked cupboard.
Then young Miss Snell was quite correct.
Looks like it.
What will you do now?
Oh, there's one more piece of evidence I need.
And then?
Then my case will be complete.
A detective? Do you mean from Scotland Yard?
A private detective.
Are you sick? Injured?
No.
Sir, I have a room full of patients out there and 100 more waiting to take their place. I don't mean to be rude, but I have no time to play games.
This is no game. You are the official medical examiner for Guttridge's orphanage, are you not?
What about it?
I have been commissioned to investigate the recent deaths of 3 infants.
Mr.
Holmes. Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, when you leave my rooms, look around you. Look at the filth and the squalor and the hunger, and ask yourself which is the stranger, that children die or that they manage to live. Have you seen inside Mrs. Guttridge's establishment? Have you met the lady herself?
Yes, I have.
Then you'll know that the children there live like royalty compared to most. I've seen Mrs. Guttridge take in babies who are more bone than flesh. If some of them don't survive, then look outside that house for the cause, sir, not inside it. Now, if you don't mind, I have to do my best to help these people.
Will you answer just 2 questions?
If you will agree to ask them and then leave.
I agree.
Then ask me your questions.
Did you conduct a thorough examination of the dead babies?
As thorough as my time and my resources permitted, yes, I did.
And did you detect any signs at all of arsenical poisoning?
Arsenic? Good God, now. Not a trace.
You believed him?
I was impressed with him. I've said to you before now that when a doctor goes wrong, he makes a formidable criminal.
Yes, you have. I can't say I was flattered.
I think perhaps this will redress the balance. In all my life, I've not met many people who are thoroughly decent, uncomplicated, good men. And of the ones I have met, several of them were doctors.
You appear to have arrived at something of an impasse, my friend.
Well, why else is arsenic there, if not to kill all those children?
Rats?
Well, you can buy poison for vermin over the counter at any chemist shop. If I read the evidence aright, that arsenic was being produced in secret, then hidden away.
Then what do you propose to do now?
Well, I suppose it could be nothing more than a coincidence. I have to talk to that girl again. Jenny?
Oh.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to start.
Oh, it's not you, sir, it's me. I'm just frightened at any little noise now. You're not going to ask me to spy on him again, are you?
No. And I'm sorry about asking you before. It was wrong. Please forgive me.
Forgive you? Forgive?
My dear Miss Snell, please stop crying.
Sorry, sir. I'm really...
What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. It's just... Well, people like me don't get apologised to, that's all.
Then you do forgive me?
Oh, of course I do, sir. He was only trying to help me after all.
Thank you.
So, what do you want this time?
I want to ask you this. When you surprised Mr. Guttridge with the medicines, can you remember what he was doing? Exactly what he was doing?
Well...
It might help if you tell me what he was working with. Do you remember?
I'm not sure.
No, recall the scene. Mrs. Guttridge asked you to get some iodine.
That's right.
So you had to stop what you were doing. What was that?
I was washing the sheets. I just put the clean ones on the beds and I was washing the old ones.
Very good. So you had to stop washing the sheets and you went to the medicine store. Was the door open or shut?
Shut. It was shut.
Excellent. You pushed open the door and you saw Mr. Guttridge. Was he facing you?
No. He had his back to the door. That's right. He was bending over the table. He turned round and he had... fly papers. He was holding fly papers.
Fly papers?
Made by impregnating a strip of paper with a weak solution of...
arsenic. Yes. Soak the paper in water, boil the solution dry, and what's left is pure, concentrated poison. Pretty damning.
Conclusive.
There you are. Oh, not too fast now. Good.
When you've finished here, Jenny, collect up the bottles and leave them to soak.
Yes, Mum.
I'll be in the scullery if you need me.
Mum. Oh, yes, you like that, don't you? Of course you do. That's the way.
You girl.
Oh, sir.
Stop there and come with me. I want to talk to you. Get in. Get in there.
No!
Quiet, girl. Go in, I say. Stop it. Listen to me. I want to know exactly what you saw in here the other day. Do you understand? Exactly.
I'm afraid I have some disturbing news.
Oh, what news?
I've been speaking to the cleaning supervisor. Jenny Snell hasn't come into work for the past 4 nights.
Oh, God.
No, it didn't look good.
What did you do?
I trusted that my disguise really had taken them in and went round to Guttridge's orphanage as myself.
Quite a risk.
It had to be done. Good afternoon. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm here to inquire about Miss Jennifer Snell.
Then you'd better come in.
What happened?
I was presented with this. Here.
But surely...
Exactly. A fatal error.
But what did it mean? Had he killed her, too?
The girl had been silenced. I'm afraid I could see no other explanation.
What did you do?
To be honest, I wasn't sure what to do. I want to ask your advice.
My advice? My dear sir, I'm just a tired old librarian, too rapidly approaching an unwilling retirement. What can you possibly wish to ask me?
If I should go to the police with what I know, or confront the murderer myself.
What was Smith's advice?
To do neither.
Neither? Why on earth not?
For a very good reason, which I'd completely overlooked.
You're too eager to show off your cleverness. A calculating criminal has made a slip, and Sherlock Holmes has detected it. Am I correct?
Well, yes, I suppose you are. But if I'm right, and the girl has been done away with...
Then justice must be done, of course. But it seems to me, Mr. Holmes, that you're proposing to confront your villain with only half a case. You may have solved this new crime, but what of the old one?
The dead babies.
He was quite right, of course. I had nothing to link the 3 dead infants with the secret store of arsenic. No evidence whatsoever of foul play.
What did you do?
Something you've seen me do many times. I just sat and smoked and thought, and eventually I saw the truth. And then I knew exactly what course I should take.
Mr. Holmes, I fail to see how I can help you further. I've given you Jenny's home address. I suggest you contact her at her father's.
I doubt if I should find her there.
What do you mean by that?
But I'm not here solely about Miss Snell. I'm investigating the recent deaths of 3 babies in your care, Mrs. Guttridge.
Those children died of natural causes, God rest their souls. I have the doctor's certificates.
I'm well aware of that.
Then what is there to investigate?
A very great deal. For instance, I know that your medicine store contains a hidden supply of concentrated arsenic.
What?
And I know that the arsenic was used to kill those infants.
But there was no trace of poison.
You know that?
Oh, yes. And finally, I know that Jenny Snell was unfortunate enough to stumble onto what was happening and was killed to keep her silent.
Jenny's dead?
Unfortunately for her killer, she came to me first.
She can't be dead. It's a lie. Toby, tell him.
I already have. She had to leave unexpected.
Oh, yes. My mum died sudden. I have to go home.
There you are.
Actually, it's quite well done, except for one rather significant detail.
What are you on about?
Next time you forge a farewell letter, Guttridge, I suggest you first make sure that your victim knows how to write.
Tobias, tell me this isn't true.
What did you do with the body, Guttridge? There's new returned earth in the back garden. Shall we go and dig it up?
Oh, dear God.
I have you, Guttridge. There's no sense in denying it.
I'm not going to deny it.
Oh, dear God, oh, dear Lord. How could you do it? Why?
Well, will you tell her, or shall I?
I had to shut her up. She knew I killed those babies.
Toby.
Don't say nothing, Emily.
You admit it. You killed Jennifer Snell.
I said so.
And
yes.
The 3 children.
Yes.
Oh, Toby.
How?
What do you mean, how?
Oh, it was brilliantly done. Not a trace of poison in their system. Tell me how you did it. Oh, very well, then. Tell me why. Perhaps it was for the insurance money.
Yes. Yes, that's it. The insurance.
The insurance money goes to your wife. I checked. I ask you again. Just how were the murders done? You don't know. Of course you don't know, because you were not the killer.
I tell you, I
found
was.
the evidence. You knew there had been foul play, even though you didn't know the method. And since then, you've done everything in your power to protect the real murderer, to protect your wife. Only she handles the children. Only she supervises their food and their medicines. And only she stands to benefit from their deaths.
No! I've had enough of this.
Please remain exactly where you are. Thank you. Now, since one of you can't explain and the other won't, permit me. Now, it's been done on adults before now, but never on children. So I congratulate you on a totally original crime. You start with the smallest of amounts, almost infinitesimal, I suppose, on an infant. Then you build up the dose, a fraction of a grain by a fraction of a grain, day by day, until you have a child hopelessly addicted to arsenic. Keep administering the drug, and the child lives. Withhold it, And the result is death. And not a trace of anything harmful to be detected. Clever. And diabolical.
You've got no proof.
I have abundant proof. It's here, in this house.
You'll find no arsenic here.
Of course I won't. You destroyed it all, just as you destroyed that innocent young girl, and for the same reason, a perverted desire to protect your wife.
Toby, my dear.
Don't say anything, Emily. You're right. He's got no proof.
Tell him, Mrs. Guttridge.
What? Tell me what?
Tell him the rest. Tell him that 3 wasn't going to be enough.
What?
Tell him that every single one of the babies in this house is already a drug addict, waiting to be casually snuffed out the next time you felt the whim or the need for power or some ready cash. Tell him.
You are so wrong.
I don't think so.
A whim. Power. Money. That's not why I do it.
Emily.
Do you know what my babies have to look forward to, Mr. Holmes? Do you know about the factories and the workhouses and the filth and the squalor? Have you seen the children begging and stealing? Have you seen them selling their bodies on the streets for a penny a time?
I've seen them.
Well, before it comes to that, for a time, for a tiny, fleeting time, I can give them warmth and comfort and love. And then I can make sure the world doesn't get them and soil them and wear them down and finally destroy them like animals. And don't you tell me that what I do is wrong. It's the world that's wrong, sir. Forget about me. I don't matter. Do something about the world out there, if you can.
What are you going to do with us?
Take you to the police.
And then it'll be the courts, and then the hangman.
I imagine so.
Then tell me this, Mr. Holmes. What will happen to my babies now? You tell me that.
I didn't know what to say.
I have one question.
What is it?
The evidence of the other children. Were you sure? Or was it just bluff on your part?
It wasn't a bluff. One of the side effects of progressive arsenic addiction is a natural lethargy and calm, especially in the young. I'd seen the signs when she showed me around the house on my first visit. I just didn't recognize them for what they were until later.
So, all the children are due for the same fate. Dear God.
The doctor thinks they can be slowly weaned off the stuff. They might live. If you can call the world that's waiting for them a life.
Oh, come now, Mr. Holmes. Whatever our experiences may suggest, I like to think that the world is basically a good place. There's still tolerance and warmth and humanity out there. Don't you believe that?
I'd very much like to meet that man.
I'm afraid that's not possible. He died last year.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Why didn't the doctor recognize the symptoms in the other children?
I dare say I was a lot more familiar with the signs of poisoning than he was. Besides, he had no reason to look for them. He saw clean sheets and good care and was grateful for it.
So, that was your story about love?
It was. Guttridge loved his wife, murderer or no. He loved her so much that he was willing to take her guilt on himself and to kill to protect her. And she loved the children, and so she murdered them. You still insist that love is a positive force for good?
Yes, of course I do. You can't argue from the particular to the general like that. It's thinking in straight lines.
Touche, Doctor. A palpable hit.
What a sordid business. Poor Jenny Snell.
The wrong place at the wrong time. She must have walked in on Guttridge at the very moment he discovered the arsenic.
How can a young girl's life hang on such a slender thread?
Yes, how indeed. Was Smith right, do you think? Is the world basically a good place?
I believe so. Don't you?
I wish I could, my friend. I wish I could. I think the rain stopped. Yes, it has.
In The Saviour of Cripplegate Square, Sherlock Holmes was played by Clive Merrison and Dr. John Watson by Andrew Sachs. Collington Smith was played by Tom Baker, Emily Guttridge by Siobhan Redmond, Tobias Guttridge by David Holt, and Jenny Snell by Jasmine Hyde. The Doctor was played by Andrew Wincott, and the Landlady by Helen Ayres. The violinists were Leonard Friedman and Bernard Doherty. The Saviour of Cripplegate Square was written by Bert Coules from a reference in the novel The Sign of the Four by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. The director was Patrick Rayner.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine. Invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. Of course, I can't be as entertaining as Dr. Watson, but I can tell you something that's really worth knowing. Simply this. The best beginning a good meal ever had is a glass of Petri California Sherry. Petri Sherry is the perfect before-dinner wine. While you're waiting for dinner to be put on the table, pour yourself a glass of that clear, amber-colored Petri Sherry. Now just sit back and sip it slowly. Take your time so you can thoroughly enjoy every single drop of that wonderful Petri flavor. And what a flavor that sherry has. Comes right from the sun-ripened heart of wonderful California grapes. Now, you may be a real wine expert and know all about sherry wine, but believe me, until you've tried a Petri Sherry, you're really missing something, and no kidding. Serve Petri Sherry alone, or serve it with canopies or appetizers. And by all means, serve it proudly. You can, because the letters P-E-T-R-I spell the proudest name in the history of American wines. Petri. And now for our weekly visit with the good Dr. Watson. Let's see if he's expecting us.
Come in.
Ah, good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Campbell. It's about time you got here. Draw up a chair and make yourself comfortable.
Oh, thanks. Well, you have the old black dispatch box out again, I see. I suppose you've been going over your notes on tonight's adventure.
That's right, my boy. And this may interest you. Mrs. Watson figured prominently in the story.
She did?
Yes, in fact, if it hadn't been for some remarkably quick thinking on her part, Holmes and I might have... well, there I go again, telling you the end of the story before I forget it.
Well, how did it begin, Doctor?
On a winter evening in 1887. I'd been married some months, and in consequence I hadn't seen much of my old friend Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, you're still living at Baker Street, I suppose?
Yes, my boy, but we couldn't persuade him to come round and see us. From time to time I'd heard some vague accounts of his doings, of his summons to Odessa in the case of the Trepoff murder, and of his clearing up the singular tragedy of the Atkinson brothers. But to get back to tonight's story, my wife and I had just finished an excellent dinner. I remember had settled ourselves down for an evening of pleasant domesticity. She was stitching away on a piece of exquisite petit pois, and I was at my desk balancing figures in the family account book. After a few moments, my wife looked up to me and said,
John, dear, don't look so troubled.
"Oh, was I looking troubled?"
Well, you've been scowling at that account book for 10 minutes now. What's the matter, dear? Don't the figures add up correctly?
Oh, yes, they add up correctly. In fact, they tell a very pretty story. After buying my practice and setting up all my outstanding accounts, I find that we have nearly £150 left of the dowry that Mr. Sholto settled upon you.
160, isn't it, dear? I was doing the same sum this morning.
Oh, well, but still 160. In any case, Mary, dear, the point I was going to make is that we don't need the money just now. My practice is picking up splendidly, and I was thinking that we might invest it in something really sound, of course.
Who's been talking to you, John? Dr. Wilson again.
Well,
As it happens, I did bump into him at the hospital today. He can put us onto something very good in Peruvian silver. What do you think of the idea?
Well, John, the fact is, I'd almost decided to make a business investment with it myself. I thought I'd surprise you.
Well,
now let me tell you about it, John.
Oh.
Yesterday, when you were out on your rounds, a most charming man called here, a Mr. Ted Barber. He introduced himself as a friend of Mrs. Cecil Forrester's. He said he was certain we'd be interested in his new company. And he talked so convincingly that, well, I'm afraid I almost promised him I'd buy some stock in the company.
Did you really? What sort of company is it?
Well, I didn't quite understand that part of it, but it sounded wonderful. He left a prospectus. It's in the right-hand drawer of the desk. It's something to do with a wonderful new metal that's been discovered by an American chemist called Paradol or Paradise or something.
Oh, let's have a look and see what it says. A company formed to exploit the amazing new metal discovered by Dr. Paradise. Paradol preferred stock. The potentialities of this new alloy are immeasurable. The fourth dimension has been conquered. What? Spatial dislocation is an accomplished fact. Oh, gracious me, my dear child. This prospectus is absolute poppycock.
Now, John, you mustn't be stubborn. I think at least we should investigate it. The man said that if we went to the laboratories, Dr. Paradise would give us a demonstration himself.
But Mary dear, the fourth dimension. I mean to say, it's obviously fraud.
That's what everyone says when a new invention comes out. But this might be an opportunity for us to make a lot of money, John.
Mary, I do wish
to please me, dear.
Well, I can't argue with you very long, Mary. All right. I'll take you to the laboratory in the morning, but I warn you, I'll show this Dr. Paradise up for the charlatan that he is.
Dr. Paradise will be with you both in a moment.
Thank you, my man.
She's just concluding an experiment.
She?
Dr. Paradise is a woman, then?
Oh, yes, madam, and a very brilliant one, too. Excuse me.
Oh, that's the last straw. The whole thing sounded like an obvious fraud, and now we get here and find that a woman doctor's at the back of the door.
Just because she's a woman, it doesn't mean to say that...
How do you do? I'm Dr. Paradise.
Oh, how do you do, madam? I'm Dr. Watson, and this is my wife, Mrs. Watson.
Oh, yes. Come into the laboratory, won't you?
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Paradise.
Oh, I'm afraid we're just wasting your time. We're not really interested in this at all, you know.
John, don't mutter.
Mr. Barber told me that he had called on you, Mrs. Watson, and that you were very interested in my invention.
Oh, yes, I am. That's why I persuaded my husband to come down with me and see a demonstration.
I'll be most happy to show you everything I can. Here's a practical example of the application of my work. This chamber you see in front of you is made completely of my new alloy.
Oh, what's the thing do? It's just a great metal box with a lot of dials and switches and things. Why is it so big? Do people get inside it?
They can.
What?
Though if they do, they're liable to find themselves transported many miles from here. Come inside, won't you?
Oh, what a lot of nonsense.
Now, John.
I give you the demonstration. I want you both to see that there is no exit from inside this chamber. No trapdoors or anything. The only exit is the door we just came through.
Yes, it's just like an airtight metal room.
Stuffy in here, isn't it?
Now let's go outside again. I'll show you how the machine operates. Albert!
Yes, Dr. Paradise.
I'm going to demonstrate the Paradol chamber to Dr. and Mrs. Watson.
Oh, very well. The usual time?
Yes, please, Albert. Now, my assistant goes inside the chamber. I close this metal door on him, so...
What are you going to do with him?
Within a matter of seconds, he will be 7 miles from here.
Really, madam, you
Please,
can't
Dr.
expect
Watson,
us to believe...
You're a scientific man. At least give me the opportunity of demonstrating my work.
I'm sorry.
Now, I adjust these dials, turn on the electrical generator, and...
Good Lord, what an amazing business.
Now open the door, Dr. Watson, and look inside, please.
Great Scott, he's gone. I don't believe it. Dr. Paradise, will you explain this to me?
Gladly. My metal Paradol is an unnatural alloy.
What?
It causes a dislocation in the warp of space and enables us to enter the fourth dimension. You see, time is a dimension. Any object in the past, present, or future can be described precisely in 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time.
Yes, but this machine of yours...
The alloy of Paradol, combined with the great forces of electricity, has created a new force. This element is controlled by these dials, and it is possible to move in 4 dimensions at once. Thus, bodies or other objects can be transported great distances away, all in the twinkling of an eye. I coined the word to describe the process. Teleportation, I call it.
Teleportation? Well, I'm completely confused. All my scientific training tells me this is impossible, and yet... I wonder if you'd give us another demonstration.
Certainly. Perhaps you yourself would like to be teleported somewhere.
Certainly not. Good gracious, we know.
No, I think John would be very unhappy in the 4th dimension. He wouldn't belong.
Yes, you said that any objects could be moved. How about that brown paper parcel on the table over there?
Certainly. It only contains some company circulars. I suggest you write your initials on it so that you can identify it later.
Oh, very well. J.H.W. There you are.
Where do you want it dispatched to?
Send it to my house. I'll give you the address.
That won't be necessary.
No, this is an amazing business.
Isn't it, John? Exciting, too.
There we are. Now I adjust the dials once more, and... The parcel is already at your house.
Oh, it's impossible. Come on, Mary. Let's get a cab and race back there as fast as we can. Well,
Yes,
goodbye,
dear.
Doctor.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye.
Now, dear, John, you must admit you're just as excited as I am.
Well, I confess that I'm enormously intrigued. Let me just get my latch front door here. Here we are. Dr. Paradis is a devilishly clever woman. Even so, my intelligence tells me it's impossible for the package to have reached here before us. Ah, here we are.
There you are, Master. Mum, just in time for lunch. Tell me, Annie, did a package arrive for us?
Oh, yes, it did, Mum. I put it on the old table.
Great Scott. How was it delivered, Annie?
Well, now, that's the funny thing about it, sir. I don't know. I went out to polish the brass on the door knocker a few minutes ago, and there was the parcel, lying on the doorstep. No one had rung the bell or anything. I didn't know how it got there.
Thank you, Annie. You can go now.
Yes, Mum.
Well, John, what do you say now?
There's a miracle's been performed. I don't believe my eyes. Look, there are my initials on the package. Mary, I think that if you don't mind, after lunch
You'll go round to Baker Street and tell Sherlock Holmes about this.
Oh, do you mind, dear?
Of course not, dear.
Good. It'll be nice to see Holmes again anyway.
Dr. Watson, how nice to see you again.
Hello, Mrs. Hudson. How are you, my dear?
Oh, I'm just fine. Oh, you're looking grand, sir. Marriage agrees with you, if you don't mind my saying so.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Is Mr. Holmes in?
Aye, sir. And I'm very glad you're seeing him. He's no been acting like himself lately.
Oh, really?
Locking his door, and only unlocking it for me when I give him a password. And he's hardly touched his food for the last 3 days. To tell you the truth, Dr. Watson, I'm awful worried about him.
Really? Well, I'll go up to him.
He'll be glad to see you, I'm sure.
Yes? Who is it?
It's me, Watson.
Watson? Oh, possibly. I'm not taking any chances.
Holmes, this is ridiculous. Surely you know my voice after all these years?
John H. Watson. Tell me what your middle initial stands for, and I'll let you in.
It stands for Hamish.
Watson, my dear fellow. How are you?
I'm fine and delighted to see you again, Holmes. Incidentally, why all this rigmarole about locked doors and passwords?
Well, Professor Moriarty has decided that it's high time to settle his score with me. There have been several attempts on my life lately. Twice I've been attacked in the streets, and only yesterday a shot was fired at me through the window you see broken there.
Lord Holmes, you must be careful.
I am being very careful. That's why I indulged in what you refer to as all this rigmarole. But, well, enough of my problems. What's on your mind? There's a sparkle in your eye and an air of excitement that tells me that you've some news to impart.
Well, I must say there is something.
Of course there is, my dear fellow. Come on, tell me about it.
You ever hear of a new metal called Paradol and its inventor, Dr. Paradis?
Oh, yes, indeed I have. I received a prospectus concerning it the other day.
Well, what do you think of the idea?
Oh, obviously it's rubbish designed to fool a gullible public into buying shares. Don't tell me that you were taking
Oh,
advice.
no, of course not, Holmes. Naturally, as a scientific man, I knew it was rubbish. My wife, however, had become a little involved in the concern, and so today, to prove to her that the whole thing was a fraud, we went down to the laboratory and met this Dr. Paradis.
Oh, did you indeed?
In the first place, let me tell you, this Dr. Paradis is a woman.
Oh, a woman?
As you can imagine, I didn't have any difficulty in discrediting her theories. In fact, I'm afraid I made her seem rather stupid. However, we did stay there long enough for her to give us a demonstration. And that's the way that it was, Holmes. When we got back to our house, the initial package was there, waiting for us.
Oh, childish trick. Obviously, the Paradol chamber contains an ingeniously hidden trap door, through which the assistant disappeared and later the package. A fast cab then took it to your home before you could get there.
Oh, yes, so really? Well, yes, of course, that's exactly how I explained the thing to Mary.
Was she pressed to the feet?
Yes, she was. But you know how women are. I tried to tell her the whole thing was a fraud. She's very obstinate. I was hoping perhaps that you will help me expose the concern.
Oh, hardly seemed necessary, old fellow. Such an obvious fraud. However, for your sake, I'll be glad to do anything I can.
Well, I thought we might go down to the laboratory late tonight when nobody's there and take a look at that Paradol chamber a little more closely.
Yes, it's rather a good idea. After being cooped up here for 3 days, it'll be a pleasure to get some night air and indulge in a little simple burglarizing.
Well, shall I call for you here?
No, wait a minute, dear fellow. It's much too dangerous. I'll be in a hansom cab outside your house about 11:30 tonight. How's that?
Splendid. Quite like old times, isn't it, Holmes?
Yes, 'tis, old chap, though I think that this time, for Mrs. Watson's sake, I must try and keep you out of trouble.
Midnight, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. Time that only concerned old bachelors like myself should be wandering the streets of London.
Oh, rubbish, Holmes. You talk as if Mary was a tyrant.
Now, don't get angry with me, old chap. I was only being facetious. Is this, Dr. Paradis' laboratory?
Yes. I'd like to be seen. I don't imagine it'll be very hard to break in, though.
Strike a match, will you? I took the precaution of bringing this lantern.
There you are.
Thanks, old fellow.
Is the door locked?
Yes, but I think a skeleton key will do the trick. Hold this lantern for a second, will you?
Yeah.
Oh, this is child's play so far. Come on.
Yes. There's the Paradol chamber over there.
Uh-huh. Give me the lantern again, old chap, will you? Thanks. Mm-hmm. Quite an elaborate contraption.
The door's been left open. Let's go in and take a look at the inside of it.
Not both of us, Watson. If this is the only entrance, and the two of us walked in, it'd be too easy to slam the door shut on us.
I suppose so. You go in and I'll keep watch out here.
All right. Oh, I trust that in a few minutes I won't find myself lying on your doorstep.
Holmes, there are times when your sense of humor is a little strained. Holmes, you all right? Watson! What is it, Holmes?
The body of a dead woman. She's been shot. Unless I'm much mistaken.
Let me come and look. 1,000 to 1 is Dr. Paradis. Yes, it is.
Watson, get out of here. Don't you see that?
Good Lord, someone has slammed the door shut on us.
Yes, my dear fellow. We walked into a trap very neatly. I'm afraid that we're imprisoned in what appears to be an airtight metal chamber, and the only person who can help us to get out of it again is a corpse.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a few seconds. It's time for me to remind you that good food always tastes better when served together with good wine. Did you know that Petri makes 2 wonderful mealtime wines? Wines especially made to go with food? Well, they do. Petri California Burgundy and Petri California Sauterne. You want a rich, hearty red wine, a wine that's great with any meat or meat dish, you just try a Petri Burgundy. And if you want a wine that's perfect with chicken or fish, try a delicate golden-colored Petri Sauterne. Petri Burgundy if you want a red wine, Petri Sauterne if you want white. But always a Petri wine if you want a good wine. Now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. was in the early hours of a winter's morning in 1887. The famous pair, while investigating the mysteries of a scientific laboratory in the East End of London, had been trapped in an airtight metal cabinet, their only companion being the dead body of a woman scientist. As we rejoin our story, Sherlock Holmes and his old friend Dr. Watson are listening intently as footsteps approach what appears to be their metal coffin.
There's someone outside. They're sliding back the metal panel.
Good evening, gentlemen.
That voice. It's Dr. Paradol's assistant. Let us out of here.
Or should I be more precise, Mr. Holmes, and say good morning?
Hello, Moriarty.
Moriarty, you scoundrel. I can just get my hands on him.
Dr. Watson, I wish you could get over your dislike for me. For my own part, I'm genuinely sorry that my trap had to catch you, too. I've often felt unhappy that you're not on my side. Such slavish admiration of you given your friend Sherlock Holmes must be highly gratifying.
Never mind about all that. What do you think you're up to?
It's obvious, my dear Watson. The whole scheme was a plan to lure me out of my safe hiding by presenting an intriguing problem, and one that victimized the wife of my old friend. You knew it would get back to my ears, didn't you, Moriarty?
Yes, exactly.
But why did you murder this Paradise woman?
That's equally obvious, my dear Watson. She had served her purpose in presenting a most convincing scientific front. As soon as the trap was baited, she was a liability. She might tell tales, and so she was killed. Like so many other of your accomplices, my dear Professor.
Precisely. Now, my dear fellows, I'm afraid that I must close this panel and say goodbye. Quite sorry to have to kill you, but you're becoming dreadfully in my way.
And how do you plan to kill us, Moriarty?
By doing nothing more than closing this panel. Oh, I could be frightfully dramatic and release deadly gases into the chamber, or poisonous snakes, or something equally colorful. But quite frankly, it seems so much simpler just to shut you in. Your oxygen supply won't last very long, you know. And for your benefit, Dr. Watson, I may tell you that Paradol, whatever its other shortcomings as a metal, is bulletproof. Goodbye, you meddling fool!
Well, there seems nothing for us to do but look around and ascertain our chances of escape.
Holmes, I don't like this. We're in a very nasty situation.
My dear Watson, sometimes you're a master of understatement. Just as I thought.
What have you found, Holmes?
Sliding panel, just behind the dead woman. It leads us to a passageway. A passageway that has been bricked up only within the last few hours. But long enough, I'm afraid, to make it impossible. No, there's no escape here. Hold the lantern a little higher, will you, Walter?
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, what are we going to do now?
I was just estimating the cubic capacity of this chamber. The air supply should last comfortably for at least another 8 hours. I recommend a brief sleep to refresh us and also to conserve our oxygen supply.
Sleep? Who could sleep at a time like this?
I can and you can, old chap, if you discipline yourself.
Well, I'll try, Holmes, but I know perfectly well I shan't close my eyes.
Wake up, Watson, wake up.
Yes, Mary dear. It's you. We're still in this infernal trap.
I'm afraid so, old chap.
What time is it?
Just after 7 in the morning.
How long did you estimate our oxygen supply would last?
Probably about another hour.
Well, it's just possible that some worker will come to the laboratory early and let us out.
I shouldn't count too much on that if I were you.
I suppose not. I say, Holmes, I'm famished.
Yes, I thought you would be, my dear chap, so I saved you this half of a bar of chocolate. I ate my own share just before you awakened.
Oh, thanks, my dear fellow. Did you sleep too, Holmes?
No, I didn't, Watson. I employed my time in conducting a minute examination of this chamber. I was trying to find some possible way of getting out.
And you failed, eh?
I'm afraid so.
Holmes, this looks like the end, doesn't it? Well, if it is my time to die, I'm glad that we're together again. Although I blame myself entirely for letting you into the trap.
Come now, my dear fellow. Don't take it as badly as that.
But you admitted you're defeated and that there's no possible way out of this destiny.
I meant that there's no way out from the inside. So my plan worked.
Good gracious me, what on earth?
The star, there you are.
Mary! Mary, you dear little thing, you must have been frightened to death.
Hello, John. Poor dear, you must have spent a miserable night.
Well. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson have been getting themselves in trouble again,
Mister, this is no time for your heavy-handed badinage. There's the body of a murdered woman inside that chamber. She was killed by Professor Moriarty.
Professor Moriarty?
It's too bad you didn't get my message sooner.
Your message?
Oh, bless my soul, Holmes, I wish you'd tell me how you got your message to Scotland Yard.
Well, ever since these recent attacks on my life, I've had my delightful band of ragamuffins, the Baker Street irregulars, watching my house in fixed watches, 2 at a time. I gave the boys instructions to follow me whenever I went out. And if ever I did not reappear within 3 hours, they were to report to our friend Lestrade at Scotland Yard.
Holmes, you're amazing. You think of everything.
Just a minute, gentlemen, just a minute. I didn't get no message from any of your Baker Street irregulars.
Oh, you didn't?
No, sir. Though I did find a couple of the boys tied up when we came in here just now.
But if you didn't get a message from them, how did you come here so opportunely?
That's an easy one, because Mrs. Watson here came and fetched me.
You did, Mary? But how on earth...
Go on, Mom. Tell him.
Well, it's really very simple. When John came back from seeing you yesterday, Mr. Holmes, he was over elaborately casual in his references to the Paradol chamber. So, of course, I knew at once the two of you were going to investigate the matter. I also caught him oiling his revolver after dinner. I didn't know that you slipped out last night, John. But as soon as I woke up this morning, I realized what had happened. So I went straight to Scotland Yard for Inspector Lestrade and brought him here with me.
Why, Mary, you clever little thing. Isn't she a clever darling, Holmes?
Mrs. Watson, this has been a salutary experience. Will you allow me to congratulate you on your deductive ability?
Well, that's very nice of you, Mr. Holmes, but I really don't deserve any compliments, if you don't mind my saying so. It was elementary, my dear Mr. Holmes. Elementary.
This is Bob Campbell saying good night for the Petrie family. This program comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Greek Interpreter. During my long and intimate acquaintance with Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I had never heard him refer to his relations, and hardly ever to his own early life. This reticence upon his part had increased the somewhat inhuman effect which he produced in me, until sometimes I found myself regarding him as an isolated phenomenon, a brain, without a heart, as deficient in human sympathy as he was preeminent in intelligence. His aversion to women, and his disinclination to form new friendships, were both typical of his unemotional character, but not more so than his complete suppression of every reference to his own people. I had come to believe that he was an orphan with no relatives living. But one day, to my very great surprise, he began to talk to me about his brother. It was after tea on a summer evening, and the conversation, which had roamed in a desultory, spasmodic fashion from golf clubs to the causes of the change in the obliquity of the ecliptic, came round at last to the question of atavism and hereditary aptitudes. The point under discussion was how far any singular gift in an individual was due to his ancestry, and how far to his own early training. In your own case, said I, from all that you have told me, it seems obvious that your faculty of observation and your peculiar facility for deduction are due to your own systematic training. To some extent, he answered thoughtfully. My ancestors were country squires, who appear to have led much the same life as is natural to their class. But nonetheless, my turn that way is in my veins, and may have come with my grandmother, who was the sister of Vernet, the French artist. Art in the blood is liable to take the strangest forms. But how do you know that it is hereditary? Because my brother Mycroft possesses it in a larger degree than I do. This was news to me, indeed. If there were another man with such singular powers in England, how was it that neither police nor public had heard of him? I put the question with a hint that it was my companion's modesty which made him acknowledge his brother as his superior. Holmes laughed at my suggestion. My dear Watson, said he, I cannot agree with those who rank modesty among the virtues. To the logician, all things should be seen exactly as they are, and to underestimate oneself is as much a departure from truth as to exaggerate one's own powers. When I say, therefore, that Mycroft has better powers of observation than I, you may take it that I am speaking the exact and literal truth. Is he your junior? 7 years my senior. How comes it that he is unknown? Oh, he is very well known in his own circle. Where, then? Well, in the Diogenes Club, for example. I had never heard of the institution, and my face must have proclaimed as much, for Sherlock Holmes pulled out his watch. The Diogenes Club is the queerest club in London, and Mycroft one of the queerest men. He's always there from 5:15 till 8:20. It's 6 now, so if you care for a stroll this beautiful evening, I shall be very happy to introduce you to 2 curiosities. 5 minutes later, we were in the street, walking towards Regent's Circus. You wonder, said my companion, why it is that Mycroft does not use his powers for detective work. He is incapable of it. But I thought you said. I said that he was my superior in observation and deduction. If the art of the detective began and ended in reasoning from an armchair, my brother would be the greatest criminal agent that ever lived. But he has no ambition and no energy. He will not even go out of his way to verify his own solutions, and would rather be considered wrong than take the trouble to prove himself right. Again and again I have taken a problem to him and have received an explanation which has afterwards proved to be the correct one. And yet he was absolutely incapable of working out the practical points which must be gone into before a case could be laid before a judge or jury. Is it not his profession, then? No means. What is to me a means of livelihood is to him the merest hobby of a dilettante. He has an extraordinary faculty for figures, and audits the books in some of the government departments. Mycroft lodges in Pall Mall, and he walks round the corner into Whitehall every morning and back every evening. From year's end to year's end, he takes no other exercise, and is seen nowhere else except only in the Diogenes Club, which is just opposite his rooms. I cannot recall the name. Very likely not. There are many men in London, you know, who, some from shyness, some from misanthropy, have no wish for the company of their fellows. Yet they are not averse to comfortable chairs and the latest periodicals. It is for the convenience of these that the Diogenes Club was started, and it now contains the most unsociable and unclubbable men in town. No member is permitted to take the least notice of any other, save in the strangers' room. No talking is under any circumstances permitted, and 3 offences, if brought to the notice of the committee, render the talker liable to expulsion. My brother was one of the founders, and I had myself found it a very soothing atmosphere. We had reached Pall Mall as we talked, and were walking down it from the St. James's End. Sherlock Holmes stopped at a door some little distance from the Carlton, and cautioning me not to speak, he led the way into the hall. Through the glass panelling I caught a glimpse of a large and luxurious room in which a considerable number of men were sitting about and reading papers, each in his own little nook. Holmes showed me into a small chamber which looked out onto Pall Mall, and then, leaving me for a minute, he came back with a companion, who I knew could only be his brother. Mycroft Holmes was a much larger and stouter man than Sherlock. His body was absolutely corpulent, but his face, though massive, had preserved something of the sharpness of expression which was so remarkable in that of his brother. His eyes, which were of a peculiarly light watery grey, seemed to always retain that far-away introspective look which I had only observed in Sherlock's when he was exerting his full powers. "I am glad to meet you, sir," said he, putting out a broad, flat hand, like the flipper of a seal. "I hear of Sherlock everywhere since you became his chronicler. By the way, Sherlock, I expected to see you round last week to consult me over that Manor House case. I thought you might be a little out of your depth." "No, I solved it," said my friend, smiling. "It was Adams, of course." "Yes, it was Adams. I was sure of it from the first." The two sat down together in the bow window of the club. "To anyone who wishes to study mankind, this is the spot," said Mycroft. "Look at the magnificent types. Look at those 2 men who are coming towards us, for example." "Ah, the billiard marker and the other?" "Precisely. What do you make of the other?" The 2 men had stopped opposite the window. Some chalk marks over the waistcoat pocket were the only signs of billiards, which I could see in one of them. The other was a very small, dark fellow with his hat pushed back and several packages under his arm. An old soldier, I perceive, said Sherlock. And very recently discharged, remarked the brother. Served in India, I see, and a non-commissioned officer. Royal Artillery, I fancy, said Sherlock, and a widower, but with a child. Children, my dear boy, children. Come, said I, laughing, this is a little too much. Surely, answered Holmes, it is not hard to say that a man with that bearing, expression of authority, and sun-baked skin is a soldier, is more than a private, and is not long from India. That he has not left the service long is shown by his still wearing his ammunition boots, as they are called, observed Mycroft. He has not the cavalry stride, yet he wore his hat on one side, as is shown by the lighter skin on that side of his brow. His weight is against his being a sapper. He is in the artillery. Then, of course, his complete mourning shows that he has lost someone very dear. The fact that he is doing his own shopping looks as though it were his wife. He has been buying things for children, you perceive. There is a rattle, which shows that one of them is very young. The wife probably died in childbed. The fact that he has a picture book under his arm shows that there is another child to be thought of. I began to understand what my friend meant when he said that his brother possessed even keener faculties than he did himself. He glanced across at me and smiled. Mycroft took snuff from a tortoiseshell box and brushed away the wandering grains from his coat with a large red silk handkerchief. By the way, Sherlock, said he, I have had something quite after your own heart, most singular problem, submitted to my judgment. I really had not the energy to follow it up, save in a very incomplete fashion, but it gave me a basis for some very pleasing speculations. If you would care to hear the facts, my dear Mycroft, I should be delighted. The brother scribbled a note upon a leaf of his pocket-book, and ringing the bell, he handed it to the waiter. I have asked Mr. Melas to step across, said he. He lodges on the floor above me, and I have some slight acquaintance with him, which led him to come to me in his perplexity. Mr. Melas is a Greek by extraction, as I understand, and he is a remarkable linguist. He earns his living partly as interpreter in the law courts, and partly by acting as guide to any wealthy Orientals who may visit the Northumberland Avenue hotels. I think I will leave him to tell his very remarkable experience in his own fashion. A few minutes later, we were joined by a short, stout man, whose olive face and coal-black hair proclaimed his southern origin, though his speech was that of an educated Englishman. He shook hands eagerly with Sherlock Holmes, and his dark eyes sparkled with pleasure when he understood that the specialist was anxious to hear his story. I do not believe that the police credit me. On my word, I do not, said he in a wailing voice. Just because they have never heard of it before, they think that such a thing cannot be. But I know that I shall never be easy in my mind until I know what has become of my poor man with a sticking plaster upon his face. I am all attention, said Sherlock Holmes. This is Wednesday evening, said Mr. Melas. Well, then, it was on Monday night, only 2 days ago, you understand, that all this happened. I am an interpreter, as perhaps my neighbour there has told you. I interpret all languages, or nearly all, but as I am Greek by birth, and with a Grecian name, it is with that particular tongue that I am principally associated. For many years, I have been the chief Greek interpreter in London, and my name is very well known in the hotels. It happens not infrequently that I am sent for at strange hours by foreigners who get into difficulties, or by travellers who arrive late and wish my services. I was not surprised, therefore, on Monday night, when a Mr. Latimer, a very fashionably dressed young man, came up to my rooms and asked me to accompany him in a cab which was waiting at the door. A Greek friend had come to see him upon business, he said, and as he could speak nothing but his own tongue, the services of an interpreter were indispensable. He gave me to understand that his house was some little distance off, in Kensington, and he seemed to be in a great hurry, bustling me rapidly into the cab when we had descended into the street. I say into the cab, but I soon became doubtful as to whether it was not a carriage in which I had found myself. It was certainly more roomy than the ordinary four-wheeled disgrace to London, and the fittings, though frayed, were of rich quality. Mr. Latimer seated himself opposite to me, and we started off through Charing Cross and up the Shaftesbury Avenue. We had come out upon Oxford Street, and I had ventured some remark as to this being a roundabout way to Kensington, when my words were arrested by the extraordinary conduct of my companion. He began by drawing a most formidable-looking bludgeon loaded with lead from his pocket, and switched it backwards and forwards several times, as if to test its weight and strength. Then he placed it without a word upon the seat beside him. Having done this, he drew up the windows on each side, and I found myself, to my astonishment, that they were covered with paper, so as to prevent my seeing through them. "I am sorry to cut off your view, Mr. Melas," said he. "It is that I have no intention that you should see what the place is to which we are driving. It might possibly be inconvenient to me if you could find your way there again." As you can imagine, I was utterly taken aback by such an address. My companion was a powerful, broad-shouldered young fellow, and apart from the weapon, I should not have had the slightest chance in a struggle with him. "This is very extraordinary conduct, Mr. Latimer," I stammered. "You must be aware that what you are doing is quite illegal." "It is somewhat of a liberty, no doubt," said he, "but we'll make it up to you. I must warn you, however, Mr. Melas, that if at any time tonight you attempt to raise an alarm or do anything which is against my interests, you will find it a very serious thing. I beg you to remember that no one knows where you are, and that whether you are in this carriage or in my house, you are equally in my power." His words were quiet, but he had a rasping way of saying them which was very menacing. I sat in silence, wondering what on earth could be his reason for kidnapping me in this extraordinary fashion. Whatever it might be, it was perfectly clear that there was no possible use in my resisting, and that I could only wait to see what might befall. For nearly 2 hours we drove without my having the least clue as to where we were going. Sometimes the rattle of the stones told of a paved causeway, and at others our smooth, silent course suggested asphalt. But save this variation in sound, there was nothing at all which could in the remotest way help me to form a guess as to where we were. The paper over each window was impenetrable to light, and a blue curtain was drawn across the glasswork in front. It was 7:15 when we left Pall Mall, and my watch showed me that it was 10 minutes to 9 when we at last came to a standstill. My companion let down the window, and I caught a glimpse of a low, arched doorway with a lamp burning above it. As I hurried from the carriage, it swung open, and I found myself inside the house with a vague impression of a lawn and trees on each side of me as I entered. Whether these were private grounds, however, or bona fide country, was more than I could possibly venture to say. There was a coloured lamp inside, which was turned so low that I could see little, save that the hall was of some size and hung with pictures. In the dim light I could make out that the person who had opened the door was a small, mean-looking, middle-aged man with rounded shoulders. As he turned towards us, the glint of the light showed me that he was wearing glasses. "Is this Mr. Melas, Harold?" said he. "Yes." "Well done, well done. No ill will, Mr. Melas, I hope. But we could not get on without you. If you deal fair with us, you will not regret it. But if you try any tricks, God help you." He spoke in a jerky, nervous fashion, and with some giggling laughs in between, but somehow he impressed me with fear more than the other. "What do you want with me?" I asked. "Only to ask a few questions of a Greek gentleman who is visiting us, and to let us have the answers. But say no more than you are told to say, or—" Here came the nervous giggle again. "You had better never have been born." As he spoke, he opened a door and showed the way into a room which appeared to be very richly furnished. But again, the only light was afforded by a single lamp half turned down. The chamber was certainly large, and the way in which my feet sank into the carpet as I stepped across it told me of its richness. I caught glimpses of velvet chairs, a high, white marble mantelpiece, and what seemed to be a suit of Japanese armour at one side of it. There was a chair just under the lamp, and the elderly man motioned that I should sit in it. The younger had left us, but he suddenly returned through another door, leading with him a gentleman clad in some sort of loose dressing-gown, who moved slowly towards us. As he came into the circle of dim light which enabled me to see him more clearly, I was thrilled with horror at his appearance. He was deadly pale and terribly emaciated, with the protruding, brilliant eyes of a man whose spirit is greater than his strength. But what shocked me more than any signs of physical weakness was that his face was grotesquely crisscrossed with sticking plaster, and that one large pad of it was fastened over his mouth. "Have you the slate, Harold?" cried the older man, as this strange being fell rather than sat down into a chair. "Are his hands loose? Now then, give him the pencil. You are to ask the questions, Mr. Melas, and he will write the answers. Ask him, first of all, whether he is prepared to sign the papers." The man's eyes flashed fire. "Never," he wrote in Greek upon the slate. "On no conditions?" I asked at the bidding of our tyrant. "Only if I see her married in my presence by a Greek priest whom I know." The man giggled in his venomous way. "You know what awaits you, then?" I care nothing for myself. These are samples of the questions and answers which made up our strange, half-spoken, half-written conversation. Again and again I had to ask him whether he would give in and sign the document. Again and again I had the same indignant reply. But soon a happy thought came to me. I took to adding on little sentences of my own to each question, innocent ones at first, to test whether either of our companions knew anything of the matter. And then, as I found that they showed no sign, I played a more dangerous game. Our conversation ran something like this. "You can do no good by this obstinacy. Who are you?" "I care not. I am a stranger in London." "Your fate will be on your own head." "How long have you been here?" "Let it be so." 3 weeks. "The property can never be yours." "What ails you?" "It shall not go to villains." "They are starving me." "You shall go free if you sign." "What house is this?" "I will never sign." "I do not know." "You are not doing her any service." "What is your name?" "Let me hear her say so." "Cratides." "You shall see her if you sign." "Where are you from?" "Then I shall never see her." "Athens." Another 5 minutes, Mr. Holmes, and I should have wormed out the whole story under their very noses. My very next question might have cleared the matter up, but at that instant the door opened and a woman stepped into the room. I could not see her clearly enough to know more than that she was tall and graceful, with black hair, and clad in some sort of loose white gown. "Harold," said she, speaking English with a broken accent, "I could not stay away longer. It is so lonely up there with only—" "Oh, my God! It is Paul!" These last words were in Greek, and at the same instant the man, with a convulsive effort, tore the plaster from his lips, and screaming out, "Sophie! Sophie!" rushed into the woman's arms. Their embrace was but for an instant, however, for the younger man seized the woman and pushed her out of the room, while the elder easily overpowered his emaciated victim and dragged him away through the other door. For a moment I was left alone in the room, and I sprang to my feet with some vague idea that I might in some way get a clue to what this house was in which I found myself. Fortunately, however, I took no steps, for looking up, I saw that the older man was standing in the doorway with his eyes fixed upon me. "That will do, Mr. Melas," said he. "You perceive that we have taken you into our confidence over some very private business. We should not have troubled you, only that our friend who speaks Greek, and who began these negotiations, has been forced to return to the East. It was quite necessary for us to find someone to take his place, and we were fortunate in hearing of your powers." I bowed. "There are 5 sovereigns here," said he, walking up to me, "which will, I hope, be a sufficient fee. But remember," he added, tapping me lightly on the chest and giggling, "if you speak to a human soul about this, 1 human soul, mind, well, may God have mercy upon your soul." I cannot tell you the loathing and horror with which this insignificant-looking man inspired me. I could see him better now as the lamplight shone upon him. His features were peaky and sallow, and his little pointed beard was thready and ill-nourished. He pushed his face forward as he spoke, and his lips and eyelids were continually twitching, like a man with St. Vitus's dance. I could not help thinking that his strange, catchy little laugh was also a symptom of some nervous malady. The terror of his face lay in his eyes, however, steel-grey and glistening coldly, with a malignant, inexorable cruelty in their depths. "We shall know if you speak of this," said he. "We have our own means of information. Now, you will find the carriage waiting, and my friend will see you on your way." I was hurried through the hall and into the vehicle, again obtaining that momentary glimpse of trees and a garden. Mr. Latimer followed closely at my heels and took his place opposite to me without a word. In silence we again drove for an interminable distance, with the windows raised, until at last, just after midnight, the carriage pulled up. "You will get down here, Mr. Melas," said my companion. "I am sorry to leave you so far from your house, but there is no alternative. Any attempt upon your part to follow the carriage can only end in injury to yourself." He opened the door as he spoke, and I had hardly time to spring out when the coachman lashed the horse and the carriage rattled away. I looked around me in astonishment. I was on some sort of heathy common, mottled over with dark clumps of furze bushes. Far away stretched a line of houses, with a light here and there in the upper windows. On the other side I saw the red signal lamps of a railway. The carriage which had brought me was already out of sight. I stood gazing round and wondering where on earth I might be, when I saw someone coming towards me in the darkness. As he came up to me, I made out that he was a railway porter. "Can you tell me what place this is?" I asked. "Wandsworth Common," said he. "Can I get a train into town?" "Well, if you walk on a mile or so to Clapham Junction," said he, "you'll just be in time for the last to Victoria." So that was the end of my adventure, Mr. Holmes. I do not know where I was, nor whom I spoke with, nor anything save what I have told you. But I know that there is foul play going on, and I want to help that unhappy man if I can. I told the whole story to Mr. Mycroft Holmes next morning, and subsequently to the police. We all sat in silence for some little time after listening to this extraordinary narrative. Then Sherlock looked across at his brother. "Any steps?" he asked. Mycroft picked up the Daily News, which was lying on a side table. "Anybody supplying any information as to the whereabouts of a Greek gentleman named Paul Cratides from Athens, who is unable to speak English, will be rewarded. A similar reward paid to anyone giving information about a Greek lady whose first name is Sophie, X2473. That was in all the dailies. No answer. How about the Greek legation? I have inquired. They know nothing. A wire to the head of the Athens police, then? Sherlock has all the energy of the family, said Mycroft, turning to me. Well, you take up the case by all means, and let me know if you do any good. Certainly, answered my friend, rising from his chair. I'll let you know, and Mr. Melas also. In the meantime, Mr. Melas, I should certainly be on my guard if I were you, for of course they must know through these advertisements that you have betrayed them. As we walked home together, Holmes stopped at a telegraph office and sent off several wires. You see, Watson, he remarked, our evening has been by no means wasted. Some of my most interesting cases have come to me in this way through Mycroft. The problem which we have just listened to, although it can admit of but one explanation, has still some distinguishing features. You have hopes of solving it? Well, knowing as much as we do, it will be singular indeed if we fail to discover the rest. You must yourself have formed some theory which will explain the facts to which we have listened. In a vague way, yes. What was your idea, then? And it seemed to me to be obvious that this Greek girl had been carried off by the young Englishman named Harold Latimer. Carried off from where? Athens, perhaps? Sherlock Holmes shook his head. This young man could not talk a word of Greek. The lady could talk English fairly well. Inference that she had been in England some little time. but he had not been in Greece. Well, then, we will presume that she had come on a visit to England, and that this Harold had persuaded her to fly with him. That is the more probable. Then the brother, for that I fancy must be the relationship, comes over from Greece to interfere. He imprudently puts himself into the power of the young man and his older associate. They seize him and use violence towards him in order to make him sign some papers to make over the girl's fortune, of which he may be trustee, to them. This he refuses to do. In order to negotiate with him, they have to get an interpreter, and they pitch upon this Mr. Melas, having used some other one before. The girl is not told of the arrival of her brother, and finds it out by the merest accident. "Excellent, Watson," cried Holmes. "I really fancy that you are not far from the truth. You see, that we hold all the cards, and that we have only to fear some sudden act of violence on their part. If they give us time, we must have them. But how can we find where the house lies? Well, if our conjecture is correct, and the girl's name is, or was, Sophie Cratides, we should have no difficulty in tracing her. That must be our main hope. For the brother, of course, is a complete stranger. It is clear that some time has elapsed since this Harold established these relations with the girl. Well, some weeks at any rate, since the brother in Greece has had time to hear of it and come across. If they have been living in the same place during this time, it is probable that we shall have some answer to Mycroft's advertisement." We had reached our house in Baker Street whilst we had been talking. Holmes ascended the stairs first, and as he opened the door of our room, he gave a start of surprise. Looking over his shoulder, I was equally astonished. His brother Mycroft was sitting smoking in the armchair. "Come in, Sherlock. Come in, sir," said he, blandly smiling at our surprised faces. "You don't expect such energy from me, do you, Sherlock? But somehow this case attracts me. How did you get here?" "I passed you in a hansom." "Oh, there has been some new development?" "I had an answer to my advertisement." "Ah, yes, it came within a few minutes of your leaving. And to what effect?" Mycroft Holmes took out a sheet of paper. "Here it is," said he, "written with a J pen on royal cream paper by a middle-aged man with a weak constitution. 'Sir,' he says, 'in answer to your advertisement of today's date, I beg to inform you that I know the young lady in question very well. If you should care to call upon me, I could give you some particulars as to her painful history. She is living at present at the Myrtles, Beckenham. Yours faithfully, J. Davenport.'" "He writes from Lower Brixton," said Mycroft Holmes. "Do you not think that we might drive to him now, Sherlock, and learn these particulars?" "My dear Mycroft, the brother's life is more valuable than the sister's story. I think we should call at Scotland Yard for Inspector Gregson, and go straight out to Beckenham. We know that a man is being done to death, and every hour may be vital." "Better pick up Mr. Melas upon our way," I suggested. "We may need an interpreter." "Excellent," said Sherlock Holmes. "Send the boy for a four-wheeler, and we shall be off at once." He opened the table drawer as he spoke, and I noticed that he slipped his revolver into his pocket. "Yes," said he, in answer to my glance, "I should say from what we have heard that we are dealing with a particularly dangerous gang." It was almost dark before we found ourselves in Pall Mall at the rooms of Mr. Melas. A gentleman had just called for him, and he was gone. "Can you tell me where?" asked Mycroft Holmes. "I don't know, sir," answered the woman who had opened the door. "I only know that he drove away with the gentleman in a carriage." "Did the gentleman give a name?" "No, sir. He wasn't a tall, handsome, dark young man." "Oh, no, sir. He was a little gentleman with glasses, thin in the face, but very pleasant in his ways, for he was laughing all the time that he was talking." "Come along," cried Sherlock Holmes abruptly. "This grows serious," he observed as we drove to Scotland Yard. "These men have got hold of Melas again. He is a man of no physical courage, as they are well aware from their experience the other night. This villain was able to terrorize him the instant that he got into his presence. No doubt they want his professional services, but having used him, they may be inclined to punish him for what they regard as his treachery." Our hope was that by taking train we might get to Beckenham as soon as, or sooner than, the carriage. On reaching Scotland Yard, however, it was more than an hour before we could get Inspector Gregson and comply with the legal formalities which would enable us to enter the house. It was 10:15 before we reached London Bridge, and past before the four of us alighted on the Beckenham platform. A drive of half a mile brought us to the Myrtles, a large, dark house standing back from the road in its own grounds. Here we dismissed our cab and made our way up the drive together.
"Oh, the windows are all dark," remarked the inspector. "The house seems deserted."
"Our birds are flown and the nest empty," said Holmes.
"Why do you say so?"
"A carriage heavily loaded with luggage has passed out during the last hour." The inspector laughed.
"I saw the wheel tracks in the light of the gate lamp, but where does the luggage come in?"
"You may have observed the same wheel tracks going the other way, but the outward bound ones were very much deeper. So much so that we can say for a certainty that there was a very considerable weight on the carriage."
"Oh, you get a trifle beyond me there," said the inspector, shrugging his shoulders. "It will not be an easy door to force, but we will try if we cannot make someone hear us."
He hammered loudly at the knocker and pulled at the bell, but without any success. Holmes had slipped away, but he came back in a few minutes. "I have a window open," said he.
"It's a mercy that you are on the side of the force and not against it, Mr. Holmes,"
remarked the inspector, as he noted the clever way in which my friend had forced back the catch.
"Well, I think that under the circumstances we may enter without waiting for an invitation."
One after the other, we made our way into a large apartment, which was evidently that in which Mr. Melas had found himself. The inspector had lit his lantern, and by its light we could see the two doors, the curtain, the lamp, and the suit of Japanese mail, as he had described them. On the table stood 2 glasses, an empty brandy bottle, and the remains of a meal. "What is that?" asked Holmes suddenly. We all stood still and listened. A low moaning sound was coming from somewhere above our heads. Holmes rushed to the door and out into the hall. The dismal noise came from upstairs. He dashed up, the inspector and I at his heels, while his brother Mycroft followed as quickly as his great bulk would permit. 3 doors faced us upon the second floor, and it was from the central of these that the sinister sounds were issuing, sinking sometimes into a dull mumble, and rising again into a shrill whine. It was locked, but the key was on the outside. Holmes flung open the door and rushed in, but he was out again in an instant with his hand to his throat. "It's charcoal!" he cried. "Give it time. It will clear." Peering in, we could see that the only light in the room came from a dull blue flame which flickered from a small brass tripod in the centre. It threw a livid, unnatural circle upon the floor, while in the shadows beyond we saw the vague loom of 2 figures which crouched against the wall. From the open door there reeked a horrible poisonous exhalation, which set us gasping and coughing. Holmes rushed to the top of the stairs to draw in the fresh air, and then, dashing into the room, he threw up the window and hurled the brazen tripod out into the garden. "We can enter in a minute," he gasped, darting out again. "Where is a candle? I doubt if we could strike a match in that atmosphere. Hold the light at the door, and we shall get them out. Mycroft, now!" With a rush, we got to the poisoned men and dragged them out onto the landing. Both of them were blue-lipped and insensible, with swollen, congested faces and protruding eyes. Indeed, so distorted were their features that, save for his black beard and stout figure, we might have failed to recognize in one of them the Greek interpreter, who had parted from us only a few hours before at the Diogenes Club. His hands and feet were securely strapped together, and he bore over one eye the mark of a violent blow. The other, who was secured in a similar fashion, was a tall man in the last stage of emaciation, with several strips of sticking plaster arranged in a grotesque pattern over his face. He had ceased to moan as we lay down, and a glance showed me that for him at least our aid had come too late. Mr. Melas, however, still lived, and in less than an hour, with the aid of ammonia and brandy, I had the satisfaction of seeing him open his eyes, and of knowing that my hand had drawn him back from that dark valley in which all paths meet. It was a simple story which he had to tell, and one which did but confirm our own deductions. His visitor, on entering his rooms, had drawn a life-preserver from his sleeve, and had so impressed him with the fear of instant and inevitable death that he had kidnapped him for the second time. Indeed, it was almost mesmeric, the effect which this giggling ruffian had produced upon the unfortunate linguist, for he could not speak of him save with trembling hands and a blanched cheek. He had been taken swiftly to Beckenham, and had acted as interpreter in a second interview, even more dramatic than the first, in which the two Englishmen had menaced their prisoner with instant death if he did not comply with their demands. Finally, finding him proof against every threat, they had hurled him back into his prison, and after reproaching Melas with his treachery, which appeared from the newspaper advertisements, they had stunned him with a blow from a stick, and he remembered nothing more until he found us bending over him. And this was the singular case of the Grecian interpreter, the explanation of which is still involved in some mystery. We were able to find out, by communicating with the gentleman who had answered the advertisement, that the unfortunate young lady came of a wealthy Grecian family, and that she had been on a visit to some friends in England. Whilst there, she had met a young man named Harold Latimer, who had acquired an ascendancy over her and had eventually persuaded her to fly with him. Her friends, shocked at the event, had contented themselves with informing her brother at Athens, and had then washed their hands of the matter. The brother, on his arrival in England, had imprudently placed himself in the power of Latimer, and of his associate, whose name was Wilson Kemp, a man of the foulest antecedents. These two, finding that through his ignorance of the language he was helpless in their hands, had kept him a prisoner, and had endeavoured by cruelty and starvation to make him sign away his own and his sister's property. They had kept him in the house without the girl's knowledge, and the plaster over the face had been for the purpose of making recognition difficult in case she should ever catch a glimpse of him. Her feminine perceptions, however, had instantly seen through the disguise, when, on the occasion of the interpreter's first visit, she had seen him for the first time. The poor girl, however, was herself a prisoner, for there was no one about the house except the man who acted as coachman and his wife, both of whom were tools of the conspirators. Finding that their secret was out, and that their prisoner was not to be coerced, the two villains, with the girl, had fled away at a few hours' notice from the furnished house which they had hired, having first, as they thought, taken vengeance both upon the man who had defied and the one who had betrayed them. Months afterwards, a curious newspaper cutting reached us from Budapest. It told how two Englishmen, who had been travelling with a woman, had met with a tragic end. They had been stabbed, it seems, and the Hungarian police were of the opinion that they had quarrelled and had inflicted mortal injuries upon each other. Holmes, however, is, I fancy, of a different way of thinking, and he holds to this day that if one could find the Grecian girl, one might learn how the wrongs of herself and her brother came to be avenged.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his good friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And if you ask me, the best way to listen to that story is to do it with a glass of port wine right handy. Petri California port. No kidding, that Petri port is just swell for any time good friends get together to talk things over. You couldn't ask for a more delicious wine. Why, just looking at the deep, rich red color of that Petri port tells you that here's a wine with a flavor that comes right from the heart of sun-ripened grapes. If you haven't ever tried Petri port, why not get a bottle and have a glass after dinner tomorrow night? It's a perfect after-dinner wine, you know. And share that port with your family and your friends.
Don't forget, when you serve Petri Port, you can serve it proudly. Because after all, the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now let's keep our weekly appointment. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Draw up a chair.
Thank you.
That's it. By the way, do you know what date it is?
November 5th, isn't it?
That's right. In England, it's known as Guy Fawkes Day. Did you ever hear it?
It's something to do with a gunpowder plot, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Bartell, it is. And as Sherlock Holmes and I had a very unusual adventure on the 5th of November many years ago, it seems appropriate that I should tell you about it tonight. But before I begin, I think it might help you to appreciate the true flavor of the story if I tell you a little about the origin and the customs of Guy Fawkes Day.
It's a swell idea, Dr. Watson.
Well, my boy, on November the 5th, 1605, exactly 340 years ago today, King James I was about to attend the opening of Parliament when a plot was discovered to blow up the House of Lords during the ceremony.
And the chief conspirator was Guy Fawkes, I suppose?
Yes, he was. He was captured in a vault immediately below the House of Lords, a vault full of barrels of gunpowder. Of course, he and his fellow conspirators were executed. And ever since then, November the 5th has been known as Guy Fawkes Day.
Well, how's it celebrated, Doctor?
Well, it's a great time for the youngsters, Mr. Bartell. They black their faces, throng the streets, begging for pennies, and build bonfires in which to burn effigies of Guy Fawkes. These effigies are life-size dummies, stuffed with straw and dressed in old clothes. The children parade them in the streets chanting rhymes. Well, now, let me see. Pleased to remember the 5th of November. Guy Fawkes Guy, hit him in the eye.
The kids must have quite a time. Sort of like Halloween, huh, Doctor?
Yes, not unlike it, my boy. Well, now that I've told you something about the customs of Guy Fawkes Day, I'll get on with my story. It began just before lunch, I remember, on November the 5th, 1899. The day was foggy and cold, and Holmes and I were seated each side of a blazing fire in our Baker Street rooms. From outside, we could hear the sound of voices laughing and singing. Suddenly, Holmes rose and crossed to the window, opened it, and looked out. Then he turned to me and spoke.
Children are having a great time, Watson, aren't they?
Yes, it cost me a shilling worth of pennies to walk here this morning.
Has it occurred to you, Watson, that the gunpowder plot offers very promising material to the speculative mind?
In what way, Holmes? I say it's confoundedly chilly in here. Don't you think you might shut that window?
Sorry, old chap. As I was saying, the gunpowder plot offers very promising material to the speculative mind. I've made something of a study of the historical records of the case. There is more than a little evidence to suggest that King James was never in any real danger.
Never in any danger? Well, what makes you say that?
Knowledge of the proposed dastardly scheme came to light early. But James Stuart, King of England, the possessor of a shrewd and diabolical mind, used the spectacular discovery of the plot to try and bolster his waning popularity, as well as to justify increased religious persecutions.
Well, that's the first I've heard of it, Holmes.
I dare say, old fellow, but it's true just the same. I'm afraid James Stuart, King of England, was an unscrupulous tyrant. Come in. Oh, yes, Mrs. Hudson?
There's a gentleman to see you, Mr. Holmes. He said it was very important, and he asked me to give you his card.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. Oh, ask him to come up, please, will you?
Aye, sir.
Who is it, Holmes?
A gentleman with a remarkably fine sense of timing. Read his card for yourself.
Let's have a look. Mr. James Stuart. Great Scott, that's an extraordinary coincidence that he should arrive just as we're talking about James Stuart, King of England.
Come in.
Mr. James Stuart.
How do you do, Mr. Stuart? My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir? How do you do?
Mr. Holmes, you've got to help me. I'm walking about in mortal fear of my life. You've got to help me.
Mr. Stuart, I suggest that you sit down. I'll do anything in my power to help you, but you must compose yourself first and tell me quietly what it is that's frightening you.
How can I compose myself when I may be dead within a few hours?
No, Mr. Stuart. I'm a doctor. I really think if I were to give you a sedative that you'd find...
How can you talk of sedatives when My heart. Doctor! My heart.
All right. Now, here, let me help you into this sofa. There you are now.
Imagine that brandy would be in order, Watson.
Yes, Holmes, and I'll give him some digitalis. A fellow with a bad heart like this shouldn't allow himself to get so excited.
Here you are, Mr. Stuart. Drink this.
That's it. And now this, Mr. Stewart.
What is it?
It's digitalis.
Very well.
There now. Feel better, sir?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Yes, I do. You're right. I shouldn't get so excited. My heart can't stand it, you know.
Watson, is he well enough to talk, do you think?
Yes, if he doesn't excite himself again.
I'll be careful, Doctor. I'll take it quietly. Mr. Holmes, when you saw my card just now, did it strike any responsive chord?
Naturally, sir. Who could fail to be intrigued when a James Stewart calls to see one on Guy Fawkes Day?
It isn't just coincidence that my name is James Stewart. I've got royal blood in my veins. People know of it. And that's another reason they're out to kill me. They're jealous of my heritage. Every instinct I have is a royal one. Now, you gentlemen know that falconry is a king's sport. And my greatest hobby is the breeding and the training of falcons.
Stewart, please, Mr. Stewart. Owing to the state of your health, I suggest that you be as economical as possible in your explanation. In fact, I think it might be better if I were to question you.
Very well, Mr. Holmes.
Now, you say that your life is in danger. What evidence do you have to substantiate that claim?
My cousin, Guy Falconby, has threatened it. You see, Mr. Holmes, he and I are the only heirs to a wealthy uncle. His fortune will go to the surviving heir. If I were dead, Guy would inherit everything.
Seems to me, Mr. Stewart, that you should have applied to Scotland Yard for protection.
I did, Dr. Watson. Only a few days ago I saw a certain Inspector Lestrade, I think his name was, and he laughed at my fears.
Oh, Lestrade. And he laughed, did he? Well, then in that case, there may be something in your story, sir. You say that your cousin has threatened to kill you. Has he indicated the method he intends to employ?
He has, and it's a devilish plot. Guy has a bitter, twisted sense of humor, gentlemen, even when he's planning as dastardly a thing as a murder. I am James Stewart. He is Guy Falconby, which is near enough to Guy Fawkes. Today is the 5th of November, and he's planning to blow me up.
Oh, come, sir. You can't expect us to believe that.
But it's true. He warned me. And the celebrations that are going on in the streets of London today would make a rare cloak for his activities.
I must confess, Mr. Stewart, that I find your story most unconvincing. All your evidence appears to depend on conversations held between you and this cousin of yours. You have no facts, sir, to substantiate your claims.
But I have.
Then please let us hear them.
I live at 23 Cavendish Square. A week ago, the house next door to me was let to a new tenant. Almost immediately, workmen became very active there. They were digging in the cellars, Mr. Holmes. I could hear the sounds of picks and shovels through the walls.
Digging in the cellars? That does sound significant, doesn't it, Holmes?
Extremely. Did you observe any other activities of the workmen, Mr. Stewart?
Mr. Holmes. Vans have been delivering large packing cases to the basement during the last 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
I know what's in them, too. It's gunpowder. I tell you, they're planning to blow me up today.
No. Steady. You mustn't excite yourself again.
What shall I do, Mr. Holmes?
I think, sir, it would be better for you to rest here for a while and then go to a nearby hotel. I would suggest the Shaftesbury. And wait there until you hear from us.
And where are you gentlemen going?
Watson and I, after donning suitable disguises, will visit the house adjoining yours in Cavendish Square. I think an examination of the cellar there might prove most illuminating.
This must be the house, all right, Holmes. The empty packing cases are still by the foot of the basement steps.
Come on, Watson. Let's go down and explore.
Pardon my soul, I feel a little self-conscious in these clothes.
No need to, my dear chap. You look a most authentic inspector of plumbing.
Well,
if anyone challenges us, you'd better let me do the talking, though. I think my accent might be a little more convincing. Shh. Listen.
I can't hear anything.
Exactly. Then we may reasonably assume that either the workmen are observing the Guy Fawkes holiday or that their work is done. Come on, let's try this door.
It's unlocked.
Yes. Oh, this is too easy, Watson. We must be prepared for a trap. Come on.
I've got my revolver handy if there's any trouble.
I don't use it until I tell you to. Remember, we're supposed to be plumbing inspectors.
It's pitch black in here. I can't see a thing.
Strike a match. See if you can find a gas jet.
Strike a match when the cellar may be full of gunpowder?
Can't take the risk, old chap.
Oh, here's a gas jet. I light it. That's better. Now we can see a little.
Uh-huh. I think the workmen have completed their job. See that new wood forming a crude door in the corner over there?
Where does it lead to, do you suppose?
Let's find out. Oh, also unlocked. And here's a miner's lantern, waiting conveniently for us on this ledge. Oh, this is ridiculously easy. Now I'm sure it's a trap.
I like the lantern. Great Scott, it's a tunnel.
Yes, it's a tunnel leading into Mr. Stewart's house next door. Let's explore it.
Look, Holmes. Look at the barrels. I bet they're full of gunpowder.
Undoubtedly. We'll observe the fuses as well. Yes, the complete equipment for another gunpowder plot.
I can't believe my eyes. What a fantastic plan, but how could the murderer be certain that Stewart would be killed in the explosion?
I think that's easily answered, Watson. Remember Mr. Stewart's bad heart? In his present state of apprehension, an exploding firecracker would be enough to kill him.
I suppose so. Hello? Hello? What's this lying on the floor? Curious. It's a funny strip of silk with a little ring on the end.
Let me see it, Watson. Aha. This seems to be familiar. By Jove! I believe it's a Jess.
A Jess? What on earth, sir?
The last piece of evidence necessary to confirm the conclusion...
Come out of there! And keep your hands above your heads! I've got a revolver!
Right, you are, Governor. We ain't done no harm. Now, remember, Watson, I'll do the talking.
Come on! Archer, come! Well, you're a comical-looking pair. What are you doing in there?
Me and my mate got a message to come over here and see to the plumbing, mister.
Plumbers, eh? Do you have any identification?
Yes, sir. Here's my badge. We're inspectors for the London County Council.
Oh, that's all right, my man. I saw the basement door open, and I thought burglars might be here.
You're the owner of this house, sir?
Yes, but my agent let it recently to some tenants who've been behaving rather queerly, I'm told. So I came round here to see what was happening.
If you're the owner, sir, perhaps you can give me some facts for me records. Gotta fill me records, you know.
What do you want to know?
Well, your name, please, sir.
Falconby. Guy Falconby.
Look here.
Alfie, hold your nose.
What did he say?
Nothing, sir, nothing. He's got bad hiccups. I've had him for months now. Can't stop him. Alfie, here, give me a pencil, will you? Thank you, Alf. Now, sir, your name is Guy Falconby. What's the name of the tenant this house is let to?
There are 3 of them.
Oh, you know the name, sir? Got to have them for me records, you see.
Yes, the names are Winter, Rokewood, and Keynes.
Oh, yes. Winter, Rokewood, and Keynes. That's right, sir. Sounds as if they might be a firm of solicitors, don't they, sir?
Well, perhaps they are. I haven't met them.
Just one more question, sir, and then I needn't bother you no more.
Well, what is it? My religion or my grandmother's maiden name?
No, sir, no, nothing like that. I just wondered who lived in the house next door on that side. We've had a complaint from there, too. Their pipes is bunged up.
My cousin lives there. His name's James Stewart.
Mr. James Stewart, eh? Oh, much obliged, sir. Me and my mate will be going next door, then. Come on, Alfie.
I'm not surprised his pipes are bunged up, as you so graphically put it. He's a great one for practical jokes about the house. As a matter of fact, he's planning one of them tonight. Well, that's no concern of yours. By the way, my man, what's your name?
Nivitt, sir. Tom Nivitt. Come on, Alfie. We got work to do.
Holmes, I wish you'd tell me what's going on. Why have we taken this cab back to Baker Street?
Get out of these clothes. They've served their purpose. Now there's more serious work afoot.
Well, I'm still confused about our interview with Guy Falconby. Why did you say your name was Tom Nivitt?
What touch of vanity, old fellow?
Vanity? How do you mean?
Well, consider the names in this case so far, Watson. James Stewart says that he's been threatened by Guy Falconby. A name, as Mr. Stewart points out, not unlike Guy Fawkes. Do you recall the names of the 3 tenants that Mr. Falconby gave us a few minutes ago?
Yes. Winter, Rokewood, and Keynes. But what's that got to do with it?
A great deal, my dear fellow. Thomas Winter, Ambrose Rokewood, and Robert Keynes were the 3 men executed with Guy Fawkes in the original gunpowder plot in 1605.
Good Lord, but where does Tom Nivitt, the name you gave yourself, fit into the picture?
Thomas Nivitt was the Westminster magistrate who arrested the conspirators. Since the would-be murderer has such an academic knowledge of the original plot, I thought I'd let him know that he was up against an opponent worthy of his steel.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a few seconds. Just about time for me to remind you that if you want a wine that's sure to please the ladies, you can't miss with Petri California Muscatel. That's because Petri Muscatel is a golden wine with one of the most luscious flavors you ever tasted. Did you ever taste a big, plump muscat grape that's ripened in the sun? If you have, then you know what to expect when you taste Petri Muscatel. It's a wonderful wine. Perfect after dinner and swell when company comes. Just remember that, won't you? Petri Muscatel. Well, Doctor, you and Mr. Holmes were certainly having yourselves quite a Guy Fawkes day. What happened when you got back to Baker Street?
We quickly changed out of our disguises and back into our ordinary clothes. I was still pretty much in the dark, as usual. And I kept questioning Holmes as to our next move. He was in a state of suppressed excitement. And it was obvious as he spoke to me that he was anxious to be off.
Watson, don't dawdle. There's so much work ahead of us.
What do you mean, don't dawdle? I'm not dawdling. I'm dressing as fast as I can. What's our next move, anyway?
Well, we must split our forces. Let's get hold of my band of street urchins, the Baker Street irregulars. I'm going to surround Mr. Stewart's house in Cavendish Square, and they'll be invaluable for that purpose.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Go to the Shaftesbury Hotel and collect Mr. Stewart, then return with him to his house and wait me there. I shall join you as soon as I've rounded up the irregulars, but I must warn you. Don't leave Mr. Stewart for a moment. Don't let him out of your sight until you see me again.
Of course I won't, Holmes, but, I must say, the idea of all that gunpowder in the cellar doesn't make me feel any too
have
happy.
Faith in me, old chap. Have faith in me. You know, I wouldn't expose you to any danger if I could avoid it. And I assure you that I shall join you and Mr. Stewart very shortly. You have your revolver?
Yes, of course.
Good. And, give Mr. Stewart this revolver, will you? Tell him that I insist that he carries it. I fear that his own has probably been tampered with.
Right you are, Holmes. I'll see that he has it. This is a strange business, I must say. That Guy Falconberry seemed such a decent sort of fellow.
Yes, he appeared to be a most amiable fellow, didn't he? This is indeed an unusual case, Watson. We're up against one of the most sinister and twisted antagonists that we've ever met. Well, old chap, I'm leaving now. I'll join you soon. And don't forget, stay close to Mr. Stewart. Stay very close to him.
Dr. Watson, I wish your friend were here.
No, don't get so excited, Mr. Stewart. He'll be here any moment now. You've still got the revolver that I gave you?
Yes, it's in my pocket. But what's the good of a revolver if there should be an explosion? Answer me that if you can.
No, you must have faith in Mr. Holmes, sir. He's arranging now to have this house of yours surrounded by his band of street urchins. They'll see that no one gets to the cellar next door to light the fuses.
A bunch of children. How can they do anything?
You don't know the Baker Street irregulars, Mr. Stewart. And it's a perfect day for them to operate. As black-faced boys begging for pennies, they'd pass unnoticed anywhere.
I hope you're right. But I have a premonition, Doctor. There's going to be a tragedy. I know it.
Now, take it easy, sir. Remember your heart. You're in splendid hands when Sherlock Holmes is on the case. Here he is now. Holmes, I say, I'm glad to see you.
You received your visitor yet?
Visitor? We've seen no one.
Then be on the alert. I've just been questioning the boys surrounding this house. A few moments ago, some children pulled a small cart up to the back door. A cart containing a life-size dummy. My irregulars thought that it was an effigy on its way to a bonfire.
Oh, why shouldn't it be, Holmes?
I have reason to believe that it's someone visiting you in disguise, Mr. Stewart. A visitor who is mounting the back stairs at this very moment.
You've got to stand by me, Holmes. You've got to protect me.
Don't worry, sir. Come in.
Look at that apparition.
Great Scott, a Guy Fawkes dummy. A dark lantern in his hand, and it's walking.
And also talking, I trust.
Keep away from me. I got a revolver.
Stick for a stake for Victoria's sake. If you won't give me one, I'll take two. The better for me and the worse for you.
It's Guy Falconberry.
Keep away from me, do you hear?
The better for me and the worse for you.
All right, then. I'm going to fire.
Dear me, Mr. Stewart, the revolver I provided for you seems to be unloaded. How very odd.
Oh, what in thunder is all this about?
You have just witnessed an attempted murder, Watson.
Murder? What are you talking about? This is a game. James and I had it arranged, the whole thing.
You may have thought it was a game, Mr. Falconby, but I assure you that your cousin... Grab Mr. Stewart, Watson. He seems to be leaving us.
Leave me alone. Take your hands off me. My heart.
Here, help me put him on the sofa. That's it. I'll get him some digitalis.
Look, I don't want to appear unnecessarily stupid, but will someone tell me what this is all about?
With pleasure, Mr. Falconby. Your cousin had planned one of the most fantastic murder plots that I've ever encountered. He came to us with the story that you had threatened his life.
But that's ridiculous. I'm very fond of him.
Of course it's ridiculous. The whole plot was ridiculous. He leased the house next door, had a tunnel dug, and gunpowder and fuses planted there. Even entered the name of the tenants as Winter, Rookwood, and Keynes, to give the apparent plot a further authenticity.
You mean my cousin was the real tenant?
Certainly he was. However, he was clumsy enough to drop that piece of silk with the wire ring on the end that you found in the cellar, Watson.
The thing you called a jess.
And what's a jess?
It's a strap that goes round a falcon's leg to which its leash is fastened. You will remember that Mr. Stewart informed us that falconry is his hobby, and it therefore indicated that he had been in the cellar and consequently must have known about the whole plot.
And all he was trying to do was to build up in our minds the belief that his cousin was trying to kill him.
Exactly, my dear fellow. Had we believed him, of course he could have shot you just now, Mr. Falconby, in apparent self-defense.
Good Lord, what a fantastic plot. I still can't quite believe
Mr.
it.
Falconby, why are you dressed as a Guy Fawkes dummy?
Well, it was James's idea. He said that he was going to dress up too, and that we were to go round the bonfires tonight and frighten people by appearing as live dummies. But the last message he sent told me to come up here, that we'd play a practical joke on a couple of friends of his.
And did he provide you with the costume that you're wearing?
Yes, as a matter of fact, he did.
Have you searched the pockets for any weapons?
No, but I will.
All right, and while you're doing that, I'll examine this dark lantern. How's your patient, Watson?
Well, I've given him some digitalis, and now I'll get him some brandy.
I can't find anything in the pockets.
Here's the answer, my friends. Look here. Inside the lantern is a dagger. Your cousin planted it there to substantiate the claim that you were trying to kill him. Had his plans worked, you would have been dead, Mr. Falconby, before you could have told us the truth.
Here, come back here, Mr. Stewart.
James! He slipped out of the door.
Confound it! He's faking the heart attack. Come on, Watson, after him.
Holmes, where are you? Out of the way, please.
Blimey. Here comes the Lord Mayor of London, chums.
Excuse me, please. I'm trying to find a friend of mine. It's most important. Holmes, where are you? Get out here, Watson.
I hear you calling me.
Out of the way, please. I'm coming, Holmes.
Why don't you send the postcard?
You got away from me in the crowd.
I'm afraid Mr. Stewart got away from us.
Well, we'll never find him in this mark.
Not too old fellow. He's a dangerous man. There's no knowing what he may do. Where are the irregulars? There's Wiggins.
Wiggins?
Hello, Mr. Elms.
Wiggins.
Dr. Watson.
Did you see a man run out of that house a few minutes ago?
No, Governor. Perhaps Charlie did. Hey, Charlie, come over here a minute. It's Mr. Elms. All right. I bet Charlie didn't see anything, though. He's got some savvy girl with him. Hello, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Charlie.
Did you see a man run through this crowd a few minutes ago? A tallish man with a grey moustache?
Yes, I did. A man came running out of the house over there. That's the house. Where'd he go? He ran down toward where the shops are. And he stole our dummy, he did. The one we are going to burn in the bonfire. I tried to stop him, but he got away.
Holmes, look up there on the roof. There's a figure. By Jove, I believe it's James Stewart.
That's the man. He's the one that stole our dummy. He's standing up on the roof. He's going to jump. If he does, he's going to land in the bonfire.
There he goes. He is jumping. Right into the middle of the fire.
It's awful. He'll be burned to death.
Don't worry, Wiggins. There wasn't a man who fell into the bonfire.
What do you mean?
From the gyrations that the figure performed as it fell, my dear Watson, I'm convinced that Mr. Stewart threw the stolen dummy to try and put us off the track.
Then Stewart's still up there.
He is, Watson. Come along, old boy. It's up on the rooftops for us. Up on the rooftops. Here, Watson. Let me help you up. Can you reach my hand?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, then. Up you come. Come on. That's it.
Phew. Seems to me that fire escapes must be designed for giants.
Keep your eyes skinned, old fellow. Stuart's a dangerous man. Might be hiding behind those chimney stacks. Come on.
Upon my soul, this is a strange place to be on Guy Fawkes night.
Yes, a comprehensive case, Watson. Starts in a cellar and ends on a rooftop.
Look, Holmes. By the parapet there.
The crumpled body of Mr. Stewart.
Looks to me as if it... Yes. He's dead, Holmes.
Well, it's not surprising. The effort of carrying the dummy up here and throwing it, combined with his own state of excitement, were too much for him. Well, quite frankly, I can't say that I'm sorry.
No, he planned a murder. If it hadn't been for you, he would have succeeded. An extraordinary case, Holmes.
Yes, old chap, and one that should long make us remember the 5th of November.
By Jove, yes.
Please to remember the 5th of November. Gunpowder treason and plot. I see no reason why gunpowder treason should ever be forgot.
Well, Doctor, as you boys would say, that story was a bit of exciting, what?
Yes, and even now I sort of lose my breath when I remember climbing that fire escape.
You know, Doctor, those two fellas certainly went out of their way to celebrate Guy Fawkes Day. Now, take me. When I got a little celebrating to do, I like to do it quietly. Some friends, a glass of port.
Yeah, Petri port, of course.
What else?
Leave it to you. No matter what the occasion is, you can somehow make it a perfect occasion for Petri wine. How do you do it, old fellow?
Don't ask me how I do it. You mean, how does the Petri family do it? How can they make such swell wine? Well, the answer is experience. The Petri family has been making fine wine for generations. And ever since they first established the Petri business way back in the 1800s, they've handed on down from father to son, the fine art of turning luscious, sun-ripened California grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. That's why when you want a wine for any occasion, before dinner, with your meals, or after dinner, you can't go wrong with a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, what Sherlock Holmes adventure are you going to tell us next week?
An old favorite, Mr. Bartell, a story that concerns strange music that was heard in a lonely house in the English countryside, and of the living death that stalked there. I call it The Adventure of the Speckled Band.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in this Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Devil's Foot. Music was by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. From the stage of the Paramount Theater in Hollywood, Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. You know something? If right now it were possible for me to ask every one of you what you had for dinner this evening, I'll bet a good many of you would say chicken. Chicken is an all-American favorite. But boy, you just haven't tasted chicken till you've tried it together with a glass of well-chilled Petri California Sauterne. Petri Sauterne is a perfect mealtime wine, just made to go with chicken. That Petri Sauterne is a white wine, delicate in color, and what a flavor. A flavor that comes right from the heart of luscious, sun-ripened grapes. You can just taste those wonderful grapes. And I'll tell you something, that Petri Sauterne is pretty much on the terrific side when served with fish or any kind of seafood, too, and that's a fact. But say, whenever you serve that Petri Sauterne, remember you can serve it proudly, because the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. for our weekly doctor's appointment. Let's knock on his library door and see if...
There's no point in doing that, Mr. Slattery. I'm right behind you.
Oh, hello, Dr. Watson. Don't tell me you've been stalking me.
No, my boy. I was on the patio and I heard your footsteps, so I thought that I'd come in and fetch you. Let's go back and sit out there, shall we? It's a beautiful evening.
That's fine with me, Doctor.
Here we are. Now, settle yourself down in a chair and light a cigarette, if you have one. And I'll get on with my story.
Well, last week you told us it concerned an adventure that you and Sherlock Holmes had in Flanders during the First World War.
That's right, Mr. Slattery, did.
I thought that you and the great man had retired at that period.
We had, my boy, but it was only natural that as soon as the war broke out, we both offered our services in any capacity that might help our country.
Of course. And how did tonight's story begin, Doctor?
It was in the winter of that first year. Things weren't going very well for the Allies. The Germans were advancing on Paris, and the picture was looking very black. It was just 24 hours before the famous Battle of the Marne began, the battle that changed the early course of the war, when Holmes told me that we had to go up to the front lines on a secret mission. We'd been in Paris for several weeks, where Holmes had just solved the case of the missing aide-de-camp. I was anxious to get back to England and my work in the war hospitals, but of course this new summons was in the nature of a command. And so, late on a rainy September afternoon, Holmes and I, with the boom of gunfire in our ears, found ourselves in the front seat of a staff car, sloshing and jolting its way towards the battlefield.
Am I driving too fast for you, gentlemen?
No, Sergeant, not at all.
No, you're doing a splendid job. Oh, my man, look out considering the state of the road.
Thank you, sir.
Hello? The gunfire's getting nearer, Holmes.
Yes, old fellow. I imagine we haven't much further to go, have we, Sergeant?
No, sir, we're nearly there.
Did you notice the two civilians in the back seat, Holmes?
Yes. Handsome woman and a distinguished-looking man, several years her senior.
I wonder who they are.
I'll tell you. He's a Shakespearean actor of some note, though he never achieved the fame to which he thinks he's entitled. I shouldn't be at all surprised if he feels that he's been slighted in not receiving a knighthood.
But, Holmes, that's amazing. How can you possibly deduce all that from just looking at the man as we got into the car?
Elementary, my dear fellow, I didn't deduce it. We saw him twice last year in the London Theatre, if you remember. What? His name is Maitland Morris. As for his biography, he's a friend of my brother, Mycroft's. He told me about him.
What do you suppose he's doing up here near the front line?
His brother is General Sir Stanley Morris, who's in command of this particular front, and it would seem reasonable to presume that his brother has come up here to give a performance for the frontline troops. I suppose this hut is as far as we can drive, Sergeant.
I'm afraid so, sir. We're 4 miles from the front line now. You'll have to clear your papers here. See that ruined farmhouse there, sir?
Yes, Sergeant. Is that the General's headquarters?
Yes, sir.
Come on, Watson.
Good Lord, it's pelting with rain.
Yeah, let's make a dash for it.
Who goes there?
Friend?
Give the password.
St. Crispin.
Pass, friends, and show your papers.
How did you know the password, Holmes?
I was given it before we left Paris, old chap.
Oh, it's Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, isn't it?
Yes, Captain.
I'm Captain Maxwell, General Morris's aide-de-camp. He asked me to escort you up to his headquarters. By the way, weren't Maitland Morris and his wife in the car with you?
Yes, they're just behind us.
Oh, splendid. I'm afraid I'll have to ask to see your papers.
Yes, of course. Here's my permit, Captain Maxwell.
Thank you. I know you both, of course, but we can't afford to take any chances when they're this close to the enemy lines. Let's see. Oh, yes, that's fine, Doctor. Everything's in order.
All right,
yours, please, Mr. Holmes.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Oh, who goes there? Friend.
There's the rest of your party now.
Oh, good. This is quite in order, Mr. Holmes.
Show your papers.
Oh, there you are, Captain Maxwell.
Oh, hello, sir. Hello, Mrs. Morris.
How are you, Captain Maxwell?
Well, you've both met Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, I suppose?
Well, no, we haven't, even though we drove up in the same car. Natural reserve of us Britishers, I suppose. How are you, Mr. Holmes?
How do you do, sir?
I know your brother Mycroft very well. How are you, Doctor?
I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Morris. I saw you a couple of times at the theatre last year and enjoyed your performances very much.
Well, thank you, sir. Well, then you must know my wife, my leading lady.
How do you do, gentlemen?
How do you do, Mr. Morris?
Can I see your papers, Mr. Morris? Just a matter of form. You understand.
Yes, of course.
Mrs. Morris, I presume you and your husband are going to give a performance tonight for the men going up the front line.
Yes, Doctor. We're very flattered. They've asked us to do some Shakespearean things.
Oh, yes.
Although I should have thought something a little lighter would have been more appropriate. The General, he's Maitland's brother, you know. seem to think differently.
Well, my dear, show Captain Maxwell your papers. Then we can all go along and see my brother Stanley.
Very well, Maitland.
Mr. Morris, I shall look forward to hearing your reading of Shakespeare's St. Crispin's speech from Henry V tonight.
Well, bless my soul, Holmes. How did you know I was planning to do it?
Well, the setting is so perfect and the time so appropriate, I can't conceive an English actor who could resist the temptation.
Oh, right.
I noticed that your brother appreciated the fact in naming today's password.
Yes, it's amazingly appropriate. You know, it's almost 500 years ago to the day that the Battle of Agincourt took place.
Well, let's hope that the results of the forthcoming battle will be equally successful for England.
Yes, indeed. Oh, by the way, Holmes, this will probably seem rather silly to you, but I'm an inveterate autograph collector, and I have my book here with me. I wonder if you'd mind signing.
I should be very glad to, Mr. Morris. Give me a pen, will you, Watson?
Here we are, Holmes.
You'll find yourself among quite distinguished company in that book, sir.
So I see. Adelina Patti, Crown Prince of Norway. Oh, no. Field Marshal von Tauchnitz.
Oh, yes. He was one of my admirers when I played in Munich before the war. I suppose now that our countries are fighting, I should tear that page out. You know, I cannot help but feel that art and the appreciation of art are independent of national hatred.
Quite so, sir. I myself still have a medal presented to me by the University of Leipzig for some trifling services. There you are, Mr. Morris.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Holmes. A notable addition to my collection.
I shall be very glad to sign your book for you, Mr. Morris, if you'd like me to.
That's very kind of you, Doctor. Oh, Captain Maxwell, if our permits are all in order, don't you think we should be moving along?
Just what I was going to suggest myself. I'll take you all straight over to General Morris's headquarters. General Morris, may I introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson?
How do you do, sir?
How are you, General?
How do you do? Know a lot about you. Long way from Baker Street, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, sir.
Where's that brother of mine? Ah, there you are, Maitland. Cynthia, how nice to see you both.
Oh, it's good to see you again, Stanley.
Hello there, Stanley.
The men will be glad you arrived. They're looking forward to your show tonight.
We're very flattered that they want to hear us do some Shakespeare.
Oh, rubbish, old boy. With you and Cynthia up there on the platform, you could read the telephone book and they'd love you.
Oh, very kind.
By the way, you'll find the stage very primitive. Just a few trestles and a large tent and a curtain made of army blankets. And your dressing room will be even worse.
Oh, don't worry about our comfort, Stanley. As long as we cheer the boys up, that's the important thing.
Yes, of course. By the way, what program do you have mapped out for us?
Well, I thought we'd have two shows. The tent's not large enough to hold everybody at once. Anyway, we have to keep up an alert all the time. Think you can manage two separate shows?
Oh, of course I can, Stanley. I may look old, but I don't feel it.
You don't even look it, you scoundrel.
Thank you. Perhaps we could take a look at the stage and equipment, eh?
Oh, certainly. Captain Maxwell, take them over to the tent and show them what the facilities are, will you?
Right, sir. Will you follow me?
Oh, yes, of course. See you later, Stanley. Come along, my dear.
All right.
I'm glad you're here, Holmes. I'm sure I can speak quite freely in front of Dr. Watson.
Oh, yes, with perfect freedom, sir. He's my colleague, and he's an old army man himself.
Really? What regiment, Doctor?
5th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Later attached to the Berkshires in Afghanistan and wounded in the Battle of Mainwan.
Really? Then I'm sure I can speak freely in front of you. Holmes, you know why you're up here so near the front line, don't you?
I have a very shrewd suspicion, sir.
Yeah, I thought you had. That's why I asked for you to be sent here.
You asked for me to be sent here, General. Yes, I think I understand.
Well, I wish I did.
You will, Doctor, in due time. In the meanwhile, gentlemen, I'll have an orderly show you to your quarters.
Thank you, sir.
And, Holmes, take a look around, will you, and keep your ears open. We're comparatively a little distance from the German front lines, and yet there's a very puzzling silence just now.
Yes, I noticed that, sir. And half an hour ago, on our way up, there's quite a lot of shelling.
Exactly. It's unnatural and rather frightening at a time like this. You see, we're attacking at dawn. The enemy might be trying to infiltrate spies, and the whole success of this battle depends on a surprise attack.
I quite understand, sir. Come on, Watson.
Holmes. The first performance starts in a few minutes, you know. They're all there waiting. Why are we tramping about out here in the mud and the rain?
I thought a pipe or two in the open air would clear our brains.
Yes, a pipe in the open air is one thing, but a pipe in a downpour of rain's another.
Was it raining? Oh, didn't even notice it. I was listening to the silence.
What do you mean?
Thousands upon thousands of Germans. Armed Germans. Full of a blind fanatical hatred and desire to kill. Are crouched in trenches only a mile or two from here. Surrounding us are an equal number of English boys, also armed. And with the will, if not the desire, to fight. Because they know their cause is the cause of freedom and justice. All these thousands poised, ready to pounce on each other and fight to the death. And yet, beyond that patter of rain, there isn't a sound to break the stillness of a September evening. Strange world we live in, old chap.
You're being unusually rhetorical, Holmes.
Yes, I am, aren't I? Let's be a little more practical, shall we? I wonder what is wrong with the actors tonight.
Oh, why do you ask that?
Well, a little while ago I noticed Mrs. Morris in a great state of excitement, going towards the farmhouse where the General is. Then she went back to her own quarters, and now she seems to be headed in our direction. Is anything wrong, Mrs. Morris?
It's Maitland.
What's wrong with him, madam?
He's disappeared.
Disappeared? What's happened?
We were in the tent together, making up for our performance, when an orderly came in with a message. Maitland said it was from his brother. Slipped on a raincoat and went out, saying he'd be back in a few moments. I waited and waited, and after a while I got worried, and I went over to see the General myself. He said that he'd sent no message, and that he hadn't seen any sign of Maitland.
Good Lord, what could have happened to him?
I don't know, Doctor, but I'm frightened. What shall I do, Mr. Holmes?
You're a brave woman, Mrs. Morris.
Brave? I don't know, Mr. Holmes. Why?
Because the show must go on. I shall take your husband's place.
But Holmes, something's happened to Maitland Morris. He's in danger. He might
True,
be...
Watson, true. Huh? But 1,000 men inside that tent are in mortal danger, too. Tomorrow morning, many of them may be corpses on the fields of Flanders. But tonight, they've been promised a show.
Do you think that you can do it, Holmes?
Oh, I think I can, with the help of Mrs. Morris.
I can't do it, Mr. Holmes.
You can, Mrs. Morris, and you will. If only to uphold that great tradition of the theater, that the show must go on.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a few seconds. Time I'd like to take to tell you that if you've got a butcher who has meat, and you've got the points to get that meat, don't forget to bring home a bottle of Petri California Burgundy. Tell you why. That Petri Burgundy is a rich red mealtime wine that's wonderful with any meat or meat dish. That's a fact. Petri Burgundy can make a banquet out of a hamburger. And boy, Petri Burgundy and old-fashioned Irish stew are bosom companions. Just get yourself some Petri Burgundy and share it with your family. Petri Burgundy is the best friend a good meal ever had. And now, back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. It is just before the Battle of the Marne in the First World War, and Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are at headquarters a few miles behind the front-line trenches. A famous Shakespearean actor who was to give a performance for the troops has mysteriously disappeared, and the great detective has taken his place at the last minute. As we rejoin our story, Sherlock Holmes, alone on the improvised stage, is delivering a Shakespearean speech before a spellbound audience.
This happy breed of men, this little world, this precious stone set in a silver sea, which serves it in the office of a wall or as a moat defensive to a house against the envy of less happier lands. This blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England.
Holmes! That shot, are you all right?
Yes, old chap. Fortunately, I started to leave the stage as the shot was fired. The bullet just missed me. I heard it splinter some wood nearby.
But who on earth would want to shoot you?
That's what we've got to find out, though I think it more likely that the shot was intended for me. It was not intended for me, but for Maitland Morris, the man for whom I'm substituting.
Well, even so, who'd want to shoot him?
Oh, don't ask me so many questions, old fellow. Let's see what clues we can find. Now, the shot was fired from outside the tent from behind me. Yes, look there. See the hole in the tent there?
By Jove, yes. The footlights would outline your shadow on the back of the tent. Whoever it must have fired at your silhouette.
The question is, where did the bullet embed itself? Aha. Look here, Watson. You got a penknife?
Yeah, wait a minute. Here, Holmes.
This shouldn't be hard to extract. Look at this splintered tent pole. Wait a minute. There we are. Excellent. Huh. Very interesting.
Well, what's so interesting about it? Just a revolver bullet, isn't it?
No, it isn't, Watson.
What?
It's far from just a revolver bullet. This bullet was fired from a German Luger pistol.
A German pistol? There must have been a spy here behind our lines.
That's a reasonable enough assumption. Yes, we may be sure that No English soldier would carry such a weapon and face inspection. Come on, I want to talk to Mrs. Morris. Mrs. Morris, I want you to be very frank with me.
But of course, Mr. Holmes.
You know why your husband's missing, don't you?
No, I don't. Have you found out anything?
Come, madam. Why keep up this pretense any longer? I know that your husband is a spy, or at least a great sympathizer with the German cause.
The General's brother a spy? Good Lord.
How dare you say that?
Because it's true. Foreign Office have been suspicious of his sympathies for some time. His own brother knew it. That's why he asked to have me sent up here to keep an eye on him during his visit.
It is true. Why should I keep up the pretense any longer? You see, Maitland was a disciple of Stuart Houston Chamberlain.
Oh, who was this Stuart Houston Chamberlain?
An Englishman who married one of Richard Wagner's daughters and became a German citizen, and an arch-enemy of England.
I tried to dissuade Maitland. I implored him to consider his British heritage, his brother's name and mine. But Maitland was a strange man. His life was one of frustration and envy.
Envy of his brother, I suppose?
Yes. When Stanley was knighted, it hurt Maitland terribly. He said it was typical if the English would knight a soldier and yet leave a great artist like himself unrecognized. That in Berlin, they really understood and rewarded the artist.
Well, if the authorities knew that, it's amazing they allowed him to come so close to the front lines at a time like this.
Oh, it was at the General's request. He wanted to plead with my husband to warn him that his secret was known. And now Maitland's gone over to the German lines. Oh, it's terrible.
It's worse than that. It's disastrous. He can give them information as to the strength of our troops here. He knows the password. He might even know the hour the attack is timed to start.
How did your husband expect to enter the German lines in safety, Mrs. Morris?
He speaks fluent German, Mr. Holmes. I fancy the autograph book he was carrying, containing the signature of Field Marshal von Tauchnitz, was in reality his pass through the German line.
You've told the General that his brother was gone, of course.
I haven't been able to. He moved up to the front line position immediately after the first performance, though I had warned him what I thought Maitland was planning to do. I think he intended to give his performance first, then cross the lines immediately afterwards. But something must have made him change his mind. Perhaps he suspected I'd warned the General. Anyhow, as you know, when I got back to our quarters, he'd gone.
Did he leave any note, madam?
Yes, he did. Here it is.
Thank you. I have gone, my dear. Try and understand and forgive if you can. You wouldn't come with me, and so I'm taking what is left of my heart and my hopes where they belong, among the friends that understand and appreciate me. It is something stronger than love and blood and country that makes me do this. It is something dearer to me than life itself. Dearer to me than life itself.
Oh, how could he? How could he? The shame of this will kill poor Stanley. Mr. Holmes, will you break the news to him? I know it's cowardly of me, but I just can't tell him myself.
Don't worry, Mrs. Morris. I'll tell him. Dr. Watson and I will ask Captain Maxwell to escort us to the General's frontline headquarters. In the meantime, try and keep calm. We'll tell him.
If you will wait in the dugout, Mr. Holmes, I'll tell the General that you're here.
Thank you, and be sure to let him know the urgency of the matter.
Yes, sir.
Holmes, this is a dreadful business.
Yes, it is, Watson. Though if my plans work out correctly, I think the success of tomorrow's battle may not be imperiled.
What plan?
Listen.
You know, Holmes, a strange silence from the German line since we came here might be accounted for by the fact that they knew Maitland was making his getaway. They wouldn't want to risk wounding such a valuable spy.
Quite possibly.
What I still don't understand is who shot at you with a German pistol and why.
You're being very dense, old fellow. Surely it's obvious that... Here comes General Morris now.
Poor devil. This is going to be a dreadful shock to him.
Hello, Holmes. Dr. Watson?
General Morris, I'm afraid that I've bad news for you. Your brother has gone over to the German lines.
Maitland did go there. I should have put him under an armed guard as soon as he came here, but I thought I could reason with him, appeal to his sense of honor.
Instead of which you tried to shoot him, sir, but fortunately for me, you missed. You see, I took his place at the first performance.
But that shot was fired from a German pistol.
True. That was when I first knew the General had fired the shot.
But I still don't see how you could now.
Only a high-ranking officer, not subject to inspection, could carry a non-regulation firearm. You're an old army man, you should know that. In any case, you'll observe that the General carries a Luger at his waist.
Great heavens, Holmes. I thought I was firing at Maitland. I had no idea that it was you.
You intended to kill your own brother, sir?
Yes. And I'm sorry I failed. I'd rather see my brother dead than alive and a traitor to his country. But now he's safely in the German lines. Heaven knows what secrets he may be imparting. One thing we can be certain. Our chance of a surprise attack in the morning is gone.
Possibly not, sir.
Oh, what do you mean?
You see, I took the liberty of altering your brother's credentials quite extensively.
How, Holmes?
I knew of his German sympathies. Mycroft had given me a great deal of information about him, and so I took it on myself to decide that it was unsafe to allow him so near the enemy lines with his own identification on him.
Well, what did you do, Holmes?
I took the liberty, sir, of stealing his autograph book, the one containing the magical signature of Field Marshal von Tauchnitz. I have it in my pocket now. I think we shall find within its pages a code concealed in the various autographs, giving valuable information to the enemy.
Good Lord.
I also switched military permits on him. I felt that in the event that he did go over to the German lines, his welcome might be less cordial if they were under the impression that they'd captured Sherlock Holmes. To make that identification doubly sure, I also slipped in his pocket a slight souvenir of my own.
By Joe, Holmes, you mean that medal that was presented to you by the University of Leipzig?
Exactly, old fellow. I no longer wish to own a decoration given me by a country of barbarians, and it seemed a rather neat and effective way of returning it to them.
So the Germans will think they've captured Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, sir, and unless I'm much mistaken, he'll receive very short shrift at their hands.
Yes, they hate you.
There's your answer, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, don't be sorry, Holmes. It's better that way. Now his secret can die with him.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Maxwell, what is it?
Would it be in order for me to return to headquarters now, sir? It's very nearly time for the second performance, and I've still been unable to trace the whereabouts of your brother.
Well, my brother will not be acting tonight, I'm afraid. Holmes, I wonder if I might ask you to take his place once again.
If you want me to, General.
I do. Maitland had planned to do the St. Crispin speech from Henry V. He knew how much I loved him.
I realize that, sir. When I was told the password up here.
Well, can you remember the speech, Holmes?
Oh, I think so. At any rate, I can try.
Then do it for me, my dear fellow, will you? For me.
I'll be very proud to do it, General. Goodbye and good luck.
Thank you, Holmes. Captain Maxwell, take them back to headquarters, will you? The men will be waiting for the performance.
Crispian shall ne'er go by from this day to the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. For he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. Be he ne'er so vile, this day shall gentle his condition. And gentlemen in England now abed shall think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, while any speaks that fought with us upon St. Crispian's Day.
Well, Doctor, that was a bit of an exciting adventure you told.
No, I can still remember that awful feeling I had when I heard the shot in the tent and realized someone had tried to kill Holmes.
He did have a narrow escape, didn't he?
Well, Holmes always said there was no such thing as a narrow escape. He said you either escaped or you didn't. If you did, well, why worry? And if you didn't, you couldn't worry, so what?
Quite a philosophy. I'd like to discuss it with you further.
Over a bottle of wine?
How else?
What kind of wine?
Naturally.
Naturally.
You couldn't ask for a more delicious wine than Petri. That's because the Petri family knows how to make good wine. They ought to. They've been making fine wine ever since they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s. And because the business has always been family-owned and operated, well, they've been able to hand on from father to son, all they've ever learned about the art of turning luscious grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. That's why no matter what type Petri wine you buy for any occasion, you can be sure it's good wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, how's about giving us a clue to next week's Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Next week, Mr. Trotter, I'm going to tell you a most unusual adventure in which Holmes and I are trapped in an airtight metal chamber, our only companion being a murdered scientist.
Well, sounds like a story we don't want to miss, Doctor. See you next week.
Yes. Oh, just a second, Mr. Trotter. Before we go, I just want to tell our listeners that tonight we're broadcasting from the stage of the Paramount Theater here in Hollywood on behalf of the 7th War Loan Drive. The ticket of admission to the theater was a war bond. I'm mentioning this to remind you, our friends, that you have an important part to play in making the 7th War Loan a success. Buy more and buy bigger bonds than ever before. They're needed to pay for new super forts, new jet-propelled fighters, newer and bigger weapons to lick Japan. Remember, in spite of the magnificent achievements of our forces in the Pacific, the Japanese war has just begun. So let's go all out for the mighty 7th Warlord.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventures of the Blanched Soldier. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember
Petri wine.
This is Jack Slattery saying good night for the Petri family. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Sherlock Holmes versus Dracula, a play for radio by Glenn Dearman from the writings of Dr. John H. Watson, as edited by Lauren D. Estelman. With John Moffat as Sherlock Holmes, Timothy West as Dr. Watson, David March as Count Dracula, and Aubrey Woods as Professor Van Helsing. Sherlock Holmes versus Dracula.
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is John Watson, friend and contemporary of Sherlock Holmes, about whom I have written certain accounts that have, I'm flattered to say, been well received in many quarters. About this particular case, I have until now remained silent. However, I feel it my duty to set the record straight regarding a number of erroneous statements made recently concerning the events that I am about to describe. I refer in particular to a spurious monograph authored by an Irishman by the name of Bram Stoker and entitled Dracula. To begin with, the book completely ignores the part which Sherlock Holmes, and to a lesser extent myself, played in bringing that affair to its successful conclusion. Although Holmes does not agree, it is my belief that Stoker was induced by the unscrupulous Professor Van Helsing deliberately to falsify facts in order to inflate his own reputation as a supernatural detective. What follows will show, I think, that I do not make this charge lightly. I need hardly consult my notebook for 1890 to recall that it was in August of that year that my friend Sherlock Holmes, with some slight assistance from myself, set out to unravel the most terrible and bone-chilling mystery which it has been my privilege to relate. The heat wave, which at the beginning of August had emptied London of all those fortunate souls who could afford to leave for the cooler temperatures of the country, had just broken. I had sought to make use of the break by taking the air, and thus giving my long-suffering wife a chance to forgive the unreasonable misanthrope with whom she had been living for the past few days. It was late morning when I chanced to drop in upon my friend in his bohemian lodgings, and I found him hard at work transcribing information into one of those commonplace books upon which so many criminals would dearly love to lay their hands. I settled myself in a chair and waited for Holmes to finish. After a few minutes' silence, he looked across at me.
You are right, Watson. Dr. Grimesby Roylott was indeed a murderer and a bully, who no doubt richly deserved his fate.
No doubt. My dear Holmes, Well, this is too much. Am I to assume that you have now transcended the bounds of the rational and are competing with palmsters and mind readers?
Nothing so mysterious, Watson. There is no magic at 221B, unless one counts the ability to observe and make deductions based on those observations.
But I've done nothing that could be observed. I've been a fixture since I sat down.
No man is a fixture. He may think he is. And yet, by a careful observation of his unconscious gestures, of his expression, and of the direction in which his eyes wander, a close reasoner would find rare instances in which he could not divine the mental processes of a man deep in thought. For example, as you sat down, I noted that your attention was momentarily claimed by my little monograph on poisons lying on the table. It is open at the chapter which deals with vipers and their venom. Now, since our only brush with such a means of death occurred in the case of the swamp adder used by Dr. Roylott in the attempted murder of his stepdaughter, it was not difficult to surmise that your thoughts were turned in that direction. My suspicions along these lines were confirmed when I saw a look of disgust and revulsion across your face. And when that expression turned to one of righteous anger, I was certain that I was on the right track. Whereupon I agreed with you that Dr. Roylott was a bounder of the worst sort, and was pleased to see by your reaction that my reasoning was sound.
Oh, Holmes, you do yourself a disservice by explaining your methods. The effect would be so much greater if you left your subjects in the dark.
And your chronicles of my little exploits would, as a result, be shelved, alongside the fanciful works of Monsieur Verne and the Brothers Grimm. But tell me what you think of this telegram. It arrived this morning.
I'd like to consult you regarding lead column in this morning's Daily Graph. Thomas Parker, Whitby, Yorks. Have you read the article?
I have. The problem presents one or two interesting facets. I think we should both profit from learning more of the particulars. Come in.
Mr. Holmes?
That is correct. And you, I take it, are Mr. Thomas Parker of Whitby.
Yes.
Allow me to introduce my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do? Please sit down, Mr. Parker.
Thank you. You've read the item I mentioned in my telegram?
I have indeed.
I am its author.
I'm aware of that.
Indeed? How?
The ink stains on the insides of the index finger and thumb of your right hand told me that you spend much of your time writing. That you are seldom off your feet is borne out by the rundown appearance of your heels. Well, journalism is the only profession I can think of which combines such energy with the more placid activity of putting pen to paper. I thought it likely that you were the same journalist who had written the rather interesting account to which you directed me, but all this is elementary. Pray, tell me, what is on your mind?
Mr. Holmes, I've been authorized by my editor to extend you a fee in return for providing us with a solution to the mystery which took place in Whitby Harbour at midnight last night.
Yes. We can discuss such things as my fee later, Mr. Parker. For the moment, I wish to hear a summary of the facts as you know them, in your own words, independent of the restraining hand of your editor.
Very well. Until yesterday evening, the weather in Whitby has been much like that which you are now enjoying in London. Just before midnight, however, the air suddenly became so oppressively still that even the most ignorant town dweller would have realized that a storm was approaching. There is a great flat reef in Whitby which has caused the wreck of many a vessel unaware of its presence.
Yes, I know of it.
Well, the Royal Navy has installed a searchlight on top of the East Cliff for the purpose of guiding craft through the narrow alley that is the only safe passage from the open sea into the dock area. Last night, I was assigned by my editor to accompany the workers who were to put the light into operating order and report on the project's work. I arrived at midnight, and as I did so, the storm struck. The wind howled and the rain lashed the cliff. The workers had all they could do to hold their footing as they swung the searchlight into position. And a great sigh went up when the light was lit and its beam shone out through the rain and darkness. When we saw what the beam revealed, however, that sigh was strangled in our floats. In the circle of light, a foreign schooner with all its sails set was racing towards the reef.
Foreign, you say? What were her colors?
She flew none, but her hull was unmistakably Russian in design.
I see. You go on.
Well, we braced ourselves for the crash we believed inevitable, and then a curious thing happened.
Yes?
Just when all seemed lost, the wind, which had been raging in an easterly direction, suddenly shifted to the northeast, and the schooner glided smoothly and easily into the harbor. Well, this was so unlike the disaster we had been expecting, and the abrupt change of wind such an unheard-of occurrence that I doubt any of us believed what our eyes told us. Well, I hope I'm not boring you with these details, Mr. Holmes, for I am trying to impress on you what it was like to witness this event.
On the contrary, it is a most lucid and informative account. What happened then?
Our feelings of joy were premature, for as the schooner slid past, the searchlight fell upon the most horrendous sight. That of a corpse lashed to the helm.
Good heavens.
We were all so shocked that the men forgot to swing the light, and the vessel slid from view. By the time they had recovered enough to act, there was a wrenching sound, followed by a crash, and the schooner had run aground on the sand near Tate Hill Pier. Oh, there is one more incident to tell you, although I doubt it is of much use.
Every scrap of information is of use at this point, Mr. Parker.
Well, no sooner had the light been trained back on the deck of the ship than something that looked like an immense dog leapt up from below and bounded off into the darkness.
A dog?
Yes, I assumed it was a pet of one of the crew, but you may have some other theory.
As I've told the good doctor here on more than one occasion, it is a capital mistake to theorize before one has all the evidence. But it does seem strange that the captain would allow one of his crew to carry a large pet on board when space is so important.
Perhaps that is a question best left to a student of the Russian mind.
We have yet to establish that the captain and crew were as Russian as the schooner.
Excuse me, but has no one questioned the crew about the mystery of the dead man or the dog?
That would be quite impossible, Doctor. You see, with the exception of the corpse at the wheel, there was no one on board ship.
Good Lord.
Tell me, Mr. Parker, who was first on board after the ship had beached?
The Coast Guard on duty.
Did he examine the dead man?
Yes, sir. And threw up his hands in terror as he did so.
Indeed. And why was that?
Mr. Holmes, I saw the dead man's face when I went aboard. It was distorted so grotesquely that it was difficult to believe that it was the face of a human being.
Distorted how?
With horror. Naked, unrestrained horror. Such horror as no man has experienced since the beginning of time.
Yes. You have a poetic turn of phrase, Mr. Parker. I urge you to put it to constructive use. Describe the body.
A man some years past middle age, black-bearded. His hands were lashed to the wheel, one over the other in the manner of a seaman who wishes to prevent himself from being carried overboard in rough weather. The chafing of the cords had cut his wrists to the bone, but it was the object that he held in his hand that claimed my interest.
And what was that?
A rosary, sir, with the beads wound around both wrists and the wheel. It was a strange sort of thing to find in those circumstances, hence my interest. That is all I can remember, save for the wounds.
Wounds?
2 puncture marks at the throat, perhaps an inch apart, ragged at the edges, and somewhat puckered. The authorities have asked us to withhold that information to avoid panicking the local population with the fear that a wild animal is loose in Whitby.
I assume a physician was summoned?
Yes, sir. A surgeon, Mr. Caffin, was called in to examine the corpse. He declared the sailor to have been dead for at least 2 days. In the pocket of the man's jacket, he found a bottle with a number of pages of closely written script rolled up inside. I have since learned that they are an addendum to the ship's log. So far, the press have been refused access to it.
Excellent. You have a sharp eye, Mr. Parker. And what of the ship's cargo?
50 wooden boxes, measuring some 7 feet by 3, containing nothing but plain earth. I am ignorant as to their ownership or purpose.
And the dog? What happened to it after leaving the schooner?
No one knows. It has disappeared.
An appealing problem, Mr. Parker. Most appealing.
Well, does that mean you will accept the assignment, Mr. Holmes?
I shall be delighted. You may inform your editor that Mr. Sherlock Holmes will look into the problem and that he will notify the Daily Graph as soon as he has reached a solution.
Thank you, sir. I'm most grateful.
Well, Watson, what do you make of it all?
It seems a somewhat dark and sinister business.
I agree wholeheartedly. There was something aboard that ship, something that no man could look upon without risking the loss of his life or reason, and it is up to us to uncover it.
What about the dog? And the strange wounds on the dead man's throat?
Those, my dear Watson, are the mysteries which you and I are going to clear up when we reach Whitby. Unless, of course, your practice cannot spare you for a few days.
Yes, indeed it can. I will see to it that all my patients are referred to my neighbor and inform my wife that she will not see me for a while.
Then make haste, Watson, make haste. I warrant that the adventure of the foreign schooner will make an admirable addition to your little collection of thrillers.
Within the hour, we were in a first-class coach and rattling over the rails on the way to Whitby. Holmes would have none of my attempts to draw him into conversation about the case, so much of the journey was spent in silence. In response to a telegram to Mr. Parker, informing him of the time of our arrival, the journalist was waiting for us when we alighted at Whitby Station. With him was an elderly gentleman with white flowing hair, whom, much to my surprise, Holmes greeted warmly.
Good day, Mr. Caffin. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance.
You have noticed the bulge of the stethoscope in my pocket, Mr. Holmes. For a moment I thought that you had done something remarkable.
Indeed.
Mr. Caffin has expressed an interest in this affair, Mr. Holmes. I thought that perhaps his findings on the death of the seaman might prove useful.
Any information he can supply would be most helpful.
It is an extremely puzzling case.
How so?
I can see no reason for it, and yet I would stake my reputation on the fact that the man died of a severe loss of blood.
And the puzzle?
Well, with the exception of 2 tiny punctures in his throat, which were far too small to be the reason for the loss, there were no wounds to be found on the body.
I see.
And another feature worries me. There was not a drop of blood to be found anywhere on the ship.
You have my apologies, Mr. Parker. Until now, I have been referring to your mystery as a little one. I shall not do so again. Have you any new developments to report?
Only that early this morning, a dog belonging to a local coal merchant was found dead near Tate Hill Pier with its belly slashed open by a savage claw. I can only think that this discovery must have been a victim of our missing canine.
Interesting. Most interesting.
But you must be tired after your journey. I have booked rooms for you at the hotel. After you have rested, I would be honored to take you to the schooner.
I think I speak for Dr. Watson as well as for myself when I say we should be most eager to look into your mystery before we rest, Mr. Parker.
Yes, indeed. I was hoping you'd say that. I have a four-wheeler waiting to take us to the pier.
Have you discovered the name of the schooner yet?
Oh, yes, sir. It's called the Demeter.
A sea fog had settled over everything by the time we reached the harbor. The rather choppy waters had turned a gunmetal grey, and the vessels anchored in the area were reduced to indistinct shadows. Near the base of the pier, the schooner Demeter, with her sails in rags, was perched on a narrow mound of sand. Instead of boarding the ship, as I had expected, Holmes spun on his heel and trudged off across the beach, with head bent and hands clasped behind his back, studying the sand at his feet. At intervals, he flung himself down onto his stomach and peered at something through his lens. I stole a glance at the 2 men at my side and saw that they were watching him with puzzled smiles. As with most people, seeing my friend in action for the first time, they did not realize as I did that every one of his strange procedures was applied towards a definite end. When at last he returned to where the rest of us were standing, he wore a crestfallen expression which quickly became accusing when he turned it upon Thomas Parker.
The cargo has been unloaded.
Why, yes. Some men came for it this morning with 5 wagons. I was not here at the time and so was not able to question them. Their papers were in order, so they were allowed to take away the 50 boxes. But
It's incredible. You engage me to solve the mystery, and then you make it impossible for me to do so by allowing others to trample all over the clues and take away the one bit of evidence I need to solve the problem.
I'm sorry, sir.
Come, Watson. Let us board the ship. Perhaps between the 2 of us we'll be able to piece together what little remains.
Of course, Holmes. Of course.
Now stay here while I inspect the deck. Watson, over here.
Where? I can't see you in this confounded fog.
By the helm, man. We are in luck, Watson. The ignorant fools who allowed priceless bits of evidence to be carted away had the foresight to cut the rope that bound that poor unfortunate man to the wheel, rather than to attempt to untie the knots.
You've reached a conclusion, then?
Only that Parker was right in assuming that the captain had lashed himself to the wheel. There are indentations in the rope ends that could only have been made by the man's teeth as he pulled the knots tight. But at least we know that for certain now.
And your examination of the deck?
Yielded nothing. The teak is too clean to show footprints. The rail is a different matter, however.
What have you found?
Blood, Watson. Blood. Our friend the doctor was in error in stating that there was none of it to be found on board the ship. I have discovered 3 places where drops of it spattered onto the rails when the bodies of the crew were cast overboard.
You are certain they were murdered, then?
Oh, my dear fellow, I was never in doubt of the fact. But we'll discuss these things in greater detail when we're alone at the hotel. Now, perhaps you would care to rejoin Mr. Caffin and Mr. Parker while I go below. I shall not be a moment. You see, Watson, it was imperative to the murderer that every last one of those aboard be killed. For he could not afford to take the chance of one of them telling what had occurred during the voyage.
But who is he? And why did he kill them?
I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I have as yet no answer for your first question, and although I have a theory regarding the second, it is too tenuous for me to air it at the moment. But I will say this. Our murderer is a man of tremendous strength. It's no easy task to fling the limp body of a full-grown man over a rail 3 feet high.
Well, surely it's no feat to drag
someone. No one was dragged.
My dear Holmes.
There were no heel marks on the deck, and the blood on the rail was not smeared. No, Watson. The murderer was capable of lifting at least as much as 14 stone high over his head and hurling it over the side.
Good Lord. If what you say is true, then we are dealing with a brute.
Precisely. Come in.
Mr. Holmes,
Oh, Parker, my dear fellow. What has happened? You look quite done in. Watson, a glass of wine for the man.
Yes, of course.
No, that's quite all right. It's merely that I am of an excitable temperament, and recent events have proved rather much for me. I will be my normal self again in a moment.
Well, sit down. How may we be of service to you?
I fear you will not be pleased by my answer. I am here to ask you to abandon your investigations.
Indeed. I was not aware that my methods were so unsatisfactory.
Oh, it's not that, sir. The mystery has been cleared up.
May I ask how?
This is a translation from the log of the Demeter. All the answers seem to be contained in it.
I should prefer to hear your interpretation of its contents, Mr. Parker.
It seems obvious enough. The Demeter sailed from Varna on July the 6th. Aboard were 5 hands, 2 mates, a cook, and the captain, who appears to have been the man we found lashed to the wheel. 10 days later, one of the crew was reported missing. A search was launched, but to no avail, and it was decided that he had fallen overboard during his watch. Within a week, another man was lost, under the same circumstances. By the first week of August, only the captain and his first mate were left aboard ship. The captain himself was manning the wheel at midnight on August the 3rd, when the mate, screaming incoherently about something horrible in the hold, scrambled up from below and hurled himself over the side. The captain stated in his August the 3rd entry that he was convinced his mate, then a hopeless madman, was responsible for the sailor's death.
But what of this entry for the 4th? I dared not go below, I dared not leave the helm. So here all night I stayed, and in the dimness of the night I saw it. Him. And later. But I shall baffle this fiend or monster, for I shall tie my hands to the wheel when my strength begins to fail, and along with them I shall tie that which he, it, dare not touch. And then, come good wind or foul, I shall save my soul and my honor as a captain. Well, I must say that those are strange words for a man who has seen the perpetrator of these heinous crimes take his own life.
Well, when that was written, the captain had been at the helm for nearly 24 hours without relief. I think you can put it down to the ravings of a man in the throes of complete exhaustion.
And the captain's death? I'm very curious to hear your theory as to the cause of the severe loss of blood.
Mr. Captain is a fine surgeon, but he is also elderly. I think that perhaps he mistook an anemic condition for blood loss. The man died, I should guess, of heart failure brought on by that same exhaustion which caused his delusions.
My word, but you have all the answers. Then surely you can explain the presence of the punctures in the man's throat.
And do not forget the dog.
Quite right, Watson. By all means, let us not forget the dog.
Oh, the dog, of course, belonged to one of the dead sailors. I am unable to explain the punctures unless they were shaving nicks.
You, sir, are a disgrace. A disgrace to the legions of honest men and women who have courted death 1,000 times over to make your profession the powerful organ of justice that it is today. Go. Take your transcript and leave. My colleague and I have no time for sniveling whelps who grovel before the voice of authority.
Yes, sir.
There is one journalist who will think twice before he places himself in the middle again.
Well, what was all that about?
He's covering up, Watson.
Why should he do that?
You saw his condition when he came in. Mr. Parker is a very frightened young man. Someone has decided to lay our little mystery to roost.
You do not seem surprised at this development.
I knew some influence was being brought to bear when I came across sets of wagon ruts leading to and from the stranded schooner. Evidence that its cargo had been carried away. Paw prints left by the infamous dog who chanced to inspect the cargo. All have been lost. I cannot conceive of that being allowed to happen unless the action had already received the sanction of someone in authority. I owe you an apology, Watson.
Whatever for?
For embroiling you in a case that can never be solved because of the official ramparts which have doubtless already been flung in our path. Tomorrow, we'll return to London and forget the whole affair.
I saw nothing of Holmes throughout the next few weeks, although I read of him a great deal. The murder of Sir Oliver Worth Benton of Coventry and subsequent arrest of his wife occupied the front pages of the London dailies for many a week. And when my friend was able to prove conclusively that Lady Worth Benton was innocent, and that the gardener held more than a passing motive for having murdered his employer, one could scarcely walk down to the corner without hearing the detective's name mentioned. As for myself, I was too busy with my practice to leave my consulting room for more than 10 minutes at a stretch, for the end of the holiday season had brought its usual quota of insect bites and summer colds. So I was taken completely by surprise when, shortly after I had retired on the evening of the 27th of September, my wife awakened me to tell me that Holmes was waiting for me downstairs.
I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, Watson, but if Mrs. Watson has no objections, I should like to borrow you for a few days. Something has come up in which your services may prove of considerable value.
Oh, well, I don't know if Mary
The change will do you good, John. I shall see that the Jackson takes over your practice.
Excellent. Pack a bag, Watson, for you will be staying with me until this business is concluded.
I will see to that.
Thank you, my dear. Now, what is all this, Holmes?
You will find a summary of the events of the past week on the front page of this issue of the Westminster Gazette.
Mm-hmm.
I think that one or two of the details may claim your interest.
Huh? The Hampstead horror?
Read on.
Although there have been no fatalities as yet, the discovery on Hampstead Heath over the preceding 4 evenings of small children, badly frightened and somewhat weakened but otherwise unharmed except for slight injuries, brings back memories of the shocking atrocities wrought in the East End by the fiend known as Jack the Ripper 2 years ago. The only information the constables have been able to glean from the young victims is that a bloofer lady, dressed in white, had asked them to come with her into the shadows, and the next thing they remembered was being alone in the darkness until a policeman or early morning stroller came upon them. In all cases, the tots have shown a uniform lack of ability to explain either their weakness or the wounds found upon their throats. The wounds seem such as might have been inflicted by a rat or some equally small animal, and their presence suggests that the culprit called the bloofer lady may be a dangerous monomaniac performing experiments on small children with laboratory animals. What a beastly business.
Beastly? Well, yes, I suppose you're right. But come, Watson. Surely your professional altruism is not so fully developed that it has been allowed to impair your logic. What significance, for example, do you attach to the children's weakness and the presence of these singular wounds upon their persons?
Well, weakness and dizziness are common reactions to a frightening episode. As for the wounds, it would be foolish to blame them on a chance meeting with a stray animal, since they've shown up on not 1 but 4 successive evenings. I believe the journalist who reported these incidents is correct in thinking that some demented practitioner has been conducting experiments in which a carnivorous beast is set upon a helpless child. The presence of a woman in white would seem to bear this out.
Admirable, Watson. I'm pleased to note that the years you have spent observing and chronicling my methods have not been wasted.
Oh, then you agree with my conclusion?
No, you're totally wrong.
Oh.
Now, what possible motive could a scientist, demented or otherwise, have in subjecting stray children to the bite of some predatory creature, then releasing them? Surely this person is aware that wounds will result. And yet the period that elapses between the time these tots are reported missing and the time they are returned to their parents is hardly long enough to observe any further reactions. So your crazed practitioner goes out of the window.
Well, then I confess that I'm quite in the dark. Why are these children wounded, and what caused the wounds? These are deep waters for me.
As deep, perhaps, as those which closed over the mystery of the missing crew of the Demeter.
Holmes, you don't think that the two cases are related?
The constable who discovered the latest of the child victims described the wounds on the boy's throat as a pair of punctures roughly an inch apart and torn at the edges. Now, does this description strike a chord in your memory?
The wounds on the captain's neck.
Precisely. Now, as soon as your wife returns with your bag, we must be off.
Off where?
To Hampstead, of course. To explore the infamous Heath. No doubt, Watson, you are wondering what we are doing here in the middle of nowhere.
Where are we going, Holmes? I'm more confused than ever.
Patience, my dear fellow. I promise that before this night is over, you shall have all the answers you seek. For the moment, we are making for the cemetery over there.
For what purpose?
To gain admittance to the white crypt in the center. Come. Here is where your lantern will prove useful, Watson. Cast a beam on the lock, and let us see if my talents as a burglar are... Hello. What's this?
The door's already open. What can this mean?
Draw your revolver, Watson. There is danger inside.
Who are those people, Holmes? And why are they gathered around that open coffin?
I believe I know.
My God! The body inside. It's the woman in white.
No! You must do it now!
That man in the middle, he has a wooden stick in his hand. You see it? Good God!
No! Again!
He's killing our Holmes. Look, he's pushing.
It is done.
Professor Van Helsing, I think.
What?
And the others would be Dr. Seward and Arthur Homewood, Lord Godalming. This gentleman I do not know.
Allow me to present Quincy Morris, a friend of Lord Godalming. Sir? Who are you? How is it you know my friend's names?
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my associate, Dr. John Watson. As to the rest, I shall be delighted to exchange information with you in a more convivial setting.
I accept your offer, Mynheer Holmes. I have a room at the Battersea. There you will tell me your tale, and I tell you ours. It is a tale not for the squeamish. It is a tale of Count Dracula. I judge by your friend's expression that he thinks himself in the lair of a murderer.
Absolutely.
He has not been told?
He has not been told for the simple reason that I myself did not know until recently.
Well, what exactly do you know, Mynheer Holmes?
I know that the woman whose existence you ended so abruptly tonight was a vampire. I know that in life her name was Lucy Westenra, and that she was engaged to be married to young Lord Godalming. I know also that the man who condemned her to her undead state arrived in England aboard the Russian schooner Demeter, which docked under the most mysterious circumstances in Whitby on August the 8th. I'm counting on you, Professor Van Helsing, to fill in the details.
Your reputation is well deserved. It would interest me to know in what manner you came to your conclusion.
There will be time for that later. For now, I think it is in your own best interest to tell us your story.
Well, my name, as you have already divined, is Abraham Van Helsing. I've been physician and lecturer at the University of Amsterdam for many years. There it was that I first met Dr. John Seward, and it was through him that I became involved in the case of Miss Lucy Westenra. This lady had fallen ill early in August, and in spite of recurrent episodes of seeming recovery, continued to fail until her very life was in danger. Most puzzling to my friend was that each relapse seemed to occur immediately after the lady was discovered walking in her sleep outside her lodgings in Whitby. Then came the incident which, when I learned of it, convinced me that we were dealing with something far more terrible than simple illness. A friend of hers, Miss Mina Murray, discovered her one night upon the stone of a suicide's grave in a cemetery near the house. Bending over her, in Miss Mina's own words, was something in black. When Miss Mina cried out, the thing raised its head and turned upon her a face with gleaming red eyes. By the time she got there, however, it had vanished. Miss Lucy had fainted. That night, her health began to fail again.
One moment. When was this precisely?
The date was August the 11th.
I see. Pray continue.
It was shortly after this event that I was summoned. You have been rightly hailed for your powers of deduction, Mynheer Holmes, and yet I flatter myself that even your lightning-quick mind could not have arrived at the conclusion faster than did my own, once the stricken woman's symptoms were described to me. The thing in the cemetery, the sudden decline, the presence of two tiny wounds upon her throat. Was there ever a more classic case of the dark things of the night at work than this? Without hesitation, I took the precautions which have been ingrained in me since childhood. Strands of flowering garlic I strung about the windows of Miss Lucy's bedroom. A silver crucifix I placed about her neck. But alas, these were wasted efforts. For I had not taken into account the ignorance of Miss Lucy's mother, who removed the garlic in order to allow her daughter to breathe the night air. If only that were all that entered the room that night. The final decline had begun. On September the 20th, Miss Lucy expired. And on that night, the Bloofer lady was born.
What ineffable twaddle! Holmes, this creature is seeking to escape a charge of murder by claiming that he did nothing more than aid in the destruction of a phantom, when it is obvious that his victim was flesh and blood. I've never seen a more flimsy attempt at disguising one's guilt.
Sit down, Watson. Professor Van Helsing speaks the truth. Professor, earlier this evening you mentioned a name that was unfamiliar to me. Who is Count Dracula?
We struck a bargain, Mynheer Holmes. First, I must hear how you have come to know what you know.
Oh, that is of little consequence. After reading in the newspapers of the recent occurrences concerning the woman in white, I came up to the heath, to the spot most frequently alluded to in the reports. I followed what I believed to have been the impressions left by the Bloofer lady's quite tangible feet to the Godalming crypt. After that, it was a simple matter to peruse back issues of the local Hampstead paper until I came upon the death notice of one Miss Lucy Westenra, betrothed of Lord Godalming and attended during her illness by Dr. John Seward and Professor Abraham Van Helsing. When I learned that she had been transferred here from Whitby, my interest became acute. I made contact with Dr. Watson, and we traveled to the heath together. It did not seem to be going too far to identify the men we found gathered around the coffin this evening as those mentioned in the newspaper.
Brilliant.
But elementary.
It is the very simplicity of the thing that I find so brilliant. But I have paid you compliments enough for one night. Who is Count Dracula? As well you may ask me, who is Lucifer? For the two have much in common. According to my friend, Professor Arminius of the University of Budapest, Dracula was that proud descendant of Attilas who led his horde against the bloodthirsty Turk over 4 centuries ago. Even then, in the days before it is said he offered his immortal soul to the evil one in return for everlasting life, Dracula was spoken of as vampire, berserker. Still is he spoken of as such in the land which once he ruled. Jonathan Harker, in May of this year, journeyed to Castle Dracula in distant Transylvania to aid the Count in purchasing a suitable estate near London.
Where is this estate?
It is called Carfax. It stands upon a by-road at Purfleet. Mynheer Harker's stay in Transylvania was a circus of horrors, from which he was able to escape only through terrible risk of his life. What took place after this estate was acquired by Dracula, I've been able to piece together from newspapers, from my own experience. The appearance in Whitby of a Russian schooner piloted by a dead man last month, carrying a cargo of 50 boxes of earth, tells me that Dracula has docked in England. He it was who condemned our poor Miss Lucy to her undead state, from which we were able to free her only this evening. As her avengers, our next step is to seek him out in his present lair and destroy him before he can contaminate another soul.
Oh, really?
I see, Doctor, that you are skeptical.
I most certainly am.
Well, I once laughed, as you do, at the idea of vampires, of corpses that prey upon the blood of the living. I laugh no more. For I have seen the evidence of their unholy existence. Now I know their strengths and weaknesses as well as I know my own. By day they are powerless. Then they rest in coffins upon or beneath the soil of their homeland. Until now, we who have studied Nosferatu, the undead, believed that this of necessity bound the vampire to his native shores. But by taking with him an ample supply of earth from Transylvania, Dracula is free to haunt the 4 corners of the globe with impunity, so long as he may remain undetected. We know of his appetite. The deaths of 9 seamen during the month-long voyage from Varna to Whitby told us this. We know from the appearance of what observers called an immense dog on board the beach ship that Dracula can change his shape at will. He can, at least in his immediate vicinity, command the elements. Witness the sudden gale which struck Whitby on the night of the Demeter's arrival. Miss Lucy's rebirth as the Bloofer lady is evidence enough that his victims become themselves vampires. As if all these things are not enough, he has the strength in him of 24 men, who but a brute could have succeeded in hurling overboard the limp corpses of his victims at sea. So now you see, gentlemen, the magnitude of the task we have set for ourselves.
Has he no weaknesses? Have you no weapons with which to combat this fiend?
No weapons. We have a plenty. Wolfsbane is one, garlic another, but most feared is the Holy Cross, and all that goes with it. By day and by night we may operate, while during the hours of sunlight Dracula must rest. And to bring to an end his unclean existence we have the wooden shaft. By such means may the vampire be rooted out.
Bravo, Professor Van Helsing. You have laid out a preliminary plan of action much as I would have done myself. The information which you have provided is of great value. In return, my colleague and I would be happy to lend our own limited powers to the task you have so eloquently described.
I am grateful, Mynheer Holmes, but that will not be necessary.
I beg your pardon?
Please do not take offense. It is not that we would not welcome the application of your remarkable powers to this labor, but rather that we would prefer to avoid notoriety. Even in my country, we are familiar with the good doctor's accounts of your more interesting cases, and we are anxious not to have publicity that may panic all of Britain.
I assure you, sir, that Dr. Watson and I will be most discreet.
I am sorry. Now, I must ask you to leave so that I may confer with my companions.
Why, if you do not desire our assistance, have you told us so much about Dracula? Why didn't you simply refuse to take us into your confidence?
I suppose I have. Would you have abandoned your investigation?
Certainly not.
There, you see?
You are committing a grave error, Professor Van Helsing. I urge you to reconsider.
Matter is closed. If either of you should attempt to interfere, I shall be forced to take drastic measures. Good day.
Come, Watson.
Good day, sir. Well, I suppose that's that.
On the contrary, that is definitely not what it is.
Whatever you mean. How can we go any further in this business without Van Helsing's aid?
You are no longer skeptical?
Oh, I'm always skeptical. But I admit I'm not so sure of my ground as I was.
Good. Then you will journey with me tomorrow night to Purfleet, where we will pay a call upon the vampire in his lair.
It was not quite dark the next evening when we stood before the entrance to Carfax Estate. Even though Van Helsing had not included bullets among the weapons he considered effective against our singular foe, Holmes had insisted we each carry a revolver. I felt as if I were being watched. The feeling increased as we drew near the building, until by the time we were standing before the iron-banded door, I was obsessed with the certainty that our every move was under the scrutiny of unseen eyes. Holmes succeeded in unlocking the door with the second key he tried, and with an effort, for the door was thick and heavy, we pushed it open.
That's done it, I'm afraid. Step carefully, Watson. He knows we are here now.
What on earth is that foul smell?
Quiet. We'll explore down that flight of steps. As I thought, the chapel.
That stench, it comes from here.
Raise your lantern. Do you see, Watson?
Boxes. Coffin-shed boxes.
And look, filled with earth.
Does that...
Wait. There are only 29. We must conclude that... Shh.
What's it?
There. Behind you.
What? There was someone in the doorway. For a brief second, I'd swear it.
Quick! After him!
No!
Back, Watson! Back!
What is it?
You... Rats! Ah! Thousands of rats! Use your revolver, man! Clear a passage and run, for the love of God! Run! Come, Watson. Let's get away from this place as quickly as we can. Ghastly beast. Ghastly indeed. And for a purpose. That little demonstration was designed to frighten us off, with great success. Even so, we've won a victory.
In what way? We've done nothing.
On the contrary, we have determined that the Count has other hiding places. Otherwise, we would have found all 50 boxes of earth in the chapel.
And how does that help us?
Quick, into the bushes.
Van Helsing.
I dare say that the professor and his companions are in for a reception much like the one given to us. Wait until they're inside, and then we shall make our way home to Baker Street and a large whiskey apiece.
You see, Watson, it is now that the true detective work begins. We know that Dracula has other lairs, and it's up to us to find them. Once we have accomplished this, it should be a simple matter to dispose of his precious Transylvanian soil, thus narrowing his opportunities of exploiting this country of ours.
And if we should find the fiend himself?
Then we must destroy him before he can spread his vampire pestilence throughout the empire.
Mm-hmm.
We have no other choice.
That's odd. I heard no footsteps on the stairs.
Come in.
Good God.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Welcome, Count Dracula.
He was dressed entirely in black, his only concession to colour being the silver crook of a massive black cane he carried in one talon-like hand. His face was elongated and high-browed, tilted upwards in the manner of a member of a long and noble line, and pale almost to the point of translucence. His eyes glowed like smouldering embers beneath a pair of brows so wild and bushy that they almost met above the arch of his nose. The unruly shock of hair that topped his high-domed head was jet black, with a single streak of steely grey shooting up from the center of the ragged widow's peak. But it was his teeth, the dagger-sharp canine teeth peering out between bright red lips that held my attention. They were the fangs of a predator.
Yes, I am Dracula. But Holmes...
That mirror on the wall. It reflects only an open door.
Mirrors. I detest mirrors. But you are indeed observant, and I am honored to make your acquaintance, sir. Even in the country of my birth, we have been fortunate enough to read of your marvelous exploits against the English criminal.
No, you flatter me, Count. Your reputation precedes you as well. Perhaps you would care to join my colleague and myself in some whiskey. Watson, a glass?
Thank you. I do not drink alcoholic beverages. The hours of the night are few, and I have much to do before morning. I will state my business, and then you will be rid of me.
Would that were true, Count Dracula.
You are an outspoken man, Mr. Holmes. In my country, that is a dangerous prey. I advise you to guard your tongue in my presence.
My dear Count, we are both too old to waste time upon these pleasantries. How may I be of service to you?
Earlier this evening, you paid a visit to my home. I would like to know why.
No, I think we both know the answer to that question.
So we do. When I learned that it was you who had invaded my Purfleet residence, I realized that my activities in England had attracted your professional interest, an interest which I can hardly afford at this stage of my operations. I am here to ask you to abandon your investigations before they do real harm.
If that is your purpose, then I'm afraid that you have come here for nothing.
I am a wealthy man, Mr. Holmes. I promise you that you will not regret having granted me this one favor. I urge you to consider what I ask. You think that you have faced all the terrors that the world has to offer, Mr. Holmes, but you have barely scratched the surface. Jonathan Harker was driven mad by but a few of the myriad forces that are mine to command. He was fortunate. Even as we stand here, those forces are gathering, responding to my unspoken instructions with but one purpose in mind: to destroy all obstacles which stand in my path. From icy graves they arise, from gallows and tombs, for all that die are my agents. They are the army of the dead. How may one mortal expect to triumph over such an enemy?
Your tales are wasted on me, Count Dracula. I am no more frightened by them than I was by your rats.
The rats were a warning. I assure you that when I decide to act in earnest, you will not escape.
I've heard enough. You may show our visit to the door, Watson.
That will not be necessary. There are far worse things than death, Mr. Holmes. Persist, and I promise that you will find out what I mean.
Ooh. Do you notice the cold, Watson? I thought the same thing the moment we entered Carfax. It is the miasma that surrounds Count Dracula. It grows warmer now that he has left. A most informative confrontation. What do you suppose he thought to accomplish by coming here?
I should think that's obvious. He hoped to persuade you to stop interfering with his plans. When bribery failed, he resorted to threats.
No, Watson. Dracula had no intention of inducing me to leave him alone. That was merely his excuse to come here and observe his enemy in his natural habitat. Now, I must dispatch some telegrams to Whitby. Within a few hours, I should be able to find out where the remainder of the 50 boxes were sent. Where they are, Dracula cannot be far away.
In spite of the cavalier fashion in which my friend had dismissed the fiend's visit, it was obvious that the episode had unnerved him. Twice I awoke during the night to hear the melancholy strains of Holmes's violin, a sure sign that he was too preoccupied with the problem at hand to sleep. It was during these periods that I feared most for my friend's health. For though I had succeeded in curing him of the terrifying addiction which had once threatened to destroy that wonderful brain, I knew the temptation was still there. The next morning, his spirits seemed restored, and these improved still further upon the arrival of a series of telegrams.
Success, Watson. I have learned all of Dracula's hiding places in London.
I am delighted to hear it.
On August the 10th, 50 boxes of earth were put on a train for London and upon arrival placed in 4 separate locations according to instructions. Among these locations was Carfax Estate.
We will, I assume, visit each of the places mentioned?
On the contrary, we will do nothing.
Nothing?
Well, we'd only be covering territory that's already been covered. My informants tell me that another gentleman has also been making inquiries. I can only assume that this was Jonathan Harker. No doubt he's already imparted the information to Van Helsing, and they are even now in the process of destroying Dracula's places of rest. Why gild the lily?
Then Dracula is finished?
Oh, I doubt that, Watson. I doubt that very much.
I fail to understand you, Holmes. You begin by counselling inaction, and then you tell me that England is still at the mercy of this hideous creature. I've never known you to be so apathetic in the face of such a crisis. I see no humour in the situation.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear fellow. I've done you a great injustice. No, the Count is growing nervous. Why else would he have visited me here yesterday evening and tried to buy me off? It was an act of desperation, and you and I both know that desperate men make mistakes. That is what I meant when I suggested that we do nothing. I should have made clear the fact that we will be waiting.
Waiting? For what?
For Count Dracula to make his first mistake. I assure you, Watson, it will be his last as well.
I have never known my friend Sherlock Holmes to be more reclusive and difficult to talk to than he was during the opening days of October 1890. As hour followed hour, with no news that would give us a clue to the progress of Count Dracula's activities, the detective withdrew into a shell of secrecy and quiet that even I could not hope to crack. It was not until 4 o'clock on the afternoon of the 3rd, when a messenger appeared at our door with a note addressed to him, that Holmes so far unbent as to speak to me in words of more than a single syllable.
It's from Inspector Lestrade. He wishes to see me. Now get on your coat, Watson. This could be the news for which we've been waiting.
Where are we headed?
To the Whitechapel mortuary, where the inspector awaits us.
I'm glad you could make it, Mr. Holmes. This is the most serious business we are involved in today.
What's happened?
The Ripper is up to his old tricks.
A mistake, certainly.
Well, I wish it was, Dr. Watson. But the evidence is too conclusive.
Where is the victim?
Under the sheet, over there. I warn you, it's not a pleasant sight. Replace the sheet. Who was she? A prostitute by the name of Rachel North. A policeman found her slumped inside a doorway in the next street from here at 3 o'clock this morning. She'd been dead at least an hour by then.
And what makes you think that this is the work of Jack the Ripper?
Who but old Leather Apron himself would slash an inoffensive prostitute's throat and leave her to drown in her own blood.
The throat was more than slashed, Inspector. It was torn right out.
And how do you explain the absence of any other wounds on her body? Where is the skillful dissection on which the Ripper prides himself?
Well, I imagine he was interrupted before he could finish.
It won't stand up. Why was the body not found until 3 o'clock this morning if the culprit was surprised in the act an hour before? As for your theory that she drowned in her own blood, how can you reconcile that with the fact that there is very little blood to be found either around the wound or on the corpse? Or has the Ripper found a new souvenir to take home with him?
I suppose you have a theory that will cover all the facts?
I have a theory, but I doubt very strongly that you will believe it. Let us be off, Watson. It's growing dark and our time is short.
You don't mean to say that you're giving up on the case?
I mean to say that we are leaving. My advice to you, Inspector, is to abandon any preconceptions you may have formed regarding the Ripper's involvement in this crime. We stalk a far more dangerous foe.
And my advice to you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, is to keep your advice to yourself. The Yard is quite capable of apprehending its criminals without your help. I invited you in today merely because I knew that this is the sort of thing that interests you. But I can feel that it's quite over your head.
Lestrade never ceases to astound me. Each time I see him, he's grown more stubborn and unimaginative than he was the time before.
Do you think it was Dracula who mutilated that poor woman?
Who else? It was unlike him, however, to have made such an untidy job of it. I can only think that he's desperate and in a hurry. Otherwise, he'd have taken pains to see that the body was never found. I think, Watson, that Dracula is preparing to leave.
Leave? For where?
I cannot say. Transylvania, perhaps.
You seem a wise choice under the circumstances.
And yet it is not like the Count to give up so easily. He may alter his plans, but it's doubtful that he would reverse them simply because they're known to his enemies. No, Watson, I fear that whatever Dracula's next step may be, it will not be surrender.
Well, as long as we're on the subject of the next step, what form will our own take?
Tell me, Doctor, why do you suppose our quarry chose Whitechapel as a place to strike when he had all of London from which to choose?
Perhaps because here the prey is easiest?
Perhaps. But does the lion ever hunt for food beyond the immediate vicinity of his home?
No, never. Do you think that...
Considering Dracula's preference for long-abandoned buildings, we should have little difficulty in locating a suitable place within a half-mile radius. There is a building nearby which once sheltered a slaughterhouse, but which has been empty for some time. That would indeed make a suitable hiding place for such a murderer. Come, Watson. It's getting dark. There's no time to waste. Look, Watson. The entrance to the slaughterhouse. It's open. He's here, I'm certain. Now, quietly now. Those men are... Yes. It's one of the boxes from the ship. They're loading it onto that wagon. The Count is preparing for his departure.
Any sign of him?
No. Wait.
It's all ready. Yes, sir. Good thing. Push that over there.
Good evening, Count Dracula.
Fools! What brainless idiots you are to have come all this way to die!
Hollow words, Count. Instruct your servants to unload the box.
No!
Stop! Watson, look out! He'll run you down! Watson, are you all right?
He's escaped, Holmes.
Oh, I would rather have him escape 100 times than have you harmed once, dear friend. But cease worrying. We'll find him soon enough.
Indeed, and how do you propose to do that?
Do you recall the affair of Jonathan Small and his diminutive partner and how we tracked them through London's busy streets?
Toby!
A dog with a nose for criminals. He should have little trouble following the path of so clumsy a mode of transportation as a wagon.
Yes, I seem to recall that Small's accomplice had stepped in some creosote, which allowed the dog to sniff the two of them out. How do you expect Toby to differentiate between the tracks left by the wagon and those of the thousands of other vehicles which pass along the street?
Oh, come now, Watson. Have you forgotten where we are?
Yeah, a slaughterhouse. But
are you telling me that any self-respecting dog would find it difficult to track down a wagon whose wheels have rolled over ground rich in blood and entrails?
Holmes, you're a genius.
Do you feel up to collecting Toby from his owner and bringing him here?
Ready and willing, Holmes. We must have made quite a sight for the early evening strollers in Whitechapel. One man being pulled along by a whooping mongrel, while another hurried along in their wake, puffing and holding onto his hat with one hand. I grew uneasy as we emerged from the twisting dark alleys of the East End and entered more familiar surroundings. And how can I describe the cold sensation that began to gnaw at my heart when the trail veered towards my own neighborhood?
I told myself that my fears were groundless, that it was most likely nearby Paddington Station to which the fiend was heading, there to book passage elsewhere. We had gone scarcely another 100 yards when my worst apprehensions were realized. With a mighty lunge, the dog tore off the leash from my friend's grip and bounded up the stairs of my own building to where the front door stood halfway open. He disappeared inside, his triumphant barks ceasing suddenly inside the entrance. We followed him in and came across the dog, crouched on the linoleum with his head down and his tail tucked between his legs. At first I could see no reason for this curious behavior, but slowly I became aware of the strange and terrible aura that filled the hall. It was the unearthly chill that Count Dracula took with him from the grave.
He's been here, Holmes.
Oh, sir. Sir, is it you?
Who's that?
It's Mrs. Barton, sir, from next door.
Where's my wife, Mrs. Barton? What's happened to her?
Gently, Watson, gently. There, Mrs. Barton. There's nothing to be afraid of. Tell us what happened.
I was visiting Mrs. Watson, sir. She was feeling poorly and I was giving her tea. And then the door burst open and in he comes. Tall he was, all dressed in black with eyes blazing red as coals.
Go on.
Mrs. Watson was in her robe and nightgown. She gathers them round her and demands to know who he is and what he's doing here. You are Mary Watson, he says. I am, says she. My time is short and I have a long journey ahead of me, he says. Come. He swung her up in his arms and he carried her, kicking and screaming she was, to the door. There he stops and looks back at me. He had the devil's own eyes. They burned like all the fires of hell were behind me. I thought it was over for me. Mrs. Watson had fainted and he held her like a rag doll. Then he said, he informed the doctor that no harm will befall his wife if he and his friend do not follow. Then he ups and vanishes into the fog at the top of the stairs.
Oh, God.
I was scared stiff he'd come back for me, so I ran and hid myself in the closet. When I heard the door opening, I was sure he'd come back for me, but then I heard your voice, Dr. Watson.
Now, one more question, Mrs. Barton. Did he say anything about where he was going?
No, sir. But after he left, I thought I heard the wheels of a wagon or a four-wheeler going off in the direction of King's Cross.
I see. Thank you, Mrs. Barton. You have been most helpful. Now, you'd better go home now. You will be quite safe.
Thank you.
He has her. The fiend has my wife.
It is my belief that the Count is a man of his word. I have little doubt he will release Mrs. Watson unharmed if we do not follow.
And then what? Whose wife will be his next victim? We cannot afford to let this vile thing remain on the face of the earth, Holmes, no matter what the cost.
Even at the risk of your wife's soul?
Even so.
Good fellow. How can I help but take you for granted when your character is so consistently strong? We will return Toby to his owner and then be off to King's Cross Station. This tale will have a happy ending yet.
The third clerk we talked to at King's Cross remembered having sold a ticket to Whitby to a tall, dark man, but expressed no recollection of a woman answering to Mary's description in his company. He did recall, however, that the passenger had an oblong box with him which was loaded into the guard's van and that it took 3 men to lift it. He told us the next train to Whitby was not until 6 o'clock the following morning.
Too late. It's as I thought. He has her shut up in the box.
What now? It's 10 o'clock at night. The villain has a head start on us and we have no way of following.
On the contrary, Watson, I know of a certain coachman not far from here who can match the fastest train on the isle. With his help, we may be in Whitby in time to apprehend Dracula before he leaves the country.
I shall not attempt to describe the harrowing journey we took between London and Whitby, other than to say that it aged me considerably. All that night and throughout the next day we travelled, stopping only 3 times to change horses. But we were hampered by thick fog, and when we finally arrived at midnight on October the 4th, we knew it had all been to no avail. The train had arrived hours before us.
Do not be depressed, Watson. I think I know where our quarry went from here. Driver, to the shipping offices at the docks. Someone there should remember a man of Dracula's description, booking passage for himself and a large box of earth.
We were in luck. The clerk at the first shipping office we went into had served the man answering to Dracula's description earlier that evening. He had booked a passage for himself and an oblong box, on the Tsarina Catherine, a ship sailing for Varna on the Black Sea at 8 the following night. Varna, the Demeter's port of departure. We lost no time in making for the dockside, and soon came across one of the men who had helped Dracula. A surly fellow.
Yes, I remember him. He wanted a box loaded onto the Catherine. Offered to pay well, he did. But first he wanted the contents transferred to an empty crate that was lying on the dock.
What?
And the box filled with sand from the beach. By the time I got back with the sand, the crate was gone. When the box was filled, he told me to load it onto the Catherine.
So, the box on the Catherine is a decoy.
What sort of a creature are you to help another in the abduction of an innocent woman for a mere piece of gold?
What kind of bilge is that? There wasn't no woman with him, abducted or otherwise.
And where is this crate you mentioned?
Oh, search me. Like I told you, it was gone when I got back with the sand.
What ships have left this harbour within the last hour?
2, I think. I heard a steamer blowing its whistle half an hour ago, and I hoped an American clipper cast off a bit before that. They must both have been overdue, else they wouldn't have left till the fog lifted.
What do you know of these vessels?
Well, the steamer will be the King Henry, bound for Australia. The other's the Baltimore, trader out of Boston.
Where is my wife?
The mesmeric powers of the vampire are nearly without limit, as you know only too well, Watson. It is likely that Dracula commanded her to remain out of sight until he had concluded his business. Where can we hire a motor launch?
Who are you? What you want about? I've a good mind to call for the Coast Guard, have you both arrested. Who is this bloke you're after? What's it to do with you?
I will explain. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and my companion
You're Sherlock Holmes?
That is correct.
Oh, I've been waiting a long time to meet you, Mr. Holmes. My name's Ned Bridger. Well, surely you remember my brother Morgan, who was skipper of the Alicia, when it sailed into that patch of fog in the Channel 10 years ago.
Your gratitude is misplaced, I fear. The disappearance of the Alicia is one problem I was never able to solve.
But you proved from my brother's record that whatever happened to that ship couldn't have been due to any error on his part, as the authorities said. For that I'll always be indebted to you, Mr. Holmes.
You're too kind. At present, however, we are in need of a boat.
Well, I know of a steam launch moored near here. The owner would never be the wiser if we borrowed it.
Excellent. Now, if you would kindly release your grip upon my hand and lead us to the vessel in question, we can explain the reason for our being here and the villain we are after. Make haste, my dear fellow. The Baltimore has too much of a head start upon us already.
Follow me!
Why not the King Henry, Holmes?
The distance to Australia is too great. Considering Dracula's appetite, he would run out of crew members long before he reached the port. No, Watson, he is on his way to the conquest of the United States of America, and the arrangement involving the Tsarina Catherine was merely part of an elaborate device to throw us off the track.
We drew a sketchy account for Ned Bridger of our hunt for Count Dracula, leaving out the incredible fact of his vampire existence and concentrating on his role of murderer and kidnapper. By the end of it, that worthy seaman was willing to do all he could to help us. The diminutive steamer proved to have ample fuel aboard, and Ned Bridger succeeded in getting the engine into operation. At Holmes's insistence, I took control of the tiller while he stood in the bow. We eased out into the gloom of the harbour. The fog, which had parted sluggishly to allow us entrance, soon closed in about us until we seemed to be floating through eternal night. I was reminded of Van Helsing's claim that the vampire was capable of controlling the weather within his immediate vicinity. If this was so, then we were closer to our quarry than I had dared hope.
Starboard a bit on that rudder, Doctor.
Starboard it is.
If our bird expects to reach the open sea, he's got to miss that reef first.
Holmes, there it is, on the port bow.
That's the light on their forecastle.
Full speed ahead, Bridger. Overtake her.
I'll do what I can. But if we fetch up on that reef, it's a watery grave for us all.
And it's getting away.
He spotted us, blasted. The captain and crew must be under his control. More speed, Bridger. Throw on more fuel.
Impossible. The boiler's about to go up like a Roman candle as it is.
More speed, I say.
All right. 3, 2, and hell.
Good heavens! This is Dracula's work. He's using the weather to elude us.
Boiler's going to blow!
Can you swim to the shore from here?
Further!
Then let me have the throttle and you jump overboard. Watson and I will take it from here.
This boat is my responsibility. I'm not turning over to the landlubber.
Don't be a fool, Bridger. You have nothing to gain by these heroics.
Sorry, mister, I can't hear you.
Holmes, look! The Baltimore's turning. It's heading straight for the shore.
It's heading straight for the reef as well.
Dracula must be unaware of its existence. Oh, Mary. Holmes, look! On the deck of the Baltimore, there are men leaping into the sea. Yes, no doubt they prefer the ocean to the reef.
The boiler's going!
Into the water, Watson! No, Holmes! In you go!
The water was cold as death, but that was hardly my first concern. There was a tremendous explosion, and the harbour was thrown into blazing brightness. Debris of the steam launch splashed down around me. My first thought was of Holmes. Had he, too, succeeded in quitting the craft before the boiler burst?
Holmes! Holmes!
There was no reply. Just the thunder and pouring rain. This, then, was how it ended. All the deduction, all the hours spent poring over clues and following the trails left by criminals throughout England and the continent, all the telegrams from the powerful and the destitute requesting aid in solving mysteries of the most baffling nature, all had come to nothing more than an icy grave in a remote English harbour. It was with lead in my heart that I began swimming towards the shore. And then I saw it. The Baltimore, perched not 20 feet away from me. There was a great gaping hole in the bow where it had struck the reef close to the shore, but other than that, the vessel appeared to be unharmed. My relief upon spotting the evidence that my wife may not have perished was tempered by a sobering thought. Where was Dracula? The next instant, my question was answered, but a jagged streak of lightning illuminated the scene, and I saw the fiend standing on the forecastle, holding the limp form of my beloved Mary. Whether she was alive or dead was something I could not tell at that distance. For a long moment we were motionless, glaring at each other across the score of feet that separated us. Then Dracula turned and disappeared into the captain's cabin. That I had been challenged to follow was a certainty. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature or my soaked condition. Sherlock Holmes was dead, and I was alone against Count Dracula. I struck out towards the beached vessel in search of the best way to board her without being observed by the vampire, and had waded stealthily into the shadows on the clipper's far side, when suddenly a hand was clapped firmly over my mouth.
The slightest sound would prove disastrous to our plans.
Holmes! What miracle is this? How is it that you survived that terrible explosion?
Surviving that terrible explosion was not as difficult as you might think, for the simple reason that I was not there when it occurred. I jumped.
Wonderful. But where's Bridger? Is he with you?
No, Watson. He is not.
Do you mean?
I jumped with Bridger's assurance that he would be right behind me. Whether he was telling the truth or not is a moot point, since the boiler blew just as I hit the water. He did not have time to jump.
He was a brave man.
And it's up to us to see that he did not die in vain. You saw Dracula a few minutes ago?
Yes. He has Mary with him.
So I observed. Under the Count's manipulation, she appears to have exchanged the role of hostage for another one as bait. I am dead, or so he thinks, and he has so far underestimated your intelligence as to believe he can lure you into a trap. You will, of course, not disappoint him.
What do you mean?
I will give you 5 minutes. Enter the hold through the aperture in the bow. Dracula will not be expecting that. It's too obvious. Wait until you hear 2 gunshots outside. Ascend to the deck and make your way to the captain's cabin, where you will find your wife waiting for you. When you have her, shout it out for all the world to hear. Then make for the shore as fast as possible. I don't have to remind you that Mrs. Watson's life, as well as your own, depends upon the speed you will be making.
And what will you be doing all this time?
I am going to create a diversion.
Charted yourself a dangerous course.
1 hour at sea, and already your speech is becoming nautical. But speed is vital, Watson. We've wasted one of your allotted 5 minutes already.
I climbed through the hole in the clipper's bow and picked my way down the tilted deck towards the wooden ladder that led into the open, there to await Holmes's signal. As soon as I heard the shots, I lost no time in clambering up the ladder. My alacrity nearly cost me my life. No sooner had I reached the top deck than I felt a sudden chill. Immediately I dived to the nearest shadow. From between the captain's cabin and the starboard railing, I saw a black-cloaked figure hasten past within touching distance of my hand. I ducked in through the doorway of the cabin as soon as Dracula's back was towards me and peered anxiously through the gloom. There was Mary. She looked very frail indeed. Her blue eyes were wide, not with terror, as I had expected them to be, but with unseeing stupor. I recognized the signs of hypnosis. My first act was to examine her throat for punctures. There were none. Thanking God for delivering her from that horror, I gathered her into my arms and carried her to the deck. Dracula was speaking as I got to the door.
So, you live still. Did you think I would go to my grave and leave you here to prey on who you be? Where is your companion?
I have her, Holmes!
What? One?
No, I don't...
Fire, you pitiable weapon, Sherlock Holmes. See what good it does you against a man who commanded armies hundreds of years before you were born. Dr. Watson. I look into my eyes, Dr. Watson. My eyes. You are unable to move, Dr. Watson. Unable to speak. You are mine. Huh? No! Yes! Beware the sun, Count Dracula. It will sap your strength as surely as did the shears of Samson's Delilah. Witness its purifying rays. Soon they will reach the ship, and then your power will cease to be. That is when we shall destroy you. Are you all right, Watson?
Yes, I think so.
And your wife? Has he harmed her?
He's not had that chance, thanks to you. But she's in a trance and suffering from exposure.
Then we'll get her to a hospital as quickly as possible.
What about Dracula? Was that great wolf that leapt ashore really him?
It was.
You're not going to let him get away?
No, Watson. The Tsarina Catherine does not sail until 8 o'clock this evening. In the meantime, let us attend to your wife.
We carried her still fragile form along the reef to the shore and thence to the local hospital. All day, we waited outside her room as she hovered precariously between life and death. It seemed an eternity. Towards evening, tired out by the previous night's exertions, I was dozing on a bench in the hospital corridor when Holmes nudged me to consciousness.
Watson?
No. What?
I'm afraid I shall have to leave you for a while.
Huh? Are you not going to wait for word on Mary's condition?
The Tsarina Catherine sails at 8. It's now considerably after 7.
Oh, yes.
I have less than 45 minutes in which to return to the docks and settle the vampire's fate for good. I pray that Mrs. Watson will be out of danger by the time I return.
I'm going with you.
No. You would be worse than useless with your wife in her present condition. Besides, what will she think when she awakes and you are not there? No, Watson, true. No. You owe it to yourself to remain here. I will see you later.
How's my wife?
She's resting peacefully. She's not out of danger yet, but the worst part of the crisis is over.
Oh, thank God. May I see her?
Very well, but only for a few minutes.
Thank you.
Mary?
I knew it was you as soon as I heard your footsteps. I'm something of a detective myself, you see.
My dear.
You look as if you could use a bed yourself, Dr. Watson.
Dracula!
Do not fear. I have not come to do mischief.
Then why are you here? And where is Holmes?
Your friend, I suspect, is in the process of discovering that I am not on board the Tsarina Catherine. He will no doubt quickly piece together my movements since leaving, and will soon be on his way here. My time grows short. My business will not take more than a moment.
And what is your business?
Curiosity, Dr. Watson.
Curiosity?
I can understand Professor Van Helsing's motives in wishing to destroy me. To Sherlock Holmes, I am a challenge. And I have learned from your accounts of his adventures that he cannot survive without such challenges. It is you, Doctor, whom I cannot comprehend. I am at a loss to explain your purpose in pursuing this dangerous path. I speak not of your wife's abduction, although why you should jeopardize her safety by continuing your pursuit is a problem in itself. But from the beginning, you have shown an ungovernable enthusiasm for this chase. Why? What spell has Sherlock Holmes placed on you that has made you his accomplice in this mad scheme? I have risked everything by coming here, and I must have an answer before I return to my homeland.
Sherlock Holmes is my friend.
That is your answer?
It is the only one I have.
I see. I must go. Farewell, Doctor!
What?
Where is he?
He dived out of the window, Holmes, and suddenly he became a great bat.
He's on his way back to the Tsarina Catherine, no doubt. Your wife, Watson. Has he harmed her?
No, he didn't touch her.
What did he want?
He wanted to know why I should wish to aid you in your pursuit of him.
Oh? And
Did he receive an answer?
Yes.
Thank you, Watson.
Well, what about Dracula? Are we going after him?
No. His ship will have sailed by the time we reach the docks. The crew were making final preparations when I left. He will not touch ground again until he reaches Varna.
Well, what is stopping us from following him to Varna and resuming our pursuit?
I think, Watson, that we shall leave that task for Van Helsing and his friends. Our part in the drama ends here.
It is not like you to quit a case before it is finished, Holmes.
Oh, but it is finished. We have accomplished what we set out to do.
But what if Van Helsing is unable to trace Dracula back to his homeland in a year's time? The fiend may try again.
Do not underestimate the Professor. He is a relentless man. He and his companions will follow Dracula night and day, and they will not give up until they have sent the sanguinary Count to the eternal rest that has been waiting for him for over 400 years. Our reward is the knowledge that it is we who put him on the defensive and rescued England from the vampire's clutches. I think that is enough for two middle-aged men. Don't you?
It was November. Just over a month since we had driven the nightmare from our shores. I was sitting at my desk, my afternoon's work done, or so I thought.
Someone to see you, my dear.
Hmm?
Working late, Watson?
Oh, Holmes!
I'll leave you two men together.
My dear Holmes. You'll have a drink?
Oh, thank you, no, Watson. I have a hansom waiting outside. I merely stopped by to show you this telegram.
All is well. He is dead. The service is uninvited. Gratitude. V.H. Varna.
V.H. Van Helsing.
Oh.
It appears that Dracula's threat is ended. Reluctant though the Professor's thanks seem, they are the mark of a proud man, and I shall be glad to add his telegram to my collection of memorabilia.
I did not know that he was aware of our continued involvement in the affair.
I told you before not to underestimate him. But I must go. I have a small matter awaiting my urgent attention.
Well, could I...
Oh, no, my dear fellow. I wouldn't dream of taking you away from your practice so soon after the last time. Besides, the affair may prove dangerous, and your wife...
Well, Mary will understand.
No, not when she is informed of who it is that has crossed my path yet again.
Who?
Can you not guess? One as evil and cunning in every respect as the fiend whose life we now know to be over.
Not?
Yes, Watson. Professor Moriarty is up to his old tricks again.
That's it. No, do not attempt to dissuade me, Holmes. It would be useless. I'm coming with you. Mary!
In Sherlock Holmes versus Dracula, a play for radio by Glenn Dearman, from the writings of Dr. John H. Watson, as edited by Lauren D. Estelman, John Moffat was Sherlock Holmes, Timothy West, Dr. Watson, David March, Count Dracula, and Aubrey Woods, Professor Van Helsing. Parker was played by Michael Maloney, Bridger by John Hollis, Mrs. Barton by Catherine Parr, Mr. Catherine by Noel Howlett. Inspector Lestrade by Nicholas Courtney, Mary Watson by Teresa Stretfield, and the Vampire by Francis Jeter. The play was directed by Glenn Dearman.
Mr. Hall Pycroft?
Yes, sir?
Stockbrokers clerk, lately engaged at Coxon and Woodhouse's, about to take up a new post on the staff of Mawson's of Lombard Street?
That is correct.
I have heard some really extraordinary things about your financial ability. My name is Pinner, Arthur Pinner, financial agent. I am here to make you an offer. How would you like to be business manager of the Franco-Midland Hardware Company Limited, with 134 branches in the towns and villages of France, not counting one in Brussels and one in San Remo? We can only offer a beggarly 500 to start with, but you are to have an overriding commission of 1%, and you may take my word for it that this will come to more than your salary.
But that's more than... 1,000 a year?
You have my word for it, Mr. Pycroft. And a pinner's word is better than a banker's draft. May I sit down?
The Stockbrokers' Clerk by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatised for radio by Dennis Hawthorne. With Clive Merrison as Sherlock Holmes and Michael Williams as Dr. John Watson. And featuring Jonathan Taffler as Hall Pycroft, Sean Barrett as Mr. Pinner, with Nigel Carrington as Inspector Gabriel. The Stockbrokers' Clerk.
Now, you wait there, Pycroft, while I go and talk to Dr. Watson.
Mr. Holmes, I have to get to Birmingham. My appointment's at 7 o'clock this evening.
I know what time your appointment's set for, Mr. Pycroft, and I know what train you have to catch. We have ample time. I have never missed a train. Wait there, cabby.
Right, you all go. I'm sorry, there's no surgery on a Saturday.
I have not come to you as a patient, Watson, rather as a quondam colleague. May I come in?
Of course, my dear fellow. It's been such a long time.
Yes, 3 months to the day. The day of your wedding, in fact.
Yeah.
How is Mrs. Watson?
Oh, she's well, very well. But unfortunately, she's away for the weekend, staying with friends in Surrey. Yeah, but do go through.
You've been busy, I take it?
Yes, I have. Do sit down.
Thank you.
To establish oneself in general practice does require constant application.
But I thought this was already an established practice when you bought it.
Oh, indeed it was. Old Dr. Farker, who sold it to me, had at one time a great many patients, but alas, by the time he retired, his list was very much depleted.
Why, sir?
Well, partly his age, of course, but unfortunately he suffered from an affliction. He had some vitis dance. The public goes on the principle that he who would heal others must himself be whole. They take a dim view of the curative powers of a doctor whose own case is beyond the reach of his drugs.
The public looks only at the surface of life.
I'm confident, however, that I can build things up. Though it'll be hard sledding.
Your neighbour is a doctor, I think?
Yes, he bought his practice as I did.
Was that an old established one?
Oh, same as mine, really. Both have been here ever since the houses were built.
You got hold of the better of the two, then?
Oh, I think I did. Yeah, but how do you know?
By the front steps, my boy. Yours are worn 3 inches deeper than his.
Oh, my dear fellow. How good it is to see you again. My wife will be sorry to have missed you.
This is not a social call, Watson.
Oh?
We're somewhat pressed for time.
Are we?
I trust that the cares of medical practice have not entirely obliterated the interest which you used to take in our little deductive problems.
On the contrary. Only last night I was looking over my old notes and classifying some of our past results.
I trust that you don't consider your collection closed.
Sure, not at all. I would very much like to have more of such experiences.
Yes, today, for example?
Yes, today, if you like.
Yes, as far off as Birmingham.
Certainly, if you wish it.
And your practice?
Oh, I look after my neighbours when he goes. He's always ready to work off the debt.
Nothing could be better.
I'll just write a note for him.
I perceive that you've been unwell lately. Summer colds are always a little trying.
I was confined to the house by a severe chill for 3 days last week. I thought, however, that I'd cast off every trace of it.
Well, so you have. You look remarkably robust.
How then do you know about it?
My dear fellow, you know my methods.
You deduced it, then?
Certainly.
And from what?
From your slippers.
My slippers? How on earth...
Then you could not have had them for more than a few weeks. The soles are slightly scorched. For a moment I thought that they might have got wet and been burned in the drying, but near the instep there's a small wafer of paper with the shopman's hieroglyphics upon it. Damp would, of course, have removed this. It follows, therefore, that you've been sitting with your feet outstretched to the fire, which a man would hardly do, even in so wet a June as this, if he were in his full health.
Simplicity itself.
I'm afraid that I'd rather give myself away when I explain. Results without explanations are much more impressive. Now, finish your note to your neighbour and we'll be off to Birmingham.
Certainly. What's the case?
You shall hear it all in the train. My client is outside in a 4-wheeler. We have time to spare, but not much. All right, cabby. Euston Station.
Right up.
In you get, Watson. Now, let me introduce you. This, Watson, is my client, Mr. Hall Pycroft. Mr. Pycroft, my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
How do you do?
Mr. Pycroft has a tale to tell.
Indeed I have, sir.
But it's too good a tale to be interrupted, so I suggest that you do not tell it until we're on board the train.
Mr. Pycroft was a well-built, fresh-complexioned young fellow with a frank, honest face and a slight, crisp yellow moustache. He wore a very shiny top hat and a neat suit of sober black, which made him look what he was, a smart young city man, of the class who have been labelled cockneys, but who give us our crack volunteer regiments, and who turn out more fine athletes and sportsmen than any body of men in these islands. His round, ruddy face was naturally full of cheeriness, but the corners of his mouth were pulled down and gave evidence of distress. He was clearly nervous and worried.
Now, we have a clear run here of 70 minutes. I want you, Mr. Hall Pycroft, to tell my friend your very interesting experience exactly as you've told it to me, or with more detail, if possible. It'll be of use to me to hear the succession of events again.
Very good, sir.
This is a case, Watson, which may prove to have something in it, or may prove to have nothing, but which at least presents those unusual and outre features which are as dear to you as they are to me. Now, Mr. Pycroft, I shall not interrupt you again.
The worst of my story is that I show myself up as such a confounded fool. Of course, it may all work out all right, and I don't see that I could have done otherwise. But if I have lost my crib and get nothing in exchange, I shall feel what a soft Johnny I have been.
Your crib?
My job. I'm a city clerk, and I used to have a billet at Coxon and Woodhouse of Draper's Gardens. But early in the spring, they came a nasty cropper through the Venezuelan loan. You've doubtless heard of that business. It was a huge crash.
Indeed, yes. One of my patients was badly stung.
Well, sir, it more or less wiped out the firm, and all we clerks were turned adrift. 27 of us. I've been with them for 5 years, and old Coxon gave me a ripping good testimonial when the end came. I tried here and tried there, but there were lots of other chaps on the same lay as myself, so it was a perfect frost for some time.
How much were you paid at Coxon's?
£3 a week. I'd saved about 70 of them, but I soon worked my way through that and out at the other end. I was fairly floored at the last. Could hardly find the stamps to answer advertisements or envelopes to stick them to. My boots were worn out padding up and down office stairs, and I seemed just as far from getting a billet as ever.
But you did not give up, you persevered.
I did, yes. I saw there was a vacancy at Mawson & Williams, the great stockbroking firm in Lombard Street. I dare say EC is not much in your line, but I can tell you this is about the richest house in London.
Indeed, I know it well. I've been of assistance to one of the directors in the past in a private capacity.
The advertisement was to be answered by letter only. I sent in my testimonial and application, but without the least hope of getting it. Back came an answer by return saying that if I would appear next Monday, I might take over my new duties at once, provided that my appearance was satisfactory.
Well done, Mr. Pycroft. Congratulations. A clear case of persistence rewarded.
No one knows how these things are worked out, Doctor. Some people say the manager just plunges his hand into the heap and takes the first that comes. Anyway, it was my innings that time, and I don't ever wish to feel better pleased. The screw was £1 a week rise, and the duties just about the same as at Coxon's.
And there was to be no preliminary interview. The job was offered sight unseen?
That is correct. It is not unusual in my line of business.
So far, so good. But now, Watson, pay attention.
That very evening, after I'd been promised the appointment, I was sitting up in my digs doing a smoke, when up came my landlady with a card which had Arthur Pinner, financial agent, printed on it.
Financial agent. Did the name Pinner mean anything to you?
I'd never heard of him. But I asked the landlady to show him up, and in he walked.
Describe him.
Middle-aged, middle-sized, dark hair, dark eyes, black beard, touch of the sheeny about his nose.
Mr. Hall Pycroft, I believe?
Yes, sir.
Lately engaged at Coxon and Woodhouse's?
Yes, sir.
And now on the staff at Mawson's?
Quite so.
Well, I have heard some really extraordinary stories about your financial ability. May I sit down?
Of course.
Thank you. You remember Parker, who used to be Coxon's manager?
Indeed I do.
He can never say enough of your talents.
Oh, well, I'm very pleased to hear that.
You have a good memory.
Pretty fair.
You have kept in touch with the market while you've been out of work?
Yes, I read the stock exchange list every morning.
Now that shows real application. That is the way to prosper. However, you won't mind my testing you, will you?
Not at all.
How are New Zealand consolidated?
104.
And Ayrshires?
105 to 105 and a quarter.
And British Broken Hills?
7 to 7 and 6.
Wonderful. This quite fits in with all that I had heard. My boy, you are much too good to be a clerk at Mawson's.
Well, Mr. Pinner, other people don't seem to think quite so much of me as you seem to do. I had a hard enough fight to get this berth, and I'm very glad to have it.
Pooh, man, you should rise above it. You are not in your true sphere. Now, I'll tell you how it stands with me. What I have to offer is little enough when measured by your ability, but when compared with Mawson's, it is light to dark. Let me see, when do you go to Mawson's?
On Monday.
I think I would risk a little sporting flutter that you don't go there at all.
Not go to Mawson's?
No, sir. By that day you will be business manager of the Franco-Midland Hardware Company Limited, with 134 branches in the towns and villages of France, not counting one in Brussels and one in San Remo.
I have never heard of that company, Mr. Pinner.
Very likely not. It has been kept very quiet. The capital was all privately subscribed, and it is too good a thing to let the public into. You follow me?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Good boy. My brother, Mr. Harry Pinner, is promoter. After allotment, he will join the board as managing director. He knows that I am in the swim down here, and he asked me to pick up a good man cheap. A young, pushing man with plenty of snap about him. Parker spoke of you, and that brought me here tonight. We can only offer you a beggarly 500 to start with.
500 a year?
Only that at the beginning, I'm afraid, but you are to have an overriding commission of 1% on all business done by your agents, and you may take my word for it that this will come to more than your salary.
But that's more than 1,000 a year.
You have my word for it, and a Pinner's word is better than a banker's draft.
Mr. Pinner, I must be frank, sir. I know nothing about hardware.
Tut, my boy, you know about figures.
Yes. Yes, I do. Mr. Pinner, I really don't know what to say. Let me put it this way. Mawson's only gives me 200 a year, but Mawson's is safe. Now, really, I know so little about your company that if...
Smart. You are the very man for us. You are not to be talked over, and quite right, too. Now, I have in my pocket a note for £100, and if you think we can do business, you can just slip it into your pocket as an advance upon your salary.
£100? This is very handsome, sir. When would you want me to take over my duties?
We would want you to be in Birmingham tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Birmingham?
That is where the company offices are at the moment. I have a rail ticket for Birmingham in my pocket also.
Well, sir, I think we are in business, as they say.
Good man. You will not regret this, Mr. Pycroft. Now, I am going to give you a letter which you will take to my brother. You will find him at 126B Corporation Street. The offices, the temporary offices, are at that address. He will have to confirm your engagement, but between ourselves it will be all right.
I hardly know how to express my gratitude.
Don't try, my boy. You have only got your desserts. Before I go, there are one or two things, mere formalities, but they must be observed. You have some writing paper on your table, I see. If you could just pen a few words to my dictation.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Right. Well, I'm ready.
I, Paul Pycroft, am perfectly willing to act as business manager to the Franco-Midland Hardware Company Limited at a salary of £500.
Salary of £500.
Excellent. I'll take that if I may. Thank you. Now, before I bid you good night, there is one other detail. What do you intend to do about Mawson's?
Well, I shall write and resign at once.
That is precisely what I don't want you to do.
I beg your pardon.
I had a row over you with Mawson's manager. I went to ask him about you, and he was very offensive. Accused me of trying to coax you away, that sort of thing. I'm afraid I fairly lost my temper. If you want good men, you should pay them a good price, said I. He would rather have our small price than your big one, said he. I'll lay you a fiver, said I, that when he has my offer, you will never so much as hear from him again. Done, said he. We picked him out of the gutter, and he won't leave us so easily.
Well, I'll be...
Those were his very words.
He's an impudent scoundrel. I've never so much as seen him in my life. Well, why should I consider him in any way? I shall certainly not write if he would rather I didn't.
Good. That's a promise. Maybe I'll split that fiver with you. Well, I am delighted to have got so good a man. Here is your advance of £100 and your rail ticket, and here is the letter from my brother. You and he will get on famously, I think. We are very alike in appearance, except that he's fair and I'm dark. As for personality, well, he's serious and I'm not. Don't forget the